Welcome to Albion Press Radio.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower. And now, transcribed, the story of the fabulous Horatio Hornblower, wedded since early youth to Britain's ships and Britain's destiny at sea. Adventuring across the 7 oceans, as midshipman, as lieutenant, as captain of the line, Hornblower has seen the threatening shadow of Napoleon Bonaparte fall on half the world, has himself even been Napoleon's prisoner of war in France. But now, respite has come. Home again in England, laden with honors, relieved from duty by his king, ex-Captain Hornblower can relax at last. The year is 1812.
When you've been many years at sea, it sometimes seems a little difficult, I might even say arduous, to live ashore. Especially when your lovely wife, your adored recent bride, rather expects you to become a country gentleman. Well, life is made up of change, they say, but for an old sea dog, new tricks come harder than for other breeds, I think. Well, there I was, not long returned from confinement in France as the unwelcome guest of Bonaparte, granted a knighthood, happily married to my enchanting Lady Barbara, free of all financial cares at last, and yet, oh, yes, I knew it for my fault, but somehow, there in the quiet English countryside, I hadn't quite come home as yet.
More bath water, sir.
Oh, heaven forbid. It's mostly on the deck, the floor already, isn't it? Oh, a tin tub the size of a teapot. A fine way for a grown man to bathe himself. Yeah, all right, I've had enough. Give me that towel, Brown.
Don't slip, sir.
Oh, ridiculous contrivances. Give me a wash deck pump and gallons of cold seawater. Remember, Brown?
Oh, I remember, Sir Horatio.
Yes, belay that, Sir Horatio. Old terms are good enough, aren't they, you idiot?
Yes, sir. It's a lovely morning, sir.
Is it? Oh, yes, I suppose so. Still and quiet. It's very quiet. It's queer. When I wake here, I still keep listening for the sounds, rattle of blocks, the cordage wheezing, and... Oh, well, never mind.
I've laid out your new suit, sir.
What do you mean, that tight buff-colored thing?
It's a beautiful suit, sir, I think.
Oh, do you? Tight trousers, fancy coat, flowered waistcoat, and a stock. Oh, I'll never draw an easy breath in that confounded choker. Oh, well, let's get it on. Mustn't keep Lady Barbara waiting downstairs for her breakfast.
Welcome to the new Squire of Smallbridge.
Now, you're laughing at me. You know perfectly well, Barbara, how I felt about that insufferable ceremony yesterday. Squire, indeed.
Oh, I do know, my dear, and you were sweet, suffering it all without complaint.
Mm-hmm.
Only the faintest glare of defiance now and then during the speech-making. Coffee, dear?
Thank you. Well, what do we have planned today?
I thought that you and I might drive across the Downs this morning.
Uh-huh.
Of course, you said you had a lot of reading you'd been putting off. Gibbon, was it?
Well, yes, yes, I do want to get at that. It's, yes, quite soon, in fact.
A letter for you, Sir Horatio.
Oh, thank you, Wiggins.
The messenger is waiting, my lord. He is from the Admiralty in London.
The Admiralty?
The Admiralty, eh?
Darling, it couldn't be...
Here, listen to this. The Lords Commissioners request that I present myself at once. A matter of extreme importance which cannot even be discussed except in... Hey, Wiggins, where's Brown? Tell him to get out my best uniform and sword. Tell him to pack my things for the night. And look, tell him that...
You're going to London right away?
Well, my love, the letter says at once. Remember, we're still at war with Bonaparte. Now, off with you, Wiggins. Tell Brown I'll be upstairs immediately, and I'll want him to drive me. We'll take the chariot. I wished I didn't need to look at her just then. After the first surprise, she would try so hard to appear calm and pleased that I was pleased. I hadn't been quite frank with her, perhaps. To be exact, the letter asked whether or not I would accept a new appointment. I didn't know what to say to Barbara, but... Oh, my dear, it's merely for the night. I'll be back in the morning, whatever this amounts to.
Yes, for a day or so, perhaps. Oh, just look at you, brazen child. Excited as a midshipman.
Oh.
It's breaking over you in waves. Do you suppose I don't see it?
Oh, my dear, when the Admiralty itself, I must at least find out.
I know what you'll find out. Wild horses couldn't hold you now, of course. Do you know how long we've lived here at Smallbridge?
Why,
2 months. 2 months tomorrow, Oh, dearest, I've always known. Retirement simply isn't in your line. It's a great honor to be recalled so soon. You must be pleased. And I am, too.
If they appointed me a commodore, well, they might, you know. Well, if they did, I might have to go back to sea again.
Darling, we've been married 6 whole months. A wonderful half year. I've had that much of happiness with you. And whatever happens, you'll come back to me. I know you will.
Of course I will. Oh, Barbara, I swear you're a woman in 10,000. She was, you know. In all my life, I'd said no truer word than that, I told myself as we drove up to London. Well, we made excellent time. Brown knew his business with horses. I never understood the peculiar beasts. Brown was good at everything. Best captain's coxswain in the Navy, and now the perfect manservant. Still, I rather thought he mightn't mind going back to sea again. There was a queer look in his eye, especially when we drew up before the Admiralty in Whitehall, and I was ushered in to the First Lord.
Sit down, Captain Horatio. Well. Left your newfound domestic bliss behind, eh, when you received our letter?
Well, may I ask what it is you have in mind for me, sir?
Of course you may. The Baltic, Horatio.
The Baltic? Is Russia coming into the war, then?
Who knows? I wish I did. That very question's at the heart of this whole project. Our letter did say, didn't it, that you'd take rank as Commodore, with a captain under you. You'd have 6 ships. The Nonsuch, 74, a ship of force.
The Nonsuch? I know her well, sir.
Both the Russian Tsar and Prince Bernadotte of Sweden have teetered back and forth for months, you know.
Well, from all I've heard, Boney's making tempting offers to them both. And Bernadotte's a Frenchman, after all. Is there really any chance that they might join us, sir?
They might, if we handle them sensibly. They have as much fear as we, now Boney's gobbled up most of the continent. The die will be cast any day, we think. If we can show those Baltic powers some British naval strength to count on.
I understand, sir.
At any rate, we've got to keep the Baltic open for supplies. So much that we need here comes by those sea lanes. Well, are you ready? Is it settled?
Yes, it's settled.
Good. Now tell me, who would you like for captain of the Nonsuch, under you?
I'd like to have Bush, sir, if he's available. I'd hate to go to sea without old Bush.
I rather thought you'd ask for him. That wooden leg of his won't be a handicap, you think?
No, I think not, sir.
You two have seen some things together, haven't you? First met as young lieutenants on the old Renown.
That's right, sir.
Well, then, Bush it shall be. Now, then, let's walk across and see the Foreign Secretary. He's sure to have some secret orders for you.
Time had come to say goodbye to Barbara. She drove with me from Smallbridge to Deal Jetty. The Nonsuch and the 5 others of my pretty new squadron lay far offshore, half lost in morning mist. Brown was looking much too pleased. I had to take him down a little. Stop mooning at those mastheads, Brown. Go hire a luggerman to take us out. Step lively now.
Yes, Captain. Commodore, that is. Aye, sir.
Wind's veering nor'ard a little. West by north now, I think.
Yes, dear. So you remarked as we were driving.
I beg your pardon, dear. You were telling me about my shirts. I interrupted you.
No, I'd finished with the shirts. What I was saying was that all your cold weather things are in the flat sea chest.
Mm-hmm.
The sheepskin coat and heavy socks and mittens and... Oh, well, Brown understands. He also has in his care a certain little package. A surprise.
Surprise, my dear?
Oh, no, after all, I wouldn't try to surprise you. It's just a woolen neck scarf I've been knitting for you. It's likely to be cold up in the Baltic, even now.
Yes, I don't like cold. You're very thoughtful,
Oh,
dear.
I do hope so much that you'll be back before the winter.
So do I. I love you, Barbara.
Boatman's alongside, sir, if you're ready.
Yes, Brown. Well, now, my dear,
Oh, you're going out by the ordinary lugger. I could come too. He could bring me back.
No, that would be foolish. Look at that choppy sea. It'll be quite wet and cold.
I wouldn't mind.
Well, I may even be seasick in that nutshell. Sometimes am, just at the start. I shouldn't like to have you witness my capitulation. Oh, my dear girl. I've been such a fool. It's all my fault. I see it now. What have I done to our sweet life together? I needn't have taken this...
Hush. Just think of the high compliment you're paid by this command. Oh, your ships are beautiful.
Yes, but dearest, to leave you now... I was much too proud, much too impulsive. I should have told them that I... Well...
And stayed at home. You, darling? Oh, don't be absurd. Brown's in the boat with all your gear. They're waiting. You must go.
Think of me, Barbara.
Oh, need you ask that? You'll write me everything? Everything, won't you?
Yes.
The bad things, too.
Of course. Well, goodbye, Barbara. Goodbye.
Come back to me. Come back to me.
It touched me that she should say that. Come back to me. Like any witless wife of any common seaman. As if by some power of my own I could control French cannon shot. But it made me love her all the more. It made my heart ache, too, that she should say such foolish things for all her pride and elegance. The little lugger pitched and rolled, a long trip all alone out to my ship. Oh, I could have let her come along. It would have done no harm. They'd seen me from the Nonsuch as we came tossing up the wind and laid into the big two-decker's lee. My old friend Bush, as captain, had turned the whole crew out full dress, and I was piped aboard with all the honors of a commodore. The ship and every man aboard was in a state of polish. Bright brass work, 6 side boys in white gloves, the whole Marine Guard and their band, a double lane of bosun's mates with pipes. A childish display, perhaps some say it is, but, well, it has its, exhilaration somehow. There was old Bush on the quarterdeck, surrounded by his officers, and all saluting stiffly. I had to check myself, or I might actually have beamed. That would have been ruinous to discipline, so naturally I just stalked up the line, handed salute. Morning, Captain Bush.
Good morning, sir. Welcome aboard.
Oh, some time since we've met, Captain Bush. Bush was stiff and correct, but his craggy face kept softening up at me as if he wanted me to laugh. This made it very difficult, of course, before the men.
You'll note, sir, that your pennant's going up. Commodore's flag to designate your ship in the flotilla.
Oh, indeed. Well, well, Captain Bush, we shall get underway at once, if you don't mind. No time to lose. Be good enough to signal the others of the squadron.
Aye, sir. Very good.
We sail on secret orders. I'll apprise you of their nature, Captain Bush, if you'll kindly dine with me this afternoon. You old sea urchin.
I shall be there, sir. Thank you. Mr. Adams, pass the word to our 5 other ships. Underway at once and keep formation.
Aye, sir. Underway.
Anything wrong, sir?
What, Bush?
Oh, I see you scowling off to starboard, sir. May I find you a glass?
No.
Is it the sloops?
No, it's nothing, Bush. No, I was just trying to make out the jetty. My wife's there. Mist hasn't quite cleared yet, has it?
Michael Redgrave returns as Horatio Hornblower. And now, continuing our story, Michael Redgrave as Horatio Hornblower awaits his old friend, Captain Bush, in his Commodore's cabin aboard the flagship Nonesuch.
Come in. Oh, Brown. Captain Bush will be dining with me here. Be sure the things come up hot from the galley, will you?
Of course, sir. I finished your unpacking. I trust it's satisfactory, sir. I placed the gift from Lady Barbara there on the bulkhead shelf.
Yes, I saw it, Brown.
Oh, it's a beautiful neck scarf, sir. Such fine, soft wool.
Yes.
I was to remind you to wear it, sir. Cold mornings.
Yes, all right. I'll consider it. Come in. Ah, Captain Bush.
I'll go and bring you dinner, sir.
Well, alone at last. Look, you know you had me grinning like some absurd schoolboy up there this morning.
I was so proud, so flattered that you'd asked for me, Horatio. I scarcely...
Well, come on, sit down. Our dinner will be coming any minute. I'm glad to see you, my old friend. Oh, well, let's go down to things of more importance, Look, I've been studying my so-called secret orders and these charts. We're headed for the Skagerrak, my friend.
I was inclined to think so, sir.
Then through the Kattegat and up the Narrows. The Danes will resist, I suppose, can't help themselves. Napoleon's on their backs.
And what about the Swedes?
That's just what no one seems to know. It's touch and go, apparently, with both the Swedes and Russians. We have to be prepared for anything.
Kattegat Sound is only 3 miles wide part of the way. Sweden to port, Denmark to starboard.
Yes, real Skiller and Charybdis, huh? Well, Bush, the powers that be have left decisions up to us, and we are going to have to improvise. Now, once we're off Göteborg, I'm going to try and pick up some fresh news on Swedish doings.
Well, let's hope that Bernadotte is leaning our way by then, sir.
Yes, Bush. If not, we'll simply have to blast our way in somehow. Up through the North Sea, into the Skagerrak. And scarcely a sail sighted off our bows the whole first week. Deserted waters, even in the Skagerrak off Denmark. Now and then we'd see a tiny fishing boat far off, none within hail. We had no news. We strained our eyes for some revealing sign. Had Bernadotte made up his mind by now? Were he and Russia enemies, neutrals, or even friends, if handled sensibly? Before sunrise, I found Bush on the quarterdeck.
Well, still no news. Are we to run the gauntlet, then? We're nearing the Helsingborg Narrows.
I wonder, Bush, how many guns are on that Swedish shore.
A multitude, sir, you may be sure. The charts show a good dozen forts. Shouldn't we send a boat in, sir? Find out how Sweden stands?
Well, last night I thought so, Bush. It has its logic, I admit. On the other hand, a boat would surely advertise our presence.
But, sir, if both sides of the Kattegat are hostile...
Well, we could dash in the moment there is light enough to see the channel. Surprise them, and perhaps get through, even if Sweden does resist.
Yes, but then if Sweden has joined Bonaparte, won't we be bottled up inside the Baltic?
Well, the Baltic is a sizable sea, Bush. I suspect we could maintain ourselves a while. Yes. Still almost an hour till dawn. That gives us time to clear our decks. Yes. I think we'll go in, Bush, this morning.
Very good, sir.
Hoist the yardarm lanterns. Signal all vessels clear for action, if you please.
Aye, aye, sir. All hands to quarters. Mr. Adams, clear for action. Pass the word.
All ships to clear for action. Aye, aye, sir.
All ships to clear for action!
An hour had passed. We came into the narrow channel just as the dawn broke in a dour grey mist. To starboard, hostile Denmark. To port, the riddle, Sweden. Was she our enemy? Well, we'd soon know at all events. Are the guns run out, Captain Bush?
Aye, aye, sir. And the fire pumps manned on every ship.
Here's for it, then.
What signal for hoisting to our other ship, sir?
The signal is proceed to leeward in battle order. Lotus shall lead.
Lotus, Sir Lead, sir, did you say?
I did.
But
We'll bring up the rear bush, naturally. Your face. I know. It's disappointing not to lead, but we're the shepherd of this little flock. We're the best built. The lead ships might get through before those shore gunners wake up. Huh? They're awake already, huh? Which shore fired that?
the Danes. They've seen us, sir. Yes, there's the drift of smoke to starboard, see?
Batteries firing to starboard, Captain Bush.
Yes, Mr. Adams, so I gather. By the way, did you know that those low cliffs are Elsinore, where Hamlet walked?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yeah, never mind. We've no time now for literary small talk, have we? Signal to Lotus, Mr. Bush. Return the fire to starboard. We'll keep exact station astern of the Harvey, if you please. I say, Lotus and Clam are giving back as good as they're getting, huh?
They are.
Bush, this channel's full of shoals. I remember that from years ago.
I remember too, sir. I've put leadsmen in the chains. They'll sing out when we're reaching shallow water.
Good. The sloops and the three others don't draw as much as we do. Let me compliment you, Bush. You've thought of everything. Well, Brown?
Your next scarf, sir.
Oh, nonsense. In the midst of an action. How dare you come up here?
It's very cold this early in the morning. Begging your pardon, sir. I had my orders, you'll recall.
Get below, Brown. All right. Give me the scarf. Yes, the air is a bit chilly. With Elsinore abaft, the channel widened, and we were out of range from shore. There'd be about an hour, I reckon, before we reached the further narrows, a longer gauntlet to be run. And at its end, 2 Danish islands, Saltholm and Amager. We had to pass between these, close to both. Full daylight now, they'd see us coming. We could no longer profit by surprise. But anyhow, all hands at breakfast and relaxed and waited, as I knew, for the real test. An infernal din of guns broke out as we approached the channel. Well, our starboard guns can speak together after all. Well done. I wasn't too sure about that at Elsinore. A little ragged. So far, the Swedish guns had all stayed silent. And as if to make up for that, though, the Danes were throwing in everything they had at us. Saltholm and wider waters seemed a very long way off. I found myself walking up and down. Well, that wouldn't do. Indifference is expected from a Commodore. So I stood still and looked about me casually.
By the deep 6 and a half 6.
6 fathoms are quite ample, aren't they, Bush, with the tide making?
I think so, sir. I wouldn't care to risk less than 5, though, just now.
By the mark 6.
Put another leadsman on the port chains quickly, Adams.
Look, Bush. Saltholm and Amager, at last. Do you see them reeling up ahead there? Both bristling, I'll be bound. Yes, smoke bursting from Amager already.
This tells the story, doesn't it? Saltholm is where they keep their powder stored.
And a half 5. And a half 5, sir.
Shaving a shoal, that's certain. I hope.
Bush, the Harvey's hit.
The Harvey's hit. Our men must on. Shrouds are trailing. Quarterless 5. Quarterless 5.
We're nearing those shoals, too. Harvey's quite helpless, eh? Oh, yes, I see. Oh, damnable luck, Bush.
We'll be alongside her in a moment. Back the main-tops!
Stand by with the heaving lines there.
Helm a
Give me
lead!
that speaking trumpet, huh?
Aboard the Harvey there. Can you hear me?
Aye, sir. I'm Lieutenant Smith, sir.
Anyone injured, Mr. Smith?
Lieutenant Mound, sir, knocked unconscious, and 2 men killed when the shell struck.
We'll bring Mr. Mond aboard here then.
Send men down for him, Captain Bush.
Cut that wreckage away smartly and stand by to receive our lines.
What's that? Are we hit, too?
Our mizzen topmast's gone.
By the mark 5! By the mark 5!
Ah, that's better. We must be bearing off the shoals.
Near hit, that one. They're reaching us much too easily from Saltholm. I don't like it.
Yes, sir. Short range. And now that we're delayed...
Now, look here. Those powder stores of theirs. Let's make a try for those. They might lie just beyond the highest fort. It seems fairly logical. Why not?
But, sir, how do we know where to... Aye, sir, certainly. Mr. Adams, have starboard batteries raise sights. Try for a hit beyond that big red fort. Say by
15 yards.
By 15 yards. Pass the word, Adams, instantly.
Starboard batteries prepare to fire. Target at 15 yards past the right port. 15 yards past the right port.
Wild idea, I suppose, Bush, but we simply can't sit here till the Harvey is in tow. It's too much like duck hunting, with the none such as the duck.
Ready? Fire!
It's no good, sir. And the Harvey's got us trapped under those guns. They'll sink her any minute, and us with her.
Let's try another salvo, Bush. 20 yards beyond the port this time.
Pass the word, Adams. 20 yards.
Target at 20 yards past the same port. Ready? Fire!
It's awesome, sir, that blast. I think, why, yes, it's even taken the fort with it. That fort and all its guns.
At least they're singularly silent.
I still don't quite believe my eyes.
A lucky guess in place of sound ballistics, eh? That makes no sense. Well, yeah, to business now. Where's my trumpet? Oh.
Mr. Smith! Mr. Smith! Have you our lines? Are they secure? You ready to get out of here?
Aye, sir. One more moment, sir.
Well, the cable's coming over now. We'll take you out starn first, understand?
Stand by for the cable, men. Starn first, it is.
Well, sir, not a bad afternoon. Harvey's in tow. Lotus took one poor hit. We have a hole or two in our own shrouds, but no ships lost. I shan't forget what we did to those powder stores on Saltholm.
Yes, that was a satisfactory moment.
And there's been no firing for a good 10 minutes.
They can't quite reach us anymore. We'll sail round Falsterbo, clear of all batteries, I think. I'm a bit tired. Adams, Mr. Adams, has Mr. Mound been brought up yet?
Yes, sir. He's aft. Unconscious now. The sergeant's with him.
I want to see him.
Concussion and bad shoulder wound. A bit of blood about the face and throat, sir.
Well, here you are, Mound. Surgeon taking care of you, all right?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm quite all right.
We're taking him below to sick bay in a moment.
I'm proud of all my young officers today, Mound. They're not too uncomfortable, I hope.
Did all of us get through, sir? All our ships?
That we did, Mound. What pleases me, those Danish guns raked us with all they had, but not one shell from Sweden's coast. They're not against us yet, at any rate. He's shivering, Adams. It's cold this afternoon. Here, put this scarf round his neck and shoulders. I don't need it.
But, sir, he's bleeding on your
Oh,
side.
come on, take it. Oh, well, then I'll do it myself. Is that better, Mound?
Ah, yes, sir. Wonderful. Thank you.
We hailed a fishing boat a few minutes ago, Mound. Found out the Blanche Fleur passed through the Baltic yesterday. Big French corvette with at least 20 guns. She must be just ahead of us. Well, you'll have to get well quickly, Mound. Won't want to miss the fun, will you?
A letter, your ladyship.
Oh, thank you, Wiggins. Why, it's from...
I thought so, my lady. I'm very pleased for you.
My dearest wife, I found a means of sending this brief note to you by way of Sweden. And I want you to know that all is well with us here in the Baltic. On the whole, we've had a remarkably quiet time. Few slightly sticky moments getting in. The Danes on shore showed a bit of ill temper, but there's very little to report that isn't merely ship's routine.
Oh, my dear. My dear, you're such a bare-faced liar, I'm sure. But I do love you very much.
It is my hope that somehow I shall soon receive letters from England and know thereby that you are well and happy. I'm sure you will like hearing that Brown takes magnificent care of me, fusses over me far too much. He seems to think that in doing so, he's following someone's orders. I can't think who. The weather is surprisingly fine. You'll be glad to know that it's quite warm. I haven't even needed the handsome scarf you knitted lately. But rest assured, that all goes well with me. I send you my whole, my heartfelt love, my dear Horatio.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. The radio script was written by Philo Higley. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
After so many years, I still feel a sense of shame at my temporary dependence on the mad Don Julian, who believed himself a divine being and above the laws of men. While I waited, I considered my best course of action. There was a chance that the Spanish ship might come in from sea, in which case, with half my crew ashore, I would be in a hopeless case. On the other hand, I had lookouts aloft, and I was frantic to secure stores, lest Don Julian's rebellion should come to a sudden and bloody ending.
I respect, Senor Capitan. There are 400 cattle awaiting your orders, Capitan. My men are driving onto the beach. Good. The sugar is ready at El Supremo's mill. With regard to the tobacco, which special kind do you prefer? For some time, we've only been rolling cigars for our own consumption.
I was hard put to it to suppress my delight at the mention of cigars. It was 3 months since I'd seen one. My men used Virginia pigtail twist, but that would be unobtainable on this coast. I waved a careless hand.
Well, send as many cigars as will be convenient to you, and, such other tobacco as you have on hand. Si, senor. The coffee, vegetables, and eggs will be easy. But with regard to the bread, Your Excellency will forgive me, but in this country we have only maize. There is a little wheat grown in the Tierra Templada, but it rests in the hands of the unenlightened. Would maize flour suffice?
This is serious. English sailors are unaccustomed to maize flour.
I know, Your Excellency, but I can only obtain wheat flour by fighting for it. And I know that El Supremo would not like me to fight at present. El Supremo will be angry.
Very well, I'll agree to use maize flour, but to make up for it, I shall require something else. I want drink for my men. Is there wine here or any ardent spirit?
The people on this coast, sir, drink an ardent spirit with which you are perhaps not acquainted.
What's that?
It is distilled from the waste of the sugar mills from treacle, Your Excellency.
Rum, by him.
Yes, senor. Would that be of any use to you?
I shall accept it in lieu of anything better. In fact, of course, my heart was leaping with joy. It would appear a miracle to my officers that I should conjure rum and tobacco from this volcano-ridden coast.
Thank you, senor. And shall we begin to slaughter the cattle now?
This was a decision I'd been postponing ever since I'd heard of the arrival of the cattle. I tested the sea breeze. It was not nearly so strong as yesterday, and the weaker the breeze, the less chance of the Natividad coming in to interrupt the revictualling. I took the plunge. Very well, senor. We will start now. Back and forth. They came laden with joints of meat, and on board the purser and his crew toiled like slaves in the roasting heat, cramming the brine barrels with meat. Sacks of flour, anchors of rum, bales of tobacco. The hands sweated as they swayed these things up from the boats. The Lydia was gorging herself full. And in return, I kept my side of the bargain. Mr. Bush, you may release the muskets and kegs of powder and shot which we brought for Don Julian. You send it ashore. Hernandez will arrange its transport then. Aye, sir. And then, on the second evening, as I walked the quarterdeck looking forward to my dinner of roast fowl, and reveling in the thought that I was now free of the land for another 6 months, if necessary, I heard a sound from the shore which filled me with horror. You put those muskets down! Put it down! Mr. Galbraith! You're in command here. What's the meaning of this?
Sir, I don't exactly know. They've been torturing a poor devil up there, sir. Lashed into a spar and left him to die of thirst.
Silence! Galbraith, I address you.
I don't know how it began, sir. The party came running back from up there. They had Smith with them, wounded. He's dead now.
Yeah, if another man speaks without orders, I'll have him in irons. Mr. Galbraith.
I saw they were going to attack us, so I had the Marines fire.
Oh, did you? I'll speak to you later, Mr. Galbraith. You, Jenkins. You, Poole. What were you doing up there? You knew the order that no one was to go beyond the creek? Tomorrow morning, I'll show you what orders mean. As I spoke, I heard a horse galloping up. It was Hernandez, riding as fast as he could. As Hernandez slid from his horse, I turned on him. Did El Supremo give orders for this attack on my men?
No, Capitan.
I think he will not be too pleased with you when I tell him of it.
Your men tried to release a man condemned to death.
That does not permit your men to kill mine.
The inhabitants are angry and discontented. The whole country has been swept to find food for you. The criminal was condemned to death for driving his pigs into the country so that they should not be given to you.
It was a delicate situation. I was anxious to be conciliatory if I could do so without angering my men. And I was about to lead Hernandez aside and soften my tone when...
A ship is coming! What is that?
Your Excellency, this man has been watched from the mountain.
Yes?
From there he could see the sails of a ship coming towards the bay. He says he has often seen the Natividad and is sure it is the same ship.
How far off is she?
Aquí me sin ti, along menos.
is a long way, 7 leagues or more. She's coming from the direction of Panama. Mr. Galbraith? Sir? Get your men aboard with all expedition. My compliments to Lieutenant Bush and desire him to clear for action and beat hands to quarters.
Aye, aye, sir.
A stream of plans and ideas was flooding my mind. I estimated that with the land breeze, the Natividad could be in the bay by midnight. On the other hand, I knew the Spanish habit of snugging down for the night and of not attempting any complicated piece of seamanship unless absolutely necessary. I wished I knew more about the Spanish captain. Tell me, senor, has this ship often come into this bay?
Yes, senor, often.
Is her captain a good seaman?
A very good seaman, sir.
A landsman's opinion of seamanship was not worth much, but still, it was an indication. I was still uncertain what to do. If I went to sea and engaged the Natividad on open water, the two ships might well batter each other into wrecks. Rigging and spars, hulls and sails. I should suffer casualties which I could not replace here in the Pacific. I should expend priceless ammunition. Yet if I stayed in the bay and the plan I had in mind did not succeed, I should have to beat my way out of the bay against the breeze in the morning, presenting the Spaniard with every advantage. The Natividad's size and superiority of guns were already such as to make the outcome of such a battle hazardous. Yet the possible gains of remaining in the bay were so enormous that I took my decision. I would run the risk. First puffs of the land breeze, the Lydia glided across the bay like a ghost in the moonlight. I had hoisted no sail, lest a gleam of canvas become visible to the distant ship at sea. The launch and cutter were towing the ship, sounding as they went into the deep water at the foot of the island which marked the entrance of the bay. Manguera Island, it was called. I found myself pacing my tiny cabin, though it would be at least 4 hours before the Natividad could reach the entrance of the bay. I checked myself furiously. I must show the ship that I could face uncertainty with indifference. Follow you. Sir, my compliments to Mr. Bush, and tell him that if he can spare Mr. Galbraith, Mr. Clay, and Mr. Savage from their duties, I'd be glad if they'd sup with me and have a hand of whist. I think, gentlemen, it's almost time we went on deck. The rubber would not be over if Mr. Savage had paid attention to the score. At the 8th trick, he should have played his ace of hearts instead of risking the finesse. I grant that the finesse had been successful. Had it been, it would have won him 2 more tricks. But...
Is that you, sir?
Yes, Mr. Bush. Is all well? It's infernally dark.
Yes, sir, but you can see her when your eyes get used to it. She's still heading for the bay. Everyone's at his post, sir.
From now until the last moment, everything must be done with as much silence as possible. Send the hands aloft ready to set sail.
Aye, aye, sir. Bosun, hands aloft. Quietly if you value your life.
I hurried forward along the gangway, past the forecastle carronades with their crews crouching round them, and swung myself over onto the bowsprit. I could see round the corner of the island. The Natividad was heading straight for me. I could almost hear the sound of her passage through the water. I heard the voice of the man at the lead. I could hear the voices of her crew, all jabbering and nobody looking out well enough to see our spars. And then, the moment I was waiting for. Orders for the Natividad to go about. This was the time. From my pocket, I drew my silver whistle and blew.
Bring him there!
raced aft again as the Lydia surged forward.
Well, steady. Steady it is, sir. Port a little. Port a little, sir. A little more. Right, sir. Port, sir. Hard to starboard. Hard to starboard cheer, sir.
The Natividad had no time to gather way upon her new course before we came leaping out of the blackness and rasped alongside her. Months of drill bore fruit in that moment. On board the Spaniard, there was utter surprise. One moment all hands had been engrossed with the work of the ship, with no enemy nearer than 4,000 miles away, seemingly. The next minute, our ship had come crashing out of the darkness. The night had been torn to shreds with the flare of guns. On every hand, men were struck down by hurtling shot, and now an armed host, yelling like fiends from the pit, poured aboard. The most disciplined crew could hardly have stood the shock. Yet some of the officers were hardy souls. They drew their swords and made a stand. On the lower deck, the Spanish seamen were gathering together in the darkness to defend the hatchways when the second part of my plan came into operation. The 2 boats full of men, which I dispatched before we engaged, had prized open the lower deck ports of the Spaniards' port side, and now they came swarming in, the utter demoralization of the defenders.
Where's those officers? Senor, lay down your arms. Who is surrender? Order your men to cease fighting. Impossible a continuar. El muchos peritos sin parar. Captain Hornblower, I have accepted surrender in your name.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Bring the officers aboard the Lydia. Men were happy. They would each get at least 25 guineas as their share of prize money for the Natividad. They were already spending it in imagination. But while the rejoicing went on, I was considering my next step. The immediately pressing problem was what to do with the Natividad, and especially its crew. I couldn't bear the thought of handing them over to that cold-blooded madman who called himself El Supremo. Although I was pledged to assist him in his rebellion against the Spanish rule, I felt no desire to assist him in mass murder. However, my next move was decided for me by the arrival of Hernandez from the shore.
Capitan, El Supremo wishes to see you at once. My boat is waiting.
Human beings, in addressing me, do not use the expression senor. As I told you, I am divine. You may call me El Supremo. I believe that in your own language, that term means the Almighty. It is hardly sufficient to describe my divinity, but it will suffice.
I could only bow. I dare not trust myself to speak. He was quite unconscious of having said anything at all remarkable.
The navigating officers are still alive?
Yes, Supremo.
Then I will take the Natividad into my service. I will kill the executive officers and replace them with my own. The others and the common sailors will serve me.
I had to think quickly. The Natividad is the prize of my king. Perhaps he would not be pleased if I let her go.
He would certainly be displeased if he knew you had offended me. I have noticed before, Captain Hornblower, that you have verged upon disrespect towards me, and I have been mild enough to attribute it to your foreign breeding.
I sighed to think England would lose a fine frigate and a fine opportunity. I realized that I must sacrifice my prize money and flatter this autocrat a little longer. But I was determined to preserve my prisoners' lives. I am sure it is my foreign breeding which is to blame, Supremo, but, well, how could it possibly be imagined that I could be lacking in respect to El Supremo? The ship is yours.
General Hernandez, make arrangements for 500 men to go aboard the ships at noon. I will sail with them, and so will you.
Certainly, Supremo. Is the Lydia to have the honor of carrying El Supremo to La Libertad? My crew would greatly appreciate the distinction.
Naturally, they would.
So I left the great Don Julian and hurried back down the mountain. Once I had him aboard the Lydia, I was confident of being able to deal with him more easily. My officers were waiting to receive me when I rowed out to the ship. Mr. Bush, sir, kindly instruct my steward to put out my best uniform and make ready the after cabin for a state dinner for 8 people at 6 bells.
Aye, aye, sir. In case your guests should require a salute, sir, may I ask their rank?
You may, Mr. Bush. We are entertaining the Almighty.
The Almighty? Yes, sir.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
enough to look back and smile at this distance of time. But as I paced my quarterdeck in the burning sun on that morning long ago, I was far from smiling. So as not to imperil my mission, I'd been obliged to turn over the Natividad to the madman Don Julian, who called himself Divine, Almighty, El Supremo. Now he was coming aboard to murder my prisoners, the Spanish officers. I was determined to save them, at least.
Come here, you. Are you the Spanish sailing master?
Si, senor.
What is that image beside the taffrail there?
It's of the Virgin and Child, senor.
Throw it overboard. But wait, senor. I prefer to have the pleasure myself. So, now, which is the youngest of your mates?
I am, senor.
Very well. You will hold up your hand and declare your disbelief in any other divine lord than our gracious El Supremo. Up with your hand. Good. Now repeat after me. I swear.
I swear. Oh, no. No, senor. No, I cannot. I dare not.
No. Then we shall not need you, shall we? Lieutenant Barrios, Terno, throw that overboard. No, the next man. You swear your disbelief?
There was no further trouble from the officers. They took the new oath one by one, as indeed they
Oh,
must.
you see, men.
Then de Crespo spoke to the crew, a mixed collection of Spaniards, Chinese, Negroes, Indians.
Sweeping the Spaniards from the dominion of America. Within a year, the whole of the land from Mexico to Peru will be at his feet. There will be an end of Spanish misrule, of brutal domination, of slavery in mine and field. There will be land for everybody, freedom and happiness under El Supremo. You can join us all. The alternative you have seen. Now, who is for El Supremo? I am too. Thank you. Thank you too, Captain. I think there is no more need for your prize crew now. Should any insubordination arise later, I shall be able to deal with it.
I'm quite sure you will. Mr. Gerard, you will order your crew to withdraw and return to the Lydia. As my boat bore me back to my ship, I reflected bitterly on the murder of the Spanish master's mate. But there was nothing I could have done. At all costs, I must not fall out with Supremo or his followers while my orders remained uncompleted. As I reached my own deck, the boom of a gun from the Natividad was answered by one from the Lydia. A new flag was flying from the peak of the Natividad, blue with a yellow star in the middle.
Fire 6! If I hadn't been born a ruddy fool, I shouldn't be here. Fire 7! I've left my wife and I left my home, everything that's dear. Fire 8!
El Supremo came riding down to the beach with his ragged retinue, and I met him there. As we rowed out to the Lydia, I ran my eye over the ship to see that all was ready to receive our ally with full military formality. But before he mounted the ladder, he remarked,
"The correct salute for me, Capitan, is 23 guns."
Mr. Bush, pass the word to Mr. Marsh for 23 guns. Don't look so stricken, Mr. Bush. It's two more than His Majesty himself receives. It's entirely meaningless.
Aye, sir.
Dinner will be served shortly, El Supremo. Would you care to come below?
I
embarrassment of our makeshift dinner in the gun room, into which we crowded with Supremo's retinue, was mercifully cut short by the arrival of the officer of the watch.
Beg pardon, sir, but there's a messenger from the shore. I can't understand a word he says.
Very well, I'll come on deck. I think you'd better accompany me, Mr. Bush.
Thank you, sir. Last load, thank heaven. Never seen such a damned murderous gang of cutthroats in my life. Soldiers, they call them. I give a week's baccy to know what the captain's up to. He don't stand what he's standing from this Supremo for nothing. Well, here we are. Nail alongside. Come on, Ansem, up that ladder. Up the ladder, I said. We aren't sitting here all day. Lord me, it's awkward as a powder monkey. Look out, he's lost his old stand from under! Finishing fine time to go swimming, is it? He can't swim. We'll have to fish him out. All right. I'll go in for it. Here, out the way there. Well, here goes. You can't you? Stop there, wriggling or else I'll let you go. All right now. I got him. Come on, boys. Out you come. Right now, go on, up the ladder. Come on, I've come behind you to see you get up this time.
Well done, men. I'll see you get an extra top for that piece of work. Now, get that man below and find him some dry clothes.
Capitan, oblige me by hanging those two men from the yardarm.
What?
I said, please hang that clumsy fool of a soldier. I will not have fools in my army. And your seaman must be hanged for daring to save a man I would prefer to have been drowned.
With all due respect, Supremo, if I did what you wish, my men would no longer respect me, and it's essential for the success of our venture, yours and mine, that I should keep the loyalty and love of my crew.
Love? Capitan, I will show you loyalty. Where is that scum who fell into the sea?
Supremo, I am here.
I shall be merciful because it pleases me to be so. I was going to hang you, but instead I give you permission to drown.
Thank you, Supremo. Thank you.
Blimey, he's going to jump overboard. So, and now, Capitan, you will of course hang your man.
I bow to your wish, Supremo, but may I not have the honor of following the lesson you have so kindly taught me?
I do not understand you, Capitan.
Allow me to demonstrate. Harvey, come here.
I'm here, sir.
You have displeased El Supremo, Harvey, which means death. I give you permission to go.
Permission to... thank you kindly, sir.
The vanity of Supremo was so colossal that it apparently never occurred to him that Harvey was probably the finest diver and swimmer in the British Navy. Too. And I cannot ever remember such a feeling of relief as on the day when I landed my mad and cutthroat ally, El Supremo, at the port of La Libertad, and he disappeared with his murderous army in the direction of El Salvador. For a space I was free of him and all his works, and no longer under the necessity of pretending to pay him homage. The sky was blue, the sea was blue and silver. In my pleasure, I so far forgot myself as actually to converse with Lieutenant Bush. Well, it's pleasant to be at sea again, Mr. Bush, with our ship to ourselves.
It's better than a tonic, sir. Harvey's glad to return to work, too, sir. He didn't like hiding in the cable tier after we picked him up. It mightn't be a bad thing, sir, if that fellow Supremo happened to get killed in the fighting.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Bush.
Hey-ho!
Hey-ho?
Where away? On the port bow, sir. A two-masted lugger, sir. She's right to windward. Running down to us under all sail, sir.
Don't like the look of our gun, sir. She's hove to. Just out of range. Hey, she's setting about, sir.
The dinghy danced jerkily across the water, and presently a man came scrambling up the ladder. So many strange figures had mounted that ladder of late. This new arrival wore the full dress of the Spanish Royal Navy, and his epaulets gleamed in the sun. He came forward and bowed.
Captain Hornblower.
I am Captain Hornblower.
Captain Manuel Diaz at your service. I have to welcome you as the new ally of Spain.
Ally of Spain? Is this a jest, sir?
Sure, it is no jest, Captain. I've been seeking you for the past 4 days. Let me explain.
Please.
Last month, Napoleon Bonaparte stole our King Ferdinand from us and has named his brother Joseph King of Spain. In consequence, the Spanish government has signed a treaty of perpetual alliance and friendship with His Majesty of England. Lest you doubt me, sir, I have here some letters. One from your Admiral in the Leeward Islands, sent overland from Portobello. One from His Excellency the Viceroy of Peru. And one from the English lady in Panama.
Oh, thank you. And be good enough to pardon me while I retire to study these documents. Mr. Bush, you will entertain Captain Diaz until my return.
Aye, sir.
Senor Diaz, everything appears to be in order.
Senor?
Greetings to our new allies. I am proud to be serving with Spain against the Corsican tyrant.
Thank you, Captain. We were very much afraid lest you should fall in with the Natividad before you heard the news, because she has not heard it either. In that case, I'm afraid your fine frigate would have come to serious harm.
Navet, bring the prisoners up from the cable tier, quickly.
Aye, aye, sir.
I regret to have to tell you, senor, that by evil chance the Natividad met us a week ago.
You met the Natividad?
I plunged feverishly into an explanation, but it was not easy to tell a Spanish captain that I'd captured a ship twice my power without receiving one shot, nor to explain that the ship was now under the flag of El Supremo. Then, a fresh and harassing aspect of the situation struck him.
Something must be done. The Manilla galleon is at sea. She's due to arrive at Acapulco next month with priceless treasure. The Natividad will intercept her and, her loss might well bankrupt our government.
Very well, sir. My duty is plain. I will take my ship back to fight the Natividad.
Thank you, Captain. You will call at Panama first to consult the Viceroy?
Yes.
Then I will bid you goodbye for the time being. If I reach Panama first, I will arrange your welcome.
Thank you, sir. You see, Mr. Bush, the situation is complicated.
It's not your fault, sir. After all, you've only obeyed your Admiralty orders.
The Lords of the Admiralty will not allow such a small point to influence their opinion of a captain and his officers, who are the cause of such trouble, Mr. Bush.
I feel you're right, sir.
However, there's another and more pressing matter. Lady Barbara Wellesley is at Panama and desires a passage in the Lydia to Europe.
But, sir, how could we carry such a lady in the Lydia? The frigate is hardly equipped for comfort.
That is what I shall have to point out to the lady. Though if she has the normal Wellesley blood in her, I suspect I shall be wasting my time. I was soon to have an opportunity of finding out at first hand. We sailed into the roadstead of Panama the next morning.
There's a lady in the boat, sir. An English lady, I think. Wants to go aboard, sir.
She seems disinclined to wait for permission, it seems. We shall take no action, Mr. Bush. One of those masculine women. No real woman would catch and climb a rope ladder like that. Besides, what's an Englishwoman doing in Panama without a male escort?
Mr. Midshipman, please be so good as to have my luggage brought up out of the boat.
There's the captain, madam.
Yes, so I see. But please have my luggage brought up while I speak to him.
I faced an internal struggle. I disliked the aristocracy. I could not forget that as a doctor's son I had had to touch my hat to the local squire. Yet it would be foolish for a poverty-stricken frigate captain with no influence to offend a member of such a family as the Wellesleys. For the present, I decided on icy formality.
Are you the captain of this ship, sir?
Captain Hornblower, at your service, ma'am.
Well, I'm Lady Barbara Wellesley. I wrote you a note requesting a passage to England. I trust you received it?
I did, ma'am, but I do not think it wise for your ladyship to join this vessel.
Please tell me why, sir.
Because, ma'am, we shall shortly be in action with the enemy. Also, we shall have to return to England via Cape Horn. Your ladyship would be well advised to make your way to Portobello. From there, you could reach Jamaica and obtain a berth in a West India packet which is accustomed to female passengers.
I have informed you, sir, that there is yellow fever in Portobello.
Yes, ma'am, but...
1,000 persons died of it last week. That is why I removed to Panama.
May I ask why your ladyship was in Portobello?
Because, sir, the West Indian packet in which I was a female passenger was captured by a Spanish privateer and brought there.
I see.
I regret, sir, that I cannot tell you the name of my grandmother's cook, but I shall be glad to answer any further questions which a gentleman of breeding would ask.
Yes, but we are going out to fight a ship of twice our force. It will be dangerous.
I would rather be on your ship, whomever you have to fight, than to be in Panama with a yellow fever.
Well, what of Cape Horn, ma'am?
Well, I have no knowledge of it, but I've twice rounded the Cape of Good Hope during my brother's governor-generalship, and I have never yet been seasick. Well, soon, Captain, I will come to think that I shall be unwelcome aboard. I can hardly imagine that a gentleman holding the King's commission would be discourteous to a woman, especially to a woman with my name.
I was only doing my duty, ma'am, in pointing out the dangers to which you will be exposed. For myself, nothing would give me greater pleasure than your presence. Surrender again. First to El Supremo, and now to Lady Barbara. If I offended this lady, I might, well, never command a ship again. My wife and I might rot on half pay for the rest of our lives. I was 37 and not more than 1/8 of the way up the captain's list. The goodwill of the Wellensleys might enable me to reach flag rank.
Begging your pardon, ma'am, but your luggage is aboard.
Oh, thank you. Be so kind as to give this to the boat's crew.
But, ma'am, there will be no room in your cabin for 1/10 of that luggage.
I am aware of that, sir. I have dwelt in a cabin before. That sea chest will hold all I require. The rest can be put where you will. And now, may I see my cabin?
You see, your ladyship, a frigate has few of the luxuries of an Indiaman.
I was just thinking that it was scandalous that a king's officer should be given such quarters.
And as I left to pay my call on the Viceroy...
Where shall I serve her ladyship's dinner, sir?
I don't know, boss. Ask her, blast you.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Faced many difficult problems in my seafaring career. But as I look back now, I can remember none graver than that which faced me as I prepared to sail in my frigate in search of the Natividad. I had captured her before in harbor, by night and by surprise. Now I must meet her on the open sea, where her enormous superiority in firing force must give her the advantage. That was bad enough. Now I had the additional responsibility of a high-born and influential passenger, Lady Barbara Wellesley. When I returned to the ship after calling on the Viceroy at Panama, I summoned Bush, my first lieutenant, to my cabin.
Mr. Bush, where's Lady Barbara? She's on the quarterdeck, sir. I had the carpenter knock up a hammock chair for her. I had a bit of awning rigged so as to give her some shade.
Mr. Bush, the Lydia is a frigate about to go into action, not an Indiaman with nothing to do but pamper passengers.
No, sir.
If Lady Wellesley takes advantage of her position and forces me to carry her to England, I cannot refuse. But this is no reason why my ship should be turned into a boudoir.
No, sir.
Confound you, Bush. Can't you say anything but no, sir?
Yes, sir. Forgive me, sir, but it would have been highly dangerous for her ladyship to stay ashore with yellow fever spreading as it is.
So she seeks safety by coming aboard a ship which is about to fight an enemy twice its size. Now, hark ye, Mr. Bush, no good will come of this. If we win the battle, we shall be censured for exposing her ladyship to danger. If we lose it,
I cannot imagine you losing any battle, sir. Not if it was the whole Spanish fleet instead of just one ship.
When I want your opinion, Mr. Bush, good or otherwise, I will ask for it. How am I going to pace my quarterdeck with a woman sitting there? The thing I've just thought is my shower bath under the pump on deck. Look, have a screen rigged. See that the crew are warned about dress, too. In this heat, most of them work half naked.
Aye, aye, sir.
She was still on the quarterdeck when I went to attend to the business of getting the ship underway. It was infuriating.
Heave! Heave, sailors! Heave! Cables parted, sir! The anchor's foul, sir!
My mind had to juggle with many factors at once. The drag of the cable on the bows, the pressure of the wind on the driver and topsail, the set of the tide, the increasing sternway, the amount of cable still to run out. When I sail forward, I must do so dead in line with the anchor, with no slack in the cable, or we might well bring the masts and rigging about our ears.
Hard to starboard. Starboard it is, sir.
Smartly with the braces now. Now she's checked, Mr. Bush. She's moving forward. Mr. Bush now, hands aloft, set every sail that'll draw.
All hands aloft!
Quickly, take in the cable.
She's making, sir. She's making.
Yes, but we mustn't sail up to our anchor with too much speed on her. When I give the order, Mr. Bush, we shall see how well you've drilled your crew. Those sails must come off her like lightning, or we're not to be taken aback.
They will, sir. I swear by the crew.
Stand by.
Now,
Take her off, sail. Cautious, topsail, and gallant for your life.
hard apart. Hard apart. Capstan there. Cable in. Quicker, quicker.
sail off, the Lydia was drifting up to her anchor. Now was the moment when either she would raise it or the maneuver would end in disaster. Every man aboard, save the wildly rushing capstan hands, held his breath.
Anchors free, sir!
Is that all sail, Mr. Bush?
Aye, sir. By heaven, sir. You've shown those Spaniards the finest bit of seamanship they'll ever see in their lives.
Kindly attend to your duties, Mr. Bush.
Aye, aye, sir.
Not until we were standing out of the Gulf, close hauled, that I was free to communicate to Lady Barbara the news I had heard from the Viceroy. In any case, good manners necessitated that I should address her. I couldn't ignore her presence, however much I might resent it. She sat in her hammock chair by the taffrail, a servant Hebe, the negress, at her feet. She was in animated conversation with Gerard, the officer of the watch, and I noted with amusement that Gerard broke off the conversation and moved away as I approached. Acknowledged my bow with a smile.
Oh, it's heavenly to be at sea again, Captain. And may I congratulate you on your amazing seamanship in raising your anchor. Also, you've given me no opportunity to tell you how grateful I am to you for taking me away from Panama. I was treated well enough, but, well, I was in charge of Her Excellency. An admirable woman, but oh, so dull. In Spanish America, women are treated like Mohammedans. And Spanish American food, oh...
On the latter point, I agree heartily, Your Ladyship.
Well, will you not sit down, Captain?
Sit down on my own quarterdeck? Thank you, Your Ladyship, but I've never done such a thing in my life. If you'll forgive me, I prefer to stand. I came to give you good news. Your brother, Sir Arthur, has won a great victory over the French in Portugal.
A great victory? Oh, that is very good news. I've always been proud of Arthur, and this makes me prouder still.
Well, I am happy to be the first to congratulate his sister.
Oh, Captain, just look at that setting sun. One almost expects to hear a hiss as it sinks into the sea.
Yes, I endeavor never to miss the sunset in these waters, Your Ladyship. It's a daily miracle.
Beautiful. Exquisite.
I hope Your Ladyship was well provided for during my absence ashore. If there's anything further that lies within my power...
Well, there's just one thing, Captain, that I should like to ask as a favor.
What is that?
That is that you do not call me Your Ladyship. Call me Lady Barbara, if you will.
Certainly, Lady Barbara.
And if Lady Barbara doesn't come easily to you and you wish to attract my attention, you can always say, Oh, Captain, I'm so sorry. Please accept my apologies. I realize now that to mock you was quite unforgivable.
There's nothing to forgive, ma'am. And now, if you will forgive me in your turn, I must attend to my duties.
One moment, please. Captain, I know that you've much on your mind. I know that before you sail for home, you must fight the Natividad. Will you tell me, what are your prospects in that battle?
Well, the Natividad, ma'am, is a two-decker with 50 guns against my 36. She is commanded by Vice Admiral de Crespo, a ruthless and bloodthirsty man who will never surrender. Whatever his faults, he's no coward. But against his force, I have perhaps a little experience. Capable and loyal officers and a very well-trained crew.
And they're English. That counts for much. You may be frank with me, Captain. What will happen if we should lose?
If I or my crew are taken alive, we shall be hanged or tortured. El Supremo will show no mercy to us for having turned against him. And you... it shall be my last care to see that you do not fall into the hands of de Crespo alive.
Thank you, Captain. But you're not to worry about me, nor to allow my presence to influence you. Should it come to the worst, I too am English, and a Wellesley. I know how to die.
anything, Mr. Bush? I was just going to send down to you, sir, for permission to shorten sail.
Yes, get the courses and topgallants off her, Mr. Bush.
Aye, sir. Hands to shorten sail.
Lady Barbara, you ought to be below. I'm afraid we're going to have a stiff gale.
Oh, no, Captain. This is too delicious after the heat.
It's your health, ma'am, about which I'm anxious.
If salt water was harmful, sailors would die young.
Well, it's really...
Sail ho!
Sail.
Right ahead! Looks like the Natividad, sir. How's she headed? On the starboard deck, sir. Same as us. She is the Natividad, sir. I can see the catamaran topsail. Report any activity. Aye, aye, sir. She's seen us, sir. She's wearing out on port deck, heading up the window of us, sir.
Oh, is she? Unusual for a Spanish ship to face a Viking challenge. Of course, she's not a Spanish ship now. She shan't get the weather gauge of me, whatever happens.
And the braces, sir. You all keep us near the wind as you'll lie.
Mr. Bush, beat the quarters, if you please, and clear for action. Your place is below, Lady Barbara. Take your maid with you and stay in the cockpit until the action is over. No, not the cockpit. We'll leave that for the wounded. Go to the cable tier.
Captain!
I've no time to discuss the matter, ma'am. Mr. Clay, conduct her ladyship to the cable tier. See if she is safe before you leave her. Those are my orders, Mr. Clay. Mr. Bush's incessant drilling of the crew showed its value now. Every man knew his job and did it swiftly and well. The decks were soused with water and strewn with sand. The bulkheads were knocked away. The fire parties took their places at the pumps. The boys ran with cartridges for the guns. And down below, the acting surgeon was dragging the midshipmen's chests together in the cockpit to make an operating table.
The more this sea gets up, the better, sir. The syndicate won't be able to open their lower gun ports.
No. I'll trouble you to have 2 reefs taken in those topsails.
Aye, aye, sir. Top of the rope. 2 reefs in the topsail. Excuse me, sir. With all this spray breaking aboard, do you think we can rely on the flint triggers for the guns? Or shall we have the slow matches lit at the tubs?
Yeah, better light the matches in case.
Wheel there. Steer small, blast you. Both ships are approaching each other at an angle. Steer so that when we meet, our ship has the wind of the other. Do you understand? Aye, aye, sir. Look, sir. There's a puff of smoke. She's opened fire.
Man's a fool to waste powder and shot at such range. Never forget, Mr. Bush, a first broadside discharged in close quarters with guns carefully loaded by crews with time to think is worth 10 under any other circumstances.
Yes, sir. We've been passing mighty close, sir. If we both stay on this course, in fact, we'll meet bow to bow. No telling who'll have the weather gauge. That was closer. Here comes another. That got us. 2 men down at number 4 gun, sir. Christmas! We're going to shave it close. Stand by, Mr. Rayner. Fire as your guns bear. Wheel there. Watch your helm of weather. Yes, sir. Now, hold her as she comes round. Fire!
With action at last, my nervousness and fear of some fatal error was gone. I stared across the tossing sea at the Natividad. I could see De Crespo up on the poop. The fellow actually had the insolence to wave airily at me. We had had the advantage from our maneuver. 2 broadsides into her at close range with only 1 shot in reply. Now, we had to pay for it. I saw the rudder of our opponent kick over, and the next moment the 2-decker had swung round and was hurtling down upon us.
Top gallant! Take it in!
Steady, lads. We shall have a broadside from her, too.
Fire! Stop your men! When the smoke clears, fire as you will!
De Crespo was evidently unable to trust his crew to fire independently and was working them to the word of command. He was doing it well, too. At intervals, as the sea permitted, her lower deck ports were opening like clockwork, and her big 24-pounders were vomiting flame and smoke.
Much work this, sir?
Yes. Mr. Bush, have the dead carried away from the guns. The crews cannot work properly. The
men had better lie on the deck and drag them. It's death to stand in that iron hail. And, Mr. Bush, I fear the Natividad's superior force is too great for us to continue this close work. We shall have to use running if we're to survive. It's a pity, sir, but I'm afraid you're right. Cancel the braces. Now, Mr. Bush, back the main topsail a trifle to take way off us. And let the Natividad get ahead. Aye, sir. Now, tack ship and run across her stern. A broadside, Mr. Gerard. Aye, sir. Now tack again. Right in the braces there. Tack across her stern. Your guns, Mr. Reynard. Glorious. Damn my heart. Glorious. Two broadsides into her stern. She's too big and clumsy to take about like us, sir. Yes, save your satisfaction for the end. She's coming back at us. Oh, she is, sir. And her lower gun ports are open as well this time. Going to take some real punishment now. There's Dick Crispo, drilling like a knife. I hope he was killed, sir, in our broadsides. Here she comes. Oh, what we about to receive. Jimmy. Bear a hand here, some of you, to free the captain. No, sir. Let me get you below, sir. You're covered with blood. Get on with your work, Buster. It's not my blood. Now clear this mess or we're lost. The missile has carried away the main topgallant mast with it. Axe again! Hey, Tomskin! Axe is here. Cut that wreckage away. Look out! Here comes all the broadside. Stay at your work. I'll run my sword into the man who moves away. The new broadside thundered into us, and I felt the Lydia leap and twist like something human as the great shots plunged into her vitals. A man wielding his axe near me suddenly vanished in a red mass. I picked up his axe and attacked the tangled wreckage myself. Suddenly I felt the ship lurch and swing. She was free of the wreckage. Most of the men who had been on the quarterdeck with me were dead. Marines, seamen, officers. Natividad was wearing round again, and I forced my mind to concentrate on the problem of how I could maneuver my crippled ship and continue the fight. Man the braces! Mr. Bush, we'll try and bring her into the wind. Wheel there, on to starboard. Starboard, sir. Stand to your guns, men. Fire! Oh, well done, lads! There goes our foremast. Give it her again! Pump it into her! Fire! Look at that. The foremast is gone. She's taken the main topmast with it. She's swinging round into the wind. She's as helpless as we are. Confound it, the gale is blowing us apart. Ceasefire, then. You're only wasting your shot at this range. With the mizzen gun, sir, I can't get enough leverage to sail into the wind. No, it's infuriating, but she's in the same trouble. Mr. Bush, the ship which is ready for action again first will win this battle. Aye, sir. I'll get that. Bush, you're hurt. It's not so much, sir. A falling block caught in the head. I'll tie it up for now. Are you all right, sir? For heaven's sake, don't stand there asking questions like a fool. I'm standing, aren't I? Get this deck cleared up so we can move, Lady Barbara, who gave you permission to come on deck? My orders were for you to stay below. The deck is no place for you.
I can see that, Captain. I've no intention of obstructing you. I propose to lock myself in my cabin.
Your cabin?
Yes. Please allow us to go to my cabin, sir.
There's no cabin left for you, ma'am, I regret. 4 broadsides of 24-pound shot from the Natividad have passed through your cabin, ma'am, and what is left of it wouldn't shelter a fly.
Oh, dear.
And we've much to do to make our ship ready to fight again.
Very well, Captain. But your coat is torn, sir. You're bloody. Can I help you at all?
Yes, ma'am. You can help me and all of us by going back to the cable tier.
I offer my humble apologies, Captain.
Mr. Bush, you will no doubt appreciate the situation. Yes, sir. We must rig a jury mast and get back into battle as soon as possible. And impress on the men, Mr. Bush, that their lives and liberty depend upon speed. first ship ready for action is going to win this battle.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Many years have passed since that terrible day when the probability of death and defeat stared me in the face. But I can close my eyes even now and feel again that exhaustion and faintness that I dared not let any man see. It was a nightmare pause in a nightmare battle. Two partially disabled ships drifting rapidly apart, and each with no purpose than to patch its wounds and return to destroy the other.
I can see the Nativitad again, now the score's clearing, sir.
How does she bear?
About 2 points on the starboard beam, sir. There. He's hove too. Looks a bit lopsided without her foremast.
She seems to have made no attempt as yet to rig a new one. Well, as soon as we can carry some sail aft so that we can beat the wind, we'll have her at our mercy. We must try and do it before nightfall, Mr. Bush, or we may lose her altogether in the dark. And now what's this?
The funeral party, sir.
Oh.
They're already going out there.
How many?
14, sir.
Very well. Mr. Bush, have all hands stop work, but remain where they are. I intend no disrespect to the dead, but this ceremony must be swift or the living may be endangered.
Aye, aye, sir.
Therefore, commit their bodies to the deep.
I think we checked the leaks now, sir. The sail is fothered under the bottom and seems to be holding. I've been able to release all but 20 men from the pumps.
Good. Everything ready now for hoisting the mast?
All ready, sir.
Right. Now, Mr. Bush, it is important that nobody should haul or carry out any movement except by orders. I shall try to use the pitching of the ship to help in the raising of the mast. And if any man acts without my orders, I'll have him flogged.
Aye, aye, sir.
Hands to the windlass. Mr. Gerard, attend to those swings. Aye, aye, sir. Mr. Galbraith, into the mizzen shed. Right, sir.
Never do it. The ropes will slip off the masthead.
If it jerks away from that stump, it'll sweep the deck like a broadside.
You trust the old man. He knows what he's doing, oh. If he does, round you go there.
Oh! Oh! Hoist away there.
Easy. Avast hoisting. There, see that? Clever the old man is. As the bows went up, so he ups the mast a bit. Then when the bows drop, he lays off. Oh, nice timing that is.
He'd better not make no mistakes, though.
He won't make no mistakes. I've never seen him make one yet. Oh, doesn't he look tired, though? They're wore out.
Indeed, by the time the long and dangerous struggle with the mast was over and it stood vertical at last, while the men fished it firmly to the stump of the old mizzen, I was sick with weariness. I'd been on my quarterdeck for over 8 hours with neither rest nor food, and through the stress and labor of the battle. I was beginning to find it difficult to concentrate upon anything, so that Bush had spoken twice before I could force myself to listen.
I said, sir, that it was a magnificent piece of work, if you'll allow me to say so, sir. Shall I send up the topmast and yards now, sir?
I fear it will be useless to attempt to carry any canvas in this wind and sea, Mr. Bush. And the Nativitad is barely in sight now.
Just a smudge on the horizon, sir.
Aye.
There's not much chance of renewing the action till the wind takes off a bit.
Yes, I cannot imagine the Admiralty accepting that statement in a report.
But it's true enough, sir. We're badly knocked about, and the weather's too rough to carry on the fight.
Nevertheless, the report would be received with pitying smiles, Mr. Bush. The excuse is too old. Like the uncharted rock, which always causes a wreck. The Admiralty is 10,000 miles away, and they can't judge the strength of this storm from there. Yet even though I should be accused of cowardice, there's nothing I can do until the weather moderates.
No, sir, there's not. And in that case, sir, why not take a rest? You look mortally tired, sir. Indeed you do. Let me send and have a berth screened off for you in the wardroom.
Fiddlesticks, Mr. Bush. It's you who need a rest. Dismiss the starboard watch and go below and turn in. While the enemy is in sight, I shall stay on deck.
But, sir, I
gave you an order, Mr. Bush.
Aye, aye, sir.
Good fellow, Bush, but a fool. A sentimental fool. He'd treat me like an old woman if I'd let him. Yes, I wonder how Lady Barbara is getting on that. Oh, confound it. Here's that idiot of a steward. Now, can't anybody leave me alone?
Well, Paul Wheel, what do you want? Well, I've been to attend to the lady, sir. I screened off a bit of the orlop for her, sir.
The orlop? But the wounded are in there.
Well, they're mostly quiet now, sir. Well, I couldn't leave her in the cable tier. I've stung the hammock for her, and she nipped into it like a bird, sir. Took a bit of grub, too, and a glass of wine, she did.
Very good, Paul Wheel.
Well, now, it stands to reason, sir. A frigate in the sea like this, and a battle like what we've had is, well, it's a bit rough on an high-born lady.
Just confine yourself to facts and keep your opinions to yourself, Paul Wheel. The high-born lady joined this ship of her own free will, knowing that she was about to go into action.
Aye, sir. Now, about you, sir. Here's some dry clothes from your chest in the storeroom. I'm afraid the last broadside done for everything in your cabin.
I don't want any dry clothes.
Of course you don't, sir. I wouldn't suggest it, except well, if you takes cold, sir, you won't be fit when we catch it up with the Natividad. Will you change up here, sir, or come below? Now, look. If I just lash this here hammock chair to the rail, sir, you could sit there when you've changed and have this biscuit and rum, couldn't you, sir? And this here boat cloak will keep some of the spray off you. But you won't have to leave the deck.
Oh, Will, are you presuming to give me orders?
Orders, sir? Me? I hope sir knows my place, sir. It's all right, Mr. Bush, sir. You can turn in now. Captain's in his chair and sleeping like a baby, sir.
Good heavens, I must have dozed off. What time is it, I wonder? Impossible, it's after midnight. As black as the Earl of Hell's riding boots. Feels to me as though the weather's improving. Let's have a look at the binnacle.
Mr. Bush. Wind shifting southerly and moderated, sir. Wish there's a bit of starlight even. Can't see a thing. The Natividad might be 20 miles away or only 200 yards.
Yes, I doubt she's close. She was going away to leeward rapidly when we last saw her.
You can't have carried out all the repairs she'll need in this weather. What do you think she'll do, sir?
That fellow Crespo who commands her is no fool. I believe he'll try to avoid us until he can get into the Gulf of Fonseca and refit. He'd like us to follow him into the Gulf, so he'd have the advantage of the shore batteries as well.
But he can't make much sail in his crippled condition, sir. And even if he could, the wind is wrong for getting to the Gulf.
I had observed that fact, Mr. Bush. I believe he'll reach far out to sea and claw southwards as far as he can. I shall return to my chair until daylight and attempt to work out what is likely to be his position at dawn.
Aye, sir. Morning, sir. Sea's going down fast, sir, and the wind's taken off. Sun will be up in 10 minutes.
Yes, we'll make sail, if you please, Mr. Bush. Here is the course you are to sail. But as I gave the course, I knew that it was sheer guesswork. Every yard I sailed might be away from the Natividad while she hurried to safety. My heart was heavy with misgiving, for I knew that if I had failed, there would be many who would attribute that failure to incompetence or cowardice. Lifted over the horizon, I paced the quarterdeck with every appearance of unconcern, determined not to allow anyone to guess at the doubts and fears which tormented me. When the light should be sufficient for the masthead lookout to scan the horizon, I might be justified or ruined. Yet even my resolution to remain calm must have wavered when my gloomy thoughts were pierced by a wild cry from aloft.
We found her, sir. We found her. You are right again, sir. Look, sir. You can see her from here with the glass. Dead ahead. She's coming round, sir. She's running away.
Yes, Crespo wishes to postpone action. He prefers discretion to heroics, and quite rightly, Mr. Bush. However, set every stitch we can carry, send the hands to breakfast. If we engage, there's no telling when they'll eat again, if ever.
Aye, sir. Hands to breakfast. We're gaining, sir. She'll not get away this time. We'll blow her right out of the water.
Never underestimate your opponent, Mr. Bush. Those 24-pounders of hers are heavy metal. We have a ship which is leaking like a sieve, has a makeshift rig, and is 64 men short. And our firing force is far inferior to hers.
You think the wind's going to hold, sir? Seems to me as if the sun's swallowing it. It's getting mighty hot, too. It'll be just our luck to lose the wind now. I can't trim it any more. Hi! You're at the wheel. Here's small blast you.
I can't, sir, begging your pardon. There ain't enough wind.
Damn it, he's right. The wind's gone, sir. And look at that sky. It's like brass. We're in a dead calm and well out of range.
We will tow with the boats. Have the launch and cutter hoisted out.
Boats away! Cutters crew! Launches crew!
Now then, men. You've got a hard task, but it must be done. You've got to pull. Pull till your muscles crack and your hands burst. Now get your clothes off and pull naked. I'll have you relieved in an hour. Now, pull!
Hold together! Give way!
Look at that, Mr. Gerald. That puff of smoke from the Tivitan.
Yes, she carries 2 long 18s aft. We're going to run the gauntlet of those for the next hour.
That was nearer. About 50 yards off our starboard quarter.
Mr. Gerard, ask Mr. Marsh to see what he can do with the long 9 on our forecastle. All right, sir. I know it's not much use, but it'll cheer the men to feel that we're replying. All right, sir. He's ready and waiting. Very good, Mr. Marsh. Show them some shooting.
Stand by, gun crew. Give me the lanyard. You cable length the sound of it.
Very good. Try again.
Here comes some more, fellows. That one got us just above the waterline, followed. Oh, well done, Mr. Marsh. Right alongside her. Hello. What's she up to now, sir? The boat's pulling her bows round.
Yes, Mr. Bush, we shall now have 25 guns trained on us instead of 2. She's positioning for a broadside. We shall have some pebbles about our ears ere long, lads. Let's show them that Englishmen don't care.
There are those shooting. Not more than 2 hits. Mr. Galbraith, let that main gallant stay. Splice directly.
Mr. Bush, at what distance would you say she is now?
Oh, 3/4 of a mile, I should say, sir.
So I think. I fear our carronades will not be effective at that distance. Relieve the boat's screws and see if fresh men can pull us nearer. It was intolerably hot. The smell of pitch from the deck seams, the bitter tang of powder, and the smell of the blood from the wounded, combined with my fatigue and anxiety to make me feel deathly sick. I feared to disgrace myself by being sick in front of the men. They, too, no longer joked at the guns. They were beginning to sulk under punishment. It was a bad sign. Sullivan!
Sir!
Here, Sullivan. You your fiddle?
Aye, sir, I have that.
Then we'll have a hornpipe. Benskin, Hall, McAvoy. A hornpipe from each of you and a guinea for the man who does his best.
On my words, Mr. Gerald, this will be a tale told and retold in years to come. How Captain Hornblower had his ship towed into action with hornpipes being danced on her main deck.
The launch is sunk, sir. A shot smashed it to pieces. Oh, pick those survivors up quickly. The sea is full of sharks. Starboard the helm. Starboard it is, sir. 400 yards. 400, sir. Now, Mr. Gerard, we shall begin to swing round. You may open fire first as your guns bear. Thank you, sir. Cock your locks there. Take your aim. Fire! Give them another, lads. Pump in into them.
Sir, Captain Hornblower, sir, Mr. Howell sent me.
Yes, well?
Starboard side chain pumps knocked all to pieces.
Well, my boy?
Well, he's rigging another one, sir, but it'll be an hour before it works. He told me to tell you the water's gaining a little, sir.
Oh, very well.
Please, sir. There was 14 men all knocked to smash at the pump. Horrible, sir. I see one man say it's...
That'll do, boy. Run back to Mr. Howell and tell him the captain is sure that he will do his best.
Oh, I see.
There's too much smoke to see properly, but it's my belief we've hit her hard, sir.
Confound this smoke. It's like being in a fog. Ah, Crystal, what is it? I think I can feel a very light air blowing, sir.
Yes, I believe there is. Ah, look at that. Look, the smoke's blowing away, sir. Ooh, just look at the nativity. Oh, she's a wreck. There's only others and masts standing. Rigging all round her like a net. And look at that great hole in her side. There's 3 gunboats planted into one there. She's low in the water, but she's still fighting, by heaven. We'll be on her soon. The closer we are, the quicker we'll finish it. And stand by to repair orders. Starboard carronades load with grape shots. Look at them crouching on the forecastle. They're going to try and board us. Now, here they come. Carronades, fire! Weapon cleaned. 1,000 musket balls smack into him. She's finished. There's no crew left. She's firing. The Casper, ahoy! Will you surrender? Never! I speak of distinct English. You must surrender. You've done all that brave men can do. Casper, you fool! Your ship's on fire. Surrender while you can. Never! Man's mad, Mr. Bush. We must call off or we shall catch fire, too. Man the blazes there! By heaven, sir! Look at those flames! He's fired on himself! I think not, Mr. Bush. It was our guns at point-blank range. She'll burn like... She's sinking! She's going down! She's gone, by heaven. Vanished as though she'd never been. You will join me in a salute to a very gallant enemy, Mr. Bush.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
sea, both before and since that memorable time. I do not remember being so utterly weary as I was after the Natividad plunged, burning, under the surface of the deep Pacific. The accumulated strain of planning and fighting the action had worn me out so that I sank almost fainting into a hammock chair on the deck and slept as one drugged. It was the sun lifting clear over the horizon and blazing into my face that finally woke me. What is it? Oh, good heavens. I've slept all night.
Good morning, sir. The wind's back round, and I'm holding our course close hauled.
Good morning, Mr. Bush. It's a miracle we can hold a course at all. Look at that rigging. Splices everywhere, and hardly a sail without shot holes in it.
Yes, sir. She looks a tattered old vagabond. But our makeshift mizzenmast is still standing, sir.
Good.
Those decks are still furrowed and grooved with shot. The sills are black with powder. There's an 18-pounder shot half buried in that bit of tough oak, sir, and when...
And nevertheless, you've done wonders.
I might have done more, sir. But the men were so exhausted, I had to send them as many below as I could. To tell the truth, sir, there's more dead on deck than living.
I almost feared to come to that, Mr. Bush. What is the butcher's bill?
Pretty heavy, I'm afraid, sir. I've got it on a bit of paper here. 38 killed, 75 wounded. 4 missing. They were in the launch when the Natividad shot hit it and sunk it. All the same, sir. England go mad when they hear of your victory. It isn't every day that a frigate sinks a ship of the line.
Our victory, Mr. Bush. I shall remember to give you all the credit you deserve in my report. Well, I shall go down and visit the wounded. You better get some rest. Good heavens, Lady Barbara. I'd forgotten our passenger. Is she still in the orlop?
As far as I know, sir. I've been too busy to see.
Well, my steward will have looked after her. If high-born ladies use their position to force themselves into fighting ships, they must be prepared to face the consequences. To tell the truth, I was a little uneasy at my neglect of Lady Barbara Wellesley, but I'd had much on my mind. Below decks in the orlop, the scene was like an inferno. It was hot and airless, and the 4 flickering oil lamps added their smell to the stench of bilge, powder fumes, and sick men. Here, 75 wounded men were crammed together, groaning and sobbing, blaspheming and vomiting, under the care of the incompetent Lorry whom I'd appointed surgeon when our own surgeon had died.
Thank God you've come, sir.
Well, I've come to make you assume your responsibilities, not to relieve you of them, Mr. Lorry. Now, come round with me and make your report. Now then, this man. Good heavens, Lady Barbara, what are you doing here?
Good morning, Captain. I'm sponging the poor man's throat.
But tending the wounded is a man's job. The filthy work of a hospital is not fit for women. No, don't do that. Go away from here. Go on deck.
Please understand me. I am not attempting to be noble. But there is work to be done in the King's service. And if nobody else can do it, a Wellesley must. If one of my brothers can govern India and another can fight the Marathas, I can do my part. Look at this man. He has a great splinter of wood under his skin. It ought to be extracted at once.
Yes, it certainly ought.
Mr. Lorry, are you ready to extract this splinter?
Well, ma'am,
don't be a fool, man. If you will not do it, I will.
I'll see that it's done immediately, Lady Barbara. But please, go on deck.
I shall do nothing of the kind, Captain. I am going to help.
But... Oh, well, as you will, ma'am. Now, Lorry, where are your instruments? Wilson, Hudson, bring a stiff tot of rum and stand by to hold Williams. Now, Williams, we are going to get that splinter out of you, or you'll die. But it's going to hurt you. Fortnight which elapsed before we rounded Cape Marlow was a grim period, though fortunately the weather held fair. Had we met gales, I could hardly have kept my leaking, battered ship afloat. Although some of the men became convalescent under Lady Barbara's care, gangrene, shock, and exhaustion was imposing upon me the daily task of sliding hammock-wrapped bundles overside into the blue Pacific.
His ladyship's compliments, sir. Could you spare a moment to step below? It's Mr. Galbraith, sir.
Galbraith, Mr. Bush? I thought he was improving.
So he was, sir. In spite of Lorry's surgery.
But her ladyship's worried about him now.
I'll go immediately.
Oh, Captain, I'm so glad you've come. I don't think he's going to last much longer.
I'm sorry, Lady Barbara. I'd hoped that he would be spared. Is he conscious?
He is delirious. He thinks I'm his mother.
Give us your hand, Mother. It's awful dark. Give us your hand.
I'm here, Donald. Don't be afraid. It's life beyond.
Poor boy. Poor boy. A good boy.
God grant he has found the light.
Amen. Lady Barbara, come away, if you please. Up on deck, the sun is shining.
It is not fair, Captain. It is not fair. He was only a lad. He was not ready.
Had it not been for you, there would have been many more such scenes. Lady Barbara, if I resented your presence on this ship, if I showed that resentment in any way, I humbly apologize. Ask you to forgive me.
There is nothing to forgive. Let us go on deck. Why, Captain, we're in sight of land.
Yes, ma'am. We're just entering the Gulf of Panama. The land on the port bow is the Pearl Islands. Sail.
2 points to windward.
Can you make a note?
Aye, sir. He looks like the Coast Guard lugger we met before. He's running down to us, sir.
Is she a Spanish craft, Captain?
Yes, Captain Manuel Diaz commanding. It was this same lugger that brought me the news that Spain was now our ally, and your letter requesting a passage on this ship.
Oh, it seems 100 years ago instead of but a few weeks. And now here we are almost back in Panama, which I thought never to see again.
I would prefer not to see it, ma'am, especially if the yellow fever still rages there. Yet if I do not refit and provision, the ship will sink under my feet.
She's sending a boat over, sir. Looks like the same officer we met before.
It is. I recognize him. Well, he should be pleased that we've accomplished our mission and destroyed the Natividad. Stand by. He's coming aboard.
Good morning. Good morning, Captain. I trust Your Excellency is enjoying the best of health.
Thank you, yes.
I see from the damage and the wounded on your decks that your fine ship has been recently in action. I hope that Your Excellency has had good fortune in the encounter.
We sank the Natividad, if that's what you mean.
You sank her?
We did.
She's completely destroyed?
She is.
Oh. Then, sir, I have a letter to give you. No. That is not the one. This letter, sir.
Thank you. You are aware of the contents of this letter, sir?
I am, sir.
And I take it from your hesitation that had I not sunk the Natividad, you would have given me the other letter. May I ask the contents of that one?
I have no other letter for you, sir.
Indeed. And so, by this document, I am prohibited from dropping anchor or entering into any port of Spanish America, the Viceroyalty of Peru, the Viceroyalty of Mexico, or the Captain Generalcy of New Granada. Can you explain this most unfriendly behavior on the part of the Viceroy?
I would not presume to explain my master's actions, sir.
Mm-hmm. Whatever I think of this action, it's not compatible with the dignity of a British officer to bandy words with you about it.
Indeed.
My compliments to your master. I will call at no port on the Spanish Main. Please convey to His Excellency my lively sense of gratitude at the courtesy with which I have been treated, and my pleasure at this further proof of the good relations between the governments of which we have the good fortune to be subjects. And now, sir, I have much to attend to. You have my permission to return to your ship. Filled away for Panama. Too busy with immediate problems to indulge in bitterness against the Spanish. At a pinch, I could make my stores last out until I reached St. Helena or Gibraltar.
But there was no hope of facing the storms of Cape Horn with my ship leaking and jury-rigged.
By the mark! 9!
Still 9 fathoms, Mr. Bush. Well, this place seems very suitable.
Aye, sir. Made for the job. Lucky we found this channel between the mountains. Look, sir. Right ahead. It shows to have been a beach.
Yes, golden sand, too. It'll be excellent for careening, except for the heat.
There'll be no escaping that here, sir. The mountains cut off the breeze and reflect the sun, too. Oh, it's like an oven, sir.
Can't be helped. We must make the best of it. We're lucky to have found such a place. And now, Mr. Bush, time is important. We must work like Trojans to make ourselves secure before the Spaniards discover our hiding place. Call back the cutter. We'll anchor here while you and I go ashore to explore.
My word, sir. It's an absolute jungle. No human foot has ever trod here.
I imagine not. But let the escorts keep a sharp lookout, nevertheless. Yes, now, that's the last of the vegetation. Another sharp scramble up these rocks, and we shall have a view of the whole bay. As I thought, Mr. Bush, these headlands make a natural fort. 2 of our 18-pounders up here, and no ship shall dare to approach through the channel.
18-pounders, sir, but they weigh 2 tons apiece.
Yes, rigging tackles and swaying them up here in this heat should keep the men amused until we're ready to lay the ship over and begin the serious work. See to it, Mr. Bush.
The serious work? Aye, sir.
It was work, night and day, until we were all dropping with weariness. When all repairs to the ship were done, she had to be loaded again, the guns brought aboard, and the rigging re-rove and set up. But when I stood once more on the deck with a staunch ship beneath me and a broadside which could fire, I was happy again and could snap my fingers at every Spaniard in the Pacific. In all these weeks of labor, I'd had no time to spare for Lady Barbara. But her smile, as she crossed the deck to me, showed that I was forgiven for my neglect.
Give me your hand, Captain. I congratulate you on having achieved so much in so little time.
Thank you, ma'am.
My cabin is marvelously comfortable again. You've made the ship like new.
Thank you, Lady Barbara. The men have worked well. It's heaven to me to think that we're at sea again before night.
You are a very fine sailor, sir. I doubt if there's another officer in the King's service who could have done all that you have on this voyage.
I'm glad you think so, ma'am. I've only done my duty.
England is your debtor. I shall try to help see that she acknowledges that debt.
Thank you, ma'am. Pardon me. They'll have that cask going through the bottom of the cutter, remember? Easy on those tackles there.
There's the man. He was almost human for a while.
At sea at last.
Yes, Mr. Bush. And homeward bound, if the rumors are true.
Lost that lugger. Twice we met her, and twice she's brought that news. What is it now, I wonder? She's making for us anyway. Here comes the captain. Captain Diaz Lugger approaching, sir.
I hope it's not more trouble, Mr. Bush. I'm finding it increasingly difficult to remain civil to that young man. Here comes his boat. Good day to you, Captain Diaz. Have you brought me some more amiable letters?
No, only to see you, sir. I congratulate you on the amazing difference in your ship since I was last aboard. How were you able to effect such repairs? I know you have not been into port.
The British Navy, sir, takes but small heed of such trifles as a refit.
Oh.
To what do I owe the honor of your visit?
I wondered, sir, whether you would honor me by visiting my ship. I should be able to show you something of interest which would demonstrate our ability to continue without your assistance.
What is it you wish to show me?
I would prefer to surprise you, sir. Will you not oblige me? I assure you I intend no treachery. Also, my lugger is within range, and your guns could sink it with a single broadside. If you are not back safely within the hour, your officers may open fire.
Don't go, sir.
I shall visit the lugger, Mr. Bush. Send the cutter after me to bring me back.
But, aye, sir.
I refused to lower my dignity by displaying undue curiosity about the surprise awaiting me. He led the way to the foredeck. And there, in the blinding, scorching sun, chained by the waist to a ring bolt, with irons on his wrists and ankles, half naked and wholly filthy.
Capitan, I think you have already had the pleasure of meeting His Excellency Don Julian Maria de Jesus de Alvarado y Montezuma, who calls himself the Almighty.
El Supremo, the half-mad fanatic whose rebellion against the Spanish I had been sent to assist, and against whom I'd been ordered to turn when the Spanish had become our allies. Bloodthirsty despot though he was, it troubled me to see him thus.
You notice, Captain Hornblower, that I wear these chains now. It is a whim of mine. Do you not think they set off my figure?
Yes, they do.
We are on our way to Panama, where I shall mount the throne of the world. They speak of a gallows awaiting us on the bastion of the citadel. That will be the framework of my throne. Golden it will be, with diamond stars and a turquoise moon. Only El Supremo is left to govern from his golden throne. His throne. Chains. These are chains. Why am I chained? I, the Almighty. No God has ever.
Amusing, Captain, is it not? Oh, he will sometimes struggle and shout for 24 hours without stopping.
Amusing? Captain Diaz, this filthy cruelty is a shame to you, is a stain to your nation. You mean you're going to hang him, mad as he is, with no chance of making his peace with God?
Mad or sane, sir, rebels must hang. Your Excellency must know that as well as I do.
Then for God's sake, hang him and cease torturing him.
We are very glad you have returned, Captain. I hope the promised surprise was a pleasant one.
A trifle, ma'am. These simple things, you know, amuse these Spaniards.
Something is troubling you, Captain. You look pale.
Pardon me, ma'am. I must go below. Oh, God. No. No.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
We present Nigel Anthony in The Hornblower Story, adapted from 4 of the C.S. Forrester novels by Val Gielgud. with Terence Skelton as William Bush. Part 2 from Lieutenant Hornblower, Sealed Orders.
While Renown ploughed her course westwards across the Atlantic to the West Indies station, there were two questions, which, for her crew, and more especially for her officers, seemed with the passing of each day more urgently to require answering. Following upon the accident to Captain Sawyer, would First Lieutenant Buckland take it upon himself formally to assume the responsibilities of taking command of the ship? And what were the contents of those sealed orders from the Admiralty among the captain's papers? The orders which defined the objectives of Renown's mission when she reached her station. Swathed in a canvas straitjacket, the captain lay in his cabin. Unless reduced to insensibility by laudanum and bleeding, he either screamed or sobbed. A crew that, under the tyranny of a mind already deranged, had been fast disintegrating, could now again be made seamen. For the officers, and for me, the junior lieutenant, Buckland's decision was the vital thing. Only with Lieutenant William Bush did I find it possible to open the problem.
How much longer before Mr. Buckland opens those orders, Mr. Bush?
God knows. If he takes the ship down to Antigua only to find out afterwards that he has to beat it back to windward, he'll get his knuckles rapped finely by my lords.
Hmm.
And if he reads secret orders, he's liable to be reprimanded for presumption. What's your reading, Mr. Hornblower?
Greatest altitude I've ever measured. I've never been as far south as this before. And what's your result?
I'm not certain.
What's the difficulty?
I can shoot the sun. No trouble about that. It's the calculations that bother me. All those damn corrections.
Oh, well, they're not so hard, sir. Now, check against mine. And plot the position with parallel rulers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's the point of interception.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can check against dead reckoning.
I see.
Now, we're still being set to southward. We're not far enough east for the Gulf Stream to set us north.
You said you'd never navigated these waters before.
Oh, that's so.
Then how? Well, I suppose you've been studying.
Well, at any rate, there we are.
It's something to know that much. What do you think number one will do, Mr. Hornblower?
He must make up his mind, now or never. We lose ground to leeward every day from now on.
What would you do?
I'd read the orders, Mr. Bush. I'd rather be in trouble for having done something than for not doing anything.
I wonder.
Those orders may detach us on independent service. It's a chance in 1,000 for Buckland.
I suppose it is. You wish it was yours?
I must put these things away. I'm exercising the lower deck guns crews after hands have had their dinner. And first dog watch after that.
Yes, Mr. Hornblower.
Permission to have the deck wash pump, Richter.
Men feeling the heat, eh?
I don't know about them, but I am, Mr. Roberts. I have 15 minutes, plenty of time.
Oh, very well.
Thank you, sir. Captain of the waist there. Good. Get the wash deck pump rigged at once. 4 men for the handles, 1 for the hose, and jump to it.
Aye, sir.
Give away. That's right. Now, turn it on me. Hurry now. Help, you sons of peacocks. That's it.
Hornblower has some odd fancies, Mr. Bush.
He seems to be enjoying himself, sir.
Well, rather him than me.
Oh! Up! Up! Fast pumping down! Captain of the weight, secure that pump, get the deck swabbed. Aye, aye, sir. Back with you in 5 minutes, Mr. Roberts.
Right out, I hope.
What's going on here, Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Hornblower wanted a bath, Mr. Buckland. I don't know if it's good for discipline.
We'll hope he doesn't get himself a fever checking the sweat like that.
No sign of that, sir.
Well, it may clear his head. Perhaps he could clear mine.
Yours, sir?
I need a clear head at this moment. Send Mr. Hornblower to my cabin when he comes back, Mr. Roberts, and ask the surgeon to join us. This thing's got to be settled.
Aye, aye, sir. Mr. Bush, find Mr. Clive and let him know that Mr. Buckland wants him in his cabin. Well, Mr. Clive.
He's done it.
Read the orders?
As far as I know, yes, Mr. Roberts.
What do you mean by that? What was in them?
They're secret orders, Mr. Roberts. Even if Mr. Buckland had taken me into his confidence, I couldn't tell you.
No need to be pompous about it.
What did the captain do?
What didn't he do, Mr. Bush? Poor devil, we might have been fiends from the pit. You should have seen him cower away when we went into his cabin. You would have thought we were going to cut his throat instead of just finding the key of his desk. That man is suffering the terrors of hell.
I suppose you would not be guilty of exaggeration, Mr. Clive.
I would not, sir. I repeat, the terrors of hell and all the sorrows of this world.
And did you find this precious key?
We did. Mr. Buckland opened the desk.
Well?
Mr. Buckland found the orders. The usual linen envelope with the Admiralty seal.
So he's now read them, and we're none the wiser. Well, God bless my soul. I don't imagine we can expect to know what's in store for us. We've only been at war for nearly 10 years. We just obey orders. Helm a lee, let go and haul, grape shot in the belly, or champagne in a captured flagship. Who cares? We draw our 4 shillings a day, wet or fine.
Well, I'll wager a week's pay on a change of course when Mr. Buckland's read those orders. Mr. Clive?
No takers.
Officer of the watch.
Yes, sir.
We're altering course 2 points. Steer southwest.
Course southwest, Mr. Abbott.
Southwest it is, sir.
Pipe all hands to the braces. Another pull on that forebrace there.
Your pardon, Mr. Buckland.
Yes, Mr. Roberts?
Can you tell us our mission now, sir?
No. It is still secret.
Very good, sir.
But I can tell you where we're bound. San Domingo, Scotsman's Bay.
San Domingo?
Hispaniola.
Haiti. 3 names for the same island.
I am obliged to you, Mr. Bush.
Haiti. That's where the blacks are in rebellion against the Spaniards.
That is so, I believe, Mr. Roberts.
If you ask me, Captain Sawyer's not the only one that's nervous.
I didn't ask you, Mr. Clive.
I wonder, is it of the blacks, or is it because Captain Sawyer's still alive?
I would suggest that as surgeon you go below and attend to him, Mr. Clive. That is your business.
Glad there's some company up here, Mr. Hornblower. She's rolling damnably.
Rolling? She's wallowing. Oh, Lord! Yours must be a cast-iron stomach, Mr. Bush. And what the devil must we lie hove to like this?
Mr. Buckland seems to want time to study the lie of the land.
He's been studying it through that telescope of his for a good half hour. Why can't he make up his mind? There's nothing to see at this range but the mountains of San Domingo. How much more does he want to see? We know there's a fort up there, flying the Spanish colours. And everyone on shore must know by now that a British ship of the line is prowling about. The Dons don't have to be clever to guess we're not here on a yachting trip. All we're doing is giving them the time they need to prepare a reception for us.
What else could Buckland do?
He could have come in with the sea breeze under cover of darkness with a landing party ready. Put them ashore at dawn. Storm the place before they knew there was any danger. Oh, damn this rolling.
Hard luck.
Mr. Roberts!
Sir?
Lay her on the port tack. Fall and by.
Aye, aye, sir. Port tack, helmsman.
Aye, aye, sir.
That's better.
It's something. Oh, I could wish we were going into action, not running away to think about it.
Anxious to eat fire, Mr. Hornblower.
Nothing like that, Mr. Bush, sir. Quite the opposite, if you must know. I wish for too much too quickly, I suppose.
Now, gentlemen, I know you've been curious about my intentions. I propose to take the bull by the horns tomorrow morning.
Satisfied now, Hornblower?
I trust you're all satisfied, Mr. Bush.
Your pardon, sir.
We'll round the Samana Point and force our way straight up the bay. Here, gentlemen. It won't take many broadsides to wipe out any shipping at anchor.
Particularly any privateers, sir.
Just so, Mr. Roberts. We'll sink 'em or burn 'em. Then we can decide what to do next. Any questions?
No trouble with the tide, sir.
As I understand, none.
What about the south shore of the bay, Mr. Buckland? There is the fort.
I have a plan to deal with the situation, Mr. Roberts. Have you anything to ask, Mr. Hornblower?
No, sir.
And then that will be all for the present, gentlemen.
The gun crews will be glad to see some action, sir.
Stomach still troubling you?
Let's hope they quit
No.
themselves admirably.
Not happier at the prospect of action.
Not this one, Mr. Bush.
Clear decks for action! All hands to quarters! Clear for action!
Bush was in command of the lower gun deck and of the 17 24-pounders on the starboard battery. Under him, I commanded those of the port side. I saw a group of the surgeon's crew carrying the straight-jacketed figure of Captain Sawyer to the safety of the cable tier. A pitiful wreck of a man, writhing and weeping. There were ship's boys with buckets of sand to give firm foothold to the gun's crews. A ring of extra fire buckets round the mainmast. Slow matches smouldering in tubs for the rekindling of linstocks. A marine with fixed bayonet posted at each hatchway. The gunners in list slippers standing by their tackles. The powder monkeys scurrying about the deck, each carrying a charge for the guns. The breechings cast off, and the gun crew standing by. 10 men by every gun on the starboard side, 5 on the port side. Bush would redistribute them when and if necessary.
We don't run the guns out yet, Mr. Hornblower.
Very good, sir.
Silence, sir.
Sir!
Yes, Mr. Willett.
Mr. Buckland's compliments. I'm pleased to run your guns out.
Thank you, Mr. Willett. Up ports. Run out!
Aye, aye, sir.
Will you try a ranging shot at the batteries when your guns burst, sir?
Your orders, Mr. Willett?
No, sir, Mr. Buckland's.
Then say so. My respects to Mr. Buckland, and it will be some time before my guns are in range.
Aye, aye, sir.
Yes, Mr. Hornblower.
There's a point running out ahead, Mr. Bush. You see the shallows there, sir? Now, the channel must bend round them. And there's a battery out there on the point. You see the smoke?
Yeah,
Now, they must be heating for red-hot shot.
I dare say.
Well, we'll be under crossfire.
Not for too long, I hope.
That's the fort, sir.
No doubt.
And here it comes. Their aim's pretty good, Mr. Bush.
Too good.
I might just reach the battery on this side now, sir.
Then try what you can do.
Can't you open fire yet, Mr. Bush?
This minute, sir. Fire!
Oh, just short, sir. When the guns are hot, they'll reach it.
Carry on then, Mr. Hornblower.
Open fire, 1st Division! Second Division!
The red-hot shot had begun to strike home on Renown. Smoke was curling up from a deep gash in the deck beams by my head. From above, I could hear the rush of feet and the clank of pumps, which told me that on the main deck, too, they were fighting fires. Then I realized something strange in the feel of the deck under my feet. A perceptible slope, a queer sense of rigidity and permanence. ran aground smoothly on a mud bank, doomed to be shot to pieces by that accursed fort, if the battery failed to roast us alive where we lay.
Tide's still rising, Mr. Hornblower. It's an hour before high water and we're pretty hard aground.
Steady there. Swab that gun out properly. You want your hands blown off when you reload? An hour to high water, you say, Mr. Bush?
Yes, God help us.
If I can keep their embrasures swept, sir, I'll slow their rate of fire, even if I don't silence them.
But the fort's still out of range.
Yes.
Push, sir! Please report to Mr. Buckland. And we're aground under fire.
Keep your mouth shut, Mr. Willett. I'll leave you in charge down here, Mr. Hornblower.
Aye, aye, sir.
You want of me, Mr. Buckland?
We have to kedge off this confounded sandbank, Mr. Bush.
Aye, aye, sir.
Get a cable out aft through a stern port.
Very good, sir.
And Roberts,
Sir.
you must take the stream anchor off in the launch.
Aye, aye, sir.
And shall I take the men from my gun, sir?
Do that. Shifting the weight would help. Tell Hornblower to take some of the foremost guns and run them off.
There might be an alternative, sir.
What?
If I fired all my guns at once, it might just break the suction.
Worth trying, by God.
I'll have them loaded and ready in 3 minutes, sir.
I'll tell him, the capstan.
Thank you, sir. Load and double shut your guns. Prime and run out.
Await my order.
Very good, sir.
I'm sure it's our best chance, Mr. Buckland.
No need to explain. We'll try it. It's a pretty pickle, Mr. Bush. Poor Roberts is dead.
Roberts?
Cut in two by a shot as he entered the launch. It makes you my number 2, Mr. Bush. Settle at the capstan bars there. Brace your feet. Tell Mr. Hornblower to fire his guns when ready, Mr. Bush.
Aye, aye, sir.
Take the strain. Heave there. Heave!
Fire!
Cable's shifting, by God.
I think so.
Silence! You'll come to the quarterdeck with me, Mr. Hornblower.
Aye, aye, sir. No more firing till further orders.
Further orders, sir.
So far, so good, Mr. Bush. We're off ground, but we've lost the flood. If we touch again, kedging off may be impossible.
Yes, sir.
We could get out with a land breeze, sir.
I know that as well as you do, Mr. Hornblower. But do you know what that means? It means defeat. My first command.
They'll pound us to pieces, sir.
There's no help for it. Have them heave in on the spring cable, Mr. Bush. Get a head round to sea.
Aye, aye, sir. Fast heaving on the capstan there. Cast off stern cable, messenger. Shall I warp her down the bay, Mr. Buckland?
Yes, yes, warp her down.
When the tropic night closed down upon the battered Renown, Buckland sent for Bush and me. His cabin was like an oven. Its 2 lanterns seemed to give out an intolerable heat. We sat staring at the chart upon the table, while the sweat trickled under our uniforms.
The question is, what's to do? Should we bear up for Jamaica?
I wouldn't go so far as to advise that, sir.
What else can we do, Mr. Bush? Tell me that.
If we head for Jamaica, sir, we go with our tail between our legs.
True. All the same, there's Captain Sawyer to be thought of.
Captain Sawyer?
With a success to our record, there might be a less diligent inquiry into the matter of Captain Sawyer's supersession. If we limp in defeated, I'm likely to be asked why I took upon myself the responsibility of attacking Samana Point. What do you think, Mr. Hornblower?
I agree, sir.
You do you?
Yes, sir.
We did our best, damn it! Anyone could run aground in the channel. Nothing could get up the bay under such a crossfire.
We might still make a landing on the seaward side, sir. A landing and a surprise attack.
Mr. Bush?
Well, sir...
Go on.
Mr. Hornblower did mention to me. He thought a surprise landing might have more chance of success than bombardment of the fort and battery. But that was before the Dons knew there was a ship of the line in the neighbourhood.
Why didn't you suggest this masterly plan to me, Mr. Hornblower?
It was hardly my business, Mr. Buckland.
Its responsibility for success or failure is mine. Have you changed your mind?
I think something might still be tried, sir. As long as it was tried at once.
You mean tonight?
It would be the best time, sir. The Dons have seen us driven off. Excuse me, sir, but that's how it'll look to them. The last they saw of us was beating out of the bay at sunset. They'll be pleased with themselves. But an attack at dawn from another quarter, over land, that would be the last thing they'd expect.
Might well be.
Just how would you make this attack, Mr. Hornblower?
Well, the wind's fair for Scotsman's Bay, sir. We could be there in less than 2 hours. We could have a landing party told off and prepared by the time we arrive, say 100 seamen and the Marines. There's a good landing beach there. Inland, the country may be marshy. That's here, sir. Just below the hills of the peninsula. But we can land on the peninsula side of the marsh. I marked a spot yesterday.
You did you? Go on.
Well, a landing party should reach the crest without difficulty. They can't lose their way with the sea on one side and Samana Bay on the other. They simply move along the crest, then rush the fort at dawn. Now, what with the marsh and the cliffs, the Dons are liable to keep a poor lookout on that side.
You make it all sound very easy, Mr. Hornblower. With 180 men?
Enough, I think, sir.
What makes you so sure?
There were 6 guns firing at us from the fort. I counted them. 90 men at most. 60, maybe near the mark. Add an ammunition party and men to heat their furnaces. 150 men altogether. More likely as few as 100.
Do you think such an attempt might succeed, Mr. Bush?
It might, sir, but time is getting on.
A second repulse would be ruin. Yet, once the fort is in our hands, we can deal with the privateers up the bay. They could never use it as an anchorage again.
That's true, sir.
Damn it, let's try it.
Very good, sir.
Now, who's to command?
It would have been Robert's duty, sir, if he'd lived.
Mr. Bush, you will take command.
Yes, sir.
Who do you want to take with you?
Do you require me any more, Mr. Buckland? If not, sir,
Do we need Mr. Hornblower any more, Mr. Bush?
I'd like Mr. Hornblower to come with the landing party, sir.
Very well. It will leave me with only 1 lieutenant aboard.
Several of the master's mates are good watchkeeping officers, sir.
Very well. You look troubled, Mr. Hornblower. What is it?
I was wondering about altering course, sir. We could head for Scotsman's Bay at once and save a little time.
We'd better get it before the wind. We'll set course in a few minutes. Any further suggestions, Mr. Hornblower?
Well, only one, sir. We might take with us some grapnels with lines attached. They might be useful if we have to scale the walls.
I agree. Remember to see they're issued.
Yes, sir.
Will you need a runner?
It would be as well, sir.
Anyone particular?
A young Wellard. He's reasonably cool-headed and thinks quickly.
Then all is settled?
Yes, sir.
And it only remains to set course and issue the orders. You will see to it, Mr. Bush, if you please.
Aye, aye, sir.
Oh, Mr. Hornblower, I've been meaning to ask you, how, in your opinion, did Captain Sawyer come to fall down the hatchway?
Well, I fancy he must have overbalanced, Mr. Buckland. The ship was lively that night, if you remember.
Yes, I suppose she was. Very well then, Mr. Bush. Carry on, if you please.
Good of you to ask for me, Mr. Bush.
You deserved it. It was your notion in the first instance.
I'm glad you picked young Wellard. He needs a change from the ship. After what he's had to put up with from Sawyer.
That's true enough.
Any more news of the captain?
Ask Clive. All he does is shrug his shoulders and wink and look the other way. But I can't believe Sawyer will last much longer. I'd not be in Buckland's shoes.
Unless this landing comes off.
That certainly should help him. I don't look forward to the inquiry for all that.
No.
Well, if you'll have course set for Scotsman's Bay, I'll give the orders for the landing party.
You'll not forget the grapnels, Mr. Bush, sir?
Do you ever forget anything, Hornblower?
Where the Samana Peninsula began, a small watercourse had worn a wide gully in the cliff, at the easterly end of the beach. That night, sea and surf and beach seemed to be afire with the phosphorescence of the water, vividly lighting up the oar blades as the launches pulled ashore, carrying the landing party. We landed thigh-deep in water, and it seemed thigh-deep, too, in liquid fire. Our weapons and cartridge boxes held high to make sure they were not wetted. Bush was excited and tense. It was all I could do within the bounds of discipline to hold him back from plunging ahead at once in violent action. I might have sounded confident enough in Buckland's cabin. It was another matter on that beach, in the darkness, with the conviction growing that on the success of our enterprise depended not only the lives of myself and Bush and 180 men, but also the reputation of renown and First Lieutenant Buckland's professional future.
In Part 2 of Lieutenant Hornblower, you heard Nigel Anthony in the title role and as the narrator, with Terence Skelton as William Bush. Mr. Buckland was played by David Peart, Mr. Roberts, Paul Hertzberg, Wellard the boy, Mark Hudson, and Mr. Clive the surgeon, John Jardine. Location recordings were made by Christopher Hayton Webb and David Fleming Williams aboard the IP Torso. The musical score is by Johnny Pearson. The Hornblower story is directed from Manchester by Trevor Hill.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. The guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
This period of time, looking back on what I suppose I may call a successful career, I can afford to smile at the worries which beset me as an ambitious and conscientious captain trying to muster a crew for the Sutherland. But those difficulties were real and painful enough then. I stared gloomily from the window of my lodging house and listened to Lieutenant Bush as he read my carefully worded proclamation to the small and highly derisive crowd of loungers in the market square.
Hear ye! To all young men of spirit,
seamen, landsmen, and boys who wish to strike a blow for freedom. And make the Corsican tyrant wish he'd never dared the wrath of these British Isles. His Majesty's ship, Sutherland, of 2 decks and 74 guns, is at present commissioning at Plymouth, and a few vacancies still exist to complete her crew. Who wishes for a hatful of golden louis d'or for prize money? There will be fiddlers and dancing every evening, and provisions at 16 ounces to the pound.
Yes, what of hardtack?
The best of beef, the best of bread, and grog at midday every day of the week. All in addition to the pay under the warrant of His Most Gracious Majesty King George.
Hey, what pay? Yes, you get angry if you ask for it.
Where's my man gonna get paid?
Not much luck yet, sir. There's so many frigate captains recruited. And frigates always attract men more than a ship of the line, sir.
No, Bush. They've better chances of prize money. Well, I'll have to send 4 lieutenants each with half a dozen men round the southern counties. I don't care what you find, volunteers or pressed men, but I need another 50 seamen and 200 landsmen and boys. If I don't complete my crew, it means the loss of the command. You see to it, Bush,
Aye, aye, sir.
Master at Arms wishes to report, sir. What more indiscipline? He has my orders to flog the skin off any mutinous seaman. I'll have no unrest at the start of a new commission.
I don't think it's that, sir. Why, look, here it comes now, sir. What a queer-looking lot of men he's got with him, sir.
Oh, good heavens, what creatures are these? Handcuffed together, some are in leg irons, all in rags. What are they doing on my ship? What the devil is this?
Your answer. I signed a receipt to the soldiers what brought him.
Soldiers? Where did these scarecrows come from?
Exeter Assizes, sir.
Huh?
I got a list, sir. 4 of them poachers. That one in moleskin breeches, his name's Waits. He's a sheep stealer.
Oh, is he?
The one in black was a brewer's manager before he was took for bigamy. The others is mostly larceny, sir. Except for them 2 in front what's in for rick burning, and the 2 in irons, they're robbery with violence. 30 of them altogether, sir.
And they've chosen service at sea instead of their sentences. Fine addition to my ship's company. Budding mutineers, sulky ruffians, half-witted yokels. Still, hands they are, and I must make the most of them. Might be worth trying to win their affection. Look, why are they handcuffed? Release them at once.
Beg pardon, sir. I didn't like to do without orders, seeing what they are.
Never mind what they are. They're in the King's service now, and I'll have no man in irons in my ship unless he's given me cause to do it.
No, sir.
These men are recruits in an honorable service with an honorable future before them. Now listen, men. Any man who does his duty as best he can has nothing to fear in this ship and everything to hope for. Now I want to see the dirt of the place you've come from washed off. Dismiss. Rice, find one of the person's mates and see that these men are properly dressed.
Aye, aye, sir.
Mr. Bush, that's another 30 anyway. I think I've won some of them over. Well, my private opinion is they've made a bad bargain. They'd be better off in jail.
We see the color of your backbones, too, if you've got any. God help us trying to make sailors of you. You'll likely finish up overside with a shot at your feet before we make our scent. And a good job, too.
Thompson! What's the meaning of this?
Beg your pardon, sir. We're cleaning the prison dirt and fleas off them. But none of them ain't ever had a bath in their lives, and they won't get under that pump, sir.
I won't have those men cowed, Thompson, and I won't tolerate bullying. One day all our lives may depend on their loyalty. Clean them by all means, but no bullying. Here, I'll speak to them. Look, under the pump with you, men. It won't hurt you. When we get to sea, you'll see me under that pump every morning at 7 bells. Isn't that so, you others, huh? All right. You there, your name's Waits, isn't it? Now, set them an example. Under you go. Come on. Yes, sir. Come here, Thompson. Is that welt on Waits' shoulder from your knotted rope?
Well, sir, I had to use my starter a bit, sir.
Now, understand this. I won't have a petty officer on my ship who doesn't know when to use a starter and when not to. I'm not soft, but those men are bewildered, and hitting them won't clear their heads. Another mistake of this kind, and I'll disrate you. Now, get forward before I have you flogged in front of these jailbirds. So it went on. All the worries of preparing for sea, re-rigging, revictualling, wondering whether I could man my ship in time. And other worries, too. Maria, my wife, was with me in my lodgings. Tearful, cloying, affectionate. She had whispered to me that it was possible we were going to be parents again. A new worry for me to take with me to sea. And I felt guilty because I was just over the shock of the news that Lady Barbara Wellesley, over whom I'd nearly made a fool of myself aboard the Lydia, had suddenly married Admiral Leighton, the man under whom I was now serving. Had my appointment been due to her benevolent influence, or was it a subtle revenge out of pique? I asked myself the question anew when a boy brought a letter to my lodgings, addressed to my wife and me. The Angel Inn, Plymouth, May the 4th, 1810. Rear Admiral Sir Percy and Lady Barbara Leighton would esteem it an honor if Captain and Mrs. Horatio Hornblower would dine with them at this address tomorrow, the 5th, at 4 o'clock.
My dear, it's almost a command. We must accept. And I've only my blue sack gown.
Yeah. Oh, it looks perfect on you.
Oh, that's what you say about everything I wear. Tell me, is she very genteel?
Yeah. No. Who genteel?
Well, Lady Barbara, of course.
Oh.
She traveled home from Panama with you and the Lydia, didn't she?
Oh, yes. Well, she's Lord Wellington's sister, you know. She's a very charming woman. I must go down to the ship, my dear.
Oh, Horatio, must you?
Very so.
Oh, I was hoping we could spend the afternoon together.
I'm sorry. There's so much to be done, so much to think about.
Oh. Genteel person. But why ever did she marry Sir Percy Leighton? She doesn't love him.
Huh? I didn't know that. Who said she doesn't love him?
Nobody said so, dear. But a woman doesn't need to be told these things. Why, it's obvious in her every look and gesture. It is strange, for a woman in her position has no need for social climbing.
I suspect it was a political marriage.
Oh.
The Leighton votes will be valuable to the Wellesleys if anything happens to the poor old king, and then there will be a regency, and, well, the Wellesleys are almost the only faction left with the will to carry on the war against Bonaparte. They'll need all the support they can get.
I don't understand these things, but she is a very charming woman, as you said. She asked if I was to accompany her on this voyage, but I explained that with the hopes we're beginning to cherish, it would be inadvisable.
What? You told her that?
Well, yes, dear. Why should I not?
Oh, no. No reason why not. Of course, Well, it's a shame you can't come, but, well, never mind. I'll be back with a bag full of guineas for prize money before 2 years are up.
2 years? Oh, it is a lifetime. Horatio, how is the commissioning proceeding? Have you enough men installed?
Nothing like enough. I need 50 more topmen, and topmen are not to be picked up out of jails. The flagship Pluto and the Caligula are almost ready to sail, and the East India convoy, which we're to escort, are already assembling. I can't see how we're to be ready in time.
Don't worry so, dear. You've never failed yet.
Look, I could spend all my next quarter's pay on stores and still not have bought too much. The Sutherland already shows my poverty. She's been painted by the dockyard in their usual niggardly fashion. Other captains pay out of their own pocket for white and red and gold leaf. I must be content with the dockyard, dull yellow and black.
I only wish I could live more cheaply so that you could spend more on your ship.
Oh, no. Don't reproach yourself, my dear. No economies that you could make would buy the pigs and fowls and sheep that I need, let alone the luxuries I must provide for entertaining other captains or perhaps the Admiral himself. Mm-hmm. Apples, cigars, raisins, cheese, port, sherry, Madeira, peppers, cloves, allspice, prunes, figs, a chest of tea, wax candles, a dozen shirts, 4 more pairs of silk stockings. Oh, I could go on endlessly. Oh... Well, let's go to sleep, my dear. The problem will keep till tomorrow.
The master! I said the master! Belay!
You'll have to use landsman's terms to them, Harrison. They're not seamen yet. They don't know what a mast or belay means.
The lovers don't know what anything means, sir. Hey, stop! I said jib Elliot's not sea. Damn man, blast you empty your good. Hey, you cornish pesky. You're not in the tin mine now. It's brain you want, not brawn. What? You'd raise your hand to me, would you? Get up, you mutinous pig, before I kick your face in. Here, where's my rope turned house, sir?
I don't think we'll ever make seamen of some of them, sir. Shall I arrest that Cornishman for attempting to strike a superior, sir?
No, Mr. Bush. He's too raw to realize what mutiny entails. At the moment, Harrison's method is best. After a week or two, they'll settle down a bit, I hope.
They'd better, or there'll be some floggings or hangings.
I'll keep the men at it, Mr. Bush. I shall go below and study my orders.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Bush sent me to say the last of the stores are coming aboard, sir.
Oh, very well, thank you. Wait a moment. You're midshipman Longley, aren't you? Mr. Gerard's nephew?
Yes, sir. My first voice, sir.
Ah. Well, Mr. Longley, attend to your work and do your duty, and well, you may be a captain someday. Oh, very well. Tell Mr. Bush I'll be out presently.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Longley.
Yes, sir.
Come inside, boy. Well, come in. Stand still. What was it you said last?
I said, sir, that Mr. Bush said...
No. What did you say last?
Last, sir? I said, yes, sir.
Oh. And what ought you to have said?
Aye, sir.
Very good. Well, remember that. You've a certain quickness of understanding. You learn how to handle men, and you'll make a useful warrant officer. You may go.
Aye, sir.
When I went up to the quarterdeck a few moments later and gave Bush the order to make sail, I found the decks in a horrible muddle as the officers drove the wretched crew, made more stupid than usual with weariness, to the mizzen rigging.
Just look at the lovers. 9 minutes already. Why, the Marines are better sailors.
The wind is back easterly. Rounding Devil's Point will not be easy.
No, sir. Race those yards round. Well up, sir.
Look at Those fools of transports, Mr. Bush, scattering before the wind as if they actually wanted to be snapped up by a privateer. Uh-huh. The flagship shortening sail. Get our royals in.
Aye, aye, sir.
Flagship signal, sir.
It's the Caligula. Make more sail. Take station ahead of convoy.
Oh. Gad, it's Captain Bolton who's got that job and not me. We'll have to run down to hailing distance and perhaps fire a gun before those transports have taken any notice of him. Well, I'll be damned. Now, the Indiamen are shortening sail, and as though the convoy wasn't scattered enough.
Admiral signaling for the Indiamen, sir. Make sail.
I'll bet he's raving mad. But you can't court-martial him. But those India captains make £5,000 out of a voyage. What do they care about an admiral?
I'd make them mind if I were in command. Night coming on, and the convoy scattered almost before it started. To feel that the Admiral was not showing to the best advantage, as I considered it was his duty to keep the convoy together, whatever the difficulties, I felt a cold chill spring to my forehead and a slight trembling in my legs. I knew what was coming. It happened at the start of almost every voyage, but I loathed and feared it. I would not give in. I would not.
Another signal, sir. Flagship to Sutherland. Take night station.
Very well. Acknowledge. Mr. Bush, take...
Aye, aye, sir. Quarter mile to windward of convoy, sir. Look out, sir. Oh, I thought you were going to fall.
Yes, I've not quite found my sea legs, Mr. Bush. I've been ashore too long.
Lord Nelson was just the same, sir. For the first day of each voyage, he'd stumble like a baby. Talk about feeling ill, sir.
My resistance was at an end. Blindly, drunkenly, I staggered to the companion rail, lurched down to the half-deck, and along to the door of the after cabin. Paul Wheel, my steward, was laying dinner at the table. Get out, Paul Wheel.
Are you feeling all right, sir? Can I do anything for you, sir?
Yes, Paul Wheel. You can obey an order.
What's that, sir?
Get out.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Looking back now over all my voyages, I think the start of that one was the most miserable and distressing. My ship was seriously undermanned. I was suffering from the seasickness which always attacked me at the beginning of a voyage. My mind was torn between anxiety for my wife Maria, who would be having our baby before my return, and misery at the marriage of Lady Barbara Wellesley. And now I was saddled with the care of 6 fat, stupid, lubberly merchant ships. As I stood on my quarterdeck in the grey dawn with the wind whipping through the rigging, I cursed those Indiamen for their slowness in acknowledging my signals.
They must man those Indiamen with blockades, sir. The Lord Mornington's been flying that signal at the dip for 10 minutes.
Well, they haven't the sense to clear the halyards. Oh, well. I've given them their course for Finisterre, and they must follow it as best they can. I shall go below, Mr. Bush.
Aye, sir. One moment, sir.
What's that?
Something's happening. The Warmer Castle's hauled her wind. Look, sir. You can see her through the glass.
Yes. Yes, she's spun round. She's clawing up to windward towards us. Surely she's signaling. Where's the signals, Lieutenant?
Here, sir. It's a jumble signal. I can't read it.
What?
Looks like number 29, sir.
Huh?
But it can't be. That means discontinue the action. And now she's hauled it down. Well, there goes another. It's number 11. Yeah. Number 11, sir. That means enemy in sight.
What's in there? What can you see on the port bow?
Nothing under the Warmer Castle, sir.
Are you sure? Yeah, I can see them now, sir. 2 luggers on the port bow.
Luggers, eh? That can only mean privateers, sir. If they can pick off an East Indiaman, it'll be a feather in their caps.
Then we shall prevent them from feathering their caps. Hands to quarters, Mr. Bush.
Aye, sir. Hands to quarters!
We shall need our wits about us, Mr. Bush. This is going to be difficult. They will maneuver to cut off a ship to windward of us.
Lay alongside a border while we're beating up against the wind.
That's it.
Those luggers are as quick as lightning in stays.
The Indiamen are so slow, and our crew is so raw. There are 2 luggers. We shall have to parry 2 thrusts at once.
You can see them plainly now, sir. 2 masters. They have about 20 guns apiece, 9-pounders. We could blow them out of the water if they were fools enough to come in close range. I'd say they carry about 150 men each, and all mad for gold.
Yes, have the guns loaded and run out, Mr. Bush.
Aye, sir. Run out the guns! That's the leading lugger, sir. Didn't see where her shot went.
Helm a starboard.
Starboard it is, sir.
Meet her, steady.
Steady, sir.
Look at the Warmer Castle sheering off. She'll run into the next ship in a minute. Can we reach her in time?
Yes, we're too close now for the luggers to dare. I thought so. They're swinging away to avoid our broadside.
Back to main topsail.
We must keep to windward of the convoy so that we can dash down to any danger point. Let the convoy get ahead again.
Aye, sir. What are they up to now, sir? They're leading the convoy.
Yes, they're going to swing round presently and attack the starboard ship. Clap on sail. We must intercept. Yes, there they go. They're after the Lord Mornington. Hard port.
Hard port, sir.
They're going to switch to the Warmer Castle, or I'm a Dutchman. Yes, I thought so.
You thought ahead of them there, sir. We cut them off again. If only the Indiamen had the sense not to scatter. Once they break up, we'll never get to the threatened one in time. Hello. What's the game now?
Well, they've thought up some plan, I imagine. They're working astern of us. Yes, I think I see their intention. They're going to diverge.
Yes. Here they come, sir. One to starboard, one to port.
Yes.
They're going to attack both wings of the convoy at once. We'll never get across from one to the other in time.
We must. There's no alternative. The starboard lugger is slightly nearer. We'll tackle her first. Starboard, 2 points.
Starboard, 2 points it is, sir.
We'll cross the lugger's bows on this course. She'll have to edge away to avoid our broadside, and that'll keep her off the convoy.
Well, what about the other one, sir? This course is taking us away from the convoy.
Can't help that. Our only hope is to get back in time. We've edged this one away at least.
The second lugger, sir. She's attacking the Warmer Castle to port.
Hands to the braces. Hard to starboard.
Aye,
Bring her down, Mr. Bush, quickly.
I didn't think this old captain mustn't move like this. We're carrying too much canvas.
Yes, lay right over with this wind abeam.
The Indiamen. We'll drive right in among them. They'll never get out of the way. Look out, we're going to ram the Lord Mornington. No, she's swerving. Look, it's like driving an horse through a maze. Look, it's the lugger alongside the Warmer Castle.
Stand to your guns, sir. Mr. Gerard, give the lugger a broadside as we pass her. Helmsman, steer through that gap between those two ships.
The Frenchmen are boarding us, sir. That's pistols going off. No, I see us coming. They're jumping back into the lugger. Up goes her mainsail. Chicken away yet.
Back the mizzen topsail. Now, Mr. Gerard.
Take your aim. Wait till your guns bear. Fire! I said aim, you blasted sons of sea-cooks. You're wasting shot. A whole broadside and only a couple of shrouds shot away.
2 shots went across our deck, sir. Look at that. They plowed a clean furrow through those men. That's Skinner starting to think about.
Our sails are filling. Don't let her get away. Get your guns to bear again.
All right. She's losing her 9-pounders at us. She's hit us somewhere.
Our timbers ought to keep out 9-pounders at this range. Stand by your guns. Take good aim this time. Fire as you bear.
All right, sir.
That's better, much better.
Hold on, men. Here goes the mainmast.
Mainsail, topmast, shrouds and all. Shall we go in and finish her, sir?
Certainly not, Mr. Bush. Our job is to guard the convoy. Square away on the other tack. We must deal with the other one before she can attack us on the other side.
Hands to braces. Lively there. Goodbye, Mr. Froggy. You have a long day's work ahead of you before you can see Ernest again.
The convoy was frantically beating up towards us again, with the second privateer on their heels, like a dog after a flock of sheep. But at the sight of the Sutherland rushing down upon her, she sheered off again. Obviously, she worked round to make a dash at one of the outside ships, but I swung the Sutherland round and headed her off. Thus it went on for an hour or more, like a game of hide and seek. But with only one lugger to deal with, my task was easier. At last, the Frenchman realized that he was wasting his time. His big lugsail came round, and he thrashed away to windward in search of his crippled colleague.
He's off, sir. We'll have no more trouble with those two.
No, Mr. Bush, but the captain of that second lugger is a fool. If he left his consort to look after itself and hung on to us until nightfall, he'd be almost sure to pick off one of our ships in the darkness. There. Yes, you can secure the guns now.
Aye, sir. Secure the guns, Mr. Gerald.
What are those idiots cheering about? From the noise they're making, you'd think they'd won Trafalgar. Mr. Bush, stop that noise at once. Send the hands aft. I'll speak to them. Silence! Silence! Do you hear? Well, no more of that. What have you done? Frightened off a couple of luggers not much bigger than our longboat. 2 broadsides from 74 guns, and you're pleased with yourselves for knocking away a single spar.
Half the trouble with the men is that we haven't enough old hands to lead them to the right ropes.
It's the same with my guns, sir. I got 74 of them and no more than 50 trained gun layers.
I know.
I'll train them in time, sir, but half my gunners couldn't hit a 3-decker at point-blank range.
I know. By heaven, I'll get some more men before this voyage is much older if I have to land in France and seize Frenchmen. Days of a strong northeasterly wind had not only hurried my convoy to the North African latitude where I was to leave them, but had also prevented all intercourse and visiting between ships. But now the wind had dropped to a gentle breeze. The Sutherland was slipping slowly along with a westerly breeze abeam, and the 6 East Indiamen were clustered together only a few cables' lengths to leeward. Even before Gerard reported, I had marked the approach of a boat from the Lord Mornington, had nerved myself for the inevitable polite call. As the visitors came aboard, I saw that the man in the formal frock coat was Captain Osborne of the Lord Mornington. His companion was resplendent in full civilian dress with ribbon and star.
Good afternoon, Captain Hornblower. I would like to present to you Lord Eastlake, Governor-designate of Bombay.
This is a great pleasure, Your Lordship.
The pleasure is mine, Captain. I have come to beg of you to accept, on behalf of your ship's company, this purse of 400 guineas.
400 guineas?
Sir, it has been subscribed by the passengers of the East India convoy in recognition of the skill and the courage displayed by the Sutherland in action with 2 French privateers.
Well, it's most generous and totally undeserved, sir. Nevertheless, I greatly appreciate your kindness, and on behalf of my ship's company, I thank your lordship.
And I, sir, am the bearer of a most cordial invitation to you and your first lieutenant to join us at dinner in the Lord Mornington.
Oh, thank you for your courtesy, sir. I deeply regret that I must decline the invitation, but we part company in 2 hours.
But that is a pity, Captain Hornblower. Cannot you be persuaded?
Oh, my lord, I'm on the King's service and under the most explicit orders from the Admiral.
Well, in that case, Captain, I understand. But at least you will allow me to meet some of your officers?
Begging your pardon, sir, but there's no need to turn all that money over to us and the men. You can treat it as prize money and take your share under prize rules.
Thank you, Mr. Bush, but I can't accept that sort of reward from civilians. However, the crew must show appreciation. Man the yards and have the men give 3 cheers as Lord Eastlake's boat pulls away.
Aye, aye, sir. Man the yards! Now then, men. Lord Eastlake has brought you a present for saving the convoy. 3 cheers for his lordship.
Mr. Bush?
Sir?
Mr. Gerard, your attention over here, please. Now, listen, I'm desperately short of men. I'm going to take some from those East Indiamen.
But, sir, they're John Company ships. Their men are exempt from pressing, sir.
Nobody is exempt when the King's service needs him. I'm aware that I'm contravening Admiralty orders, but I plead necessity.
Will you excuse me, sir, if I point out that John Company is the most powerful corporation in England? It might be a bad policy to offend them, sir.
I'll be a judge of my policy, Mr. Gerard, and will take the responsibility. You will obey orders.
Aye, sir.
Those ships will sight no land until they reach St. Helena. It'll be 3 or 4 months before any protest can reach England, and further 6 months before any censure can reach me in the Mediterranean. It's possible that in 6 months we shall all be dead.
Thank you, sir.
Give the boat's crews pistols and cutlasses just to show that I'll stand no nonsense. I want 20 men from each of those ships.
20 from each, sir? That's flouting the law on the grand scale, sir.
That's the only sensible scale on which to flout the law, Mr. Bush.
Captain Hornblower, this is an outrage, sir, and I must protest against it. At this very moment, your lieutenant is parading my crew with a view to impressment.
He's acting by my orders, sir.
But I can hardly believe it, sir. Well, are you aware that this is a flagrant violation of Admiralty regulations? A perfect outrage, sir. The ships of the Honorable East India Company are exempt from impressment, and I, as Commodore, must protest to the last breath of my body against any contravention of the law.
I shall be glad to receive your protest when you make it, sir.
Well, when I make it? But I have delivered it, sir. I have made my protest.
But will you not allow me to ask for volunteers from among your crew, Captain? There may be a few men who'd like to join the King's service.
I cannot imagine, sir, that many men will be foolish enough to exchange the comfort of the East India Company's service for the rigors of a ship of the line. But, well, yes, I will agree even to that. Your seamanship in the affair with the privateers was so admirable that, frankly, I find it hard to refuse you anything.
That's very good of you, sir. Allow me to escort you to your gig. I will recall my boats. Since they will have taken the volunteers first, we can rely on it that they have all the willing ones on board, and I shall return the unwilling ones. Thank you, Captain Osborne. Thank you.
He calmed down wonderfully, sir. Pity we had to give way. But we might get a few volunteers out of that lot, sir.
I feel sure we shall, Mr. Wood.
Here's the launch and the cutter coming back, sir. They're both loaded with men to the gunwale, sir. They're passing Captain Osborne's gig now. He's waving and shouting something to them.
Mr. Gerard and Mr. Rayner are very properly paying no attention to him. Stand by. The men will be coming aboard very shortly.
Silence down there! The captain will address you.
Now listen to me, men. You're probably a bit bewildered at your sudden change of circumstances, but let me assure you that the entry port through which you've just passed is a gateway to glory.
We know what sort of glory.
Have the man flogged who raises his voice or interrupts again. For 17 years, your country's been struggling with the Corsican tyrant. Your ease and comfort has been possible only because of the loyalty and courage of the brave men who've manned British men of war. Now you have the opportunity of joining that gallant company. You've got other opportunities, too. The chance of prize money. The convoy from which you've come presented my crew with 400 guineas for their work in saving you from the French privateers. And there's more, much more, to be made by willing men on the East Coast by the taking of French prizes. You'll serve your country and yourselves at the same time. No man is treated harshly on my ship unless he deserves harshness. You're here, and it's in your hands now whether your lives go well or ill. And what I do in the name of His Majesty the King. That's all. Guard, march these men down to the main deck. Mr. Bush, have the goodness to go down and read the articles of war to them.
Aye, sir.
I had taken a bold step, but the necessities of war demanded boldness. I now had nearly a full complement of crew with these 120, most of them able seamen. By the time Bush returned from reading the men into the service, the boats were inboard and we were all ready to square away. Mr. Vincent, signal to the convoy. All men have volunteered. Thank you. Goodbye.
All men have volunteered. Thank you. Goodbye. Aye, sir.
I beg your pardon, sir, but what will you say to the Admiralty?
I shall tell them that I took the men with the permission of the Commodore. I did, too. He said I could keep any men who volunteered.
Yes, sir, but not many did, really.
You know seamen as well as I do, Bush. It'll be a year before we get back to England, and in that time I shall be surprised if I don't convince most of them that they did volunteer. We only want a bit of luck and a few prizes, and those fellows will swear to anything.
It's a master stroke, sir. And the Admiralty will be reluctant to prosecute. They know as well as we do how necessary seamen are.
Signal's gone, sir. The Lord Mornington is replying.
What does she say?
Captain Osborne to Captain Hornblower. Do not understand your signal. Await boat.
Thank you. Is that all sail? Hands for braces. Square away there. Mr. Vincent, hoist another signal, please. Just one word.
Aye, sir. Which word, sir?
Goodbye.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
To quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target.
Flintstocks ready?
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Fascinating to look back down the years and perceive upon what slight hazards one's whole fate depends. The spin of a guinea was to have far-reaching consequences for me. There was no sign of the flagship Pluto at the rendezvous, but it was not long before the Caligula bore up from windward, and Captain Bolton signaled his invitation for me to dine with him. Despite the almost tropical heat, he gave me pea soup, red mullet, a saddle of mutton, and Stilton cheese. We sipped syrupy port and sweltered in his after cabin.
Oh, well, Hornblower. Now I suppose we must wait in idleness for the arrival of Sir Macho Pomposo, our Rear Admiral of the Red.
I must say, sir, I've never thought of Sir Percy Leighton in that light.
Well, I have. He's a pompous fool. It got worse since he married Lady Barbara Wellesley. I don't respect an admiral who's no seaman. Oh, there's no telling how long he might be before he gets here. What do you suggest we do?
Well, perhaps one of us might push northward and harry the coast while the other waits for the flagship.
Yes, good suggestion, that. Who? You or me?
There's nothing I'd like better, sir, but the decision must be yours. You're the senior officer of the station.
Yes. Well, I'd let you go for old time's sake if I didn't want to go myself. Tell you what, Hornblower, I'll be fair. I'll toss you for it. Here's a guinea. King or spade?
Spade.
Then up she goes. Oh, spade it is. Oh, you're a lucky devil, Hornblower. Still, I'm glad you won. You can speak Spanish. That may be an advantage. Now, don't be gone more than 3 days in case his mightiness turns up.
Yes.
And good luck.
Thank you, sir. Had I foreseen what the flick of that coin was to lead to, I might have been less pleased and excited as I stood on my quarterdeck half an hour after dawn the following morning. But disaster was far in the future. The wind was fair, and Cape Creux, just south of the Spanish-French border, was clear on the larboard beam.
Sail ho! Nearly right ahead. A brig, sir, standing out from the land on the starboard tack.
This is what I hoped for, Mr. Bush.
Yes, sir. I suppose the only way Bonaparte can get supplies to his army in Spain is by slipping them along the coast in brigs under the protection of shore batteries.
Yes, Spanish roads and Spanish armies afford too many obstacles to the land route. Mr. Gerard, hoist the colors.
Aye, sir.
And call all hands. Head to cut her off.
Aye, sir. What's the matter with her, sir? He's making no attempt to escape. She must have seen us.
Very strange. Can she be an English brig? Here, Savage, take your glass and tell me what you can see from the main rigging. There's one thing, Mr. Bush. This is our best point of sailing. We should have the heels of her.
Well, she's fenced right enough, sir. She's wearing her colors. Oh, she's signaling now, sir. Oh, it's been hard to read. I've got it, sir. It's the signal MV.
MV? What the devil's that? Is it in the signals book, Vincent?
No, sir. I've been looking for it. It's not in our code. We'll know soon enough, sir. We're overhauling her. No. She's wearing round again. She's trying to get away now. Ah, it's no good, monsieur. You'll be ours presently. A handsome bit of prize money for us there.
Yes, I can see now what's happened. She saw our red ensign and took it for the red of the tricolour. Remember, ours was a Dutch ship before she was taken and refitted. Our round bows are very like a French ship. That NV must be the private French recognition signal. That's worth remembering. NV.
China quarter winded, sir.
Well, fire a shot across her bows.
Number 2 gun. A single shot across the bows. Fire!
That's done it. She's heaving to.
The flag's coming down. She surrenders.
Silence there. Silence. Mr. Bush, take a boat and board her. Mr. Clark, your prize master, take 6 hands with you and navigate her to Port Mahon.
Aye, aye, sir.
While I awaited the return of Bush, I speculated on the consternation which the French would experience when they knew that their sea routes were threatened by a British squadron and that their lines of communication were in danger. I turned over in my mind, too, a new idea which the brig's failure to recognize our nationality had given me.
I doubt if anyone on land saw us capture the Amelie, sir. We can still take them by surprise along the coast.
That fact did not escape my notice, Mr. Bush. Now, kindly pay attention. The blue masses on the horizon there are the peaks of the Pyrenees. And the road from France to Spain runs along the coast between those mountains and the sea. And Potter's made the French ensign have it hoisted instead of our own. We shall sail down the coast where we can be seen from the road. Send the hands to breakfast.
Aye, aye, sir.
Sir! There number of small craft, sir. At anchor round yonder point.
Small craft.
Yes, I can see them from here now, sir. And look, sir. Isn't that a tricolour flying from a flagstaff at the point there?
It is, Mr. Bush. That's what I've been looking for. That is a French battery on top of the cliff. 42 pounders, probably, with a good range. Furnaces, I expect, for heating the shot to set ships on fire. They can never fight that battery on equal terms. That seems to be a little coasting fleet huddled in the shelter of the guns. Captain Morris, tell your men to lie down, if you please. I don't want the red coats of the Marines to give us away.
We're getting close in now, sir. You can see the parapets round the battery.
Hope to heaven they don't open fire now. They're well within range. Every yard nearer means more danger in getting out if they discover us. And to lose a mast means to lose the ship. Mr. Vincent, hoist the signal MV. Aye, sir. Let's hope it means the right thing.
Doesn't seem to mean the wrong thing anyway, sir. They haven't opened fire.
They're signaling in reply, sir. I can't read it. One of them's a swallowtail that we don't use. Well, the very fact that they're replying shows they can't be sure we're enemies. If they don't fire soon, we'll be too close under their guns for them to reach us. Now, Mr. Bush, do you see that battery on the cliff?
Aye, sir.
Yeah. Well, you take the longboat. Mr. Rayner will take the launch. You will land and storm the battery.
By the mark, water, let's say.
At a bare quarter of a mile off. You can go now, Mr. Bush. Back the main topsail.
Aye, sir. Back the main topsail. Aye, sir.
Throw the guns down the cliff, Mr. Bush. Wreck the battery if you can. But don't stay a moment longer than necessary.
Aye, sir. We're off now.
Helm a lee. Mr. Gerard, put the ship about.
Aye,
down
sir.
with that French flag and send up our own.
Aye, sir.
Aha. They've opened fire at last.
They hit us, too, sir. Somewhere forward, I think.
Thank heaven they're firing at us. If they hit those boats, we'll be in a pretty fix. Mr. Gerard, see if your guns can reach the battery, and be sure they aim carefully. It's no good unless the embrasures can be swept.
Stow the guns. Fire as your guns bear. Steady aim. Now! Lift them! Lift them! I can see the dust from the cliff. You're 30 feet too low.
If we can only get a few shots through the embrasure, sir, it'll upset their gunners.
Do it quickly, man. They're firing at our boats now.
The launch. They've hit the launch.
No, there she is again. She was nearly swamped, but not hit. They're rowing crab fashion. The shots must have smashed her port oars.
They're safe now, sir. They're in the surf. Look, sir, they're landing. The guns are doing better, too, now. That was a hit. And another. Right on the embouchure, sir.
Very good, Mr. Gerard, but you must cease fire now whilst our men are mounting that cliff.
Cease fire! The flag, sir. The flag. It's coming down. The storming party are holding it down. They've taken the battery.
Mr. Gerard, put the ship about.
Aye, sir.
Send in the quarter boat to take possession of the craft in the bay.
Aye, sir. Quarter boat away. There's 7 craft there, sir. A fine haul. Ah, there go their crews, pulling for the shore in their dinghies. Shall I chase or fire on them?
No, let them go. I have no wish to be burdened with prisoners or to damage our prizes.
Mr. Bush's party is toppling the guns over, sir. Look at that one. Down the cliff like an avalanche. They've blown the magazine, sir. That's the end of the battery at Lanza. And there's Mr. Bush, sir. I can see him waving his sword.
Carry on, Mr. Gerard. I shall go below.
Shooting well. That splash wasn't more than 100 yards off our port beam. Who couldn't shoot well with their advantages? 42-pounders and permanent mounts, 50 feet above the water, and long-service soldiers to man 'em.
Yes, I've seen 'em shoot worse all the same.
It's a mile and a half if it's a yard.
Oh, more than that.
I'd say it's barely a mile. Nonsense, why? Good morning, sir.
Your attention, please, gentlemen. I shall also want Mr. Renner and Mr. Hooker. Pass the word for them. Now, will you all use your telescopes and study this place with care? That is Mount Canigou in the background. Where that spur of the Pyrenees runs down to the sea is Cape Cervera. And that is where Spain ends and France begins.
I suppose those white houses in the center, around the head of the bay, are Port Vendredi, sir?
Yes, Mr. Bush. They seem annoyed that a ship should flaunt British colors so close. I trust they'll have greater cause for annoyance ere long. Now, gentlemen, take a look at that ship at anchor there. She's under the protection of the batteries at either side of the bay.
You can see the batteries by the smoke, sir.
Right, sir.
One to the left, one to the right.
Yes. Mark them well. I want no mistake made. You, Mr. Gerard, note the battery on the left. Right, sir. Mr. Rayner, note the one on the right. Mr. Hooker, you see how the bay curves? You must be able to take a boat straight up to that anchored ship tonight.
All right, sir. All right, sir.
Put the ship on the port tack, Mr. Bush. We must stand out to sea now. The moon rises at 1 o'clock. I shall take good care to be back in our present position at midnight.
Aye, sir. If the garrison there will think we're leaving, we'll give them a shock later on.
Hope so. I want this to be a climax to the 24 hours in which we've taken the brig Amélie and destroyed the Lancer battery, gentlemen. That ship sheltering in Port Vendredi is to be cut out and taken tonight. An hour of darkness should suffice to effect a surprise. If we're successful, the rising moon will give enough light to bring out the captured ship. If we're unsuccessful, we shall be able to see to rally and escape. Mr. Bush, you will remain in charge of this ship.
But, sir, please.
No, Mr. Bush, you may not join the attack. I shall lead it myself. It was very dark, but the stars were glowing clearly, and the Sutherland was steaming landwards like a ghost. The crew was resting on the gangways and the main deck. When the subdued voices of their officers called them, they mustered silently, each division assembling for its particular duty. I checked the position of the ship with Bush and strained my eyes through my night glass for a glimpse of the shore.
Longboat crew here.
Launch crew here, sir.
You can heave to now, Mr. Bush. I trust this expedition will be a success for your sake.
For my sake, sir?
Yes. I'm taking 250 men. If we do not return, you will have barely sufficient crew to navigate the ship to the rendezvous.
Oh, you'll return, sir, and with the French ship. All the same, I wish you'd let me go in your place.
Your duty is here, Bush. See to it. Are the boats outside?
Aye, sir. Here's your barge. Goodbye, sir. Good luck.
Thank you. All right. Move aside, Brown. I shall sit in the stern. Are the oars muffled?
Yes, sir. Keep way there.
The two cutters behind us, Brown.
Right us down, sir. Listen, sir. What's that?
As I expected. The French are rowing a guard round their precious ship. Ready at the oars there?
All ready, sir.
Now remember, men, cold steel. It If any man fires before I do, I'll shoot him with my own hand. Give way. We're in the harbor now. Time the longboat and launch began their attack. Aha.
And they're making enough row about it, sir.
By my orders, I want the gunners distracted at the vital moment. There's the guard boat. On to it, men.
I believe they've seen us, sir.
Keep an eye! Straight into her, men. Ship oars. Follow me, men. No prisoners. Throw them overboard. Right. Look at that, Brian. That fellow on the bottom of the boat. Stand clear.
Oh, thanks, sir. He landed up and right on his face. I think that's the lot, so we took them by surprise. They're all dead or unconscious or overside.
Warm work while it lasted.
Yes, sir.
Right, back into the barge, everyone.
Your neck, sir. It's covered with blood. Just let me...
There's no time to waste. There's nothing. Go on. Give way. That'll be the cutters. They've reached the anchored ship. Pull, men. They'll need our help.
They don't seem to have carried the ship at their first rush, sir. Those musket flashes are steady along her bulwarks. That means the crew are defending her.
Yes, there must have been a wake and of rigged netting to repulse any surprise attack. Yes. Now, quietly now. We'll creep round to her disengaged side. Right. One strong pull. Ship oars. Now, take hold there. Now, all up the side together and give a cheer. I want them to think we're a big boarding party. Ready? Now. Mr. Longley, you stay with me. Up with you now.
Aye, sir. The netting is rigged, sir. It slopes outwards, too.
Blast the stuff. It's like being a fly in a web. Now, come in with your dirk, boy. Don't just hang there.
Can you reach that bit with your sword, sir? That bit there. It may part enough for us to get through.
So hold tight. Hold on. The whole lot's coming away. We'll be in the sea in a minute.
I'm through, sir. Give me a hand, sir.
Well done, lad. Now.
Sir?
Yes, I'm perfectly safe. Stand your ground. Here comes another rush.
There are men, sir. The ship's taken.
Splendid. Mr. Gusto. Sir. Cut the cable. Is Mr. Hooker there?
I'm here, sir.
Now get aloft with your boat's crew. Set sail.
Aye, sir. Up with you, my lads. Lively now.
Take old caps up. We're all right now, sir. Save yourself congratulations. There's still time for boats to come from shore with reinforcements. But if Rayner and Gerard have failed to take the guns, we'll have a gauntlet to run.
Brown, here, sir.
Yes, send up that rocket to let the landing parties know that the ship is taken.
Aye, sir.
Loose the main topsail. Barge's crew, first cutter's crew, man the braces. Benskin and you, Ledley, take the wheel. Hard to starboard.
Hard to starboard it is, sir.
Holds well, sir. This breeze off the land will take us out.
Aye.
Here comes the moon to light us.
What of the French crew, Mr. Hooker?
Killed, wounded, or captured. Some jumped over to swim ashore. I wish them joy. They're still fighting on land, sir. Oh, that'll be Gerard and Rayner calling the men off.
Very successful operation. How's your boat's crew fared?
Well, I haven't checked yet, sir, but I think the casualties are light. It was a surprise, and we swamped them. It's my opinion that... Oh, what in blazes is that?
Excuse me, sir. There's half a dozen frogs. I mean Frenchies, sir, with an officer hiding in the forecastle.
Oh, is that? I'll soon winkle them out.
Oh, wait, Hooker. Follow me. Monsieur, your ship is captured and is in my hands. It's useless to resist. I call on you to surrender.
We come, but we do not surrender. Hello!
A pity, but if they chose to die, I couldn't prevent them. Brown, have the barge crew ready to row me to the Sutherland. We shall raise her presently.
Aye, sir.
I'm delighted to see you back, sir, and with a very handsome prize. But, sir, you're wounded. Your neck, your hand.
Oh, don't fuss, Mr. Bush. I'd like some coffee and grog for all hands.
Immediately, sir. Was it a good scrap, sir?
What? Oh, mere bickering, Mr. Bush.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Even after so many years, I can still look back on that period of my life with pride and satisfaction. I had been given 3 days in which to do as much damage as possible before rendezvousing with the flagship and the Caligula, and in 24 hours I had captured a French brig laden with military supplies, destroyed the heavy batteries at Lancer, and taken 7 small craft, and cut out and taken a French ship under the guns of the Port Vendres batteries. The coast was in confusion, and I was at least £1,000 the richer in prize money. But I hope to do much more yet in the remaining time. The question was, how?
You sent for me, sir?
Ah, Brown. Can you swim, Brown?
Swim? Why, yes, sir.
Good. Well, I want a crew for the barge. Everyone a good swimmer and every man a volunteer.
Aye, sir. Let all volunteer.
Now, Marky Brown, this is for dangerous service. I want true volunteers, none of your press gang.
Aye, sir. Are you going, sir?
Yes.
It'd be hard to pick 'em, sir. They'll all want to go.
Well, I'll leave it to you. Issue a cutlass to each man and a packet of combustibles.
Aye, sir. Come what, sir?
Combustibles, flint and steel. A couple of port fires, oily rags, and a bit of slow match. All in an oilskin packet. And a lanyard to carry them if we swim. Yes, get your crew ready immediately.
Aye, sir. Right away, sir.
You have a plan in mind, sir?
Yes, Mr. Bush. I'm going ashore to burn that coaster over there.
Oh, but couldn't I take the crew, sir?
I'll not allow volunteers to go on a mission if I can't lead them.
But if I call for volunteers...
You're wasting time, Mr. Bush. I can't accept your offer. I shall take my barge. The longboat and launch draw too much water. And mark this, Mr. Bush, no rescue parties. If we're lost, we're lost. I'll not have you wasting valuable lives in rescue attempts. Shall I give you that in writing?
No need, sir. I understand, but...
Right. Well, heave the ship to. Stand off and on and wait for us. The barge pulled 8 oars, and I sat beside Brown while we danced lightly over the blue Mediterranean. I set a course to reach the shore a little ahead of the Brown sail, which was just showing over the strip of coast. We crossed the line of sluggish breakers and darted in towards the golden beach. A moment later, the boat balked, slid over sand, moved a few yards more, and then grounded. Over with you, men. I'll run the boat up the beach. You got everything? Cutlasses, fire packets? Right, steadily up the beach. Don't use too much energy. We may have a long swim. Make for that low bank of shingle at the head of the beach. It's a vineyard on the other side. And look, there's the sail, not a quarter of a mile away beyond the vineyard.
It's only an old man, sir, and 2 women. They're owing or something.
Yes, well, ignore them. Come on, men. The water was as warm as milk, but the coaster was 150 yards away, and my sword, dangling from my naked waist, hampered me, and already seemed heavy as lead. The men, however, surged strongly ahead, and by the time we neared the coaster, I was a bad last. The men scrambled up into the low waist of the vessel and then waited to help me aboard. It must have looked a strange sight, naked but armed. Yet in the tenseness of the moment, our nakedness was forgotten. I walked aft towards the little group of men and women, trying to recollect my few words of French. Hobson, there's a dinghy overside. Draw it in, and I'll order them into it. Au bateau, entrez dans le bateau. Silence! Écoutez-vous! Entrez-vous dans le bateau, s'il vous plaît.
Here, I'll do it, sir. Here, you, open a boat or else I'll knock your perishing head off, see? Yes, I thought he'd understand that.
Yes, thank you, Brown. Into the boat with all of them and cast it adrift.
Well, that's them settled, sir. Look, they're making for the tow-path.
Yes, well, never mind them. Set the ship on fire. Take 3 men below and see what you can do there. Hobson, you and the others get some of those deck planks up.
Cargo is all in barrels and grain in sacks, sir.
Oil and grain,
We stove in some barrels and ripped the sacks. It's burning like powder, sir.
Stand by to abandon ship. All present? Right, over you go. We can go back now.
Right.
Look at that old woman from the coaster. She's slung all her clothes in the lagoon.
Not a stitch left. Look, I'll dive in and get your shirt, sir.
No, there's no time. We must leave our clothes. A few clothes for a ship and a valuable cargo is a good exchange.
Would you like the old man's trousers, sir? I'll strip them off, be damned to him.
No. Come along, back to the vineyard. Fall in behind me, men. Yes, it's no good grumbling. We did the job naked, and we'll go back naked. Up into the vineyard with you now.
There's a horseman riding across the vineyard towards us, sir. He's got a blue uniform and a cocked hat.
What? Just give me a hand. Let me see. It's one of Bonaparte's gendarmes. Down and at him, man.
Well, I'm dead. He's galloping away, sir.
Just never mind him, men. Back to the beach.
What the devil? They're as naked as the day they were born. Well, surely the captain isn't coming aboard and taking the salute like that.
Mr. Jarrett, when the captain comes aboard, he'll be received as the captain, dressed or undressed. Tell the side boys and the Marines that if I see one of them with the suspicion of a smile in his face, I'll have him flogged.
Aye, aye, sir.
For the purposes of receiving him aboard, Captain Hornblower is in full dress, Mr. Jarrett.
Yes, Mr. Bush, of course. I can see that now.
Successful venture, I hope so.
Yes, very successful, thank you, Bush.
Nothing untoward occurred, I hope so.
Nothing whatever, Mr. Bush. Please put the ship about. hours past dawn. It was stifling hot already. The easterly breeze seemed not to have cooled at all by its passage of nearly 400 miles across the Mediterranean from Italy. The land slipping by along the larboard beam seemed devoid of all life. Yet along the base of those lofty grey-green hills ran the most important high road in Catalonia, the road connecting Barcelona with France. And as I talked again with Spanish officers who'd come out to my ship at dawn in a fishing boat, I felt that this new day promised to be as productive as the previous two. You're certain, Colonel Villena, that this army of General Pino's will march along this very road?
They must, Captain. 10,000 of them. Pino's and Lecchi's division of the Italian army. It was at Tordera that I lost my own regiment. Yes. Their army cut us to pieces, and I only escaped myself by riding until my horse dropped onto me. But there is more than the loss of my regiment to avenge, sir. The Italians have burned every village in the uplands. Every road is lined with gallows, and upon every gallows is a Spanish corpse.
Horrible. Well, sir, we must see what we can do. Mr. Bush, clear for action, if you please. I'll have the guns loaded and run out, too.
Aye, aye, sir. Captain, train your glass there.
Where?
Is not that a speck far up on the hill, a horseman?
I believe it is, and riding towards us. There's a sort of moving smudge behind him. I suspect it to be the advance guard of the army. You can see an occasional sparkle and flash as the sun catches their equipment. I can edge in quite closely here, if necessary.
Yeah, you can see them quite plainly now. They are cavalry riding with drawn sabers. They fear an ambush, but I do not know where an opposition is likely to come from.
We must see if we can provide some, Colonel. What's that long line of white dots beyond the cavalry? It looks like a long caterpillar with white legs all moving together.
It is, in a way, Captain. It is the white breeches of a column of infantry.
Why, look, sir. They're waving their hands to us. Very friendly, the whole thing. And they don't seem a bit worried.
I doubt if they've ever encountered a ship before or been cannonaded from the sea. Their officers are used to opposing armies, but they've no experience of a ship's broadside. They'll probably regard us as a welcome break in a monotonous march. Mr. Gerard, train the guns on the road and only fire when I give you the signal.
Sir.
Fire as you will, Mr. Gerard.
And again. And again. Give it to him, lads.
Water, less noise. Deeper water, sir. We can move further in. They don't like it. Next color's boating.
Starboard a point there. Mr. Gerard. Mr. Gerard, load with grape shot.
Aye, sir. See, they have jammed. The columns coming up are preventing the others from getting away.
Yes.
They are struggling with each other.
Yes, it's sheer murder, but I fear it must be done.
That'll show them. That'll teach them.
For the deep cellars!
Stand by to go about. Cease fire. We must run out past that headland and come back again, Mr. Bush. We've done considerable damage, I think.
Yes, sir. Just look at the road. It's littered with them. And the hillside's covered with men trying to get away. Their officers will never round them up. There's a battery of artillery at the end of the next column, sir.
Yes, 9-pounder field pieces. The only stuff against our broadside. But by heaven, they're going to try. Look at this officer galloping down the line. He's ordering the guns into action. Here, wear ship, Mr. Bush. We'll stand in and give them a sporting target.
Aye, aye, sir. 9-pounders.
Reserve your fire for the battery, Mr. Gerard. Ready? Now.
Damn the smoke! It's blowing right back into our eyes. Can't see a thing.
Magnificent! Half the guns are smashed. Their crews are killed or scattered.
Not all. That officer's a gallant man. He's trying to get one gun working. He's too late. Our speed is taking us out of range.
Here's a 2nd Division of infantry, sir. Look at them. Scattering up the hillside even before we get to them.
Yes, don't fire at them, Mr. Gerard. It's as damaging to an army to be scattered and demoralized as to be killed. Though I doubt if our men will understand that. Do you see that group of horsemen above the road there? Gold trappings and plumes? The staff of the army, I'll swear. Mr. Gerard, we'll give a little attention to that group up there, if you please.
Aye, sir. Do the fools think they're out of range or don't they care?
Not a man left in the sir. Wonderful, sir, wonderful. I hope General Pino himself was amongst them. I hope he was killed. No. I hope he was crippled. Hurt, terribly hurt. I hope...
Spare us your bloodthirsty comments, Colonel. I have no love for this sort of warfare and take no delight in causing suffering. I do it because I must. I prefer an action where there's danger on both sides.
My word, look at this, sir. We're not as safe as all that. It's a musket ball embedded in the rail to half its depth. Their fire is reaching us.
You see, Colonel, the Colonel seems to have more urgent business on the other side of the quarterdeck. Frankly, Mr. Bush, I shall be glad when we reach the rear of the column. This slaughter sickens me.
Ah, but we're killing the enemy, sir. That's all I care about. Hello, what's this, sir? Baggage trains?
Yes.
Those carts with 4 horses to them must be ammunition caissons.
Mr. Gerard, they'll have target practice, single guns only. Let them fire broadsides and they'll miss on purpose.
Fire on rotation. Number 1 gun. Fire!
The Sutherland drifted slowly along the shore. Her guns spoke out one by one, hurling a hatful of grape shot onto the road. It was with sorrow almost amounting to anguish that I watched horses and mules go down before that deadly fire. But I maintained a cold, impassive face throughout. A few of the mules managed to leap the bank out of the road and scramble up the hillside, scattering their loads as they went. And then, as we passed the last of the ammunition train and came to a new line of carts, I observed a man standing up in one of the carts and frantically waving a white handkerchief.
Looks as though they want to surrender, sir.
Ridiculous. He must know that no surrender could be put into effect. He must take his chance. What's he doing now?
He seems to be trying to pick something up from the floor of the car. He's tried to lift it.
Oh, good heavens, I see now.
Cease fire! Cease fire at once!
It's a man he's holding up, a bandaged man. Those are the army ambulance vehicles full of sick and wounded from yesterday's battle with Villena's regiment. That officer must be a surgeon. Yes, put the ship about, Mr. Bush. We will retrace our course and harass the main body again.
Aye, sir. Stand by to go about.
Aye, sir.
Hands to places. Don't be so easy on this deck, sir. We'll have to sail close hauled, and if we make 3 knots, we'll be doing well.
We shall do the best we can, then.
Deck there. Field guns training us from the road, sir. We've got 3 guns into position, sir.
Very well. We'll see what we can do. Mr. Gerard, carry on with your target practice.
Aye, sir.
In a way, Mr. Bush, this is a good thing. Our crew is raw, and there's a vast difference between shooting undisturbed and shooting under return fire. See how they behave. Those fellows are good gunners. That one was close.
That was closer, sir. Look at that hole in our topsail. I should think...
Sir. Some casualties, I think.
Yes, use your bow chaser guns on the battery. It may unsteady their gun layers.
There's plenty of targets, even if they can't reach the field guns, sir. Look at their soldiers scattering all over the hillside, sir.
Yes, their officers are going to have a difficult time reassembling them, and many will desert. I understand that these Italian divisions desert readily. They have no love for Bonaparte's cause.
More hits. The main top-gallant backstay's parted, sir. Send some topmen up and splice that stay. But we'll be in close range presently, sir. What the devil's that?
Yeah, one of the ship's boys has been hit from the sound of it. Mr. Gerard, I'm going to put the helm down now. Be ready to fire as the guns bear.
Aye, sir.
Round she comes. Why? Their gunners are running, sir. They're not going to wait for it. Had too much last time, I expect.
Let them have it, lads!
Smoke's clearing. Yes. Oh, well aimed, Mr. Gerard. There's not a gun left on the road. Your men behaved like veterans.
Fire the mark! 7!
Oh, the water is shoaling rapidly. We must stand out to sea again, Mr. Bush. I think we've done all we can here. By the time we get in again, the remains of the army will have withdrawn.
Aye, aye, sir. Starboard your helm! Hands to braces!
You may secure your guns, Mr. Gerard.
Aye, sir. Cease fire! Secure the guns! 5 victories in 3 days. 3 cheers for the captain!
Tell them men to stop that now. nonsense, Mr. Bush. Mr. Bush, kindly refrain from grinning like a fool. Mr. Longley, a British officer does not caper on the deck like a schoolboy.
Captain Hornblower, sir. Sir?
Yes. Oh, yeah, the gunroom steward. You may find that our casualties are nothing to cheer about. Yes?
Begging your pardon, sir, but Tom Cribb's been killed.
Tom Cribb? I remember no man of that name. Mr. Bush, surely the heavyweight boxing champion of England is named Tom Cribb, isn't he?
I believe he is, sir. That ain't all, sir. There's Mrs. Siddons.
What?
She's got a splinter in her... Well, sir, to tell the truth, she got a splinter where she won't be able to sit down, sir. Squealed something horrible when I pulled it out, she did, sir.
Mrs. Siddons, are you mad, man, or am I?
Tom Cribb and Mrs. Siddons are two of the pigs belonging to the gunroom mess.
Pigs? What, are they our only casualties? Mr. Walsh, have you any casualties?
Not among the men, sir, but I'm afraid that Tom Cribb and Mrs. Siddons...
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. I already have a report on the condition of Cribb and Siddons. Mr. Bush, you may issue grog to all hands.
Splice the main brace!
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Those were wonderful and exciting days. Even now, after so many years, knowing what trouble and hardship was to come, I'd still elect to live them again, had I the choice. Yet on the morning when the captains of the squadron sat in the Admiral's cabin discussing the forthcoming operation, I was full of foreboding. Admiral Leighton had censured me for leaving the squadron, despite my success. I could not but feel that he still suspected me of having been the lover of Lady Barbara before her marriage to him. And now I again found myself opposing him.
Then, we're agreed, gentlemen. The capture of the town of Rosas, if it can be effected, will throw the French plans for the subjection of Catalonia into confusion. Our 3 ships can supply a landing party of 600 men, and Captain Hornblower will lead them. His experience of the Spanish during his imprisonment there and his command of the tongue make him the obvious choice.
I trust you'll forgive me for saying so, that it might be unwise to trust so entirely to the cooperation of the Spanish army.
But they have 7,000 men at Olet, ready to march. It's only 30 miles from Olet to Rosas.
Yes, sir, but over mountain paths. Can we be sure that they have that number, or that they will come? I'm sorry to be so insistent, sir, but I have painful experience of Spanish promises. They're seldom to be relied on.
That's nonsense, Captain Hornblower. I have General Rivera's definite promise to march. Well, what alternative do you suggest, then?
Well, I would suggest, sir, that we confine ourselves to actions within our own strength without having to rely on Spanish help.
My instructions are to cooperate as closely as possible. Now, Rosas has a garrison of no more than 2,000 men, and Rivera has 7,000 only 30 miles away. The French army cannot reach Rosas in less than another week. We can supply heavy guns, men to work them, and more men to lead a storming column when we've effected a breach. It can be done easily before the French army arrives. So I fail to understand your objections, Captain Hornblower.
I did but state them at your request, sir.
I ask for helpful suggestions, not objections. I look for more loyalty from you, Captain.
I can assure you of my loyalty, sir.
Very well. Then we can start at once. I trust we're on the eve of the most resounding success the Mediterranean coast of Spain has ever seen.
Careful with that gun, men. If it slips off the pontoon, it'll be nothing but 2.5 tons of useless metal. Now, heave there. I want all 10 guns at the top of that cliff before dawn.
Pardon, senor. You are the English captain?
Captain Horatio Hornblower at your service.
I am Colonel Juan Claros. I bid you welcome in the name of General Rivera.
Thank you, sir.
I bring 1,000 men, 50 horses, and 100 mules.
Yeah, it will take 50 horses to drag one of those 24-pounders over this country. They're going to be kept busy, sir.
I have combed the country for animals, senor. These are all I can muster.
Very well, then we must harness men, too.
I have a horse for you, Captain.
Thank you, Colonel. Would you be so kind as to send a messenger to General Rivera telling him that I hope to reach Rosas with at least some of the guns at noon?
Certainly, Captain.
And I must ask for the help of your men to transport my guns and stores. 400 will help with the guns, and another 400 will carry one 24-pound cannonball each.
But, Captain, this is not possible.
And after that, they will return here for more. I was promised a sufficiency of pack animals. If you do not supply me with 4-legged ones, I must use those with 2. Now, pardon me while I get the column started.
Ready? Aye, sir.
Allot 10 horses and mules to each gun and 100 men on the drag ropes. Send 100 men ahead to clear the path. They must roll rocks out of the way and fill in holes. Now, see that every Spanish soldier is at work.
Aye, sir.
The interminable haul of guns and stores dragged wearily on under the blazing sun. Colonel Claros and I rode ahead, with his 3 staff captains behind us, and young midshipman Longley and coxswain Brown acting in a like capacity for me. But when at last we reined our horses at the top of the last of the rocky undulations and gazed down at the town of Rosas in the plain, I knew that it would be many more hours before my guns were ready for the siege. In 5 hours, the first gun had traveled little more than 3 miles. Pondering this, it was a few moments before I was struck by the general peacefulness of the scene below. Colonel Claros, plain is almost deserted. Where is General Rivera's army of 7,000? They were to have been besieging the town. You told me they were marching last night.
They do not seem to have arrived yet.
But this is serious. My men and stores are strung out over 3 miles of country, sir, within easy reach of any column the town of Rosas might care to send out. What of the messenger you sent at dawn to General Rivera? Has he returned?
The messenger? Oh, yes, I remember. He did not go.
He didn't go? What?
It would have been to put somebody to unnecessary trouble. If the general comes, he comes. If not, no messenger can bring him.
I might have expected this. Even a squadron of cavalry there who are watching the city haven't bothered to report the non-arrival of the army. We're in considerable danger here.
Oh, no, my men are used to mountains. If the town garrison attacks us, we can get away.
Get away? We're here to attack, man, not to fly. What of my guns and men?
My dear captain, in war there is always danger.
Mr. Lumley!
Sir?
Come here. Ride back at once. Halt the guns, halt the convoy, halt every man on the path. Nothing is to move a yard further without orders from me.
Aye, sir.
Now, sir, not a gun or man moves until I see Rivera's army on that plain. Now, will you send a messenger to him?
Very well, if you wish. See to it, Lieutenant. Now, sir, it is the hour for dinner. Will you have my men's food served to them, Captain?
Your men? Am I to feed 1,000 of your men from my ship's stores? I thought you'd made your own arrangements.
As you wish, Captain, but if they are not fed, they will disperse in search of food. And who shall say when they will return?
Oh, God, the fact is... Oh, damn. Very well, I'll feed your men. There was nothing else to be done. I fed them, and when they'd eaten, they lay in the scrub and slept. The siesta was sacred, even in war. But I could not eat. I scribbled a report to Admiral Leighton and walked about, fretting until his reply came. And the reply was as futile and unpractical as I might have expected.
Excuse me, sir. Look.
What is it, Brown?
The fog is down there on the move. They're coming out of the fortress, sir.
Yes.
3 columns of them. Another good that cavalry picket is, sir. They're galloping back to the Spanish army as fast as they can.
Those columns seem endless. There must be at least 1,000 men in each and more coming. But the Spanish estimated the garrison strength at less than 2,000. I see their plan. 2 columns to attack us directly, 1 to cut off the retreat to the mainland. There's not a moment to lose, Brown.
Captain! Captain! They are attacking, Captain. We must get away.
You'll surely not abandon the convoy, Colonel?
I cannot afford to lose my army. If I march them now, there is just time to get away.
What?
Unfortunate, senor. A military necessity. Yes. That's a sort of allies to have, sir, isn't it, eh? Well, I hope the columns chase it and cut it into pieces.
Quick, Brown, back to the Marines. Major! Sir? Shift task for you. We'll have 3,000 French on us inside an hour. Your Marines will have to hold them back while we get the stores back to the ship.
Aye? Oh, y'all'll be a job. You wouldn't be thinking of abandoning the stores, sir?
No. It might be worth losing them to save the lives of trained seamen, but the shock to morale of leaving the guns after so much trouble to get them here would be enormous. No, we must fight a rearguard action, Major.
Aye, we'll do that. Longley!
Sir?
Ride to the beach. Tell the Admiral we must re-embark men and stores and ask for boats to take us off.
Aye, sir.
As far as the head of the cliff overlooking the beach. The beach party was hard at work reloading the barrels of bread and beef, and at the head of the cliff a party of seamen were unloading the first mule train.
Bring those mules back to the guns as soon as they're unloaded. Aye, sir. Come along there, Brown.
Come, you stay with me. I may need messengers.
Listen.
Sounds as though Major Laird is already in action. Let us go back and see what's happening.
Look, sir. There's Major Laird on that high rock above the pass.
Yeah.
He's got his men stuck out along the top of the ridge.
Oh, well, Major Laird. You look as though you're enjoying yourself. Aye. Come up and see for yourself.
Yeah, hold my horse, Brown. I'm going up. Now,
Major Laird, what's the position?
Well, you'll observe that the foreign troops have to keep to yon paths in this sort of country. Any skirmishers soon lose the direction. This thorny vegetation is helping us fine. Do you see yon puffs of smoke?
Yes.
That's my men heading in the scrub.
Yes, but the French are coming on. I can see them.
If you didn't keep your head down, sir, you'll not see anything long. You see that French column to the right? When it reaches yon thorn tree, we'll have to retreat and take up a fresh position. They've been firing at me without a hit yet, but with two of us up here, the possibility is doubled, Jake.
In other words, you'd like me to look after my business and leave you to look after yours. Very well.
Have you hit?
No, but that one's ruined my cocked hat. All right, Major. I'll go and hurry the convoy.
Heave away, lads. Tony hasn't any guns as good as these. Don't let him have them as a present.
Yes, this gunny, let him take us with it. Come on with it.
Look at that, sir! The Spaniards have got away! You can see them climbing the hill beyond the plain over there.
Allies or not, I could almost wish they'd been cut off. They hate foreigners, they hate each other. If they will not settle their differences and keep their promises to their allies, they'll never again rule their own country. Now, but come. I can't waste time in talking. All the afternoon, under the blazing sun, the back-breaking work dragged on, and the Marines fought their heroic rear-guard action, yielding their ground only inch by inch and keeping the harassed Frenchmen away from the retreating guns and stores. Problem after problem presented itself and was solved. I rode continuously between the rear-guard and the beach, advising and encouraging the men, stifling my doubts as to whether the effort and loss of life were justified by the saving of the guns. And at last, most of the guns were on the beach, and the rest were at the head of the gully. All the stores were safe aboard. Cavendish, who was in command on the beach, came up to me. What about the horses and mules, sir? There's 150 of them. Shipping them will be quite a job. There'll be a nuisance on board, too, sir. It'll be more of a nuisance to allow them to fall into the hands of the French. I'd rather have their throats cut on the beach. Oh, I hope that won't be necessary, sir. Maybe we could feed them on crushed biscuit aboard. They look as if that'd be a luxury to the food they have been getting. If you'll leave it to me, sir, I'll ship them. Very well, Cavendish. Send them on board with the stores. Aye, sir. Now, Mr. Longley?
Sir?
This is going to be the decisive moment. From this point, we can overlook both the beach and the gully where the Marines must make their final stand. And we shall...
Here they come now, sir! There's Major Laird, right on the top of the cliff. He's forming his men along the summit. And the French are right on their heels.
Keep down, you fool.
Look out, sir. That body of infantry. They're running straight for us.
They cut us off by them. They're between us and the Marines.
We'll have to get down the cliff, sir. It's our only hope.
Down there? I'm not a goat, my lad.
This way, sir. There's a ledge. Look, I'll drop first. It's quite safe, sir, so long as you don't let yourself sway outwards.
Not my idea of amusement, Mr. Longley. We're not much better off here. One slip on this ledge.
Begging your pardon, sir. I shouldn't look down there if I were you.
No, of course not. I'd rather be on the Royal Yards in a gale than stuck like a fly to a wall in this fashion.
I think we can get down, sir. If we can get to that bush down there, we might be able to reach that little gully. And that joins the main gully. Shall I go first, sir? I'm a bit lighter, perhaps.
Very well, Mr. Longley, yes. Yes, we'd better lose no time. They're leaning over the cliff and firing at us.
Do it like this, sir. A leap along the face of the cliff and then down to the bush.
Yes, I can.
It's not too bad, sir. Jump with your face to the cliff.
Right. I'm coming.
Oh, jolly good, sir. Oh, your face.
Yes, it's nothing. Actually, on the cliff. Where do we go now? I can't see.
Take my cravat, sir. You'll be blinded with all that blood in your eyes.
I've got my handkerchief. Now, don't fuss, boy. Come on, let's get on.
Over here, I think, sir. Catch hold of that lump with your hands and put your foot in that crack. No, not that crack, the other.
What? Oh, what?
Now, if we edge ourselves along the cliff face, like this...
Yeah. Well, it was going to be like this. I stayed and fought with bare hands.
I'm slipping.
Hold on, sir, for heaven's sake.
Well, I am holding on for my own sake, boy.
Can you sit there for a minute or two while I look round this corner, sir?
Oh, yes, carry on, Longley, carry on.
It's all right, sir. There's only one nasty bit now. If you edge round this corner, that's right. Yeah. If you got into that depression, you could rest a bit, sir. The foggies can't see us here.
Yeah, thank you, Longley. Do you enjoy this sort of thing, Longley?
I'm frightened out of my life, sir.
Oh.
I wish I could take it as calmly as you do. If you'd care to stay there, sir, I could go on and bring back some men with ropes.
No. There's still work to do. Oh, I'll come on.
Ready, sir?
Yes, I'm ready. Go on.
We're there. Are you hurt, sir?
No. I doubt if I've any skin left under my breeches. Nothing's broken. Yeah. Yes, that was a nice piece of work on your part, Mr. Longley. You'll make a very fine officer.
Thank you, sir. It was only your coolness made it possible, sir.
Oh, here comes Cavendish, and old Brown's with him.
Thank goodness you're safe, sir. We thought you'd been taken. Horses and mules are loaded down.
Very well. The seamen can go next, and are the boats ready and armed?
They're all ready, sir.
Good.
Here come the Marines down the cliff, sir.
Oh. Come, to the boats.
The French are running down the beach now, sir.
Longboats, ahoy! Open fire with your four-pounders. Great shot.
Stop them. Get aboard, everyone. Through the surf.
Get away there. A very handsome operation was yours. Your men did splendidly, Major Laird. I trust your losses were not excessive.
No so bad, considering. The Frenchies lost 10 for every one of mine. Aye, a very handsome operation.
Handsome indeed. A day spent unloading and loading, dragging large guns up and down cliffs, fighting, leaping down precipices like goats. And for what?
Hardly your fault, sir.
Until my officers submitted the casualty lists. All the stores were saved and all the guns, with the exception of one, which was carried away its tackles and went over the cliff. I shall make arrangements to have it salvaged tomorrow.
Yes. You appear to have carried out a very successful retreat, Captain Hornblower. Nevertheless, it was a retreat. I had hoped for resounding victory in the capture of the town of Roses.
So had I, sir.
Yes. I shall be glad to receive your official report in writing. No actual blame attaches to you, of course. However, I must stress, Captain Hornblower, in dealing with our Spanish allies, it is essential to use that tact and persuasion which ensures their fullest cooperation. You said something, Captain Hornblower?
No, nothing, sir. Merely a slight difficulty with my breath, sir.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Flintstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
I'm old nowadays, and stiff and gouty in retirement. But not too old to remember and feel again the thrill of a heaving quarterdeck beneath my feet. A white-flecked Mediterranean round me. The nearest admiral 100 miles away. And the prospect of adventure just over the horizon. On that particular morning, Lieutenant Bush shared my feelings. He was grinning like a gargoyle as he joined me. And only my determination to maintain my pose as a man of iron prevented me from grinning back.
Blowing a bit south, and it'll blow more before it's over.
It can blow all it likes, Mr. Bush. Perhaps it'll blow some French ships out of port.
Not much chance of that, sir, I'm afraid. More likely you'll have to go in and find them.
Head out! Well, right in the wind's eye, sir, and coming up fast.
Is the signals, Lieutenant, there?
Aye, sir.
Mr. Vincent, ask a number, please.
Aye, sir. Hello. There's no need, sir. She's signaling.
Well, she say.
Cassandra, Captain Frederick Cook.
Cook, yes, I remember him. He's junior to me, posted captain 6 months after me.
By Jove, sir. She's signaling there are 4 French ships astern of her, coming up from the southwest.
Beat to quarters, if you please, Mr. Bush, and wear the ship directly.
Aye, aye, sir. 4 to 2. That'll be a fight worth having, sir.
But I knew that Bush, that old war horse, was to be disappointed. It was not my task to fight against heavy odds until I made sure that the situation demanded it. Other British ships might be in pursuit. Rushing into battle without thought might be as bad as rushing out of it. Further signaling elicited the information that the French ships were 6 miles astern of Cassandra, bearing northeast. Another message stated that no other British ships were at hand. This confirmed my suspicion that these 4 enemy vessels had broken out of Toulon harbor. But whither were they bound? Bush had his own theory.
I think they must be on a raiding expedition, sir.
I doubt it. Frigates would be cheaper and more effective for raiding.
Oh.
My guess is that they're laden with stores for Barcelona. If I know Bonaparte, he's heard that there are 3 British ships in these waters, and he's hoping that 4 Frenchmen can get through with stores and crush the British squadron on the way.
Well, we're all ready to show them how wrong Boney is, sir.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Bush, but that's just what I'm not going to do. The flagship and the Caligula are nowhere near us. If we get knocked out, the French ships may get through before our squadron can reach them. We must keep between them and their objective, and out of sight. Surprise will be half the battle. Mr. Winston, send this message.
Ready, sir.
Sutherland to Cassandra, set all sail to westward. Seek ships Pluto and Caligula, bring them down to Barcelona.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Savage, take a glass and climb to the mizzen topmast cross trees. Let us know what you can see of the enemy.
Aye, sir.
What do you see, Mr. Savage?
4 sail, sir. About half a mile between each. Rolling along in lovely French fashion, sir.
As well stay there and watch them, huh? I want to hear instantly if they alter course or gain on us, or if we gain on them. Can you hear me?
All right, sir.
Nothing to do but wait now, Mr. Bush.
No, sir. No. Still, there's bound to be a battle of some sort tomorrow, sir. If we don't lose them, sir.
If we lose them, Bush, we lose my honor and reputation also. I'm not worried about either.
No, sir. Of course not, sir.
Anything to report? Not much, sir. It blew hard at 2 bells, but it's dropping fast now and backing southeasterly. That'll be nearly a foul wind for the Frenchman, sir.
Be fouler for the Pluto and Caligula.
I thought I felt the loom of the land a while back, sir.
Did you? That'll be Cape Coeur, I expect. Here comes the sun.
Land ho!
Yes, I thought. It'll be the mountains of Spain that the lookout can see.
Begging your pardon, sir, it's the other direction I'm interested in.
What's that?
Masthead there, do you see anything of the enemy?
Nothing, sir. Nothing in sight farther land to leeward.
Have we lost them, sir? Don't say we've lost them.
Put the ship about, Mr. Gerard, and lay her on the starboard tack.
Aye, sir.
Whatever anxiety I felt, I was confident that no trace of it showed in my manner. But I was very anxious. The French might have altered course in the night and be lost now in the middle of the western Mediterranean. But I thought it unlikely. It was more probable that my officers had made insufficient allowance for the unhandiness of the French crews. Many French captains made a practice of heaving to at night, in which case we could easily have gained 20 miles on them. By retracing my course, I was confident that I should sight them again. At least, I tried to be confident. And I think my officers thought me so.
I think the captain's a bit worried, Mr. Bush. He doesn't show it, of course, but if we have lost those frogs...
They're thinking about Mr. Gerard. Admiral Leighton would break him for it. But I've never known his judgment to be wrong yet.
No, sir. But anyone can make a mistake. I hope we haven't lost them anyway. I was looking forward to a real scrap today.
We may get it yet. You think the captain's worried? Look at him taking his bath under the deck pump there. He's no more concerned than if he were in Portsmouth Harbor. Shaving, too.
That's his way, sir. But I'll bet that pump is no colder than the chill round his heart this morning.
You're a pessimist, Mr. Gerard. In any case, there's enough to worry the captain. If we've lost the French, there's trouble. And if we haven't, it means a fight. Now, a fight is just fun for us. But it's a heavy responsibility for a captain. The safety of ship and men are his responsibility.
Mr. Bush, I shall go below. Call me if anything transpires.
Aye, sir. The wind's still working round southerly, sir. I should think... Get clear! Sail inside! Sail inside? 2 sails! 3! No, 4! It's the enemy, sir!
Father, by George, you all right after all?
Mr. Gerard, when I want comments from my officers, I shall ask for them. Silence those fools on the lower deck. Wear ship, if you please, and lay her on the other tack.
Keep her close hold, Mr. Bush. We're clearly visible to the enemy now, so we can no longer count on surprise.
Aye, sir. They seem to be heading in towards us, sir.
They can do nothing else. They cannot hold their course for Barcelona with this wind. I imagine they're heading for the shelter of Rosehurst Bay. If they reach the bay, we lose them. They'll have the protection of the shore batteries there.
Then we'll have to engage them, sir.
Yes, I'm afraid so. 4-1. There's heavy odds. But if we can shoot away a few of their spars, we may delay them until the Pluto and the Caligula arrive. If they arrive. The wind is foul for them.
We'll manage without them, sir. That big 3-decker in the lead's flying an admiral's flag. The other 3 are 2-deckers.
Yes. I imagine we have about a quarter of an hour. Yes. We'll see that the men get a bite to eat in that time.
Aye, sir.
A sick wave of excitement and apprehension flowed over me as I watched the 4 ships bearing down on us. They were obviously intent on destroying the single ship of the line which stood between them and safety. I could not hope to turn back. All I could do would be to dismast and damage some to delay them in the hope that the other ships of the British squadron might arrive in time to destroy them. What would happen to my ship in the process did not bear thinking about. The leading French ship mounted 80 guns. I could see their muzzles grinning at me through their open ports. I glanced once at the battered red ensign fluttering at my peak, and then plunged into the realities of the situation. Hands to the braces, Mr. Bush. I want the ship handled like lightning when the time comes. Mr. Gerard, I'll have every gun Captain Flogg who fires before his gun bears. Every shot is to tell.
Aye, sir. I promise they'll give us our best, sir. She's coming at us bow to bow. If she holds that course, we'll ram her.
Let her ram. If I know my French captain, he'll swing to leeward at the last.
Yeah!
Hold her steady, whatever happens.
Steady it is, sir. Half a mile. I wonder which way he'll swing.
She's firing up bow, chasers. Does you think those pop guns will frighten us off? Up away, Floggy. We don't mind a few holes in our canvas.
A quarter of a mile. Which way will he go? Which way? He's holding on longer than I thought. Do you think he means to ram us, sir?
Not unless he wants to sink both ships. Helm there. Move that wheel at your peril.
He is going to leeward. There he goes. Only a few hundred yards to spare.
Hold your fire. Stand fast, everyone. His guns are beginning to wear. Now, helmsman, helm the weather. Slow. Cross our stern.
Braces! Head to sea!
Steady the guns. Fire! Those long hours of gun drill bore fruit now. Sponges were thrust into the reeking gun muzzle. The moment they were withdrawn, the powder and the rammer and the shot were ready for insertion. Almost simultaneously, the gun trucks rumbled as the crews flung themselves on the tack and ran the guns up. It was hard to think in the fearful din. The Marines were lined along the side, firing at the enemy with muskets. It was obvious that the French crews were suffering from their months in harbor. Their firing was ragged, and we were firing 3 broadsides to their 2.
Well, their fire's slackening, sir. I expect... Oh, look at his mainmast! He's coming down, sir! Look!
We're drawing away from her. We can't afford to waste shot, Mr. Bush.
The 3-decker's had enough, sir. She don't seem to be coming back.
Now, Mr. Bush, come here.
Yes, sir?
We have a grave decision to make.
A decision? What decision, sir?
Well, we can tack to safety now, if we wish, fighting off the others if they interfere, or we can throw ourselves into their path and fight it out.
Yes.
Our squadron must be becalmed, or they would be in sight. We can expect no help from them.
No.
If we fight, we must expect to lose our ship. Try to forget your natural desire to fight, Mr. Bush. What we have to decide is, can we afford to lose a 74-gun ship merely to delay the French for an hour or two?
I think we must, sir. If we damage them enough, they'll have to wait in Rosehurst for repairs, and the squadron can attack them there. Besides...
Yes, what? Besides what?
Well, can't run away, sir. They'll think that...
Well, thank you, Mr. Bush. That was the decision I had already reached. But, well, Bush, your life is at stake, too. Oh. You were entitled to be consulted. Lay the ship on the port tack, if you please. We'll go in and fight.
Fight! Hands to braces! We fight on!
Fools. The glorious fools. They cheered at their own death sentence. We will attack their flagship. Let her pay off slowly, Mr. Bush. Bring her up on the same course as the flag.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Gerard, a carefully timed broadside as you bear.
Aye, sir.
Now. Edge closer in on her. Give her everything you've got, men.
Stand from under! All marks coming down! Look out there!
The foremast and mainmast came down together with a crash that even drowned the din of the battle. The wreckage tumbled across the starboard side, and Hooker ran forward with a group of men from disabled guns to hack it clear. I seized an axe and joined the party. Shots from the fourth French ship were smashing into us on that side, and smoke was pouring up from the canvas where the flames of the guns had set it alight. The whole deck was littered with dead and dying men. The wheel was gone. The masts and bulwarks were beaten flat. But still our guns, which could be worked, were firing. The enemy ships looming through the smoke on either side were in little better case. The wreckage at which I was slashing suddenly broke away and plunged into the sea. And I staggered back to the quarterdeck, amazed at the miracle by which I was still alive and unhurt.
She's swinging round. The flagship's coming alongside. Orders! All hands to the bell boarders. Crystal, Hooker, boom them up there. Can't get any more aboard us. I can't, sir. Surrender? No, never.
All right, men. The last of them's jumped overside. Gerard, come here. Thank heavens their guns have ceased to bear on us for a few moments. We can take stock.
Precious little stock to take, sir. I've still got a few guns left, though, and I'll fire them until we sink.
Good.
We've left our mark in the frogs, though. They're nearly as wrecked as we are.
That two-decker's still fighting. Her guns are beginning to bear again. Yes, we must strike our colors, I fear.
No colors to strike?
Don't want to strike, God knows. The men are faint with exhaustion. They cannot fire the guns. And here come two gunboats from Rosas. They mount 40-pounders. Yes, Commodore, what is it?
There's 4 feet of water in the well, sir, and no pumps left. No men to work them if there was neither.
Gerard, Hooker, Crystal. What do you say? Shall we sink or surrender?
We might float for another 24 hours, sir.
And I shall surrender. Is there any man against surrender?
Well, I can't see what else we can do, sir. It's no disgrace. We've done our best. Plenty of British captains have surrendered with less cause.
That's the two-decker they're calling on us to strike. Oh, so be it.
Monsieur le Capitaine?
Yes. Captain Horatio Hornblower at your service.
You are wounded, sir?
No. Somewhat fatigued. My lower decks are piled with wounded, though.
Not only your deck, sir. May I take your sword, Monsieur le Capitaine?
Even today, I cannot recall all the wretched details. I was barely conscious, so dazed with weariness. The sun pierced through the drifting smoke clouds and fell upon our shattered decks. My career was wrecked. The sun felt very hot upon my head, and I was dizzy and weary.
He's fainted. Take your blasted hands off him, do you hear? We'll lift him. He's our captain, come on. Our captain. Captain Horatio Hornblower. The finest seaman and the greatest man who ever set foot on a deck. You can throw him in a dungeon if you like. You can batten him down for a lifetime. But England will never forget him. As long as the flag of England flies, the spirit of Captain Hornblower will live. Slip your other arm round his shoulders, Mr. Crystal. Right, sir. We're ready.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Man is a discontented animal. Even now, when I've finally retired and have nothing to do but relive my past in memory, I sometimes long for the physical activity which I know can be mine no more. But in those days I was still vigorous and had been too long on land. The endless round of social activities had palled, and I was beginning to yearn for the pitch of a ship under me and the sting of the Channel wind on my face. I was bored as I sat in Westminster Abbey, dressed in crimson and white and laden with regalia, listening to a dull sermon
while around me the beautiful building blazed with the colors and arms of fellow knights and nobles. I sat in a stupor of boredom, which was suddenly broken into by a whispering naval lieutenant who appeared at my elbow.
Compliments of Lord St. Vincent, sir. His lordship would like a word with you immediately.
Oh, sir, with me? Oh, I will tell his lordship that I will come this instant. You desired to see me, my lord?
Hornblower. Ready for immediate active service now, Hornblower?
Why, yes, my lord.
I had to start tonight.
Yes, my lord. On what service?
Suppression of mutiny. It's like 94 over again. Did you ever know Chadwick? Lieutenant Augustine Chadwick?
Yes. Yes, he was a midshipman with me under Pellew.
Oh, here's my coach at last. I'll drive you to the Admiralty and give you your orders. Now, jump in, Hornblower.
Thank you, sir.
Chadwick had the 18-gun brig Flame. The crews mutinied in the Bay of the Seine and are holding him and the other officers hostage. They turned a master's mate and 4 loyal hands adrift in a gig with an ultimatum addressed to the Admiralty. The gig made Bembridge last night, and here's the papers they brought.
What's the ultimatum, my lord?
They want an amnesty, blast 'em. We're to hang Chadwick and forgive the loss of them, or they'll hand the brig over to the French.
The crazy fools.
Yeah, mind you, it's possible they had some cause. Chadwick's in his 50s and still only a lieutenant. He was always bad-tempered, and lack of promotion made him worse.
The coach drew into the Admiralty yard. I followed the First Lord to his room.
I give you a free hand, and you can set about it any way you like. I can spare you 3 ships of the line if you want them, a couple of frigates, bomb vessels, there's even a rocket vessel if you think you could use it.
Yes. It doesn't seem the sort of situation where sheer force would be of much use, my lord. Will you give me full powers, well, to negotiate, for instance?
No, damn it, I will not negotiate. Well, I know what you're up against. Those insolent swine can slip into the mouth of the Seine and give themselves up at the first sign of danger.
Yes, well, if they do that, Bonaparte will have his finest propaganda story in 20 years.
Yes, I know. It's brains that are needed here. That's why I sent for you. Besides, the seamen like you, Hornblower. They follow you and listen to you.
But if you want me to talk to them, it implies that I'm negotiating, my lord.
No negotiations. We've had enough of that in 94.
Well, then, the carte blanche you gave me is no more than the usual naval officer's orders, my lord. Forgive me if I point out my position, sir, but this is a difficult task. Failure endangers the country and makes me the laughingstock of the Navy. Success brings no honor, for it must remain secret. I submit, sir, that the least I should have is full powers to do whatever seems best on the spot.
All right, you shall have your powers. I'll draw up the orders to that effect. You'll hold your appointment as Commodore, of course.
Dirty night, Mr. Freeman. Aye, sir, and it'll be dirtier yet. The glass is still falling, and we're just getting out into the channel. Mr. Carroll, have all hands shorten sail. Get that main topmast staysail in. Another reef in the topsail. Quartermaster, southeast be south.
It's a long time since I sailed in so small a vessel as the portrayed, Mr. Freeman. I find the dimensions below deck a bit cramped.
Ah, but she's a lovely fighting machine all the same, sir. Her guns will smash anything of her own size. We carry provisions enough to stay at sea indefinitely, and she'll stand any weather that comes.
Yes, but to do all that with 190 tons means the crew has to be content with conditions that would be, well, hard on cattle.
Oh, they're used to it. Any orders when we sight the flames, sir?
We'll deal with the situation when it arises, Mr. Freeman. My orders give me power to negotiate, but I feel that negotiation would be a sign of weakness. Somehow or other, I shall have to trick 100 English seamen into my power so that they can be hanged or flogged for something. I might feel like doing myself under similar circumstances.
I don't envy you your job, sir. Anything wrong, sir? You look a bit...
I'm going below. Just call me if necessary.
Now, you're better now, sir, huh? Like old days, being at sea again, sir. You always was seasick at the start of a trip, sir.
Confound your insolence, Brown. I am not sick. Merely tired.
Yes, of course you're tired, sir. This Buckingham plunge ain't not to tar anyone. When you go on deck again, sir, the ladyship asked me to see that you wore this silk scarf she made for you. It's very light and warm as a toaster.
Thank you. Thank you. Leave it there.
Aye, sir.
That gale was interminable. Night and day it raged, and though Freeman clawed into it as much as he dared, I knew that it was gradually drifting us away from the course we needed to make to find the mutineers. In the meantime, I fought my squeamish stomach, learned my way about the ship, and tried to pretend to myself that I should know how to handle mutineers when the time came. Freeman was a good captain. His vessel was well kept, and his crew as happy as any crew could be in such weather and circumstances.
The whole crew's been buzzing with pleasure, Sir Horatio, since you recognized that seaman yesterday. It's not often they see a commodore shake hands with an ordinary seaman.
He taught me a lot of good work, Mr. Freeman.
You won't really tell the men why you're here, will you, sir?
Afraid I'll have to. We may have to fight, and I can't ask Englishmen to kill Englishmen without some explanation. The watch is changing now. This will be as good time as any. You'll have the goodness to summon them aft, will you?
Very well, Sir Horatio. Mr. Caldwell! Aye, sir. All hands must aloft!
Man, I expect you're wondering what has sent me to sea with you. Well, I'll tell you. There is villainy afloat. British seamen have disgraced themselves. They've mutinied in the very presence of the enemy.
My God, he's running a risk. Fancy saying the word mutiny to a gang like this. We're off the French coast, too, and they know that Bonaparte will heap wealth and luxury on any crew who brings in a British ship.
Now, listen, man. The crew of our own sister ship, the Flame, has done this contemptible thing. Now they're sheltering here in this very bay of the Seine. Every man's hand is against them. The French have no use for mutineers, and it's our mission to dig these rats from their holes. They betrayed England, remember. Forgotten their duty to king and country. The villains who have led them astray must pay the price of their villainy. If they're mad enough to offer fight, then we must fight them. If they surrender without bloodshed, that will be remembered in their favor at their trial. I want no bloodshed. But if that's what they want, they shall have it.
Good order! Clever that was. Never gave him a clue that he thought they might follow the Flame's example. They're happy enough and flattered at being told.
Well, that will do, man. About your work now. And remember, I shall expect unquestioning obedience.
By Jove, there's a big ship with plain sail set to the royals. Yes, sir. She's a French West Indiaman going into the Seine.
She must have slipped past the blockade in the gale, probably full of grain and sugar. One cargo into the Seine like that is worth more to Bonaparte than a dozen delivered to some inlet on the Biscay coast.
Blast, she's too well in. There'd be no catching her before she reached Harbour Grass.
We'll have to let her go, Mr. Freeman. It's a pity. If it wasn't for the flame, we might have taken her. That would have meant at least £10 a man prize money. Yes, Freeman, that won't make the men any better disposed towards the mutineers.
The flame's standing steadily in, sir. She's obviously not going to let us get near her. She'll give herself up to the French if we do. A pity we can't get to windward of her. Oh, there's no room to do it before she gets away.
No. Please have a boat hoisted out for me. I'll have to go and parley with the villains.
Aye, sir.
She don't mean to be taken by surprise, sir. Her guns are out and her boarding nettings rigged. Guns, man, look out for loft, bore and all to the rocks. All trim and proper like this.
I've got eyes of my own, Brown. Spare your chatter.
Ahoy! Who are you? Shall I tell him, sir?
Yes, go on.
Commodore Sir Horatio Hornblower, K.B.
Come alongside. We'll allow Commodore Hornblower on board, but no one else. And we got cold stuff ready to drop into you if you play any tricks.
Lay alongside, Brown.
All right, sir.
I'll go up to the main chains.
Kindly tell your boat to sheer, Commodore. We're taking no risks.
Steer up, Brown. Stand off and on.
I will. And now may I ask your business here, Commodore?
I wish to speak to the leader of the mutineers.
I'm the captain of this ship. You can address yourself to me. Nathaniel Sweet, sir.
I'll address myself to you as far as I desire, unless you are also the leader of the mutineers.
In that case, you can call back your boat and leave us, sir.
This was an impasse already. I studied the white-haired, wrinkled old man with the telescope under his arm who called himself Nathaniel Sweet. The only thing at all unusual about his appearance was a pistol stuck in his belt.
England has sent you here to swing me on the gallows anyway.
No, I'm here to recall you to your duty.
Letting bygones be bygones.
To stand a fair trial, you and your confederates.
That means the gallows. And I'd be lucky compared with some of the others.
You shall have a fair and honest trial, with every mitigating circumstance taken into consideration.
The only trial I'd attend to be to bear witness against Chadwick. To tell how he killed James Jones, the ship's boy, and reported that he died of fever. Aye, and a few other things, too. Our terms are full pardon for us and a fair trial for Chadwick.
Yeah, that's right. You're being very foolish. You're throwing away your last chance. Surrender now with Mr. Chadwick unbound and the ship in good order, and that will weigh heavily in your favor. Refuse, and what can you look for? Death. That's all, death. Nothing can save you from your country's vengeance.
Nothing? Begging your pardon, but Boney can.
You trust Bonaparte's word? Sure. He'd like to have this ship, no doubt, but you and your gang, he won't encourage mutiny. His power rests too much on his own army. He'll hand you back to be made an example of.
Will he now? Look at these letters, 3 of them. No, I'll keep hold of them, thank you. This is from the military governor of Harbour Grace, and that only promises us a welcome. This is from the prefect of the Department of the Inferior Seine. It promises us provisions and water if we need them. And this is a letter from Paris sent down to us by post. It promises us immunity from arrest, civil rights in France, and a pension for every man from the age of 60. And do you know who it's signed by? Marie-Louise, Empress, Queen, and Regent. Boney won't go back on his wife's word.
You mean to tell me, man, that you've been in communication with the shore?
Aye, we have. And if you had the prospect before you of being flogged round the fleet, you'll do the same.
Comes to this. You're traitors as well as mutineers. I might have expected it.
Guess what kind of curs you were. I won't foul my lungs by breathing the same air any longer. Hold ahoy! Lay alongside here. Aye. We're the kind of curs who'll let you go when we could easily cut you down below in the orlop with cadmic. We could give you a taste of the cat, Commodore Hornblower. The cat you so often ordered for others. How would you like that, sir? Remember tomorrow that the flesh is still on your ribs because we, the curs, spared you. Good morning to you, Captain. You don't think we'd give him a quick broadside, sir, and then get round to windward and cut her off before she could make the shore?
No, impossible, Mr. Freeman. She's barely within range, and she'll be out of it before our guns will run out. Yes, I've no doubt there's a dozen glasses watching our every movement.
Queer to look at her, sir. She's so like our own brig.
Yeah.
Well, except for that patch on the sail, we might be looking at a reflection of this vessel. I'd like to lay my hands on that fella sweet. I'd give him mutiny.
Yes, I'm afraid nothing alters the fact that at the moment we're helpless. I've failed utterly in my attempt to win them over, and I can see no possibility of them abating their terms. Either I grant them a free pardon, or I drive them into the hands of Bonaparte. I fear... But... I don't know. I wonder...
What's the matter, sir? Something happened?
No, I just thought... You know, Freeman... If I had this brig and the Flame under my command, we could set the whole Seine estuary in an uproar.
Yes, but there doesn't seem much hope of getting hold of the Flame.
I don't know, Mr. Freeman. It might be done. Will you pass the word for the sailmaker to come here? And I shall want his mates and every hand who can use a needle and palm.
Yes, but what... Aye, sir. Sailmaker and his mates, Mr. Carlo. Hurry, please. Aye, sir.
Look at the Flame, Mr. Freeman. You said yourself that she's an exact replica of the portrayed. But there's one difference which I think could be remedied.
I confess, sir, I don't understand. Now, here's Swinson, the sailmaker.
Oh, come here, Swinson. You take my glass and carefully study that patched foretopsail on the Flame. Can you see it?
Sir.
Well, then mark it well. I want this ship to have a foretopsail just like that, so that no eye can distinguish any difference between the two. Can that be done?
Oh, yes, sir, I can do that. Might I ask what's in your mind, Sir Horatio?
You may, Mr. Freeman. What I propose is this. Flame and portrayed are as like as two peas, as you said yourself, and they'll be liker yet when we bend that foretopsail. The mutineers have been in communication with the shore, and they've a promise of immunity if they go in.
But we don't want them to go in, sir.
No, and she won't. Sweet won't give himself up to the French unless he's driven to it. So we won't drive him. We'll sail into the mist. But we'll go in, Mr. Freeman. And they'll think we are the Flame, don't you see? We'll sail in as safely as though we were going into Portsmouth Harbor.
My heavens, sir, it's brilliant.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by. Ahoy, the starboard battery!
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready.
Aye, sir, ready!
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Somewhat dull retirement, I often live again the details of my active career. But no single episode of that career stands out more vividly than that dusky autumn evening when I stood on the deck beside Captain Freeman and sailed into the enemy's stronghold. The patched foretopsail had been bent on, the name portrayed painted out, and the name Flame substituted. I forced myself to remain calm and apparently unmoved. But Freeman, beside me, had given up all pretense and was as excited as a schoolboy.
There's the harbor, sir. And there's that French West Indiaman we saw go in this morning. Well, there's a lighter beside her. Of course, they wouldn't unload her at the quay. They'd put her cargo into lighters and send them upriver to Rouen and Paris.
At the moment, I'm more interested in the town's defenses than the shipping. There are the forts of Adresse and Tourneville on that steep cliff. The twin lighthouses on Cap de la Heve. And the batteries there on that low ground beside the jetty. The batteries are going to be our greatest danger. I don't expect the forts to find out what's going on in time to open fire.
I don't see why anyone should find out, sir. The ship's disguised, and we've got plain pea jackets over our uniforms. Oh, look, sir, look. There's a lot of shipping further in. Might even be ships of the line. They haven't got their yards crossed. Well, I've never been in as close as this before.
It'll be dark soon. I hope the weather doesn't clear anymore. It's just light enough to find our way in, and it'll be dark enough to cover us as we come out.
Sail on the lee, sir. Oh, that's the pilot lugger coming out to us.
Right.
They think we're the Flame, sure enough.
Very good. Well, set the men to cheering at the port side. Secure the pilot when he comes on board. I'll con the ship in.
Aye, sir. Now then, you men. You're a gang of mutineers sailing your ship to the enemy as a prize. Now, come on, let's hear from you. Shout! Sing! Dance! Back the main topsail! Here's the lugger, sir. And here's the pilot coming aboard.
Lee braces. Over with the wheel and on into the harbor. Mr. Freeman, have you taken care of the pilot?
I have that, sir. I put my shoulder into his back and shot him down the hatchway.
We were nearing the big Indiaman now. She lay with loose sails, swinging to a single anchor. In the fading light, I could just make out a dozen of her crew at her side, staring curiously at us. You may hoist out the boats.
Aye, sir. Shall I send the men into them?
Well, only the picked men as arranged. Remember, they are to take the Indiaman without firing a shot. Once we alarm the shore, we're lost.
Oh, they understand, sir. They've been well drilled.
Good.
Boats away! boats coming back, sir. Well, the men they've put aboard must have done their job.
Excellent.
Look, here comes the Indiaman, too!
Steady as you go. Mr. Freeman, my hand at the lead, if you please. I'm afraid we shall gain no more time. The shore authorities will be fully alert in a moment.
Yes, the cutter's signaling the shore with a lantern.
Yes, and firing a musket to attract their attention.
Stand by to go about.
This is going to be the most ticklish moment of our outward passage.
Steady as she goes. Steady it is, sir. The cutter must have cleared and loaded a bow chaser. 6-pounder from the sound of it. Yes, there's the flame of it. No, but she can't see us very clearly.
I can see the Indiaman, though. She's coming round very neatly. That mastermate of yours is a good man. This will be a different matter. The 32-pounders on the jetty are in action now. We shall be right in their range as we round the jetty.
Shall I reply to their fire, sir?
No. Our 6-pounders will make no impression on that solid battery, and the flashes will reveal our position.
Well, why aren't they firing again? Well, they've had time for several salvos.
I imagine Bonaparte has stripped his shore defenses of seasoned gunners for his army in Germany. These gunners are probably untrained recruits, and working in the dark is making them unhandier than ever.
Look out, sir! Vessel dead ahead!
Wheel there. Stay steady. Make no effort to avoid it. It's the pilot, Lucker. I can see its mainsail. They're trying to block our escape.
She's coming straight for us, sir!
Then let the weakest go to the wall. Stand fast, everybody.
Look at her! Look at her! Her bows are smashed like an eggshell. The water's pouring into her. That was closer. They fired at the noise.
We're getting into deeper water. Lay her on the other tack, if you please, Mr. Freeman. I tried hard to keep any trace of doubt or excitement from my voice. But I knew that success or failure depended on the chances of the next few minutes. I felt weak with apprehension, not merely for the physical danger that we were in, but for the danger to my reputation should I fail. Men would not stop to think of my real motive. They would say I'd tried to take advantage of the mutiny to feather my own nest by capturing a prize. My honor, as well as my life and liberty, were at stake. Steady as she goes. We're out of range of the batteries now.
What a shock for them, sir. A loaded Indiaman taken out of harbor right under their very noses.
Very good piece of work, Mr. Freeman. All hands did their duty admirably.
Silence! I'll flog any man who's disrespectful to the Commodore.
Oh, leave them alone, Mr. Freeman. They mean well and they're excited. It sounds as though our prize crew on the Indiaman share their feelings.
And they've reason to. All hands will get a nice share of prize money, and there ought to be at least £1,000 in it for you, sir.
Yes, I shall go below, Mr. Freeman. Well, that will do, man. Mr. Freeman, please be good enough to issue grog to all hands. Fairly clear, but with slight patches of mist and the wind backing south by west. As I came on deck from my bath under the pump, I noted that we were hove to with the captured Indiaman astern. I knew that I should send her back to England at once, but I could not do that without writing a report. There was the mutinous flame to deal with before I could think about reports.
Sail ho! It's the brig flame, sir!
What?
Yes, there she is, sir. Just coming out of that mist bank.
Well, there's only one thing to do. We'll have to fetch her out. Clear the ship for action.
Aye, aye, sir.
The news must have got around on shore now that the brig with the patched sail is playing a double game, and they'll be watching for another move. If we delay, the mutineers might get in touch with the shore again and explain.
Yes, or if they see from the shore there's 2 brigs with patched sails, they may guess what's been done.
Yes, quite so. Well, see that the men have some breakfast first, and it will be best if the guns will not run out yet.
Aye, very good, sir.
running out the guns would warn the flame that we expected to fight. And that might tell them that escape to the French was not so easy as they thought. I gulped a little as I realized that within an hour the deck I trod would be swept with the carronades of the flame. Within that hour, I might be dead or shrieking under the surgeon's knife.
Deck there! There's a lot of small craft putting out from the beach, sir. Heading for the flame, I think, sir.
This should be interesting, Mr. Freeman. The mutineers are heading in rather than fight. They think those craft are coming out to welcome them.
They're in for a shock, then, sir. Hey, hello. No, they're not so sure. They're hesitating. Look, you can see them spilling the wind from their mainsail. Probably an argument going on aboard between those who only want to keep out of our range and those who want to go over to the French.
That argument will be soon resolved. Those craft are gunboats, and that lugger's full of men.
That's the flame. A warning shot to make the frogs keep their distance. Look, sir, look. Look, the flames realize the craft are hostile. She's whirling round.
Too late. They're closing in on her and opening fire.
Look, sir, look. Look, the men from the lugger are boarding the flame. They'll take her.
We'll run the guns out quickly. At least we shall fight against Frenchmen and not Englishmen. Gunners, listen to me. We're going in among those gunboats, and they must be sunk. Aim true at the base of their masts and don't fire until you're sure you can hit. We were among the gunboats then. Our carronades went off on both sides. On our starboard side, I had one gunboat under my eye, half a dozen men by her tiller, 2 men at each sweep amidships, a dozen at the big gun forward. Our shots came smashing in. Fired at extreme depression, they smashed straight through the frail shell of the boat. The sides caved in. The sea surged over her. The big guns slewed and completed the wreck. And only a few bobbing heads in the water showed where she had been. The same on the port side. Whoever was responsible for exposing those small boats to our fire was a fool. But now, the lugger and the flame were close ahead. Mr. Freeman, load with canister, if you please. We'll run alongside the French lugger. One broadside, and then we'll board her in the smoke.
Aye, sir. Gunners! Canister!
I shall want every available man in the boarding party. You, Mr. Freeman, will stay here.
Oh, but, sir...
You'll stay here. Fix 6 good seamen to stay with you and work the brig out if we don't come back. Is that clear, Mr. Freeman?
Yes, sir, Horatio.
Helmsman, lay us alongside that lugger. Gunners, you see that every shot tells. Boarders, you ready to come with me? Follow me, men. Into and no quarter. A figure brandishing a cutlass had leaped past me on the lugger. It was Brown. I saw him striking left and right, and then I was beside him in the struggling, slashing mass. I stumbled over a pile of dead and wounded men who had been caught in the blast of shot from our brig. And that stumble saved my life, for a blade snicked past my head as I pitched. An upward thrust as I recovered disposed of my attacker, and I fired the pistol in my left hand at a blue uniformed figure which loomed through the smoke at me. But now... the wind blew the smoke clear. The fighting around me ebbed away, and I could see again. Our master's mate was running down the tricolor from the masthead. On the starboard side was the flame. I could see French infantry shake hers over her bulwarks. A second wave of boarders came pouring in from the portrayed.
Come on, man! Aboard the flame before they can organize a defense.
It's all over now, sir. They've had enough. Are you wounded, sir?
No, Brown. Help me up. This fellow's heavy. He's right on top of me. Hey! Yes, thank you. Well, Brown, what's the situation?
Some of them are hiding below, sir. We'll have them out presently. That lot are disarmed and guarded, and some went overside, sir. The ship's ours, sir.
Where are the other mutineers?
Down below, I fancy, sir. Now, some of the Frenchies are down there, too, sir.
Cowards. I'd rather die on deck than scuttle into a hole like a rat. We'll have them out of it.
We're all drifting ashore. Request permission to cast off and make sail.
Now, wait a moment. We must... gunboats. I'd forgotten them in the heat of the battle. But now I saw the two of them anchored a couple of cables lengths away in shoal water. The Flame, the lugger, and the portrayed, all locked together, made a huge target. Another shot crashed into us, and then another. The 24-pound balls were smashing through the whole frail length of the brig, tearing their way through the cowering mutineers and French below decks. Haste was essential, if we were not to be sunk where we lay. Down. Get those hatches battened down. Put a sentry over each. Mr. Gibbons, secure your hatches. Get ready to make sail.
All right, sir.
What topmen are there? Man the halyards. Put a man on the wheel.
Very well, Mr. Freeman. Cast off and make sail.
Rendezvous at the Indiaman. Now, lively now. Hoist away at that sail.
We'll hard to starboard. There goes the portrayed, sir. And the prize crew's working the lugger away. We'll all be out of range of the gunboats in a minute.
Thank heaven the wind is offshore. Hello. What's all that going on overside?
Come here, sir. It's the prisoners. Mutineers and froggies. They're scrambling out through the shuttles and jumping overside.
I'll let them go. Half will be drowned, and the mutineers who were saved will get no mercy from the French after this. Wait a minute. Where's the ringleader? Where's Nathaniel Sweet? He must not escape. He must be brought to trial or killed.
He was below, sir. Look, ain't that him, sir? Over there.
Where?
Swimming. Yeah, there. You can see his long white hair.
Nathaniel Sweet! I call upon you to surrender and stand your trial.
I just laughing, the swine.
Hey, you. Sir? You on sentry at the hatch. Pick me off that white-haired swimmer with your musket.
Aye, sir. Look at the splashing up within 10 yards.
Now, give me the musket. Reload quick, or the villain will escape. I'll have him if I have to jump over and swim to him.
Here's another musket, sir.
Thank you.
Let me, I wish I was a good shot myself.
I'll give it to me.
Got him, sir. Got him. He won't need no more mutineers.
Where is he?
Go on, sir. No, there he is. Look, just see his hair trailing. There. Now he's gone.
Yeah. It's a horrible thing to have to do. There was no alternative. You will bear witness, Brown, that I called on him to surrender.
Bless you, sir. It's a waste of breath. He's better off, too. He'd only hang if he was took.
It was true. That white hair trailing like a horrible weed on the sea was to haunt my dreams for long to come. The mutiny was suppressed, the Flame retaken, the French defeated, and valuable prizes secured. Barbara and Richard and Smallbridge seemed close again. Yet there was no joy in my heart as we sailed to rendezvous. Only a nightmare vision of long white hair trailing on red-tinted water.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
nightmare vision of the renegade Jonathan Sweet had made a deep impression upon me. Treachery is a crime that affects the very soul of a naval officer. It brought back memories to me of an incident far earlier in my naval career, when it had fallen to me to deal with a traitor of a very different sort. At that time, I was a young lieutenant aboard HMS Renown, then part of the Channel Fleet. Admiral Lord Bridport, flying his flag in HMS Victory, had momentarily abandoned his watch over the French fleet, bottled up in the port of Brest. And now his 19 ships of the line and 7 frigates had rounded Berry Head and dropped anchor in the shelter of Tor Bay.
Here comes Hart, the master's mate, to make his report, I suppose. Report? Yes. They put him as prize master aboard that French prize we snapped up in the channel yesterday. Well, he appears to have brought her safely to anchor. He doesn't seem to have relieved his anxiety. He's coming aboard as though the Admiral himself were waiting for him.
Master Arms Hart, reporting, sir, from the prize Esperance. Important news for Captain Sawyer.
Carry on, Hart.
Aye, aye, sir.
He seems excited. Perhaps the Esperance is full of gold. I'd give a ship full of gold for a drink of fresh water instead of the green slime we've been having this last month. We'll have to get some soon. The boats are put into Brixham and Torquay for supplies. Oh, good. Hello. Stand by. Here comes the captain in a hurry, and Hart with him. If it's trouble, I'm keeping out of it.
Mr. Hornblower. Sir? Kindly send the signal.
Aye, sir. Mr. James. Where's that confounded signal, midshipman?
Yes, sir. The message is to the Admiral himself, sir. It reads, "Renowned to flag. Prize is French national brig Esperance. Having on board Barry McCool. Send it at once. I shall wait on deck for an answer."
Aye, aye, sir.
It seemed a somewhat unimportant message for the captain to supervise personally. The name of Barry McCool meant nothing to me. Yet the captain's eagerness was such that I lost no time in reeling off the flag numbers to Mr. James. The signal went soaring up to the yardarm, the halyards vibrating wildly in the gale.
Sir, reply coming from the Victory.
Yes. What does it say?
Here it comes, sir. Flag to Renown. Is McCool alive?
Reply affirmative, Mr. Hornblower.
Have him on board at once. Court-martial will assemble.
Mr. Hart. All right, sir. Bring your prisoner aboard, Hart, but keep his hands bound. Have him hoisted in.
Aye, aye, sir.
I could not forbear to steal a glance at the prisoner as he was hauled aboard, with his sea chest after him. A youngish man, tall and slender, his long red hair streaming in the wind. Although he was obviously an Irishman, he wore a French infantry uniform. Yet why should we try him instead of the civil authorities? It was not until 2 bells in the middle watch, when dinner was served in the gunroom, that I had an explanation.
McCool deserted one dark night off the Penmark. He got through a lower gun port with a grating to float him.
Aye, we gave him up for drowned till news came from post. He was there, and up to his old speechifying. He even boasted about deserting.
Another wolf Tone, in fact. Tone was caught in a French uniform, and he'd have been stung up if he hadn't managed to cut his own throat first. Now, here comes Lieutenant Buckland. We may hear some news.
From the look of him, it'll be unpleasant. A dirty job for somebody, I'll warrant. It'll be a junior lieutenant. It'll be me if it's anyone. I'm the most junior.
Mr. Hornblower.
Sir?
I'm going to make you responsible for the prisoner. Sir. McCool must be brought up for trial safe and sound, and kept safe after the trial. I'm repeating the captain's own words, Mr. Hornblower.
For which I had no liking. Yet had I refused it, I might well have dangled at the yard arm with McCool. I quitted the table with a hurried bow and made my way to the darkness of the lower 'tween decks. The master-at-arms, who was my guide, ordered aside the marine sentry who guarded a small door, shone the light of his candle lantern on the door, and produced a key.
He's here, sir. Safe and sound. I put him in this empty storeroom, and a couple of my corporals along with him. I've been put in charge of you.
That is most gratifying to me, Mr.
Hornblower. Is there anything you need?
I could eat and I could drink. Nothing has passed my lips since 24 hours ago when the Esperance was captured.
Food and water, Master-at-Arms.
And immediately.
Aye, sir. I'll see to it right away.
Anything else?
A mattress, perhaps, or a cushion. You will observe that this chest upon which I sit has my name carved on its lid in raised letters. I bear an honored name, but I do not desire it imprinted on my person.
Yes, I'll send you in a mattress.
That gone means the court-martial is about to open, I presume. Do we go?
We do.
Then I can leave this delicious food without any breach of good manners.
The court-martial. Gold lace and curt, efficient routine. Evidence of identification. Cold questions.
Nothing I could say would be listened to amid these emblems of tyranny.
Right from the start, it was evident from McCool's demeanor what the result of the court-martial would be.
The sentence of this court is that you, Barry Ignatius McCool, be hanged by the neck. Mr. Hornblower, sir.
Yes, what is it?
Captain's compliments, and he'd like to speak to you. Rear Admiral, the Honorable Sir William Cornwallis, is with him, sir.
Now, looky here, young sir. You're the officer charged with carrying out this execution, I'm told.
Yes, sir.
Oh, when he's strung up, there's to be no speechifying. That's right, ain't it, Captain Sawyer?
Yes, sir.
Yes, but I thought, sir, that...
Yes, I know all about the old custom of letting him make a last speech. But a quarter of the hands of this ship are Irish. And I'd as least have the light taken as a magazine. Does that McCool make a speech to him?
I understand, sir.
All right, string him up.
Here comes Jack Ketch.
McCool, tomorrow...
Tomorrow? Yes?
Tomorrow, you're to make no speeches.
No farewell to my countrymen.
No.
You are robbing a condemned man of his last privilege.
I'm carrying out my orders.
And you propose to enforce them?
Yes.
May I ask how?
Well, I could stop your mouth with oakum.
Mr. Hornblower, you do not relish your own suggestion. I suspect you are not the ideal executioner. Supposing I were to save you that trouble.
How would you do that?
I could give you my parole to say nothing. Oh, you don't have to trust the word of a condemned fanatic. We can strike a bargain, and you needn't carry out your half unless I have carried out mine.
What bargain?
Allow me to write to my wife, my widow. Promise to send the letter and my sea chest to her in Dublin. You'll have small trouble to find a coaster bound there, and you know the chest contains nothing but clothes and things of sentimental value.
Yes, I know.
In return, I promise to say nothing from the time I leave this place until...
well...
You can read the letter. There'll be no treason. If I understand you, Mr. Hornblower, you're a gentleman of sensibility. You will dislike prizing a man's mouth open and filling it with tow. By this means, you need not.
Well, I'll send pen, ink, and paper, and I shall read the letter before I agree, of course.
You can see I had trouble wooing the muse, but there is my fair copy. Oh, come, sir. You need have no scruples in reading it.
Well, what is this poem, McCool?
A thing she'll look for, Mr. Hornblower,
oh?
And without which you will not believe the letter is from me. My poems were ever a bond between us.
I see.
It made but little sense to me. The poem seemed turgid and ponderous, though I was no judge in such matters. Yet I thought, if I were condemned to die within a few hours, could I write a single line that would make sense?
Will you accept my word now and keep our bargain?
Very well, McCool. I accept.
Pipes twittered for all hands to witness punishment, and all hands assembled. As we came on deck, a murmur rose from the assembled men. Around the ship lay boats from all the rest of the fleet, boats filled with men sent to witness the punishment, but also ready to storm the renown should any of the crew attempt to demonstrate in sympathy with their countrymen. I only recall those next few moments as a ghastly nightmare. The chalk ring on the gangway, and McCool standing silently on it, pale but with head high.
Signal gun ready.
Fire!
Beating about in a ship of the line on the dreary work of blockade, it gave me little to do that would distract my mind from its obsession with a picture of red hair and a lopsided smile. But spring approached at last, thank heaven, and the weather began to moderate. One day I sat alone in my tiny cabin while the timbers creaked soothingly around me as the Renown pitched over the long Atlantic swell. I was thinking again of that letter, still in my letter case, and the poem, which I now knew by heart. And then I ceased to lounge on my cot and sat up straight. An incredible idea that entered my mind. So strike 'em down. Now, why did McCool write E-M instead of T-H-E-M? For euphony or rhythm? So strike them down. And, well, if anything, it sounds better than so strike 'em down. Could it possibly be a code? I dragged the chest out. With its solid slabs of mahogany and its raised name, it was a handsome piece of furniture. And then, a sudden light blazed into my mind. The carved name,
B.I. McCool. The B ascends. The B. Those initials are B.I. And as I took hold of the lid again and lifted it, the secret of McCool was revealed. Only half the lid rose. The lower half stayed where it was. And in the oblong hollow between them lay a mass of papers, neatly packaged. Banknotes, £5 notes. And in this package, too. Yes, ample money here to finance the beginning of a new rebellion. What's this, huh? More money? No, lists. Lists of names. And information about each name. Every requisite for starting a new plot. What's this? A proclamation. Irishman... Smith's coming. When Smith had gone, I set myself to study the ingenious mechanism of the secret log. Unless every operation were gone through in its proper order, nothing happened. The I would not turn unless the B were first pulled out, and it was most unlikely that a casual investigator would pull at the B with enough force. Altogether, it was fairly safe to say that without a clue, nobody could have opened the chest to discover its secret. But though I temporized by playing with the chest, I knew that a great and grave decision faced me, a decision which eluded me through many a lonely watch.
Keep her off a point, you at the wheel. Pull them by.
Pull them by it is, sir.
Whatever the man was, he was brave. Aye, and faithful. Faithful unto death. His last thought was of the cause he died for. Heavens, if that wind had stayed westerly for a few more hours, that chest might have been on its way to Dublin, and then... But now, if I deliver up the chest to the captain, Spain will be ruined. Every gallows in Ireland will be cluttered. What about the money? Yes, that might be useful, but no, I should never rest. Rest? What rest I get now? This accursed problem. Sleepless nights, my mind was made up. It was evening. Mine was the first watch. Darkness had closed over the Bay of Biscay, and the Renown, under easy sail, was loitering along over the black water, with her consorts just in sight. Hawkins, sir? Oh, sit down to my cabin and see if Mr. Smith, sir, will you?
Beg your pardon, sir, but Mr. Smith's playing cards in the gun room. I've seen him myself, sir.
Oh, well, no matter. Send Crookshank and Bottle after me.
Aye, sir. If you'll pardon me, sir, if it's a job you want done, maybe I could do it, huh? Them two ain't much more than idiots, sir, as I know to my cost.
Hawkins, when I require a speech, I'll ask for it. You heard my order?
Aye, sir. Beg your pardon, sir.
Idiots. Oh, why else does he think I chose those two aboard my watch? They, at least, will have no curiosity. Crookshank, Bottle, I want you to go down to my cabin. You know the one. There you'll find a large, heavy, canvas-covered box. Bring it up and place it in the scuppers. It's heavy, so take care. I waited in a fever of anxiety lest the fool should drop it or stumble across an officer who might ask questions. The chest was indeed heavy, for I'd buried among the clothing 2 24-pound shot. But at last, after what seemed an age... Thank you, man. Well, back to your station now. The next 10 minutes were 1,000 years, but at last... Hands to tack, ship!
Prepare to tack!
And as the Renown tacked, with one tremendous heave and unobserved, I managed to throw the thing overboard.
Come what might, my decision was made and carried out. There could be no more vacillation. And when 8 bells struck, I went below and slept soundly. For the first time for weeks, I had no dreams of red hair and lopsided smiles.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Sitting here in England, playing the country squire and getting soft in retirement, does at least serve to keep my memory sharp. And I retain a very clear picture in my mind of the events which followed the suppression of the mutiny in the Flame. I was tired. There was much to do, many decisions to be taken. Certainly I felt little enough like granting an interview with a prisoner, and yet the seaman who bore Captain Freeman's message was awaiting my answer. Well, if Captain Freeman thinks it advisable, he can send this fellow in to me. What's his name again?
Lebrun, sir. He seems to be Deputy Mayor of Le Havre, sir.
Deputy Mayor, is he? Then let's see what he has to say.
I've got him outside now, sir.
Good.
Bring him in. Commodore will see him now.
Now, sir, what have you got to say to me?
I take it, monsieur, that I may speak entirely in confidence.
I promise nothing.
I represent large commercial interests which have had great influence on the prosperity of the art. A firm which was prepared for the moment of peace, with full warehouses, could make millions Millions.
Look, I'm a busy man. Come to the point.
His Majesty of Great Britain might do well to allow his friends to make those preparations in advance.
Monsieur Lebrun, I trust you've given thought to what you're saying. They're words which would take you to the guillotine if Bonaparte ever heard of them. You're offering to betray the Empire for commercial advantages.
There are many in France, sir, who have no faith in the Empire.
Very well. You may tell me the nature of your offer, but remember that I can make no promises on behalf of my government.
Well, suppose, for instance, that the city of Le Havre declared itself against the Empire and for Louis XVIII.
Well?
It might be the example for which the Empire is waiting. And if Le Havre declared for the king, the city would be in alliance with Great Britain, and the license could then be granted for my firm to import.
But how do I know that the city authorities will declare for the king?
I can assure you of the support of the mayor, Monsieur le Baron. Most of the other authorities would be safe, too. As to the others, a dozen well-timed arrests, an appeal to the troops in the barracks, the arrival of your forces, a heartening proclamation to the people, the declaration of a state of siege, and all would be over.
Monsieur Lebrun, I've been very patient, but so far you've made no definite proposal. If you have one, make it. If not, allow me to proceed with my own duties.
Very well, sir. Here is my proposal. Set me on shore. As an excuse, you could send me to arrange the exchange of prisoners. If I can assure Monsieur le Baron of your support, I can complete the arrangements in 3 days.
3 days.
Meanwhile, you, sir, you remain close in the vicinity with all the force you can muster. The moment we secure the citadel, we shall send off a white flag. When you see that, sir, you will enter the harbor and overawe any resistance. In return for this, a license to import colonial produce and your word of honor that you will inform King Louis that it was I, Hercule Lebrun, who was responsible for the scheme. There. Am I specific enough, sir?
Guard there, sir. Pass the word for escort to take this prisoner away.
All right, sir. You refuse. But, sir...
I will give you my decision in an hour. Meanwhile, for appearance's sake, you must be treated harshly. For the moment, I have no more to say.
Sir, the plane is signaling, sir. 1851-10. That's friendly ships in sight, bearing northwest.
Ah, good. Those must be the reinforcements. Find out who's in command.
All right, sir. The signal's going out now, sir. I'll read it back, sir. It's Nonsuch, 74, Captain Bush, sir.
Bush? By heavens, excellent. Well, of course, Bellew would send him if possible. He knows I can always rely on Bush.
Further signal, sir. Also, Camilla, 36, Captain Howard. Have on board 300 Marines.
300 Marines? That's wonderful, sir. With those and our own men and the Nonsuch, we shall be able to march 500 men into Le Havre if the opportunity arises.
Flag lieutenant, make this signal. Commodore to all vessels, join me here after dark.
All right, sir.
I shall transfer to the Flame. Mr. Freeman, there'll be other work for you with the portrayed. Kindly join me with Captains Bush and Howard when they arrive after dark. Lebrun must be completing his plans, and we must strike tomorrow, if at all.
Aye, aye, sir.
How good it was to see Bush again as he hoisted himself and his wooden leg onto the Flame in the darkness. It was good, too, to sit in the stuffy little cabin with Bush, Freeman, and Howard and outline my plans for the morrow. Action was what I needed, and the prospect of it swept away all my doubts and fears. I knew there was no certainty that my government wanted to restore the Bourbons if Bonaparte fell, that they might refuse to honor my promise of the import license, that they might refuse to recognize Louis XVIII. But I might be sharply reprimanded for all I'd done. But the time for hesitation was over now, and the risk must be taken. I saw Bush studying me anxiously.
You've been very busy since you came to sea again, sir.
Too busy, if you'll pardon me. It was too soon for you to resume duty.
Nonsense, Bush. I've had nearly a year's sick leave.
Yes, sir. Sick leave. After typhus. And since then, you...
Since then, endless work. Cutting out action. A battle. 3 prizes taken. 2 vessels sunk. An invasion planned. And now, on midnight council of war.
Now, look here. You gentlemen tried to tell me that I'm unfit for service.
Well, no, sir, but I...
Well, then kindly keep your opinions to yourselves. Now, you all understand what I want done tomorrow. If tomorrow is the day. No questions? Well, you must forgive me if I was rude just now. Had a trying day. Beat to quarters and clear the brig for action. Hand me that speaking trumpet. Thank you.
Port the Taily, ahoy! Flame, ahoy! Are you cleared for action? All ships cleared, sir. Then keep stations as ordered. Aye, aye, sir.
Remember, Mr. Crawley, if I'm killed as we go in, the flame is to be laid alongside the key. Captain Bush is to be informed as soon as possible, but the flame is to go on. And now let's get those men moving. This cold will chill them into numbness. Men, you at the guns and sheets. Let's see how you can jump. Come on. Lively now. Move your arms as well. Come on, like this. Huh? Up. Back. Up. Left. Higher than that. Come on now. Higher. That's it. That's it. Right. Still. Horny forever. Silence, sir. Stand to your post. Oh, now, Brown. My pistol, thank you. Yes, and you can take that grin off your face, Brown.
All right, sir. This will be another legend in the Navy, sir, about how you went into action with the men jumping. Remember the time, sir, when you had the men dance in the hornpipe as we went into action against the Natividad?
No desire to recall the past at the moment, Brown. Future will keep us busy enough. Mr. Crawley, 2 hands at the lead, if you please. If one is killed, the other is to continue sounding.
All right, sir. On the other tack.
On the other tack. Headsail sheets. Mainsail sheets. Making 3 knots under fore and aft sail, we stood in for Le Havre. Shadowy in the fog, I could just make out portrayed following our tack. Behind her, but invisible to me, was the old Nonsuch. I had not set eyes on her since the day I quitted her to catch the typhus in Riga. Good old Bush. It was comforting to have him with me again with his stolid loyalty and the Nonsuch's thundering broadside. An anchored buoy loomed on the starboard bow. We were nearing the entrance to Le Havre. Listen to me, man. Not a shot is to be fired without my orders. A man who fires a gun, no matter for what reason, unless I tell him to, I'll not merely flog, I will hang. Before sunset today, he'll be at the yardarm. You hear me? We'll soon know if this is a trap or not. But if Lebrun is playing a double game, only the flame will be lost. The others will get clear, and heaven help Lebrun and his city. Look. Lay it along that key as quick as you can, now. Right, sir. Where is your officer? Are you in command here, sir?
What do you want?
I'll tell your men not to fire. Have you not received your new orders? Well, get your men away from those guns before there's an accident. Go on.
Sir, look down there. British ships at the quay. British Marines forming. What am I to do?
Send a messenger at once to the other battery to make sure the officer in command understands.
But, monsieur, I cannot.
I said at once, sir.
The moment was tense and uncertain. The young officer was clearly undecided. And then I had an inspiration. I'd been speaking in French, of course. And now I heard the rhythmic tread of a section of Marines approaching, and I beckoned them to march past me. As they approached, I called to them. The men's heads turned smartly towards the French officer. The officer of Marines saluted smartly. The courtesy of it completely took the wind out of the Frenchman's sails. As he gaped, the Marines wheeled left round the battery, in through the open sally port, in among the guns, pushing the gunners aside, knocking the smouldering linstocks from their hands.
Let me help you up.
I can manage. I shall ride to the other batteries. See that the other landing parties deploy as arranged.
Open! Open in the name of the king!
King is a British officer.
You tell that imbecile to lower his musket now. Open the gate! Open the gate, I say. Do you expect my Marines to march through it?
That's better. Now, come on, my beauty, into the fort. 12 24-pounders and all pointing towards the harbor. Furnaces for heating shot. Never have stormed this battery by ordinary methods. Parapets 5 feet thick and 8 feet high. 10-foot ditches.
Sir, pardon, monsieur. I do not understand. Who are you, and why did you say king?
Are you the subaltern in charge here?
Yes, monsieur.
Sir, I bring you great news. This is the beginning of a new age for France. Mr. Howard, you found a horse, too. Is all well?
As far as I know, sir. I thought I ought not to involve a landing party in the narrow streets of the town without orders. I have 2 midshipmen here if you need messengers, sir. And your coxswain.
Your hat, sir. I picked it up on the quay.
Oh, well, thank you, Brown. The harbor defenses are all secured, Mr. Howard.
Yes, sir, thanks to your boldness. It looks as if that chap Lebrun has at least succeeded in creating some confusion. None of these frogs seem to know what to do.
Yeah, we mustn't give them time to think. Hello? Who comes here? A rider with a white handkerchief in his hand?
You are Monsieur Hornblower, sir?
Hornblower, yes.
I come from Monsieur Le Baron, sir. The citadel is secure. He is about to descend into the main square.
Good. As we entered the town in gay procession, the people stared at us. Some curious or sullen, some indifferent, but none actively hostile. In the Place de l'Hôtel de Ville, there was far more bustle and life. Numerous men sat horses. A detachment of gendarmes, drawn up in line, gave an air of respectability to the proceedings. But what really caught the eye was the multitude of white emblems. White was everywhere.
Lovely, sir. They're making sure we understand there's a truce on. Look at all them bed sheets hanging out the windows. Oh, even the police have got white cockades in their hats.
They're not truce colors, Brown. White is the color of the Bourbons, the kings of France.
Oh,
this is the first time for 20 years that the Bourbon white has shown on French soil.
Oh, here comes a fat-looking bloke with a white sash. I bet he had a tricolour there yesterday. He looks an important sort of coat, sir.
I suspect he's the mayor, Baron Momas.
Come on, hold!
Hold my horse while I dismount, will you?
Our friend, our ally, Sir Hornblower, I embrace you. Silence! Silence, all of you.
The gentleman is to be respected. And here is Monsieur Lebrun, I perceive.
Your servant, sir. Our plan has succeeded. Order, counter-order,
This is a great moment, Sir Hornblower.
A very great moment, Monsieur Lebrun.
If you will be so good as to accompany me to the foot of the flagstaff, the ceremony is about to begin. I shall proclaim allegiance to His Majesty.
Certainly, sir. After you.
The citizens of Le Havre, I, Baron Momas, mayor of the city, declare that all true Frenchmen,
no longer serve the usurper Napoleon Bonaparte.
Brown, what's happening? Oh, yes, sir. Seems to be a fight down that side street.
We see some of the soldiers on the battery. They are resisting. Into this building, Sir Hornblower, quickly. They will soon be dealt with. Gendarmerie, do your duty. Dismiss Sir Hornblower. We shall be safe here.
I'm an officer, not an alderman.
My horse! Here, quickly.
Bonapartists numbered only some 30 or 40 men and could have been dealt with by the police, but it was important in this early stage that the town should be given a lead. The slightest hesitation or show of leniency might lose the town. They scattered before our charge. I reformed my men and marched them back to the square, where the mayor had once again taken up his stand beneath the flagstaff.
The citizens of Le Havre, I declare that all true Frenchmen voluntarily recognize the unbroken reign of His Most Christian Majesty, Louis XVIII, King of France and Navarre. Run up the Bourbon standard.
Yes, I think, Brown, it's time for a gesture on our part.
And 3 cheers for the King. All together now. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip, hip. Hooray!
Here, Jackie, what blooming king are we hollering for?
I don't know. Orny says we got to cheer. And if Orny told me to cheer old Boney himself, I'd do it, see? The port of Le Havre was ours. Bonaparte had suffered his greatest defeat yet since Moscow. It was perhaps only a foothold, but English feet held it. And after all these years, all the blood and the heartache, the ground seemed to shake beneath the tyrant Bonaparte's feet.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
as governor of Le Havre, with all the hundreds of administrative problems involved, would suit me better in my present retirement than it did in those days when I was more restless and active. But having accepted the surrender of the city, I was forced to keep a tight hold on the reins until Whitehall should see fit to relieve me of that duty. In the meantime, a clear head and an iron hand were needed. For instance, the matter of the fisherman's deputation was but one of many where firmness was essential.
But, Your Excellency, we are innocent fishermen.
Indeed. My captain reports that just before he captured your boat, you just slipped out from Honfleur across the estuary. Honfleur is still under the rule of Bonaparte and is under blockade. I've no doubt that you sold your catch there at 3 times the price you could have obtained here in Le Havre. That, monsieur, is trading with the enemy, and it's within my power to have all 3 of you hanged without trial. I wish to retain the goodwill of all citizens of Le Havre, so on this occasion, I shall let you go. But your boat will remain with the prize court. Now, Captain Howe, what was that about a prince?
A note from the Foreign Office. They are sending the Duc d'Angoulême.
Oh, are they? What am I supposed to do with him? Who is he, anyway?
Eldest son of King Louis's brother. He married Marie-Thérèse, daughter of Louis XVI.
Oh, yes, yes.
He is the eventual heir of the Bourbon line. He must be about 40 now.
As though I hadn't enough worries. Still, I suppose it might be useful to have a figurehead, and the royalists love a figurehead. When's he coming?
He will arrive tomorrow, sir, if the wind is fair.
Massed bands burst into a triumphal march. Salutes roared from the guns. Seamen and soldiers presented arms. And I stepped forward to receive His Royal Highness.
Sir Horatio, I am Horatio. France, la belle France.
Anything less beautiful than the waterfront of Le Havre in a freezing nor'easter I could not imagine, but it sounded well. And on that note, the carefully trained Duke continued through all the wearisome and frigid ceremonies which followed, the presentations, the processions, the dedication service, and the final reception of the Hotel de Ville. It was during the latter that I became aware of Brown, my coxswain, discreetly twitching my sleeve.
Beg pardon, sir. Colonel Dobbs sent me in. He says he'd like you to see a dispatch what's just come in.
That's very well. Well, tell Colonel Dobbs I'll join him in my office when I can slip away without attracting notice.
Ah, there you are, sir. Glad you managed to get away. I think the frogs are on their way out at last, sir. This message came through from Paris.
Message from Paris?
It was folded up in a button on the messenger's coat. He left Paris yesterday.
Well, what does it say? This morning, siege artillery left the artillery park at Sablon by river, going downstream. It included the 107th Regiment. The guns were 24-pounders, and I believe there were 24 of them. 3 companies of sappers and a company of miners were attached. It is said that General Keogh will command. I do not know what other forces he will have. Bonaparte is still fighting desperately on 2 fronts, yet he still contrives to scrape a force to deal with us, because he knows we represent the deadliest menace to his power yet. However, it's useless to stand and complain. It's time for us to take the offensive. So I want to report on the roads between here and Rouen.
Rouen, sir?
Of course. Don't you see? The Seine is the answer to this. By water, those heavy guns can be moved far more quickly than by road. The barges are being towed downstream night and day. They must already be nearing Rouen. Brown, come here. Go and get Captain Bush away from the reception.
Aye, aye, sir.
Colonel Dobbs, send a messenger down to the squadron and give orders for the following to be assembled. Now, let me see. We shall require... Well, now, Bush, you thoroughly understand the scheme?
I think it's quite clear, sir.
If we could get our boats up the river quickly in the darkness, we ought to be able to supply the barges at Cloudbeck.
Well, the tide is in your favor tonight, and I'm banking on the fact that you're dealing with soldiers. All their victories have been on land. They'll hardly expect an attack by water on their flank. And your landing party can burn and destroy to its heart's content. Well, I only have to wish you the best of good fortune now, Bush. I wish I were coming with you.
Oh, that's impossible, sir. Half a dozen longboats on a river is no sort of command for a commodore.
It's a perilous venture, Bush.
It'll be all right, sir. Don't you go worrying about us, sir.
Won't worry with you in command, Bush. Is all ready now?
All ready, sir.
Well, goodbye, Bush. Good luck.
Goodbye, sir. Make way in the stern sheets there. Give way. Goodbye, sir. We'll be back before dawn.
I prayed that Bush was right, but it was one thing to make comforting plans and quite another to watch men go off in the darkness to execute them. As I walked back through the darkness to the Hotel de Ville, I could not stifle a feeling of uneasiness, but I put it aside and looked forward to reading again for the 100th time the latest letter from Barbara, my wife. This and a pile of other papers kept my mind fully occupied, and the night was well advanced when Colonel Dobbs knocked at my door and entered.
All the papers say that your capture of Le Havre is the beginning of the end for Bonaparte.
What was that?
I could feel the room shake, sir, and the candles jumped. It was an explosion. That could be at Cloudbeck.
It would seem that Bush has been successful and has blown up the French powder barges. 100 tons of gunpowder, yeah. That'll be a considerable explosion. Oh, come in. Oh, good morning, Captain Hart. What is it?
Morning, sir. 2 boats are coming down the estuary, sir.
Only 2?
Only 2, sir. One of them's Camilla's launch. I can recognize her through the glass. I don't think the other's from Nonsuch, but I can't be sure.
Very good, Captain. I'll join you in a moment. Destruction. 5 boats lost out of 7. And Bush, was he lost too? Though I knew that the destruction of the French siege train would be well worth the loss of the whole flotilla, I could not coldly balance the profit and loss if my old friend Bush were among the losses.
1 boat's coming to the quay, sir.
Huh?
I'll have the officer here in 15 minutes.
Good.
Mr. Livingston, sir. 3rd officer of the Camilla.
Take a seat, Mr. Livingston. Make your report, please.
Thank you, sir. We went up the river without incident, sir. We could see the lights of Cloudbeck before we were challenged from the bank. Captain Bush's longboat was leading.
Where was your boat?
Last in the line, sir. We went on without replying, according to orders. I could see 2 barges anchored in midstream and clusters of others against the bank.
Yeah.
My orders were to run alongside the one farthest downstream, which I did.
Go on.
There was a lot of musketry fire higher up, but only a few Frenchies where we were, so we chased them away. On the bank were 2 24-pounder guns on carriages. I had them spiked and then levered them off the carriages and into the river.
Good.
One fell on the barge underneath and went right through it, sank it like a stone.
Yes. Well, and then what?
Well, I led my party along the bank. There was a lot of shot there, just landed from the next barge. I left a party to scuttle the barge and roll the shot into the river and went on myself with about 15 men.
Mm-hmm.
The boat's crew of the Flame were there fighting, but the French ran away when we joined in. There were guns on shore and on barges. We spiked them all through the ones that were landed in the river and scuttled the barges.
Ah. Well, excellent work. They'll be difficult to recover and put into commission.
Yes, it must have been a fierce and bloody struggle in the dark on the riverbank.
Oh, it was, sir. Just then we heard drums beating and a whole battalion of infantry came down on us. My orders were to retire if opposed in force, so we ran back to the boats, and the soldiers were firing at us from the bank when the explosion came.
Yes, the explosion, what was that?
It was the powder barges higher up the river, sir.
Yeah.
I don't know who set them off. Maybe it was a shot from the shore. Maybe Captain Bush.
You've not been in touch with Captain Bush since the attack began?
Oh, no, sir. He was at the other end of the line,
Yes, I see. Well, you better go and get some rest, Mr. Livingston. You've done splendidly. I shall see that an account of your actions reaches the proper quarters.
Thank you, sir. I only obeyed orders.
The operation had been brilliantly successful. Deprived of his siege train and munitions, General Keogh would not be able to besiege Le Havre, and it would probably be long before Bonaparte could scrape together a similar force. But the loss of Bush was a crushing price to pay. It was hard to think of a world without Bush in it, of a future where I should never see him again. It was part of my life. But the very sympathy of Dobbs and Howard had the effect of nerving me to carry on.
Your Royal Highness, Sir Horatio Hornblower, KB.
Good morning, Sir Horatio. You wish to see me?
Yes, Your Royal Highness. I do not know if you're acquainted with the circumstances that brought me to this part of the coast.
You may tell me about them.
Well, there was a mutiny in one of our ships. I was sent to deal with it and succeeded in capturing the vessel and most of the mutineers.
Excellent.
Some 20 of them were tried and convicted and sentenced to death.
I'm glad to hear it.
I would be glad not to carry out those sentences, Your Royal Highness.
Indeed?
Well, it's impossible for me to pardon them without grave prejudice to discipline, but if Your Royal Highness were to intervene on their behalf, well, I could deny Your Royal Highness nothing.
And why should I intervene, Sir Horatio?
In the name of common humanity. Because 20 good men will be invaluable. Your Royal Highness could say that it was unfitting that the first days of the return of the dynasty should be marred by the shedding of blood of Englishmen, even guilty ones.
Good men, useful men, mutineers, presumably Jacobin, revolutionaries, equalitarians, even perhaps socialists. It would be a fine beginning to the Regency if my first public act should be to pardon a parcel of revolutionaries.
I've never known the world to be offended by an act of mercy, Your Royal Highness.
You have strange ideas of mercy, sir. It appears to me that this remarkable request of yours has some meaning other than its apparent one. Perhaps you are a liberal yourself, One of those dangerous men who consider themselves thinkers. Perhaps you think it would be a good stroke of policy for you to persuade me to brand myself as one who is willing to condone revolution.
Sir, I protest. Your Royal Highness, this is a monstrous insinuation.
I do not see fit to accede to your request, Sir Equerry. Oh, there you are. Be good enough to conduct Sir Horatio out.
As I strode with burning cheeks past the courtiers and sentries, I was almost blind with fury. I stamped into my office, flung myself into my chair, sprang up again, paced the room. I hardly knew what I was doing as I struggled to restrain my anger. Dobbs and Howard gave one astonished stare at me and then bent studiously over their desks. But as my anger began to subside, a plan formed in my mind. I sat down again at my desk and addressed Captain Howard. I want those French fellows brought in here, the ones who came with the Duke, the Equerry, the Chevalier d'Honneur, and the Almoner. You fetch them in now, will you?
I'll get them right away, sir.
Colonel Dobbs, I'll trouble you to make ready to write at my dictation. Please show no surprise at anything I may ask you to write. Oh, that was quick work, Howard.
I met them in the corridor, sir.
Good. Well, gentlemen, I've asked you to come to hear the letter I'm about to dictate and send to my Prime Minister. I think you understand English well enough to get the gist of it. Are you ready, Colonel Dobbs?
Quite ready, sir.
Very well. To the Right Honourable Lord Liverpool. My Lord, I find I am compelled to send back to England His Royal Highness the Duke d'Angoulême.
But, Sir Horatio...
Please, kindly do not interrupt. Now, go on, Colonel, please. I regret to have to inform your lordship that His Royal Highness has not displayed the helpful spirit the British nation is entitled to look for in an ally.
Sir, this is impossible. It is not...
Continue, Colonel, please. During the few days in which I have had the honor of working with His Royal Highness, it has been made plain to me that His Royal Highness has neither the tact nor the administrative ability desirable in one so high a station.
Sir, I must speak. You cannot send that letter.
No, why not?
And you cannot send His Royal Highness back to England. You cannot. You cannot. No, he cannot.
Is that so, gentlemen? Do you know who holds the power in this city? Do you know that I've only got to give the word and my ships and men would abandon Le Havre to the wrath of Bonaparte?
But, sir...
Do not tell me that His Royal Highness would physically oppose an order. Have you ever witnessed a deserter being brought in? Well, the frog march is an undignified and painful method of progression.
But that letter would discredit His Royal Highness in the eyes of the world. It might even endanger the succession. You will never send it, please,
I can only assure you that I can or that I will.
Perhaps, sir, there has been some misunderstanding. If His Royal Highness has refused some request of Your Excellencies, it must have been because he did not understand how important it was. If Your Excellency would allow us to make further representations to His Royal Highness, I know that...
Yes, sir. If you would allow that, I'm sure His Royal Highness would understand.
Ah. And what do you think, Colonel Dobbs?
I'm sure he would.
And Howard were intelligent men. They took their cues without a word and added their pleadings to those of the Duke's staff. Nevertheless, it was only after considerable persuasion that I at last reluctantly allowed myself to agree that further representation should be made by the staff. Those worthy gentlemen shot out of the room in panic haste when I at last consented to allow them to approach their master. Then I sat back and relaxed.
Begging your pardon, sir.
What is it,
But
Brown?
His Royal Highness would like to come and see you, sir, if Your Excellency could kindly spare a few minutes.
He's coming to you. My word, sir, he must be in a panic.
I'm begging your pardon, sir, but I got a peep into His Royal Highness's room. He was hopping about like a monkey and using language I wouldn't have thought the Royal Highness would have known.
Yes, thank you, Brown. That's enough. Captain Howard, be so good as to wait upon His Royal Highness. Inform him that I'll receive him in 15 minutes when I've disposed of my more urgent business.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Even now, in peaceful retirement and far removed from those days of stress and excitement, the loss of my old friend and colleague, Captain Bush, is still a poignant memory. At that time, when it had only just occurred, it seemed unbearable, unbelievable. But as I sat receiving Colonel Dobbs' report in my room at the Hotel de Ville, I realized that I could hope no longer.
It seems that when Bush led his boats up the river to attack the powder barges, his own boat was last seen right beside the barge that blew up.
Well, if that's the case, there would have been no chance whatever of his survival.
I fear not, sir. General Keogh says that he found and buried the remains of a number of men, but none was identifiable.
I see. Poor Bush. He served with me for the greater part of my career, you know. It was while we were escaping from our imprisonment in France that he lost his leg, and only for this.
He died in action, sir. He would have wished that.
Yes, he'd have wished a naval action, not a bloody skirmish on a riverbank. And peace is on the horizon, Dobbs. The Allied armies are already closing in on Paris. If only Bush had survived this one last skirmish, he would have enjoyed peace and retirement.
I doubt if he would have enjoyed retirement, sir. Captain Bush was...
Is coming? Well, what is it, Captain Howard?
A sloop of war Gazelle just entering harbor, sir.
Oh.
She's wearing the Bourbon flag at her main and signaling that she has on board the Duchess of Angoulême.
Has she, by thunder? Well, haven't I enough trouble making the Duke behave without his wife as well? Oh, well, I'll have to receive her on the quay, I suppose. Tell the Duke, arrange about salutes. Brown? Where's Brown? Where's Martin? My dress coat and sword, Brown. I'm deeply honored, Your Royal Highness.
Oh, no, Sir Horatio. The honor is mine. Do you not see what I have brought? Open your eyes, man.
Oh, forgive my dullness, Your Royal Highness, but you mean that serving girl over there? What's she got to do with... It's Barbara.
Horatio.
My dear, why did you not arrange a less dramatic meeting? This unbridled embrace is hardly fitting before royalty.
I have recollections of times when even royal embraces were not bridled. You have a beautiful and most accomplished wife, Horatio. Was it not a pleasant surprise?
It was most pleasant. You're very kind, Your Royal Highness.
Lord Castlereagh thought the Duchess ought to come here, so I asked if I might come too.
It was an inspiration for which I'm devoutly grateful, my dear.
You overwhelm me, Horatio.
I knew Barbara was mocking me for my formal attitude, I could not help myself. My mind was in a turmoil. Glad though I was to see her again, I feared the distraction her presence might bring. After all, the mainspring of my life was my professional duty. And as I led her to our quarters in the hotel, the sentries and orderlies sprang to attention, and Dobbs and Howard gaped at the spectacle of the governor ushering in a lady, and the more so as that lady was the sister of England's hero, the Duke of Wellington.
You are pleased to see me.
Of course. Of course, dear. It's just... I can hardly believe that you are here.
Little Richard is well and happy.
Good.
He talks unceasingly. And he still digs. His corner of the shrubbery looks as though an army of badgers lived there.
I expect.
I have some drawings of his in my trunk. Though one could hardly say that they display any notable artistic ability,
Sorry to disturb you, sir, but the dispatches brought by the Gazelle are important. Yes, very well. I'll come to the office. Excuse me, my dear.
Boney's been beaten again, sir.
He has? Where?
The Prussians have taken Soissons, sir, and cut up 2 of Boney's army corps. But that's not all. London's going to put some forces at our disposal at last.
Ah, perhaps at last I shall be able to launch a campaign against Paris. But what are the forces?
Militia, sir. Oh. They've begun to volunteer for foreign service, now that the war's nearly over. And we can have as many battalions as we want.
Militia, huh? I wonder what their military capacities are. We shall need a general to command them. I suppose a general would be senior in rank to me. Would that lead to complications? Well, we'd better write some letters, Dobbs. There's just time before dinner. That is the Vicomte de Manville, and the lady with him is his sister.
It's amazing how many people are here. I've never seen such a variety of uniforms, even at our own court. They're very respectful.
Yes, I'd call it obsequious. Oh. I prefer the disciplined respect of the Navy. You'd think we were royalty from the way they bow and scrape.
You really should try to accept homage graciously, dear. After all, you are entitled to it.
Oh, you may be. I'm not. You love this sort of thing, and it suits you. It only makes me feel ridiculous.
How do you do? Yes, a delightful voyage, thank you.
How do you do?
They really are most pleasant people.
Oh, by the way, Barbara, you didn't know Bush is dead.
What?
Yes, he was killed 4 days back. He was leading... Oh, I'm so sorry, my dear. I didn't think that...
Oh, please. Please let us wait here a moment. I can't go in yet. Oh, Horatio. Well, why did you have to tell me now?
I'm sorry.
The threshold of a royal reception. It was cruel.
I'm sorry, Barbara. I've spoiled your evening. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean, of course, I forgot. You enjoy this sort of thing, and...
Their Excellencies, the Governor and Milady Barbara on board.
Oh, hello, Dobbs. Something new happened?
Yes, sir. Good morning, milady. Please pardon my intrusion. Yes, a dispatch from the army. The frogs have gone, sir.
Gone?
Up, sticking away, sir. General Keogh left for Paris last night. There's not a French soldier left in Rouen.
But by heavens, Dobbs, this is sensational. Bonaparte must be desperate for troops to defend Paris. By recalling Keogh, he's left all Normandy at our mercy.
Yes, sir. I wondered if you'd have any orders in the light of this news.
Well, yes. Tell Howard... No, I'll tell him myself. Excuse me, my dear.
Is there not even time for you to eat your breakfast?
I'm sorry.
I was taught at school that Drake had time to finish his game and beat the Spaniards, too.
Yes, you're quite right, my dear. Go on, have some coffee, Dobbs.
Thanks.
This is victory. This is the end.
Do you really think so?
I know it in my soul. That man who has bathed the world in blood is about to fall. Do you realize, Barbara, that the world has been at war since we were children, and now it will be peace?
Peace? I hardly know what it means.
I shall have to enter Rouen in state. The royalists must be kept happy. Wait a minute, by heaven, I've got an idea. We'll rub in the lesson that it's England's sea power which has turned the scale in this war. Colonel Dobbs.
Yes, sir.
Warn Howard to have the Flame and the portrayed ready to get underway. We'll take the Duke and Duchess up to Rouen by water.
Oh, Horatio, what a splendid idea.
Indeed, yes.
May I come, too?
Well, why not? Tell Howard it's to be a sort of state voyage. Warn the captains to see about accommodation. Our entry into Rouen shall be one of the most famous naval occasions in British history. It was like heaven to tread a deck again and have my broad pennant hoisted, even though the Bourbon white and gold flew beside it. We bowled up the estuary at a full 8 knots, but I knew that when the river narrowed, it might be a different story. But I was happy again, and Barbara was happy to see me so. Even the Duke condescended to engage us in conversation, and it seemed no time at all before luncheon was announced. The party trooped below, the women squealing at the lowness of the decks and the difficulties of the companion. But hardly was I seated when Freeman slipped in and whispered to me.
Carterbeck is inside, sir. You asked me to let you know.
Carterbeck, thank you. I'll come up. Please pardon me, Your Royal Highness. Ladies, my presence is required on deck.
That's Carterbeck, sir. At the top of the reach. Looks a nasty sight.
It does indeed. I begin to understand the nature of the explosion that cost Captain Bush's life. Look at those houses. Everyone has been cut off 6 or 8 feet from the ground.
The church has stood up, sir. Except the roof and the windows, but the quay is in ruins.
It must have been devastating. After the war, I'm going to erect a monument on the riverbank there, above the quay, in honor of Bush. God rest his soul.
Amen.
Before the day was over, I had regretted bringing the royal party by water. They were like a crowd of silly children, and as difficult to manage in the cramped confines of the brig. For myself, I slept that night in a hammock slung on deck, and soon after dawn, we rounded a bend in the river and could see the cathedral towers of Rouen in the distance. But navigation was difficult and slow, and it was early afternoon before we swung round the last bend and anchored in full sight of the city. Barbara joined me on deck.
What a beautiful city. And how quiet it seems.
I'm afraid it'll be my business to wake it up. Barbara, look at those soaring Gothic towers.
Yes.
You know, it's strange to think that they looked down on the burning of Joan of Arc.
Ah, here come the people.
Mm-hmm.
They're gathering on the quays. Oh, here's the Duke.
Ah, I see no sign of any deputation of greetings, Sir Horatio.
No, Your Royal Highness. I think it might be wiser if I went ashore first to carry out a survey. Martin, my boat. Where is the reception for His Royal Highness? Why are there no salutes being fired? Why are the church bells not ringing?
Monsieur, Your Excellency, we did not know. We were not certain.
You saw the Royal Standard. You knew that His Highness was on his way here to Rouen?
Well, there had been rumors, yes, but...
Rumors?
Your Excellency would understand in the present unsettled state of affairs.
You do not wish too definitely to commit yourself, is that it?
Well,
Yes. His Royal Highness is very seriously annoyed, Mr. Le Maire. If you wish to regain his favor and that of His Majesty the King, who will follow him, you will make all the amends in your power. A deputation of every person of importance must be on hand 2 hours from now to welcome His Royal Highness.
But, Your Excellency, if General Bonaparte should return...
Every person of importance. Note will be taken of who is present and who is absent. The church bells can begin to ring immediately. The streets will be decorated and accommodation provided for His Royal Highness and his suite.
But, monsieur, you do not understand all that this implies.
It means that you are going to have to decide whether to enjoy the King's favor or not. That's the choice before you.
And also the guillotine if General Bonaparte should prevail.
France is free again. A wise man will not hesitate for a moment. My army is at your gates. My ships could blow up your town to pieces. But that's not the manner in which His Royal Highness wishes to enter Rouen. Monsieur Le Maire, time presses. Come on.
Your Excellency leaves me no choice. It shall be as you wish, though my life becomes forfeit from this moment.
Your care shall be my special charge, monsieur. Highnesses will ride in this carriage. I think it wiser for myself and Lady Barbara to ride with you as far as the hotel.
It was a very small reception.
Well, all the notables of the city were present, save those who had already fled. The city is decorated, the white flags are out. Your Royal Highness is accepted.
Yet the crowds are very silent, huh?
Oh, they are numbed with disaster and do not know which way to turn. For all they know, Bonaparte may yet return himself.
He will not return. I am here.
Oh, what's that? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?
Right, sir. Colonel Dobbs.
Oh, Dobbs.
Important news. May I come in, sir?
Well, just wait a moment.
What's the matter, dear?
It's Dobbs, dear. It must be important. Yes. So, what is it, Dobbs?
It's over, sir. Bone is abdicated. Blucher's in Paris.
Abdicated by him? Victory, Dobbs? The end of 20 years' war?
And it's official, sir. Here's the dispatch.
Well, the Duke must be told. Is the King still in England? What does the dispatch say?
Horatio, what is it?
It's all right, Dobbs. I'll be with you in 5 minutes as soon as I've dressed. Yes, wake the Duke and tell him I'm coming.
Right, sir. I'll tell him immediately.
Barbara, darling, it's peace.
Begging your pardon, sir, but this is a bit better way of coming to Paris than the last time you came this way.
It certainly is, Martin. I was a prisoner then, coming to be shot. Now we ride in as conquerors.
Still, I'd rather sail in, sir, any day. Oh, perishing brute this horse is, too.
Well, what's the matter with it? Looks a very good horse to me, Martin.
Oh, he's all right. Shall I try to luff him, sir?
Oh.
He won't luff, no. Falls off 3 points every time. He pulls me arms out, sir, trying to keep him close hauled.
Yes, we'll drop back now, Martin. Attention, everybody. Smartly now. All Paris is watching.
Wonderful, dear, wonderful. But do you mean to tell me that you've had this parchment for 2 days and have not read it?
Well, I've glanced at it, but I've been busy, my dear.
Oh, busy? Oh, I know that it's only merited, but still, well, listen, let me read it to you.
Oh, very well, my dear.
Listen. As the grandeur and stability of the British Empire depend chiefly upon the knowledge and experience in maritime affairs, we esteem those worthy of the highest honor who exert themselves in maintaining our dominion over the sea.
Yes, we needn't read all that, dear. It goes on for hours.
England at least knows your value. And listen, the parchment ends, "It is just, therefore, that we should distinguish with higher titles a subject who has so eminently served us and his country, both as monuments of his own merit and to influence others into a love and pursuit of virtue. Oh, I am very proud of you, dear."
Thank you, my love.
Why, there are only 2 or 3 cases in history of a naval officer being raised to the peerage before attaining flag rank. I congratulate you, my lord.
Heaven send that I can live up to it. Lord Hornblower of Smallbridge in the county of Kent. Knight of the Bath and a baronet of the United Kingdom. And I'd give every title and every order to have dear, honest old Bush back at my side.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstock ready.
Aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
From this distance of time, it's easy to see that my refusal to go to Vienna was one of the most fateful decisions I ever made. Yet if I could have my time over again, I'd still refuse, even at the cost of hurting Barbara again, as I hurt her that night in Paris, as we drove to another of the endless receptions.
It's probably the greatest thing that has ever happened to me, dear.
Am I expected to be there then?
Oh, but of course. You're a person of great importance now, remember?
My God. Drawing rooms, balls, salons, the ballet, the opera. Oh, you better go. It's your duty. But you don't need me. I'd be the skeleton at the feast. No, I'll go to Smallbridge. And to Smallbridge it was I went. Well, I found that intolerable, too. And then came the letter from the Count of Grasset.
Now that peace is with us, will you not come again and allow us the pleasure of offering you the open hospitality which we were unable to extend when you and Lieutenant Bush and your servant Brown were fugitives from Bonaparte?
Brown, jump to it, damn you.
Yes, my lord.
Pack clothes for both of us. Pack for an indefinite stay. Order the chaise. We're going to Nevers.
Nevers, my lord?
Yes.
You mean to the Chateau de Gracie, my lord?
Well, of course I do. How soon can you make the preparations?
I'll do it in 2 shakes of a rope's end, sir.
Good.
My lord. Leave it to me, sir. Lummy, I can't do it quick enough, my lord.
I was almost afraid to face the reason for my eagerness to reach the chateau again. Now that Bush was dead, the Comte de Grasset was probably the man nearest to me in the world. Yet I could not hide from myself the thought of seeing Marie again.
A more cheerful arrival than your last, milord.
Ah, more cheerful indeed. Then we were fugitives carrying poor wounded old Bush, dirty, soaked, and hunted. But must I be milord to you?
I shall call you Horatio, then, if you will permit.
And you, Marie, please.
Yes? Horatio. Ah, that is nice. Horatio.
Thank you.
Here is Felix with wine. To your happy return, Horatio.
Fond as I am of a rubber,
The play that evening seemed interminable. I was vastly conscious of Marie, now beside me, now opposite, as we changed places in the dummy. And twice I made minor slips in play. Even when, after 2 rubbers, Mary pleaded tiredness and left us, the ordeal was not ended, for the Count proposed that we two should play piquet. As Mary had left the card table, one glance had passed between us. A glance which, though it did not endure for more than 1/10 of a second, had been long enough for each to tell the other all. I played piquet as badly as I'd played whist. And at the end, the Count was rueful and apologetic.
I fear this has been a disastrous evening for you, Horatio. This is a discourteous way to treat a guest.
Oh, I'd rather lose in this house than win in any other.
That is too high a compliment. But with you here, I do not care whether I win or lose. I trust you will be making a long stay.
Well, like the fate of Europe, that rather depends on the Congress of Vienna.
This house is yours. Marie and I both wish you to look on it as your own. Poor child, she is lonely here and finds little companionship but mine.
I've often wondered that she's not remarried.
I, too. It is 6 years since my son died, and I know he would have wished it. But she is loyal to me and will not leave me, despite my suggestion that she should live in Paris. But you are tired after your journey. Let me ring for your candle.
Thank you. Brown was waiting sleepily for me in the sitting room of my little suite, but I dismissed him at once. There, inconspicuous in the corner, was the door that led to the little hall outside Marie's suite in the turret. How well I remembered that. Generations of the Lardon Counts of Grasset had conducted intrigues in that chateau. Perhaps kings and princes had passed through that door on their way to their ladies.
Horatio. Oh.
My darling. To sink into our arms was to sink into peace and happiness, illimitable peace, like that of the sea at sunset. I knew that I was cruel to come back and claim her like this, that it was selfish to make her suffer again as she had suffered 4 years before. I knew, too, that she would not have it otherwise.
Oh, I love you so, Horatio.
Marie.
Time goes so fast. We have only this little moment.
Oh, my sweet. We make time stand still. This is our moment. The world spins, but here there is no time. It's only us.
Breakfast tray, my lord. I poured some coffee.
Well, thank you, Brown. Just leave it there, will you?
Yes, my lord. May I speak to you, my lord?
Well, well, of course. Well, what's the matter with you this morning? Anybody who didn't know you would think you were shy, Brown.
Well, sir, I mean, my lord, I don't rightly know as it's a thing your lordship wants to know about. I mean, I don't want to presume, sir, my lord, but...
Oh, spit it out, man, and call me sir if it's any comfort to you.
Thank you, sir. It's this way, my lord. Sir, I'm wanting to get married.
Married? Good God.
Yes, sir. That's what I thought, my lord.
Well, I always thought you were a terror for women, but I never thought of you getting married. Who's the lucky woman?
Annette, my lord. Jan's daughter. And it's me as is the lucky one, sir.
Jan's daughter? Oh, of course, the pretty one with the dark hair.
Yes, sir, yes.
Well, I can't see anything against it. You're a man of sense. You needn't ask me about those things. I'm sure you've made a wise choice, and you'll have all my wishes for your happiness.
Thank you, my lord.
And if Annette can cook as well as her mother, you're a lucky man indeed.
I've been thinking, sir, that if I was to continue in your service, your lordship might like to engage Annette as a cook.
Oh, bless my soul. Yes, it's an attractive prospect, Brown. The cooking at Smallbridge could certainly do with improving. But, no, Brown, I can't give an answer to that. Her ladyship will have to be consulted. Tell me, this seems to have been a lightning courtship, doesn't it?
Well, not really, sir. When I was here before, me and Annette... you understand me, Lord.
Well, I do now. So that's why you were so anxious to come back. I thought there was something... You cunning dog. When do you plan to marry?
Just as soon as the law of the country allows me, my lord.
Well, we'll soon find that out. Yes, well, I'll get up. I can't stay in bed after all this excitement. We must tell the Count. I'll come through with a handsome present.
Oh, thank you, my lord. I'll bring your hot water, sir.
He was happy indeed. And so was I. Even if I perhaps envied Brian the public way in which he could claim his love. Marie and I were forced to be a little furtive. I was troubled that the Count might feel that I had abused his hospitality should he discover our secret. I was troubled no less on Barbara's account. I knew that she would know. She would say nothing, but she would know. But that was in the future. In the present was the lovely spring weather and the ecstasy of absolute love, unalloyed, without reservations. After all my years and tribulations, it had come to me at last. No shadow crossed our happiness until one morning when the Count entered my room unexpectedly and early. He was haggard and disheveled and still in his dressing gown.
My friend, pardon me, but I could not wait. There is bad news. The very worst.
Oh, what has happened, Count?
Bonaparte is in Paris. The king has fled, and Bonaparte is emperor again.
What?
All France has fallen to.
While my stricken old friend was speaking, my mind was struggling to take in his news and all that it implied. It meant war again, that was certain. Whatever the other great powers might do, England could never tolerate the presence of that mighty and dangerous enemy across the Channel. It was 22 years ago that the war had started. It was possible that it might be another 22 before Bonaparte could be torn from his throne again. Another age of misery and slaughter. The prospect was hideous. I struggled against the idea. But the people do not want him, sir. We know that now.
The people's wishes do not weigh against the armies. The usurper has already made his first decrees.
Oh?
The classes of 1815 and 16 are to be called out. The household troops are disbanded. The Imperial Guard is reconstituted. The Emperor is ready to fight Europe again.
I can hardly accustom myself to the idea.
I've heard the news. Are we leaving, my lord?
Yes, help me dress. You know the roads. Do you think we could reach La Rochelle in 2 days of hard riding?
Yes, I should think we could, sir.
Well, the Count has a great name. No one will venture to arrest him or his party without direct orders from Paris. We might bribe a fisherman to take us out to sea. We might steal a boat, for that matter.
Yes, my lord. It does go against the grain to run away from that basket.
Yes, I know. Well, we shall see. Well, perhaps we shall be able to take a more active part than merely running away. Oh, good heavens, I just thought. What about Annette, your wife?
I hoped she'd come with us, my lord. If I leave her, I may never see her again.
And can she ride?
She will, my lord.
We'll go and see that she gets ready. We can carry nothing more than the saddlebags. She can attend Madame la Vicomtesse.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'll go and tell her.
Yes, well, I'm coming down now, too. It was a sorry business saying goodbye to the household. There were tears from the women, though the men, trained in the stoical school of gentleman's service, kept silent. We rode out of the courtyard and down the road along the river. It was ironical that it should be a lovely spring day with fruit blossom raining down upon us. At the first turn in the road, the spires of Navarre came into sight, and at the next, we could clearly see the ornate Gonzaga Palace. I looked at the tower, blinked, and looked again. Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the white Bourbon flag flying over the palace?
It is certainly a white flag.
It seems hardly possible. Bourgard, the prefect there, declared at once for Bonaparte. So my messenger said, and he is a reliable man.
Oh, come, let us talk. We shall know soon enough.
Those soldiers at the gate, they are the Grey Musketeers of the household troops.
Well, then all is not lost. I've seen the Grey Musketeers in attendance to the king at the Tuileries.
Halt! Halt! Who rides there? It is I, Louis-Antoine Hector Savignan de Ladon, Comte de Grasset, and his suite.
You may pass, Monsieur le Comte. Her Royal Highness is at the Prefecture.
Royal Highness? This must mean the Duchess of Angoulême.
I rode through the night with my squadron of musketeers. Navarre changed back to my side quickly enough. The king is still in arms around Lille, and the south has risen under my husband, the Duke.
Well, do you think that a rising can succeed?
A rising? It is Bonaparte who heads the rising. I'm suppressing rebellion.
Oh, let us not waste time upon definitions, madame. Do you think there's strength enough in France to drive the madman out?
He is the most hated man in the country.
That may be, Your Royal Highness, but Bonaparte has an army, and it takes an army to defeat an army. Where is one to be found? The old soldiers are devoted to the usurper, and even if the civilians would fight, there's no time to train and arm them.
Oh, you are in a pessimistic mood, my lord. Do you then suggest that Monsieur le Comte here should submit tamely to usurper and wait until the armies of Europe should reconquer France?
I do not recommend acquiescence. I recommend resistance.
It is surely Lord Hornblower's duty to save himself and his talents for England.
No. I'll stay with Monsieur le Comte, if he will permit me.
But Horatio,
Lord Hornblower, we thank you and gratefully accept your kind offer.
Oh, very good. Well, that is settled. Now, as to Madame la Vicomtesse, you will, of course, accompany Her Royal Highness?
I shall do nothing of the kind.
Marie.
You will need every man, and I am as useful as a man. I know every ford and bridle path around here. I, too, shall stay with Monsieur le Comte.
Oh, yes, that is sound sense. And then, my lord, I leave you to plan your campaign while I prepare for mine.
Thank you. I need maps. Maps of roads, rivers, forests. Maps, and then more maps.
Come in.
Marie, this is I. I wanted to talk to you. Marie, I did not oppose you in council just now, but now I must tell you that I wish you to accompany Her Royal Highness to Bordeaux.
You do not want me with you?
I want you more than anything on earth. I love you more than anything on earth. But there's no love where we are going, only hardship, hunger, pain, probably death, a miserable, unheroic death.
That I know, Horatio, and I would rather share it with you than live without you. Horatio, there are some things we have not spoken of. I have always known that our love must end in tragedy.
Mary.
It is a thing I have nerved myself to bear. I must give you up, either to death or to your wife. But until then, I will be beside you in whatever is to come.
There are worse things than death, Mary.
And there is nothing worse than to lose you.
God help me, Mary. I cannot refuse you. I need you, too.
Horatio.
I knew that this was inevitable. Dimly, I could see the tragedy that the future held. But it was war again, and I was a man of war. Even with Marie in my arms, I was still planning and scheming the campaign. And if my heart was heavy with foreboding, my blood was stirring, too, with the call to arms. Out in the forests of the Loire awaited my destiny. Death or victory.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Even now, so long afterwards, it's difficult to see how I could have acted otherwise than as I did. I was still a naval officer, and it was my duty to harry the enemy of my country as far as lay within my power. Yet this pitiful little guerrilla war of mine in the forests and the valleys of the upper Loire was obviously a losing battle. And as we plodded through the sullen heat over the forest track, I felt that the end was near. Of our gallant army, there were only 30 men and 2 women left. And the men were as exhausted and dispirited as myself.
Horatio, your feet are so blistered you can hardly walk. Why do you not take my horse for a while?
Oh, no, my friend, Monsieur le Comte. You're more exhausted than I am. I am younger. Besides, it's not fitting that the King's Lieutenant General should hobble through the forest like a woodcutter. Who stands yonder, where the tracks cross, eh?
Antoine, one of the advance guard. He is pointing.
What is this, Antoine?
Ah, I can see it. It's a peasant hanged from a tree.
There is a placard on his chest.
It is a proclamation by General Clausen calling on all Frenchmen of the Nivernais to rally to Bonaparte.
No, it's worse. Do not let the men read it. It offers pardon and freedom to any who desert the king's cause.
I'm afraid they already know, my friend. They found a similar proclamation while we were ahead yesterday. The amnesty lasts for 3 more days, after which any rebels will be shot at sight. Any village offering us help will be burned, and its inhabitants shot.
Somehow we must keep them together for 3 more days. After that, they will fight for their lives. Are you and I, Monsieur le Comte, included in the amnesty?
We are expressly excluded. The last sentence reads, exceptions to the amnesty are the Comte de Grasset, his daughter-in-law, the Vicomtesse de Grasset, and the Englishman known as Lord Hornblower, who is required to pay for a life of crime.
I forced my aching feet to quicken their stride to catch up Marie. She was a vastly different Marie from the happy young Vicomtesse who had laughed and loved with me at the Chateau de Grasset. She had sawn off her hair with a knife. She was wet with sweat and streaked with dirt. She carried a musket slung across her back. Yet, when she had insisted on joining us, she had claimed to be as good as any man, and she'd fulfilled that boast. She was still fresher and more determined than many of the men.
The ford begins by those trees. It is a ledge under the surface. But I fear it is too deep already. I will take Pierre's horse and try it.
Here, let me try, madame. Here, this is no task for a lady.
I am a lady no longer. I am a soldier of the king. Help me into my saddle. My habit is in the way.
Do as she says, Bran. Madame is fresher than we and a good rider. Good luck, Marie.
I am sorry. The river is impassable. It is lucky the horse was strong enough to swim ashore.
Yes.
I could not have fought the current.
Well, I did not wish you to try, but it would have been useless to argue with you, Marie, but... Well, there's nothing to do but follow the river until we find a boat. We cannot stay here. Very well, men, then. It's here we say goodbye.
You are not leaving us how you said?
No, I'm not leaving you. You're leaving me. Your lives are safe. You've all read Clausen's proclamation. But Madame and the Count and I must go on, for go on we must. And we'd still go on, even if we need not. But we shall return. Remember us when you're in your homes. One day we shall call on you again to thrust down the tyrant. And now, one last cheer for the king. Vive le roi! Vive le roi! Vive le roi! Though I tried to keep the parting on a sane level, I knew in my bones that we were going to die. My hardest task was to force Brown to leave his wife. But it was the only way to save her, and in the end he bowed to the inevitable, with many oaths to return. But Marie could not stay. Her life was forfeit. She must come with us, even though death lay at the end of the ride. Harry, the Count is almost at the end of his tether. I must make plans. Think how to escape.
What is the position? Is there a column close to us?
As far as I've gathered from our scouts, Clausen's columns are spread round us in a half circle.
So there are troops behind and to the sides,
Yes.
and the river in front.
Yes. Behind us is a half column of the 14th Léger. They must have been ordered to pursue us direct while the others head us off. Let us keep along the river bank a little longer, and then we'll rest till dawn and try to make a crossing. Later, we slept in fits and snatches until dawn. We lay on the wet ground in saturated clothing, and it seemed the most natural thing in the world that Marie and I should lie in each other's arms. It was warmer thus in any case. The surge of love and tenderness which swept me had nothing to do with passion. War was behind us and death before us. And nothing could come between us in these moments. For half an hour before dawn, I slept tranquilly with my head on her shoulder. Perhaps that was the happiest half hour I've ever given poor Marie. Her love for me had brought her little happiness. But the respite was brief. With the first light, we were off again, on horses which seemed wearier than ever.
Well, the rain stopped anyway, my lord. Oh, it looks like being hot when this mist clears off.
Yes. Well, surely we must reach a farm soon where they'll have a boat. Then we can cross the river, steal some fresh horses, and shake off the pursuit. Quick. Halt. Left wheel. Now, behind those willows there. Behind those willows.
Oh, what is it, Horatio?
Look. Those outbuildings below the ridge. Is it a farm?
Shall I go and spy out the land, my lord?
Yes, I'll watch you for any signal.
Aye, aye, sir.
We must lie low. If there's any troops around, they'll be quartered here, but I can't see any. Wait a minute, look. There's a young woman and an old man and... Look at that.
It is a boat, lying by the water's edge.
Look, Brown has attracted the girls' attention. They're talking.
Wait, he is waving to us. It is safe.
Oh, come on. We must lose no time.
It's all right, my lord. The frogs was here yesterday. Cavalry. Them same hussars we beat last week. Oh, they left here yesterday morning, so the old man is his.
Oh, very well. Well, then there's no time to lose. Let's get the boat launched.
The boat? Alas, my lord, I wish you could launch it.
Why? What's the matter with it?
Here, just look at this, my lord. Someone's been at this boat with an axe. The bottom smashed in 4 places.
Lord, how shall I get my boat back if you take it?
We shall only cross the river. You can come with us and bring it back yourself.
Oh, I shall be shot for helping you. The hussars will come back. They always do.
Oh, be quiet, you old pessimist. We're busy.
The fact is, old cock, you can't help yourself. You might get shot if you help us, but you will get shot if you don't. Now, this is war, and don't you forget it. Oh, hello. Here's Madame riding back.
What is it, Marie?
Hussars! Coming along the main road from the south. About 20 of them, I should think.
They'll come down here. They always do.
We must ride off and hide. Come on.
But the repairs on the boat, sir. They'll see them.
Well, there's no time. We must risk it.
Right, sir.
Now, listen, Holden. If the hussars come here, you tell them it was you that was repairing the boat, see?
Oh, come along. Come, back to the hollow behind the willows where we hid before.
Come on, swiftly now.
We must hide among the rocks and watch. This'll do. I'm afraid this is our last stand. Here they come. Well, we're only 3 men and a woman with pistols, but we must make every shot tell.
We are 4 men. 4 determined men.
Behind the rocks, all of you. Face in different directions so that they cannot flank us. Here they come. They're firing already, but they're only wasting powder at this range. Marie, save your shots for... Oh, God, Marie. Marie, what is it? But even as I spoke, I saw Marie fall over from the impact of the bullet which had struck her and caused her to fire involuntarily. I saw the puzzled look on her face change to agony. And then I was at her side. She had been struck on the thigh. I felt for my penknife to rip off the clothes. But at that moment, a shattering blow on my shoulder flung me to the ground. In my anxiety for Marie, I'd heard nothing of the hussars' charge or the shots of Brown and the Count. Sick and dazed, I struggled to my feet. ignoring the carbine butt above my head. All that mattered was Marie. I tore open my knife. But Marie was limp and lifeless at my feet.
She is dead. A pity.
It is over, my friend. We are disarmed and captured.
The court-martial will try you this evening.
Wait, this man, Brown, he is a prisoner of war. You cannot try him. He is a sailor of His Britannic Majesty's Navy doing his duty under my orders.
He fought on the side of rebels.
Under my orders. He's not amenable to court-martial.
Well, does you credit to speak for him? I will take this matter into consideration.
A dungeon. Damp, cold, more pain. And then blessed sleep. When I woke, my head was clearer. And I amazed the captain by demanding a bath and a shave. If I was to be sentenced to death, I intended to appear as a British officer and not as a tramp. When I was clean and shaved, they brought me food and wine.
The Emperor won 2 great victories last week. Your Wellington has met his destiny at last. General Ney beat him at a place called Les Quatre Bras, and on the same day, the Emperor destroyed Blucher and his Prussians at Ligny.
Indeed? And how did this news reach you?
By official bulletin.
Oh, my felicitations, monsieur. But is there not a saying in your army about lying like a bulletin?
Enough. The court is waiting now. Come. They have already tried the Comte de Grasset. He is to be shot at dawn tomorrow.
The prisoner has already admitted his identity. He is Horatio Lord Hornblower, Commodore of the British Navy. It only remains to submit to this court the verdict of a court-martial held on June the 10th, 1811, wherein this said Horatio Hornblower was condemned to death for piracy and violation of the laws of war. I must request that the death sentence be enforced.
Lord Hornblower, it is the sentence of this court and the order of this military commission that you shall suffer death by shooting at dawn tomorrow, immediately after the execution of the rebel Grasset.
I beg your excellency's pardon, but pirates are hanged, not shot.
'Tis the order of the commission that he be shot. Remove the prisoner.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm ready. My cell was dark. It sank upon my mattress. There it was. I was to be shot. This was the last round of the struggle I had waged against Bonaparte for 20 years. There was no arguing with bullets. Our pitiful little rebellion, our army scattered, the Count condemned to death. Marie dead. Oh, Marie. My little Marie. She had loved me, and my folly had killed her. And Barbara, what would she think of her late husband? She would guess why I had come to France, would guess at my infidelity, and be hurt. What a shambles I had made of my life. What had I brought to all my friends and loved ones but pain, dishonor, and death? What is it, huh? What, is it dawn already?
It is, Monsieur le Capitaine.
Good morning, Lord Hornblower.
Good morning. You need not force yourself to smile, sir. I do not need your sympathy.
Your words are truer than you know, sir. You do not need sympathy, indeed. It is not death.
What do you mean? Is this some new form of torment?
No, sir. There is news from Belgium. It says that the Emperor has been defeated in a great battle.
Defeated? But what about the defeat of Wellington and Blucher that you told me of?
It seems we were misinformed. Now we hear that the Emperor has been defeated in a great battle at a place called Waterloo. It is said that Wellington and Blucher are already over the frontier and marching on Paris.
Oh, God. And Bonaparte, where is he?
He is in Paris already. The Senate are demanding that he abdicate again.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
I'm an old man now, and my memory is discursive. Perhaps it's an old man's impatience and eagerness that has made me hurry on with these memoirs without regard to their order or date, but as I near the end of my chronicle, I remember much that was vital in my career that I've omitted. Surely the year 1811 was one of the most fateful of those years. I was a prisoner in the hands of the French. It seemed nothing would break the monotony until one evening.
What is it that Monsieur desires?
I want to see. There's a battle out there. I must see it. Let me go on to the walls.
I'm sorry, it is forbidden.
I will not escape, I swear it. Let my servant and myself go on to the walls. I give you my word of honor. We'll make no attempt to escape. You come with us, if you will.
But I cannot leave my post. You give your word of honor?
Yes. You may rely on it. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Come on, Brown. This way, Brown.
Aye, sir.
Now, don't get in the way of the gunners, or they'll send us down again.
Aye, sir. Aye.
It's over here to the curtain wall. We shan't be blinded by the gun flashes here.
It is the fleet, sir. You can see them lit up by their own broadsides. They're sailing down in line ahead past the Frenches. Oh, there's the Pluto, sir.
Yes.
You can see the Admiral's flag at her mizzen.
That's the Caligula astern of her.
Excuse me, sir. What's that little red glow out there?
Where?
Over there, right out at the entrance of the bay. Seems to be getting brighter, sir.
This is a fire ship. Oh, good work. Our men are bringing in a fire ship. Just the thing for a squadron at anchor. Yes, you can see it now. It's a small brig.
And it's alongside the Turenne, sir.
Yeah.
The Turenne was that ship that got away from us.
She's not getting away from this, by heaven. Let's look at her masts. The fire's running up them already.
There goes our magazine.
Oh, she'll drift down onto the French squadron. Oh, it ain't fair, sir. Us stuck up on here with all that going on.
Yeah, look at our ship. Look, the Sutherland on the beach.
Ah, she's a fire, sir. But they must have sent a boarding party and fired her.
Oh, well done. They won't have the privilege of keeping even the wreck of a British ship. That's a wonderful night's work, Brown. It was indeed a wonderful night's work. From our battlement grandstand, we watched the one-sided battle rage and saw our defeat thoroughly avenged. The Turenne had completely vanished. Of the Sutherland, there were only remaining a few blackened timbers. 2 French ships of the line were on the rocks to westward, and they would never sail again. Only the French 3-decker was left, battered and mastless, and the next easterly gale would fling her ashore and wreck her completely. As dawn crept over the horizon, we watched the 5 British ships stand out of the bay in line ahead. Only the Pluto appeared to be damaged. She'd lost her main topmast. It was a bitter sight to see them go and realize that I could not go with them. But my despair was cut short by the sudden appearance of General Vidal, the governor of the fortress.
Fine piece of work your companions have done. But it will not make the government in Paris any more kindly disposed towards you, I fear. Listen. What is that? Ah, that must be your man. The new prisoner must have brought them news of the battle.
A new prisoner, sir?
Yes, I thought you would be interested. He's a man who fell overboard from your admiral's ship. Here, Dupont, take charge of Hornblower and escort him to the prison.
Back in my room, I paced to and fro, my mind seething. My gloomy thoughts were broken into by the opening of my door, and the young officer saluted.
His Excellency sends you his compliments, sir, and he would be glad if you could spare him a few minutes of your time as soon as convenient.
Or in other words, come at once. Oh, very well, I'm ready. In the governor's office stood a colonel of gendarmerie, a youngish man with a bullet head and carrying a cocked hat in his hand. The star of the Legion of Honor was on his breast. The high black boots and spurs gleamed in the morning sunlight. The governor's expression was sad as he addressed me.
I have the honor of presenting to you Colonel Jean-Baptiste Caillard, Grand Eagle of the Légion d'Honneur, and one of His Imperial Majesty's personal aide-de-camp. Colonel, this is Horatio Hornblower.
What is Hornblower doing with that sword at his side?
The Admiral returned it to him on the day of the battle, mon Colonel. He said...
I am not interested in what the Admiral said. No criminal as guilty as this man can be allowed a weapon. Further, a sword is the emblem of a gentleman of honor, which he certainly is not. Take off that sword, sir.
I can hardly believe that you're addressing me, sir. May I remind you that I have yet to be tried?
Take off that sword. Or shall I call in one of my gendarmes to remove it?
You leave me no alternative, but you shall hear more of this insult.
Good. And now, will your Excellency have the goodness to warn this man of his impending departure?
Oh, yes. Monsieur, Colonel Caillard has come to take you and your first lieutenant, Mr. Bush, to Paris.
Bush? But you know what you're saying. Bush is seriously wounded. It might easily be fatal to take him on a long journey at present.
The journey will be fatal to him in any case.
General Vidal was a gentleman to the last. He gave me every assistance, allowed me to take my coxswain, Brown, with me. He even pressed upon me his purse to help me when I should reach Paris. He accompanied us to the courtyard where Bush was lying on a stretcher. Bush? They're going to take us to Paris, Bush.
What, you, me, sir?
Yes.
Well, it's a place I've always wanted to see.
Please, you are in charge of this man, yes?
Yes. What is it?
I am the surgeon who how do you say?
The foot. You amputated Lieutenant Bush's foot.
Oui, yeah. It was to save his life. Please to take these papers. There are instructions for treatment. Any surgeon in France will understand them.
Yes, thank you.
Here is a parcel of dressings.
Thank you.
The leg will not heal until the ligatures come away. Comprenez-vous?
I see. Yes. Thank you. I understand. How are you feeling, Bush? Better?
I do feel a bit better today, sir. Since you got that last ligature out, I think it's healing.
Good. I don't mind telling you, I thought we'd lost you a few nights ago. Didn't you, Brown?
Yes, he looked pretty ticklish, sir. Rare good job you done, sir.
Me? I don't know what I'd have done without you. I never knew you could turn your hand to so many things.
I wish to heaven I wasn't such a burden to you, sir.
Oh, rubbish.
If only I could help myself. Hello? What's going on?
As far as I can make out, sir, one of the horses has gone lame.
Oh.
They've unharnessed it. Two of them are just taking it off to find a smith.
Oh, as though this confounded journey wasn't long enough. Ugh. Seems as though all our lives have been spent in this leathery old coffin.
We're off again with only 3 horses, sir.
Getting late. The weather looks threatening. I suppose Kaya wants to reach the next post house before dark. I hope our quarters are more comfortable than the ones we had last night, too. As time dragged on and the afternoon merged into premature darkness, I began to wonder if we were going to reach a post house. Progress with 3 horses was slow. They were facing into a bitter wind, a wind which promised snow. And we could hear Kaya cursing and urging the coachman at intervals. And soon the wind took on a higher note. Great flakes of snow clogged the steaming windows. And presently the muffled sound of wheels and hooves told us that the fall was getting heavier. Oh, heavens, I'm cold. God help poor sailors on a night like this.
We look like spending the night in the coach, sir.
Something's wrong, sir. Listen. Hold on to the stretcher, sir. We're going over.
Oh, blast. What are they doing? You all right, Bush?
I'm all right, sir. What's happened?
Well, we're not over, sir, but perishing near it. We must have left the road. Oh, look, we're almost hanging over a river.
Yes, I can see, right on the bank. Coachman must only just have seen it in time.
A fine coachman you are! Fool and son of a fool! Why didn't you drive straight into the river and save me the trouble of reporting? Huh? Come on, you men. Do you want to stay here all night? Get that coach back on the road, you helpless idiot.
Oh, excuse me, sir, it's heavy. If the gentleman inside would get out, we would have a better chance.
They can please themselves. Get out and help or spend the night in the snow.
Brown, come closer to me. Do you see that boat on the river? Did you see it as we stopped?
Yes, sir. A rowing boat moored to a post.
Why shouldn't we escape in it, Brown? 6 minutes from the time I had conceived the idea, we were in the boat and free on the Black River. In the darkness and with the bustle going on round the coach, we'd slipped away unnoticed. I wrapped Bush in blankets and my cloak and propped him in the stern sheets. Go on, give me a scull, Brown.
What is it?
Now, you fend off port side, I'll take starboard.
Oh, the boat's spinning and punching like mad, sir. I can't get a grip.
We seem to be caught on a rock. The water's pouring in.
Heave here, Brown.
Now, together. All you've got. She's clear.
We're through. That was a near thing.
Yes, too near for my liking, Bush. I hope there's not many more of those. Is there a bailer in the boat?
Yes, sir. I saw it when we got in. We're on it. Here it is.
Well, bail then. I'll take the sculls.
Any idea where we are, sir?
Oh, it's difficult to say. Can't be the Rhone. It must be the Loire.
If it is, it runs into the Bay of Biscay. That's, 400 miles away. Oh, that'll be a useful run, sir. Hello. The keel's scraped again, sir. I believe we're coming to another rapid.
The growing roar again. I felt the bow and stern lift and drop successively as we shot over what felt like a downward step in the water. The din of the rapid became tremendous. The white water boiled round and over us. Something invisible struck our port side, and I heard the gunwale splinter. The keel caught, and I pitched forward. But then she freed herself, and the boat sped on. I heard the roar diminishing. We were through another rapid.
Light on the starboard bow, sir.
Yes.
And there's another. And another.
Must be a village on the river bank. Probably Nevers. The coachman said it was 6 kilometers. Oh, we've come 4 miles already. Hey, Brown, stop bailing. Keep quiet now. A bridge flashed by over our heads. The water was so high that we had to duck to miss the arch. It was still snowing, and ice coated the floorboards.
More rapids ahead, sir.
Brown, stand by to fend off on the port side.
Aye, sir. Good God! Oh, beg pardon, sir, but it's not a rapid. I think it's a fall.
It is. Oh, hold on, everybody. We're going over. Rocks. Watch out for the rocks. Steep, steady wave at the foot of the fall was as solid as stone as we hit it. The boat vanished from under me, and I felt myself strangling underwater and scraping over the rocky bottom. It was agony, agony. I got a single gulp of air, and then I was under again. The grinding of the rocks on the riverbed was louder than thunder. Another precious gulp of air which seared my lungs like fire, and then I was under again. My reeling brain guessed what was happening. I was caught in the swirl below the fall. I was being flung in a circle, now on the surface and now right down on the bed. The pain in my chest and the deadly grip of the icy water on my limbs were numbing me. I was losing the desire to fight. I only wanted to be still and die. Suddenly, something touched my hand. I gripped it. It was a piece of board with nails in the end of it. A plank from the boat, now shattered into fragments and whirling around with me. With a last convulsive movement, I thrust hard at the bottom with the plank as I went down again. I came up, caught a breath, and another, and then another. And I floundered and stumbled, and then fell and lay gasping in only a few inches of water at the edge of the fall.
Ahoy there! Captain! Captain!
I'm here.
Oh, thank God, sir. Thank God. The captain's here, Mr. Bush.
I heard Bush's feeble voice reply, and it shocked me to my feet. If Bush were alive, he must be looked after.
There's a light out there, sir. House, I expect.
Well, we must get to it, even if it does mean surrender.
Aye, sir.
If we don't get Bush to warmth and help, he'll die. We'll carry him up.
Aye, sir.
Get your arms around our shoulders, Bush.
No, sir.
Lift.
Come on.
It's not far. How did you get out of the river?
Current took us to the bank at once, sir.
I see.
I'd only just kicked my blankets off when I touched a rock, and there was Brown holding me out.
Thank God.
Why don't you leave me and go for help, sir? You're just about ready to drop.
No, we'll get you up the bank. The light's nearer now. I felt as if I would give a fortune to lay down my burden and drop in the snow. It was ironical, too, that the three of us had been within yards of each other in the water. Yet, while the other two had been carried to safety, I had been dragged under. They would never know of my bitter struggle for life. Somehow I felt an absurd sense of grievance against them. My head was reeling again. My strength was nearly gone.
Ahoy there! Oh, no.
Not much, Father, sir. This seems to be a garden of sorts.
Yes. We staggered a few more steps, slipped down an unseen incline, and halted in the square of light cast by a big lighted window on the ground floor of the house.
Who are you?
We're prisoners of war.
Wait. One moment, please.
Shuddering and half fainting, I held on to my burden for what seemed an age. Then the light brightened, a door opened, a voice spoke again.
Come in.
The warmth of the house rushed at us like a mother's caress. We half fell over the threshold and lay bush on the floor. I tried to stand up again, but my legs failed me and I pitched forward. The whole world spun about me, but my last sensation was one of warmth. Blessed warmth and dryness. There's no more river, no more cold, no more wind, no more pursuit. Only rest.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Speak to quarters. Man up the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Looking back after all these years, to see that the risk of showing ourselves hunted fugitives in a hostile country was prodigious. But another night of exposure in the snow and freezing wind would certainly have killed Bush. I, too, was frozen and half dead with fatigue. Even at the cost of being apprehended and sent on to Paris and death, Warmth and rest were imperative. As the door of the house opened, I shaded my eyes against the light and blinked at a tall, thin man in a blue coat and the young woman beside him.
Who are you?
Prisoners of war. One of us is wounded.
Ah. Come in, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Come into the hall and let me shut out this dreadful weather.
While we dried and bandaged Bush and carried him to the bed which was shown us in a ground floor room, I struggled with the astonishment I felt at our kind and courteous reception. I'd expected hostile words and grim treatment, but had we been old friends, we could not have been more cordially received or attended. Dry clothes were brought for me, and Felix, the butler, helped me to dress. His master, he informed me, awaited me in the drawing room. As I entered the room, the tall man rose, and the lady with the auburn hair whom we'd met in the hall rose with him.
I regret, sir, that I did not quite hear the name which my major domo announced.
Captain Horatio Hornblower of His Britannic Majesty's ship Sutherland.
It is a great pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Louis-Antoine de Ladon, Comte de Grasset. May I present to you my daughter-in-law, Madame la Vicomtesse de Grasset?
I am enchanted, madame.
You must be fatigued after your journey.
Yes.
Captain Hornblower, I have heard of you and Lieutenant Bush. Tomorrow, perhaps, you would like to read the newspaper accounts of the loss of your ship. But at the moment, perhaps, you will permit me to ask you some personal questions.
Well, of course, Monsieur de Grasset, you have every right to do that.
I presume you have escaped from an escort which was taking you to Paris.
Yes, sir. We escaped at a point about 6 kilometers on the farther side of Naval. We found a boat and attempted to navigate the river in the darkness, but the rapids here proved our undoing.
As they would to any boat.
Yes.
Well, it is only midnight now, and you have come 20 kilometers. Mm-hmm. There is not the slightest chance of your being thought here for some time. You will be able to sleep in peace tonight.
But, Monsieur de Grasset, are you not, will you not be communicating with the authorities?
I am the authority in this district. I have the honor to be mayor of this commune, and so represent the government.
I see.
I hope you will consider yourself among friends in this house, Captain Hornblower.
Thank you, sir.
I shall tell the police that I have not seen you, and I hope you will stay as long as it is convenient to you.
How are you now, Bush? Comfortable?
Right as a sexton, sir.
Ah.
I'd like to be allowed to get up today, sir, and pay my respects to our host.
So you shall. Your 3 days' rest has completely restored you. Our good fortune in coming to the one house where we would be welcomed and protected is amazing. I can hardly believe it yet.
I was wondering about that, sir. Has the Count told you why he's doing it?
Well, his daughter-in-law, Marie, has, but... Oh, it's too long a story just now. Briefly, the Count was an exile during the Revolution and lived in London with his sons. When the boys grew up, they heard of the fame of Bonaparte and wanted to share in the glory of France.
So they came back today, sir?
Yes. The Count took advantage of the amnesty and returned here, the only part of his estates left by the Revolution. His 3 sons joined the army, and now they're all dead.
Gentlemen, pardon my intrusion, but a group of gendarmes is approaching the house.
Huh?
If you would be good enough to allow me to send your servant here, I should like you to lock this door and remain silent while I deal with the gendarmes.
We shall do whatever you say, sir, but rather than expose you to any danger,
There will be no danger to anybody, Captain. Here is your servant. If you will lock the door, I will return to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, sir.
It is I, monsieur. You may safely open the door. The visit of the gendarme was one of routine. They are perfectly satisfied with my assurance that you have not been here.
Good.
Indeed, they would have been amazed if I had told them otherwise. The best possible thing has happened. They think you are dead.
Dead?
Yes. Permit me to explain. On the morning after your escape, A systematic search of both banks of the river was undertaken. A blanket, which was known to have been used by Lieutenant Bush, was found on the bank near the Bec d'Allier.
That would be the first rapid, I suppose. The one only about a mile from where we started.
Yes, and this was taken to be an indication that the boat had been capsized and its occupants drowned. It is felt certain that your bodies will be discovered somewhere along the river shortly.
I see. And when they are not?
The river is running so fast that you might well have been swept right away, even to the sea. But I note that your friends do not follow our conversation. Perhaps you would translate. And if you would not think it officious of me, I would suggest it would be inadvisable to continue your journey while Lieutenant Bush is still unwell.
I rapidly gave the others the gist of the conversation. They were delighted, for, as Bush pointed out, if we were dead, there was unlikely to be any search for us. He scouted the idea of being unfit for travel.
Tell his lordship, sir, that I can make myself a jury leg in 2 shakes. This time next week, I'll be walking as well as he does.
This time next week? Yes. I do not think you have quite realized the position. In this French Empire, there are police everywhere. Every man looks with suspicion on his neighbor. To escape by road is impossible. There is only one way you can hope to leave this country.
The river. We can build a boat.
Exactly. But, my friend, the river is unnavigable in the winter. It seems to me quite necessary that you should give me the pleasure of your company until next April at the earliest.
When I look back now upon the memory of those 4 months we spent as the guests of the Comte de Grasset, it presents a picture of mingled anxiety and delight. He was the perfect host, always kind and courteous, ever helpful. Under the skillful hands of Brown and Bush, our fine, flat-bottomed boat grew steadily. In the drawing room, the Count, Marie, and myself made and perfected the plan for the coming escape.
It is settled then that you shall carry fishing rods and seem to be a party of fishermen out for the day. When you reach the coast, you must become Dutch customs officer. My excellent cook and housekeeper are already busy with the uniform. But there is one thing that worries me.
What's that, sir?
This report in the paper of your deaths.
But I should have thought that would have made us safer.
To a certain extent, yes. But I cannot believe that Bonaparte really considers the matter so proven. You see, you have been pronounced dead by a government which does not admit mistakes. Should you be taken now, there will be no question of a trial. You will die secretly, with no attention being drawn to you.
Well, they were going to shoot us anyway. This makes no difference. And I shall not alter my plans in any particular because of it.
God go with you. Remember your promise, Captain, to return after the war. Marie will be as delighted as I shall be.
Thank you again, sir. Thank you 1,000 times. Brown, don't chop with the sculls. Pull. Have a few weeks on land destroyed all your seamanship? I have a little less staring around and a little more work from you.
Aye, sir.
Yet my bad temper was for their benefit, too. Despite its innocent appearance, we were upon a desperate and dangerous adventure, and discipline was essential.
Excuse me, sir. Listen. Isn't that another dam?
Yes, I believe it is. The river's narrowing and getting faster, too. Now, pull over to the bank there, Brown. All right, sir. We'll leak no waterfalls on this trip if I can help it. All right. Ship sculls. I'll land and survey the stream. Yes, it's a dam right enough and a steep one. We'll never get the boat through that. There's 100 yards of boiling water below the dam, too. We'll have to carry everything down. It took Brown and myself 3 journeys to carry all the stores to the point where the boat could safely re-enter the river. Bush, though anxious to help, was only just able to hobble over the uneven ground unladen. Then I faced the problem of the boat itself. Carrying it was going to be a colossal task, yet it had to be done. Brown and I stood one on each side and got our hands under the bottom. By the time the portage was accomplished and the stores restowed, my head was swimming and the perspiration pouring from me. But I had the satisfaction of observing that Brown was in little better case. To resume my seat in the stern sheets as the boat slipped down the now placid river was sheer bliss.
I wish you'd let me help, sir. I can get around on this stump better than you think.
It's unnecessary, Mr. Bush, and we cannot afford the risk of having you disabled. Besides, the job's done now.
I don't want to be a dismal Jimmy, sir, but from the look of the land, I've got a feeling there's plenty more shallows and dams to come.
And so it proved. Although we came to only one more dam, less exacting than the first, we were caught in shallows several times that day. And each time it was necessary to lighten the boat and drag it through the shoal water. By the time evening approached, I was weary to death, and it took all my self-control to maintain an appearance of cheerfulness. As evening drew on, I knew that keener danger lay ahead. Bush knew it, too.
We'll have to go under a bridge at Briere, sir.
Yes, Mr. Bush.
The bridge is right in the town, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Bush.
Would you like me to look out for a place to lay up till it's dark, sir?
No, Mr. Bush, we shall go straight on through Briere.
What? In the light, sir?
In the light, Mr. Bush. Well, have you not heard of Nelson's injunction to lose not an hour?
Yes, sir. I only thought...
Well, leave the thinking to me, Mr. Bush. You can also give me the tiller. We're approaching the town.
Aye, sir.
Now then, Brown, when I say pull, you'll pull as though the devil himself were after you. Keep her easy. There's the church tower now. And there's the bridge. Barge is being towed.
There's some men on the bridge, sir, looking down.
Yes, well, then, try to look like a contented peasant who's had a happy day out and has a fine basket of fish besides. And if you can also manage to convey the impression that you've never heard of an escaped Englishman and that you're loyal to Bonaparte and that you lost your leg in fighting against the cursed English, you'll greatly assist our chances.
I'll see they read all that in my face, sir.
Excellent. You, Brown, you can take that silly grin off your moon face. Steady now. We're going to shoot the bridge. Now, up your life. Pull. The shooting of the bridge was almost an anticlimax. The swirl of the water and Brown's powerful arms shot us through in an instant. We caught only a glimpse of curious faces peering down at us. An old man at the tiller of a barge raised a lazy arm in greeting, and then the bridge and the small town of Briere were behind us and fading into the gathering dusk.
Sure. Tense moment, that, sir. But it was easy enough.
Perfectly easy, Mr. Bush. Due, no doubt, to all the information you displayed on your face.
I'd give a lot to display what I really think about Boney and his froggy, sir.
You'll have to restrain your feelings for a long time yet, I'm afraid. Even if nothing untoward occurs, it will be a fortnight before we reach the sea at Nantes. And even then, our troubles will only be beginning.
I realize that, sir. Oh, if I only had 2 sound legs.
Yes, that'll do, Mr. Bush. Brown, there's a small island on the port bow. Yes, we'll run the boat aground there for the night. Easy. Now, pull starboard. Pull both. Ship sculls. Good.
Lieutenant Bush. Wake up, sir. Wake up, Mr. Bush. Huh? Oh, what's the matter? Oh, it's you, Brown. Anything wrong? I don't know, sir, but the captain's not here, sir. What? Not here? Where is he, then? Oh, I think I know. Have you made some coffee? Aye, sir. I'll fetch you some. Thanks. Keep the catches hot over the fire. He'll be back shortly. He's a very wooded man, Brown. A heavy responsibility rests on him. Our lives depend on him, and he attaches more importance to them than they warrant.
You'll get us through, sir. If you ask me, I'd say he ain't a man. He's a magician. He'd get out of anything in the way of danger.
Yes, otherwise, Brown. If we escape and reach England, There's a court-martial awaiting Captain Hornblower for the loss of the Sutherland.
Come to a decision as to what we shall do when we reach Nantes.
Yes, sir?
Now, if we arrive in civilian clothes, we shall be questioned, and it will be impossible to explain our lack of papers and passports and so on. We shall therefore wear our uniforms as officials of the customs service.
Very good, sir.
And you will speak as little as possible. Your French is not too good, and I will... Oh, what's the matter with you, Brown?
Can't you smell it, sir?
Smell what? No, I don't think I can. Wait a minute. There's something. Wait.
It's the sea, sir. Sea.
You're right. Brown, into the bank there. If we can smell the sea with the wind blowing off the land, we cannot be far away. Mr. Bush, this is a very notable achievement.
Yes, sir. We've come a long way.
400 miles in a homemade boat over shoals and rapids, through towns and villages in a hostile country. If we ever get back to England, Mr. Bush, I'll see you posted as captain if it's the last thing I do.
Me, sir? I've done nothing but sit still and watch you work.
Well, that's a far harder task than mine was. Carried out with patience and nobility. Well, that's enough talk. We must carry out a plan. The smell of the sea was strong in my nostrils now. It brought with it all the old excitement and all the old determination to do what must be done and to show no sign of the weakness and apprehension I felt. But beyond that sea and the immediate dangers it presented lay larger ones. The court-martial, the future, my wife, who thought me dead, Lady Barbara, in whose eyes I might already be disgraced. Still, that lay in the future. Now, our long journey was past, and before me lay the sea.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
My past still lives on in memory, and my sluggish blood still stirs within me at the recollection of the problems which faced me as we rowed slowly into the maritime port. Slipping quietly down the river, disguised as fishermen, was one thing. But to enter this busy port in our homemade uniforms as Dutch customs officials, and to plan the stealing of a craft in which we could make our escape to sea was quite another. As we rowed casually along under the eyes of the dock workers and loungers, my pulse was high and the palms of my hands sweating. I forced myself to remain impassive and to sit with careless ease in the stern sheets.
What's that noise, sir?
Chain gangs, Mr. Bush. Unloading grain. Military criminals, deserters, and so on. Now that the French no longer use galleys, they put the criminals to work in the docks.
Begging your pardon, sir, but ain't that the blue ensign underneath that tricolour? On that cutter yonder.
What? Yes, you're right, by heaven, Brown. It's tattered and faded, but it's the blue ensign right enough. Isn't that like the French, flaunting their petty triumphs for months? Ah, she's a lovely little ship. There's speed and seaworthiness in those lines, Mr. Bush.
It's the Witch of Endor, sir.
What?
I'd know her anywhere. 10-gun cutter, caught by a French frigate last year. She's ready for sea, too.
We'll take a closer look at her, Brown. Lay us alongside that quay over there.
Excuse me, sir, but surely you weren't thinking... I mean, those cutters carry a crew of 60 men. 3 of us could never work her.
I knew that what Bush said was true. I knew more. The estuary of the Loire, which lay between us and the sea, was tricky in the extreme. For fear of raids, all buoys and navigation marks had been removed. Without a pilot, we could never find our way through 35 miles of shoals without going aground. Besides, there were batteries at Saint-Berth and Saint-Nazaire. Much as I should have liked to steal the Witch of Endor and sail her to England, the thing was impossible. I walked up the steps of the quay and forced myself to swagger. Bush's wooden leg came tapping up behind me. A passing group of soldiers saluted my smart uniform and the star of the Legion of Honor, which had been lent to me by the Comte de Grasse. I stopped and looked at the cutter from the landward side.
Only an anchor watch. 2 hands and a master's mate. The rest of the lovers are on shore. Look, sir. Here's another American ship coming in. He's just edging into the quay.
It's infuriating. What's the use of all the coastal blockade if neutral ships can sail in and out with impunity? Wheat is officially non-contraband, but it's more important than arms in many ways.
Hello. He's someone coming ashore from the new arrival, sir. Civilian, from the look of him.
It's the pilot. If he... The pilot. But heavens, Bush, I believe I've got an idea. Listen, follow me and don't say a word. I'm going to speak to the pilot. One moment, monsieur, if you please. I'm a colonel of customs. I have some questions to ask you. Will you kindly accompany me to my ship for a moment?
Yes, which is your ship, Colonel?
Over here. This cutter yonder. This way, if you please.
You are a newcomer to this port, I fancy, Colonel.
I was transferred here yesterday from Amsterdam. Here we are. After you up the gangplank, sir.
Merci.
The mate of the Witch of Endor showed no particular surprise at our arrival. He evidently knew the pilot by sight, and my uniform and my assumed confidence deceived him. I told him that I wished to examine one of his charts, and he showed us down the companion to the after cabin without a word. The securing of the 2 men of the crew took but a moment. The sight of my pistols was enough in itself. Then, leaving Bush and Brown to watch the prisoners, I put away my pistols and hurried back to the quay. Sergeant, bring your party down to my ship. There's work for them there.
Yes, Colonel.
So keep those chains still. And listen, men, listen. If you'll do what I order, I can set you free. Now, quiet. There'll be an end of beatings and slavery. I'm an English officer. I'm going to sail this ship to England. In England, you'll be rewarded, and a new life will begin for you. Now, I'm going to unfasten your chains. Now, sit still. Sit still. Make no noise until you're told what to do. You're free. Now, any man moves at his peril unless he's ordered to do so. the moment of the sudden impulse which had begun my desperate plan till the chain slaves were freed, barely 15 minutes had elapsed. Yet in that time, our prospects of escape had increased 100-fold. But the greatest peril still lay ahead. I had no mind to be taken and shot as a spy. I sent Brown to our little boat, which still lay at the quayside, and he brought back the parcel containing my own clothes. My own uniform coat was sadly crumpled, and the gold lace was bent and broken, but there was a strange comfort in donning it once again. I was myself again, and should we be retaken, the wearing of a British naval officer's tunic would protect us from the fate of spies. It was time for action again. I took a belaying pin from the rail and walked slowly to where the sullen pilot sat on a hatch. I weighed the pin meditatively in my hand. Monsieur, I desire you to pilot this ship out to sea.
But no, I cannot. No. My duty, my professional honor.
I know. We're going to start now. You can give instructions or not as you choose, but this I assure you, monsieur. The moment this ship touches ground, I'll beat your head into a paste with this belaying pin.
Oh, very well, monsieur.
Brown, lash him to the rail there. Then we can start. All right, sir. Mr. Bush, will you take the tiller, if you please?
Aye, sir.
Now then, Brown, listen, we've got a raw crew. We shall have to put the ropes in their hands. Cast off the warps.
Aye, sir.
The push of the tide was swinging the cutter away from the quay as the warps were cast off, and Brown ran briskly among our wretched crew, leading them to the halyards and showing them upon which ropes to haul. At my order, mainsail and jib rose. The sails flapped, bellied, flapped again. Then they filled. The cutter changed from a dead to a live thing. She heeled a fraction, and I heard the musical chuckle of the water at her bows as her forefoot bubbled through the water. In 3 strides, I was at the pilot's side, belaying pin in hand.
Careful, monsieur. Keep to the right. Keep well to the right.
Port your helm, Mr. Bush. We're taking the starboard channel. Major, I'd keep her at that.
You must have a hand at the lead, monsieur. It is necessary to take soundings.
No, I can spare no hand.
But
you'll have to do your work without soundings. And remember, my promise still holds good. I shall have no mercy.
Oh, these cords, monsieur, they are tight.
Good. We'll serve to keep you awake. I'll loosen your cords when we are safely at sea off Noirmoutier, and not before.
Oh, it is necessary to cross to the other side of the estuary here. The channel narrows on this side. You may have to go about.
Stand by to go about.
Look lively, you awkward lovers. No, not there. Starboard. Oh, lovely, to the right. There, you perishing ape. Where do you think you're going?
I think we can do it close haul, sir. She sails like a bird. The tide's helping, too.
Very good, Mr. Bush. Yes, she's making a cross. Well done. Oh, let her come up a little. Beautiful. All right, Brown, we shan't need to go about.
How's the pilot, sir? Is he behaving?
Yes, up till now. I think the threat of the belaying pin was more effective than a pistol, though whether I could have brought myself to club a helpless man, I don't know.
A lot would have depended on it, sir.
Yes, all our lives depend on it. I've started this venture, Mr. Bush, and I'll stop at nothing to achieve success. We've a long way to go before we're safe.
If you'll excuse me saying so, sir, this is about the most amazing thing even you've ever done. To recapture an English ship and sail her out under the very nose of the frogs. Well, I'd never have believed it possible.
Well, it isn't done yet, Mr. Bush. Time to keep that firmly in mind. We'll congratulate ourselves when we're safe.
Can't see anything to stop us now, sir. Why, if this wind howls just for... Oh, what's that?
Seems to be below. Brown?
Aye, sir, I heard it. I'll go below and see what's up. I don't understand it, sir. Surely there couldn't have been some crew aboard that we didn't find.
Look out, sir. It's the prisoners below. They've slipped their lashings and they're trying to attract attention by waving and yelling through the porthole. Can I take some men to deal with them, sir?
Will not be necessary, Brown, unless my ears are mistaken. They're coming to us. I shall have something to say presently about the way they were tied up. Men, arm yourselves with whatever you can find and make no more noise than is necessary. Unless these prisoners are overpowered, we are lost. You will go back to slavery or death. Mr. Bush, remain at the tiller. Brown, take my pistols. I shall use my sword.
Overboard with your pirates!
part in the fight, but stood beside Bush with drawn sword. Had the tiller been wrenched from him and the cutter beached, we should indeed have been lost. But my participation was not necessary. Weak and wretched as our chain gang crew were, they glimpsed the hope of freedom and were prepared to fight to the death to retain it. With belaying pins and bare fists, they fell upon the four attackers, and the struggle was brief. This time, I personally supervised the tying up of the men and had them laid out on deck where they could be watched. Then all hands were sent back to stations, and our run down the estuary to the sea and freedom continued as the night closed down.
Curse it, sir. I was afraid of that.
What?
The wind's dying with the dawn.
Yes.
Can't make out where we are in this mist. But I expect the sun will clear it when it comes up presently.
That's Noirmoutier to port, and the mainland is astern there. I caught a glimpse of the semaphore station 10 minutes ago. If only the wind had held for half an hour more, we should have been safe.
That pilot looks in pretty bad shape, sir.
Well, so do you, Mr. Bush. It's 24 hours since any of us had any sleep, come to that. However, I'll keep my promise and cut him loose. There. You're free, sir.
Oh, my arms, my legs.
Well, sit down on the deck and rub them. You'll feel better presently.
Oh. It's no good, sir. I can't hold the course. There's no breeze at all.
Blast. The tide will drift us in under the big guns.
Brown!
Wake up those slaves on deck there. Set them to work with the sweeps.
Aye, sir.
Here, you. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on, right beside me. Now, come on, you're going to help me to train this gun.
But, monsieur, my honor, I cannot fire at my fellow countrymen.
Mr. Bush, have the kindness to toss me that belaying pin.
Oh, nonsense. What am I to do?
Well, lay hold of that train tackle. Come on, now. Come on, run her back.
Oh, beautiful, sir. Nearly got him. Right up among the oars.
Sweeps are ready now, sir.
Very good, Mr. Bush. Lay a course so that I can keep that leading boat under fire.
Aye, aye, sir.
The pursuing boats, creeping over the sea, showed no sign of being dismayed by my bombardment. They were big ones, carrying at least 50 men each. If only one and ranged alongside, it would be the end of us. The leading boat maintained a course which could cut ours perhaps a mile ahead. I fired again and again, working at the gun till my shirt stuck to me with sweat. The powder grains irritated my skin. But I could see no result.
You must have hit that time, sir. I didn't see any splash of the shot.
Oh, it's rowing as hard as ever. Oh, good heavens, is it possible that a 6-pounder can have no effect?
I thought so, sir.
What?
Look.
Yeah.
She's swinging round.
Ah.
She's signaling to the others. She's sinking, sir.
The variation in each ball, each charge of powder, made it impossible to fire 2 shots alike. I kept grimly on, though I felt that my back and heart would break. The monotonous creak of the sweeps and the chanting of Brown continued like a submerged accompaniment. Now the second boat turned and began a rush under double-banked oars straight for our ship. I stared through the gun sight straight at its bows, jerked the lanyard, and fired. Even as I watched, the bows of the boat opened like a fan. The shot had struck her right on the stem at water level. Her bows lifted as the strakes spread wide, then fell again. The water poured in gunwale deep.
I think they've had enough, sir. The last boat is turning away to pick up the survivors.
Thank heaven. I'm sick and tired of firing that damn pop gun. I'd rather use a bow and arrow. Come on, pull there. We're not out of danger yet.
100 years since we had a breeze, sir.
Yes. But we're making progress, Mr. Bush. The mainland is lost now, and now Moutier is far behind.
You think we're safe now, sir?
No, we're far from safe. Aching in every bone and dizzy with lack of sleep, I moved and spoke as though in a dream. Somewhere to the northwest, I knew lay the British fleet, which maintained an unceasing watch over Brest. I had laid the cutter on a course which would take us out to the fleet eventually. Or if we missed the fleet and found a wind, I could sail her right round to England.
An escaping English captain retaking a captured ship of war practically single-handed and fighting his way out of a French port to bring her home.
Oh.
There's never been anything like it, sir. Never will be again.
But I was not listening. The mention of England had renewed all my old doubts and fears. If I returned, I must stand my trial for the loss of the Sutherland. If I were found guilty of not having done my utmost in the presence of the enemy, there was only one penalty, death. And then...
A breeze! A breeze, by thunder, sir, out of the east! Only a whisper, but a breeze!
1, 2, 3.
There!
Fast pulling. Aye, sir. All hands to the halyards. Set every stitch and sailor. We're bound for England.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
To quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstock's ready. Aye, aye, sir.
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
may seem absurd now that I should have dreaded a return to England. But in spite of my present years and honors, I'm under no illusions as to the fickle nature of the public. And neither was I then. Whatever had occurred since, there was no gainsaying the fact that I had lost my ship, the Sutherland, in battle, and that I should be called to account for it. If the court-martial should decide that I was at fault, disgrace, or even death might await me. My thoughts were as somber as the grey dawn about me as I paced the deck of the Witch of Endor, and the coast of France fell away over the horizon.
Come to the horn! What cattle is that?
At the sound of the English voice, words failed me for a moment. At least there was no need now to hide in the mist. On the other hand, it brought nearer all the future which I was dreading.
I said, what cutter is that?
Well, I'd fly my colors to the last. If my career was to end, it would end with a joke.
His Britannic Majesty's armed cutter Witch of Endor, Captain Horatio Hornblower. What ship is that?
I am Captain Sir Thomas Hardy. What did you say that cutter was?
You must think we're mad, sir. The Witch of Endor has been a French prize for a year, and you've been dead for 6 months.
Ahoy there! Come under my lee! No tricks or I'll sink you!
Very well, Mr. Bush. Ease her in under the stern of that two-decker and bring her to the wind under the lee. As the boat bore me to the Triumph's side, and I stared at the familiar beauty of a ship of war again, the two yellow streaks along her sides, checkered with gun ports, the pennant at the main, the hands on her deck, the red coats of the Marines.
Stand by the foresail.
As I heard the distant voice of a boatswain roaring at the seamen, all the familiar sights and sounds of the Navy in which I had grown up, I was hard put to it to restrain my emotion. This was indeed the end of my long captivity and flight. Hardy was there on deck, his huge bulk towering over everybody. I saw his expression alter.
Good God. It is Hornblower. Welcome back. Give me a hand, sir.
Thank you, sir.
How did you come here, sir? How did you take the witch? How on earth?
How did I come back from the grave? Is that what you want to ask? Well, it's a long story.
You'd better come round to my cabin, Hornblower. This must be a pretty difficult time for you. Didn't you know Leighton was killed?
No. No, don't worry about me. I've heard nothing for months.
Yes, he died of his wounds at Gibraltar.
Oh, I see. Have you heard anything of my wife?
Well, I remember reading that she was awarded a civil pension by the government when the news of your death arrived.
No other news, Hardy? There was a child on the way.
Oh, none that I know of. But then I've been 4 months on this ship. I wouldn't hear anything.
Over the horizon to leeward was appearing a long line of ships, close-hauled. They were in rigid, regular line, and as we watched, they went about in succession, in perfect order, as if chained together. The Channel Fleet was at drill. 18 years of drill at sea had given them unquestioned superiority over any other fleet in the world.
Victory's in the van. Here, take my glass. Signal, midshipman.
Yes, sir.
Signal Triumph to flagship. Have on board Captain Horatio Hornblower.
While Hardy dictated his message, I looked through the glass. The three-decker with her admiral's flag at the main was leading the long line of ships, the broad stripes on her side glistening in the sunlight. She'd been Jarvis's flagship at St. Vincent, Hood's in the Mediterranean, and Nelson's at Trafalgar. Now she was Dismal Jimmy's, a tragedy if ever there was one. Signal hoists were soaring up her yardarm. Hardy was busy dictating replies.
The Admiral signaling for you to go aboard. I trust you'll do me the honor of making use of my barge, Horatio.
The Triumph's barge was painted primrose yellow, picked out with black. And so were her oar blades. Her crew wore primrose-colored jumpers with black neckcloths. As I took my seat, I reflected gloomily that I'd never been able to afford to dress my barge's crew in a fancy rig-out. Hardy must be a wealthy man, I supposed, with his Trafalgar prize money and his pension as Colonel of Marines.
I could not help contrasting our positions. He, a baronet, wealthy, famous. Myself, poor, undistinguished. And awaiting trial.
Marines, return! Mount!
Welcome aboard, Captain Hornblower. I'm Calendar, Captain of the Fleet. His Lordship gave instructions for you to be shown to his cabin. Will you come this way?
Thank you.
I don't suppose you remember me, but I was first lieutenant in the Amazon when you were in the Indefatigable.
On the contrary, I remember you very well. In fact, there was a certain boat drill at Portsmouth that...
Oh, you remember that, do you?
Very well.
Well, I'd only been first for a week then, and I had to throw my weight about on somebody. Oh, here's his lordship's cabin.
Thank you.
Will you make yourself comfortable while I tell him you're here?
Lord Gambier's cabin was not nearly so ornate as Hardy's had been. The most conspicuous item was the big brass-bound Bible on the table. I sat down on a cushioned locker and stared gloomily out of the stern window. The next hour might easily decide my whole fate.
Pardon me, sir. I am the Admiral's clerk.
Yes?
His Lordship will receive your report shortly. In the meantime...
Well, what's that you're hiding behind your back?
I'm afraid, sir, that I have bad news for you.
What news? Well, come along, man. Out with it. The fellow had an odd expression on his face, and although I spoke up boldly enough, my heart sank. Was it possible that my case had already been prejudged? Was I to be arrested, tried, condemned, shot?
I remembered having seen this paragraph in the Morning Chronicle of 3 months ago, sir. I showed it to His Lordship and Captain Calendar as they decided it ought to be shown to you as early as possible.
Well,
His Lordship says...
Well, give me the paper. What is the paragraph?
I'm afraid it's very bad news,
What
sir.
damn and blast you. Let me see it.
The Lord giveth, sir, and the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Lord.
We regret to announce the death in childbed on the 7th of this month of Mrs. Maria Hornblower, widow of the late Captain Horatio Hornblower, Bonaparte's martyred victim. The tragedy occurred in Mrs. Hornblower's lodgings at Southsea, and we're given to understand that the child, a fine boy, is healthy.
His Lordship instructed me, sir, to inform you of his sympathy. He will not expect your report yet, and he thought you might wish to seek the consolation of religion in your cabin.
Yes.
The Lord give it, sir, and the
Get out! Get out, dear! Go on, get out!
In the actual Battle of Rosas, my lord, before I surrendered the Sutherland, 117 of my ship's company were killed and 145 wounded. 44 of the latter died before I was taken to Rosas.
A tragically high proportion, Captain.
Good God, more than half your crew out of action before you surrendered? If you remember, my lord, Thompson and the Leander lost 92 out of the 300 off Crete, and everyone said what a gallant defense he'd made.
I was aware of it. Please go on, Captain.
Well, I told how I had witnessed the destruction of the French squadron, how Caillard had arrived to take me to Paris, and of our escape. I made but slight mention of the Comte de Grasset and our voyage down the Loire, but I went into some detail about the capture of the Witch of Endor. As I pointed out, a knowledge of harbor arrangements at Nantes and the navigation difficulties of the lower Loire might be of great future value.
Good God, man, how can you be so cold-blooded about it? Weren't you...
Captain Calendar, I have requested you before not to allude to the deity in that blasphemous fashion. Any repetition will incur my serious displeasure. Now, let me see. That cutter will be useful. She can carry the dispatches, and I shall not have to weaken the main body of the fleet. This lieutenant of yours, Bush, I'll promote him into her as commander.
I gave a gasp of pleasure. Promotion to commander meant almost certain post rank within the year. Bush deserved it, of course, but admirals usually had some favorite, some nephew or old friend's son awaiting the first vacancy. But that was by no means all. Promotion of my lieutenant to commander was a high compliment to me. It set the seal of official approval on my actions. This decision of Gambia's was a public announcement that I had acted correctly.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you. I hope you will continue to be my guest until I sail for Portsmouth next week. It would be best, I think.
Yes, my lord. Thank you. But however delicate the allusion, I knew that the last remark was a reminder of my position and that I was technically under arrest. By old established custom, I must be under the supervision of an officer of equal rank while under arrest. There could be no question of being sent home in the Witch of Endor. Come in.
Bush, by all that's wonderful. Come in, man. Sit down. Here.
Let me take those parcels. Oh, by heaven, it's good to see your honest old face again, Bush. Look, have a drink. How have you been getting on? What have you been doing? Did you...
Easy, sir, easy. I'll tell you about it, sir. But first of all, this is the first chance I've had to thank you for my promotion, sir.
Oh, don't thank me. You must thank Lord Gambier.
I know who I owe it to all the same. They're going to post me as captain this week. They won't give me a ship, not with this wooden leg of mine, but there's a job at Sheerness waiting for me. I'd never have been a captain but for you, sir.
Oh, rubbish. Well, how are you, Bush? How are you?
Oh, fine, sir, thanks.
Good.
And you?
Oh.
I was sorry to hear about Mrs. Hornblower, sir.
Yes.
I took the liberty of bringing out your letters.
Oh,
this
thank you,
big
Bush.
package is a sword, I'm sure, sir.
Oh, well, let's open it and see. Well, by heavens. Oh, Bush, I never expected to see this again.
I know that gold scabbard anywhere, sir. It's the 100 guineas sword that the Patriotic Fund gave you for your defeat of the Natividad in the Pacific.
Yes.
You should see the newspapers. You're famous, sir, so you ought to be. And there's plenty more news.
Oh, what news, Bush?
There's the Witch of Endor, sir.
Oh, yes, what about it?
The Navy bought her yesterday at the prize court. £4,000 was the price, sir.
I was greatly impressed by the tact with which Bush allowed me to assimilate all this. I would not have expected such delicacy from the tough old campaigner. But I was already beginning to realize that I still had much to learn about people. The first dozen letters were from people unknown to me, but all congratulatory. 2 were from madmen, apparently, and 2 more from peers. And then I saw a letter in a hand which was known to me, and my heart constricted as I stared at the envelope. It was from Lady Barbara. Bush and the ship and Portsmouth and all the present world spun and vanished at the sight of the letter. I was not reading. I was listening again to that dear, modulated voice which I had not heard for so many weary months.
It is hard for me to write this letter. So overwhelmed am I with pleasure and surprise at hearing that you are free and well. I hasten to let you know that I have your son here in my care.
My son, Barbara, has him. Oh, God bless her.
When he was left orphaned, I ventured to take charge of him and make myself responsible for his upbringing, while my brothers, Lords Wellesley and Wellington, consented to act as his godfathers at his baptism, whereat he was consequently given the names of Richard, Arthur, Horatio.
Richard, Arthur, Horatio, and Wellesley and Wellington behind him. Oh, the boy's fortune's already made.
Richard is a fine, healthy boy with a wonderful resemblance to his father, and he has already greatly endeared himself to me. Let me assure you that I shall look upon it as a pleasure to continue to have charge of Richard until the time comes for you to take him away. I can easily guess that you will be much occupied with affairs on your arrival in England, but you will be very welcome should you care to call here to see your son, who grows in intelligence every day.
Up to this moment, I'd hardly thought about the child. My paternal instincts had not been touched by a child I had never seen. And besides, they were warped by memories of the little Horatio who had died of smallpox in my arms so many years ago. But now, I felt a sudden wave of affection for the unknown little chap who had managed to endear himself to Barbara in London. Why had Barbara taken him? Was it because Widowed and childless, she had sought for a convenient orphan to adopt. Was it that she still cherished memories of a Captain Hornblower, whom at the time she believed to be dead? Time stood still while I stared at the letter and wondered. Bush was saying something. I tore myself back to the present with an effort.
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Oh, yes,
but, they questioned me at Whitehall, and I thought you ought to know. What? They're calling me in evidence at the court-martial, sir.
The court-martial? For a few wonderful moments, I had forgotten that threat hanging over my life. The court-martial. If that were to go against me, not all the sons or lords and ladies in Christendom could help me. It was more than my life at stake. It was my reputation, my honor, my whole future.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Flintstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
I sit at my ease now and look back down the years and smile at the foolish hopes and fears of the man that I was. But my fears were well enough founded then. The Navy and the public were hard masters. And there was no gainsaying the fact that I had surrendered and lost my ship, the Sutherland, at Rosas. The odds had been overwhelming. I had fought to the last, and I was acting under the orders of Admiral Leighton, but I had struck my colors. And that was an act which my lords of the Admiralty at Whitehall would find it hard to forgive. I sat solitary in my small cabin on the Victory and listened grimly to the sounds as the captains and admirals who were to try me assembled. Well, and still they come. Well, does it need the whole British Navy to try one captain? Like vultures flocking to a feast.
Captain Calendar?
My lord.
Is the court ready?
Aye, my lord. There is only Captain Hornblower's sword to place on the table. Here it comes now. Thank you.
A fine sword, Captain Calendar.
Yes, my lord. It's the sword of 100 guineas value. It was presented to Captain Hornblower by the Patriotic Fund for his victory over the Spanish ship Natividad. A wonderful achievement, that, my lord.
Yes. Pity it should come to this. I always regarded Hornblower as a very fine officer.
Yes, my lord. I still do.
That is a very improper remark to make to the president of the court, Captain Calendar. I have no feelings about Captain Hornblower. It is my duty to pronounce judgment according to the evidence.
Of course, my lord. Shall I place the sword here?
Yes, on that table. The hilt towards me, the point towards where Hornblower will stand. Thank you. Let the court assemble and the gun be fired.
Aye, my lord.
And, Calendar, as we are alone, I am going to make an improper remark.
Indeed, my lord.
Yes, if the evidence today is such that I am able to instruct you to turn that sword with the hilt facing Hornblower, I shall be the happiest man in the Navy.
Thank you, my lord. With due respect, my lord, I venture to disagree. Next to Hornblower, I shall be the happiest.
It's curious that despite the fact that the next hour or two were among the most important of my life, I can recall very little detail. A few impressions remain vivid. The glitter of gold lace on the coats of the semicircle of officers in the great cabin of the Victory, the endless formalities of the preliminaries, the face of the Admiralty officer who had been sent to conduct my defense, my sword lying forlornly on the table with its point winking at me with a cold glint. As witness followed witness, I found myself wishing that I'd suffered death in the battle rather than face this weary sifting of pointless information.
One moment, please, Captain Bush. Now, on this matter of judgment, where was your place during the battle?
On the quarterdeck, beside the captain, sir, to receive his orders.
So that everything that was visible to him was apparent to you also?
Yes, sir.
I see. Now, you have told us in your evidence that you were wounded, and that despite your desire to remain on deck, the captain had you carried below for your own safety.
That's right, sir. He only thinks of others, sir.
Quite. Now, will you describe to us briefly the general position at the time you were taken below?
Well, sir, we'd already crippled 2 French ships, and we were then engaging the other 2 and giving them hell, too.
Had you suffered much damage and casualties?
We were a wreck, sir. Mizzen topmast shot away, fore and mainmast down about our ears. The French 3-decker was right alongside and pumping broadsides into us. We had so many wounded below that it sounded like bedlam. Half our gun crews were dead at their guns, and the deck was too slippery with blood to walk on, sir. I found out afterwards that we had 117 killed and 145 wounded.
Silence, please. Now, Captain Bush, I want you to think carefully before answering this question. Remember, it is possible that this very day you might be called upon in your capacity as a British naval captain to fight just such another battle in command. If you were called upon to fight such a battle, and if you found your ship and crew in the condition you have described, would you surrender to the enemy?
Yes, sir.
Knowing that you would be called upon to answer for your action?
I'd still do it, sir.
Would you consider that while your ship was yet afloat, it might still be recaptured and made serviceable to its country?
Yes, sir.
If you had no crews to fire the guns and few to repel boarders, would you think it reprehensible to throw away the lives of the remainder when no victory could come of the gesture?
I'd call it criminal,
And
sir.
one more question, Captain. If you had disabled 4 enemy ships and inflicted upon them dreadful casualties, would you consider that proof of your skill and determination?
I think it might point that way, sir.
Thank you, Captain Bush. However faulty your judgment may be, I venture to suggest that it is a judgment with which most practical sailors would concur.
Bush sat down, beaming like a hurricane lamp. The prosecuting and defending officers grinned at each other across the court, and the next witness was called. I was weary of the whole thing, and was heartily relieved when the last witness had been heard, the last speeches made, and the court was adjourned. Back in my cabin, I found an elegant civilian dressed in buff and blue with a neat silk cravat. His face seemed vaguely familiar. Calendar introduced him.
I'll come for you again when the court's reached its decision. In the meantime, may I present Mr. Hookham Freer of His Majesty's government?
When I heard his name, I remembered why his face seemed familiar. I'd seen it caricatured many times. He was the famous wit who wrote in the Anti-Gallican and was deep in the secrets of the cabinet. He bowed elegantly, almost effeminately, and begged leave to ask me some questions. But truth to tell, I hardly paid any attention to him now that I was out of the court. I burned to be back there, to get it over and to hear the worst. It seemed an age before Calendar returned.
What were your impressions of conditions in France, sir?
Oh, that's a long story, sir.
In the first place, will you excuse me, Mr. Freer?
Most certainly, sir.
The court is assembled, Captain Hornblower.
Thank you. I'll come immediately. Is the executioner present, or do they have to send to London for him?
Oh, that's not fair, Hornblower. You know I'm not permitted to discuss this case with you.
No, I'm sorry. It was unforgivable of me. I'm a little, well, not quite myself.
Well, here we are. You won't have to wait much longer.
My heart was beating hard as I went in, and I knew that I was pale. I jerked my head erect to meet the eyes of the judges in their blue and gold. But somehow all seemed lost in a vague mist. Only one thing was plain. The table and the small cleared space before the president, where my sword lay. I saw nothing of the cabin, nothing of the judges. My eyes saw only my sword and the message it would give me. The hilt was towards me. The hilt. I was not guilty.
Silence, please. Captain Hornblower, my lord. This court is of the unanimous opinion that your gallant and unprecedented defense of His Majesty's ship Sutherland against a force so superior is deserving of every praise the country and this court can give. Your conduct, together with that of the officers and men under your command, reflects not only the highest honor on you, but on the country at large. You are therefore most honorably acquitted.
Look at them, Hornblower. Every ship in the fleet is its yards manned with cheering men. You're famous.
Congratulations, Captain Hornblower. Congratulations on behalf of His Majesty's government. Not that there was any doubt about it, of course.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Freer. I should have been happy to have been able to share your confidence.
And now, sir, if you're ready, I've had a post-chaise horsed and waiting this last 6 hours. My orders are to convey you immediately to London.
To London? But...
Will you be good enough to step into the barge? Thank you, sir. I suggest, sir, that you take off your hat to show the fleet how much you appreciate their good wishes.
Hat on your arm, please. This way.
Captain Horatio Hornblower, Mr. Hookham Freer.
Ah, Hornblower, welcome home. Come and be presented. Your Royal Highness, this is Captain Hornblower.
Evening, Captain. Everyone's been talking about you, Captain. Yes, and so they ought to, damn Captain. So they ought to. Damn smart bit of work. Good as I could have done myself. Here, Cunningham, make the presentation. Yes.
It was all a dream, surely. I felt the accolade and heard the formal words which dubbed me knight.
Rise, Sir Horatio Hornblower.
There was a ribbon to be hung over my shoulder, a star to be pinned on my breast, a red cloak to be draped about me, a vow to be repeated, signatures to be written. I was a knight of the most honorable order of the Bath, as somebody loudly proclaimed, with a ribbon and a star to wear for the rest of my life. The congratulations flowed about me like a sea.
My best wishes to you, Colonel.
Colonel, sir.
His Royal Highness has been pleased to appoint you one of his colonels of Marines.
I was still dazed. A colonel of Marines received pay to the amount of £1,200 a year and did no duty for it. It was an appointment given to successful captains to be held until they reached flag rank. I remembered that my prize money already amounted to £6,000. I'd attained financial security at last, for the first time in my life. I had a title, a ribbon, and a star. Everything I'd ever dreamed of having, in fact. But what I wanted most was to go to Barbara and my son.
The poor man's dazed.
Sir, I am overwhelmed, sir. I hardly know how to thank your Royal Highness.
Well, thank me by joining us at hazard. Your arrival interrupted a damn interesting game. Bring that bell, Sir John. Let's have some wine. Now, sit here beside Lady Jane, Captain.
Well, sir, it's very...
Doesn't the captain want to play? Oh, yes, I know all about you, Welcome. You want to slip away to John Walter. Well, tell him to write one of his damn leaders and get my civil list raised. I work hard enough for it, God knows. Well, I don't see why you want to take the captain away. Oh, very well then, damn you, go if you want to.
I didn't imagine you cared to play hazard. I know I wouldn't. Not if the prince were using his own dice.
Well, thanks for getting me out of it. Who is John Walter that His Royal Highness referred to?
He's the editor of the Times.
Huh?
There'll have to be a big story about you and your knighthood. The public's got to realize that the government's naval officers are achieving great things.
Oh, so my knighthood is a political move, too. And all the other honors?
Everything's political, my dear fellow.
Huh.
But you wouldn't have got it if you hadn't earned it. And now, I took the liberty of engaging a room for you at the Golden Cross. I had your baggage sent round, and they're expecting you.
They were. Host and chambermaid and boots all fluttered and bowed and almost prostrated themselves. It was yes, Sir Horatio, and no, Sir Horatio, until I could have knocked their heads off. They made a procession of lighting me up to bed and then fussed round me interminably when all I wanted was a little peace. But I was left alone at last, to plunge into bed and spend a sleepless night going over again all the details of that amazing day and wondering what the morrow held in store.
Sir Horatio Hornblower.
Horatio, welcome home.
Barbara was in black. Of course, Leighton had been dead for less than a year still. But black suited her. Her skin was creamy white against it. It was with a pang that I remembered the golden tan of her cheeks in the old days on the Lydia.
The nurse is bringing Richard. Meanwhile, heartiest congratulations on your success.
Thank you. Thank you. I was extremely lucky, really.
Oh, the lucky man is usually the man who knows how much to leave to chance. Ah, thank you, nurse. You may leave little Richard with us.
And this was my son. This little bundle with the brown eyes looking up at me. This tiny, light thing that I held in my arms. I was no sentimentalist, yet there was something in my eyes that made it difficult for me to see clearly. I felt a warm rush of affection for the poor, helpless baby that I held. I looked up at Barbara, and it seemed to me that her eyes, too, were not quite dry, but she was smiling.
You have so much now, Horatio. Wealth, position, a future, and a son.
It's only the latter that I really prize, Barbara. Yet, it is the wealth and the position that I would like to share.
Oh, and not your son?
Oh, you have almost made him yours. All I want in the world is in this room at this moment.
All that I want, too, Horatio.
Come to me, Barbara. My son shall not come between us. He shall be our son.
Horatio.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready. Aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
It has been many years at sea. It sometimes seems a little difficult, I might even say arduous, to live ashore. Especially when your lovely wife, your adored recent bride, rather expects you to become a country gentleman. Well, life is made up of change, they say, but for an old sea dog, new tricks come harder than for other breeds, I think. Well, there I was, not long returned from confinement in France as the unwelcome guest of Bonaparte, granted a knighthood, happily married to my enchanting Lady Barbara. Free of all financial cares at last, and yet, so, yes, I knew it for my fault, but somehow, there in the quiet English countryside, I hadn't quite come home as yet.
More bath water, sir?
Oh, heaven forbid. It's mostly on the deck, the floor already, isn't it? Tin tub the size of a teapot. A fine way for a grown man to bathe himself. Yeah, all right, I've had enough. Give me that towel, Brown.
Yes, sir.
Ridiculous contrivances. Give me a wash deck pump and gallons of cold seawater. Remember, Brown?
Oh, I remember, Sir Horatio.
Belay that, Sir Horatio. Old terms are good enough, aren't they, you idiot?
Yes, sir. It's a lovely morning, sir.
Is it? Oh, yes, I suppose so. Still and quiet. Very quiet. Queer. When I wake here, I still keep listening to the sounds, rattle of blocks, the cordage wheezing, and... Oh, well, never mind.
I've laid out your new suit, sir.
Oh, well, let's get it on. Mustn't keep Lady Barbara waiting downstairs for her breakfast.
Welcome, welcome to the new squire of Smallbridge.
Now, you're laughing at me. You know perfectly well, Barbara, how I felt about that insufferable ceremony yesterday. Squire, indeed.
Oh, I do know, my dear, and you were sweet, suffering it all without complaint. Only the faintest glare of defiance now and then during the speech-making. Coffee, dear?
Thank you. Well, what do we have planned today?
I thought that you and I might drive across the downs this morning.
Uh-huh.
Of course, you said you had a lot of reading you'd been putting off. Gibbon, was it?
Well, yes. Yes, I do want to get at that. It's, yes, quite soon, in fact.
A letter for you, Horatio.
Oh, thank you, Wiggins.
The messenger is waiting, my lord. He is from the Admiralty in London.
The Admiralty?
The Admiralty, eh?
Darling, it couldn't be...
Here, listen to this. The Lords Commissioners request that I present myself at once. A matter of extreme importance which cannot even be discussed except in... Hey, Wiggins, where's Brown? Tell him to get out my best uniform and sword. Tell him to pack my things for the night. And look, tell him that...
You're going to London right away?
Well, my love, the letter says at once. Remember, we're still at war with Bonaparte. Now, off with you, Wiggins. Tell Brown I'll be upstairs immediately. I want him to drive me. We'll take the chariot. I wished I didn't need to look at her just then. After the first surprise, she would try so hard to appear calm and pleased that I was pleased. I haven't been quite frank with her, perhaps. To be exact, the letter asked whether or not I would accept a new appointment. I didn't know what to say to Barbara, but... Oh, my dear, it's merely for the night. I'll be back in the morning, whatever this amounts to.
Yes, for a day or so, perhaps. Oh, just look at you, brazen child. Excited as a midshipman. It's breaking over you in waves. Do you suppose I don't see it?
Oh, my dear, when the Admiralty itself, I must at least find out.
I know what you'll find out. Wild horses couldn't hold you now, of course. Do you know how long we've lived here at Smallbridge?
Why,
2 months. 2 months tomorrow, Oh, dearest, I've always known. Retirement simply isn't in your line. It's a great honor to be recalled so soon. You must be pleased. And I am, too.
If they appointed me a commodore, well, they might, you know. Well, if they did, I might have to go back to sea again.
Darling, we've been married 6 whole months. A wonderful half year. I've had that much of happiness with you. And whatever happens, you'll come back to me. I know you will.
Of course I will. Oh, Barbara, I swear you're a woman in 10,000. She was, you know. In all my life, I'd said no truer word than that, I told myself as we drove up to London. Well, we made excellent time. Brown knew his business with horses. I never understood the peculiar beast. Brown was good at everything. Best captain's coxswain in the Navy, and now the perfect manservant. Still, I rather thought he mightn't mind going back to sea again. There was a queer look in his eye, especially when we drew up before the Admiralty in Whitehall, and I was ushered in to the First Lord.
Sit down, Captain Horatio. Well. Left your newfound domestic bliss behind, eh, when you received our letter?
Well, may I ask what it is you have in mind for me, sir?
Of course you may. The Baltic, Horatio.
The Baltic? Is Russia coming into the war, then?
Who knows? I wish I did. That very question's at the heart of this whole project. Our letter did say, didn't it, that you'd take rank as Commodore, with a captain under you. You have 6 ships. The Nonsuch, 74, a ship of 4.
The Nonsuch? I know her well, sir.
Both the Russian Tsar and Prince Bernadotte of Sweden have teetered back and forth for months, you know.
Oh, from all I've heard, Boney's making tempting offers to them both. And Bernadotte's a Frenchman, after all. Is there really any chance that they might join us, sir?
They might, if we handle them sensibly. They have as much fear as we, now Boney's gobbled up most of the continent. The die will be cast any day, we think. If we can show those Baltic powers some British naval strength to count on.
I understand, sir.
At any rate, we've got to keep the Baltic open for supplies. So much that we need here comes by those sea lanes. Well, are you ready? Is it settled?
Yes, it's settled.
Good.
Now, tell me, who would you like for captain of the Nonsuch under you?
I'd like to have Bush, sir, if he's available. I'd hate to go to sea without old Bush.
I rather thought you'd ask for him. That wooden leg of his won't be a handicap to him.
No, I think not, sir.
You two have seen some things together, haven't you? First met as young lieutenants on the old Renown.
That's right, sir.
Well, then, Bush it shall be. Now, then, let's walk across and see the Foreign Secretary. He's sure to have some secret orders for you.
Time had come to say goodbye to Barbara. She drove with me from the small bridge to Deal Jetty. The Nonsuch and the 5 others of my pretty new squadron lay far offshore, half lost in morning mist. Brown was looking much too pleased. I had to take him down a little. Stop mooning at those mastheads, Brown. Go hire a luggerman to take us out. Step lively now.
Yes, Captain. Commodore, that is. Aye, sir.
Wind's veering nor'ard a little. West by north now, I think.
Yes, dear. So you remarked as we were driving.
I beg your pardon, dear. You were telling me about my shirts. I interrupted you.
No, I'd finished with the shirts. What I was saying was that all your cold weather things are in the flat sea chest.
Mm-hmm.
The sheepskin coat and heavy socks and mittens and... Oh, well, Brown understands. He also has in his care a certain little package. A surprise.
Surprise, my dear?
No, after all, I wouldn't try to surprise you. It's just a woolen neck scarf I'd be knitting for you. It's likely to be cold up in the Baltic, even now.
Yes. I don't like cold. You're very thoughtful.
Oh, I do hope so much that you'll be back before the winter.
So do I. I'll think of me, Barbara.
Need you ask that? You'll write me everything? Everything, won't you?
Yes.
The bad things, too.
Of course. Well, goodbye, Barbara. Goodbye.
Come back to me. Come back to me.
It touched me that she should say that. Come back to me. Like any witless wife of any common seaman. As if by some power of my own I could control French cannon shot. But it made me love her all the more. It made my heart ache, too, that she should say such foolish things for all her pride and elegance. The little lugger pitched and rolled, a long trip all alone out to my ship. Oh, I could have let her come along. It would have done no harm. They'd seen me from the Nonsuch as we came tossing up the wind and laid into the big 2-decker's lee. My old friend Bush, as captain, had turned the whole crew out full dress, and I was piped aboard with all the honors of a commodore. The ship, with every man aboard, was in a state of polish. Bright brasswork, 6 side boys in white gloves, the whole Marine Guard and their band, a double lane of bosun's mates with pipes. Childish display, perhaps some say it is, but, well, it has its, exhilaration somehow. There was old Bush on the quarterdeck, surrounded by his officers, and all saluting stiffly. I had to check myself, or I might actually have been. That would have been ruinous to discipline, so naturally I just stalked up the line, handed salute. Morning, Captain Bush.
Good morning, sir. Welcome aboard.
Some time since we've met, Captain Bush.
You'll note that your pennant's going up. Commodore's flag to designate your ship in the flotilla.
Oh, indeed. Well, Captain Bush, we shall get underway at once, if you don't mind. No time to lose. Be good enough to signal the others of the squadron.
Aye, sir. Very good.
We sail on secret orders. I'll apprise you of their nature, Captain Bush, if you'll kindly dine with me this afternoon. You old sea urchin.
I shall be there, sir. Thank you. Mr. Adams, pass the word to our 5 other ships. Underway at once and keep formation.
Aye, sir. Underway.
Anything wrong, sir?
Not Bush.
Well, I see you scouring off to starboard, sir. May I find you a glass?
No.
Is it the sloop?
No. It's nothing, Bush. No, I was just trying to make out the jetty. My wife's there. Mist hasn't quite cleared yet, has it? O'Brien. Captain Bush will be dining with me here. Be sure the things come up hot from the galley, will you?
Of course, sir. I've finished your unpacking. I trust it's satisfactory, sir. I placed the gift from Lady Barbara there on the bulkhead shelf.
Yes, I saw it, Brown.
Oh, it's a beautiful neck scarf, sir. Such fine, soft wool.
Yes.
I was to remind you to wear it, sir. Cold morning.
Yes. All right. I'll consider it. Come in. Ah, Captain Bush.
I'll go and bring you dinner, sir.
Well, alone at last. Look, you know you had me grinning like some absurd schoolboy up there this morning.
I was so proud, so flattered that you'd ask for me, Horatio. I scarcely...
Come on, sit down. Our dinner will be coming any minute. I'm glad to see you, my old friend. Oh, well. Let's get down to things of more importance. Look, I've been studying my so-called secret orders and these charts. We're headed for the Skagerrak, my friend.
I was inclined to think so, sir.
Then through the Kattegat and up the Narrows. The Danes will resist, I suppose. Can't help themselves. Napoleon's on their backs.
And what about the Swedes?
That's just what no one seems to know. It's touch and go, apparently, with both the Swedes and Russians. We have to be prepared for anything.
Kattegat Sound is only 3 miles wide part of the way. Mm-hmm. Sweden to port, Denmark to starboard.
Yes, real Skiller and Charybdis, huh? Well, Bush, the powers that be have left decisions up to us, and we are going to have to improvise. Now, once we're off Göteborg, I'm going to try and pick up some fresh news on Swedish doings.
Well, let's hope that Bernadotte is leaning our way by then, sir.
Yes, Bush. If not, we'll simply have to blast our way in somehow. Up through the North Sea, into the Skagerrak. And scarcely a sail sighted off our bows the whole first week. Deserted waters, even in the Skagerrak off Denmark. Now and then we'd see a tiny fishing boat far off, none within hail. We had no news. We strained our eyes for some revealing sign. Had Bernadotte made up his mind by now? Were he and Russia enemies, neutrals, or even friends, if handled sensibly? Before sunrise, I found Bush on the quarterdeck.
Well, still no news. Are we to run the gauntlet, then? We're nearing the Helsingborg Narrows.
I wonder, Bush, how many guns are on that Swedish shore.
Multitude, sir, you may be sure. The charts show a good dozen forts. Shouldn't we send the boat in, sir? Find out how Sweden stands?
Well, last night I thought so, Bush. It has its logic, I admit. On the other hand, a boat would surely advertise our presence.
But, sir, if both sides of the Kattegat are hostile...
We could dash in the moment there is light enough to see the channel. Surprise them, and perhaps get through, even if Sweden does resist.
Yes, sir, but then if Sweden has joined Bonaparte, won't we be bottled up inside the Baltic?
Well, the Baltic is a sizable sea, Bush. I suspect we could maintain ourselves a while. Yes. Still almost an hour till dawn. That gives us time to clear our decks. Yes. I think we'll go in, Bush, this morning. An hour had passed. We came into the narrow channel just as the dawn broke in a dark gray mist. To starboard, hostile Denmark. To port, the riddle, Sweden. Was she our enemy? Well, we'd soon know, at all events. Are the guns run out, Captain Bush?
Aye, sir. And the fire pumps manned on every ship.
Here's for it, then.
What signal for hoisting to our other ships, sir?
The signal is proceed to leeward in battle order. Lotus shall lead.
Lotus shall lead, sir, did you say?
I did. We'll bring up the rear, Bush, naturally. Your face. I know. It's disappointing not to lead, but we're the shepherd of this little flock. We're the best built. The lead ships might get through before those shore gunners wake up. They're awake already, Which shore fired that?
The Danes. They've seen us, sir. Yes, there's a drift of smoke to starboard, see?
Admiral is firing to starboard, Captain Bush.
Yes, Mr. Adams, so I gather. By the way, did you know that those low cliffs are Elsinore, where Hamlet walked?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Yeah, never mind. We've no time now for literary small talk, have we? Signal to Lotus, Mr. Bush. Return the fire to starboard. We'll keep exact station astern of the Harvey, if you please. I say, Lotus and Clam are giving back as good as they're getting, huh?
They are.
Bush, this channel's full of shoals. I remember that from years ago.
I remember too, sir. I put leadsmen in the chains. They'll sing out when we're reaching shallow water.
Good. But the sloops and the three others don't draw as much as we do. Let me compliment you, Bush. You've thought of everything. Well, Brown?
Your next guard, sir.
Oh, nonsense. In the midst of an action. How dare you come up here?
It's very cold this early in the morning. Begging your pardon, sir. I had my orders, you'll recall.
Get below, Brown. All right. Give me the scarf. Yes, the air is a bit chilly. With Elsinore abaft, the channel widened, and we were out of range from shore. There'd be about an hour, I reckon, before we reached the further narrows, a longer gauntlet to be run. And at its end, 2 Danish islands, Saltholm and Amager. We had to pass between these, close to both. Full daylight now, they'd see us coming. We could no longer profit by surprise. But anyhow, all hands had breakfast and relaxed and waited, as I knew, for the real test. An infernal din of guns broke out as we approached the channel. Well, our starboard guns can speak together after all. Well done. I wasn't too sure about that at Elsinore. A little ragged. So far, the Swedish guns had all stayed silent. And as if to make up for that, though, the Danes were throwing in everything they had at us. Saltholm and wider waters seemed a very long way off. I found myself walking up and down. No, that wouldn't do. Indifference, Commodore. So I stood still and looked about me casually.
Boys a deep 6.5 feet.
6 fathoms are quite ample, aren't they, Bush, with the tide making?
I think so, sir. I wouldn't care to risk less than 5, though, just now.
By the mark, 6.
Put another leadsman on the port chains quickly, Adams.
Look, Bush. Saltholm and Amager at last. See them rearing up ahead there? Both bristling, I'll be bound. Yes, smoke bursting from Amager already.
This tells the story, doesn't it? Saltholm is where they keep their powder stored.
And a hard fight! And a hard fight, sir.
Saving a soul, that's certain. I hope.
Bush, how is it?
And the officer.
Our mainmast's gone.
How's the trailing? Quarterless boys! Quarterless boys!
We're nearing those shoals, too. Harvey's quite helpless, eh? Yes, I see. Oh, damnable luck, Bush.
We'll be alongside her in a moment. Back the main tops!
Stand forward with the heaving lines there!
Help me!
That's speaking trumpet.
Aboard the Harvey there! In here, eh?
Aye, sir. I'm Lieutenant Smith, sir.
Anyone inside this, sir?
Lieutenant Mound, sir, knocked unconscious. And 2 men killed when the shell struck.
We'll bring Mr. Mound aboard here, then.
Send men down for him, Captain Bush.
Put that ready to right smartly and stand by to receive our line.
What's that? Are we hit, too?
Our mizzen topmast's gone.
By the mark, boys! By the mark, boys!
That's better. We must be bearing off the shoal.
Yeah, I hit that one. The reaching is much too easy from Saltholm. I don't like it.
Yes, sir. Short range. And now that we're delayed...
Now, look here. Those powder stores of theirs. Let's make a try for those. They might lie just beyond the highest fort. It seems fairly logical. Why not?
But, sir, how do we know where to... Aye, sir. Certainly. Mr. Adams, have starboard batteries raised tight. Try for a hit beyond that big red fort. Say by
15 yards.
By 15 yards. Pass the word, Adams, instantly.
Starboard batteries prepare to fire. Target is 15 yards past the red fort. 15 yards past the red fort.
Wild idea, I suppose, Bush, but we simply can't sit here till the Harvey is in tow. It's too much like duck hunting with the none such as the duck.
Fire!
It's no good, sir. And the Harvey's got us trapped under those guns. They'll sink her any minute, and us with her.
Let's try another salvo, Bush. 20 yards beyond the fort this time.
Pass the word, Adams. 20 yards.
Target at 20 yards past the red fort. Ready? Fire!
awesome, sir. That blast. I think, why, yes, it's even taken the fort with it. That fort and all its guns.
At least they're singularly silent.
I still don't quite believe my eyes.
A lucky guess in place of sound ballistics, eh? That makes no sense. Well, yes, to business now. Where's my trumpet?
Oh. Mr. Third! Mr. Third! Have you our lines? Are they secure? Ready to get out of here?
All right, sir. One more moment, sir.
Well, the cable's coming over now. We'll take you out down first. Understand?
Stand by for the cable, then. Down first it is.
Well, sir, not a bad afternoon. Harvey's in tow. Lotus took one poor hit. We have a hoe or two in our own shrouds, but no ship's lost. I shan't forget what we did to those powder stores on Salt Home.
Yes, that was a satisfactory moment. I'm a bit tired. Adams, Mr. Adams, has Mr. Mound been brought up yet?
Yes, sir. He's off. Unconscious now. The sergeant's with him.
I want to see him.
Concussion and bad shoulder wound. Within the blood about the patient throat.
Well, here you are, Mound. Surgeon taking care of you, all right?
Yes. Thank you, sir. Quite all right.
We're taking him below to sick bay in a moment.
I'm proud of all my young officers today, Mound. They're not too uncomfortable, I hope.
Did all of us get through, sir? All our ships?
That we did, Mound. What pleases me, those Danish guns raked us with all they had, but not one shell from Sweden's coast. They're not against us yet, at any rate. He's shivering at him. It's cold this afternoon. Here, put this scarf round his neck and shoulders. I don't need it.
But, sir, he's bleeding at your
Oh, come on, take it. Oh, well, then I'll do it myself. Yeah. Is that better, Mound?
Yes, sir. Wonderful. Thank you.
We hailed a fishing boat a few minutes ago, Mound. Found out the Blanche Fleur passed through the Baltic yesterday. Big French corvette with at least 20 guns. She must be just ahead of us. Well, you'll have to get well quickly, Mound. Won't want to miss the fun, will you?
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Stand by this starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstock's ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
is they sent me to the Baltic Sea. What happened there in the next few months would change the history of the world, for better or for worse. Napoleon had overrun the continent. England alone was fighting him, and for her very life. The Baltic was our lifeline of supply. French privateers raiding our traders there must be wiped out. One of these, the Blanche Fleur, had already caused much damage, and I was resolved to track her down. She'd been reported entering the Baltic only a day or so ahead of us. Our squadron had seen no action since we'd had to shoot our way in through the straits a few days earlier. The officers and men of the Nonsuch were growing restless, but one morning there was a sudden hail from the masthead.
Sail! Sail to leeward! Commodore Hornblower, sir. A sail. Maybe the Blanche Fleur, or however you say it. That French corvette.
If it's the Blanche Fleur, we're in luck. I'll trouble you to give me the glass, if you please, Captain Bush.
Aye, aye, sir. Can you see her, sir?
Oh, it's confounded fog. Yes, I can just make out her topsails.
Is she a 20-gunner? A corvette?
She's not far off. It's hard to tell, though, in this mist. Well, whoever she is, she's coming straight for us. Yes. Call all hands and man the guns, please, Captain.
Aye, aye, sir. All hands on deck.
All hands on deck!
Run out the guns and stand by.
Run out the guns and stand by!
She sighted us. Yes, she's tacking.
Aye, sir. She's on the port tack, bearing east by north, southeast. Trying to get away. Must be a Frenchman.
Set all sail, Captain Bush, if you please.
Aye, aye, sir. Set all sail. Loose the royals.
And alter your course 2 points to starboard, Captain. We'll intercept her.
Aye, aye, sir. 2 points to starboard. Up with the stunsails.
Yes, I can see her better now. She's no corvette. Appears to be quite unarmed. Oh, she's not our chase, I'm afraid, Captain Bush.
Then why did she tack the moment she sighted us, sir?
Any ship beating up for the Sound would have to tack here.
I suppose you're right, sir.
Oh, don't be downhearted, Bush. She looks like a merchantman. Hey, masthead! What do you see there? Can you make out her colors?
No, sir! Chase off in the port, sir!
We'll soon find out. Hold to your course, Bush, and we'll intercept her anyway.
I can see her now, sir! She's flying British colors!
Uh-huh.
Oh, she's a British ship!
Excellent. Now, at least we'll get some news and information. Badly needed, too. Lay our course to pass her within hail, if you please.
Aye, aye, sir. Starboard a point, quartermaster. Get those tonsils in again, Mr. Hurst. Aye, aye, sir.
She's a merchantman, all right. I can see her cargo now. This looks like timber. But one can't be too careful in these waters. Better ask her for the private code, Captain.
Very good, sir. Mr. Hurst, signal her to give the merchant ship private code numeral. Aye, aye, sir.
Now we'll see what she replies.
Here comes her flag, officer. A, T, numeral 57. That's the correct reply for last winter, sir.
Well, she's loaded with cargo, so she won't have been home to receive the new code. Signal her to heave to, if you please.
Make heave to, Mr. Hurst. Aye, aye, sir. There. She's backing her main topsail, but... Wait. What's that she's hoisting? Look, sir.
Yes, I see.
That's the yellow flag she's hoisting now, sir. The fever flag. Must have some kind of pestilence aboard her. Tom, look what she's hoisted there. The yellow flag. So it is. I'll wager she's got the pox aboard her. She's a 10th ship. Heaven help her.
That must be her captain there on the poop deck. Give me the trumpet.
All right. What ship are you?
Maggie Jones of Liverpool. 11 days out from the port of Naval.
What's that yellow flag for?
Smallpox.
Smallpox? By the great horn, sir, we
7 cases, sir. 2 days. First case a week ago.
What's your course?
We are beating up for the Sound now.
What news from port? Are Sweden and Russia still neutral?
That's what they call themselves, sir.
Do you think Bonaparte is winning these Baltic countries round to his side?
Hard to tell, sir. We are sailing under license, but the Russian embargo still holds, and Sweden's fighting up our force against us.
What's your name, Captain?
Clark, sir.
Captain Clark, why are you sailing without convoy?
Didn't want to, but there was none available at Naval.
Don't you know these are dangerous waters for unguarded merchantmen?
I know, sir. But we had no choice. We must get back to England with our cargo. There's been needed, you know.
What about a corvette called the Blanche Fleur? Any news of her in port?
Heard a rumor she was last seen heading far down south.
Thank you, Captain. What is that noise?
That's one of the smallpox cases in the hold, sir. Delirious.
The patient must be violent for us to hear his shrieks way over here.
Yes, sir. It's horrible.
You may be interested to know, sir. They say the Tsar is meeting Bernadotte of Sweden next week for a conference. Somewhere in Russia. Bad luck for Bonaparte, let's hope.
Something strange about all this. Something was not quite right. Was he trying to distract me? For all that groaning and shouting could hardly be just one man. It sounded more like a chorus. And this captain... I felt a sudden stab of suspicion. He said all the right things, but wasn't he a shade too glib, a little too professional? Still, if he were telling the truth, it was a big risk, of course, and yet a man must make decisions. Captain Bush, send a boat with a boarding party over to that ship.
Sir, with smallpox aboard, we have hundreds of men crammed into close quarters here. It would sweep us like wildfire.
I appreciate your concern for the men, Bush, but do you suppose I'd risk their lives without sufficient reason?
No, sir, of course not. I merely...
I know from your face, Bush, you're still hoping I'll reconsider, aren't you? Well, I'm sorry, Captain, the order stands. Come along, I want to get another look at her from that forward.
Aye, aye, sir. Bosun, man the whaler with a boarding party.
Aye, aye, sir.
Hoist the tackles. Lower the whaler. Hot, able beams on the lookout.
Hear that, mates? She's got the yellow flag. We're ordered to board her.
Hold off, mates. I ain't boarding no plague ship, not for the king himself. A good fight with knives and cutlasses is one thing, but if we board that rig, we'll come back for the box as sure as Sunday. And if one gets it, we all gets it. And it ain't no pretty way to die.
Our captain wouldn't do this. It's the Commodore.
It's a devil he is.
Aye. Let him board the plague ship.
So say I. The box is worse than the yardarm any day. We're done for whichever way.
Belay it. Here he comes back with his blooming trumpet.
Captain Clark, stay home too.
Well, what is it?
The men, sir. The bosun tells me they're afraid. They don't want to board a ship with a yellow flag.
You're in command of this vessel, Captain Bush. It's up to you to maintain discipline. I need not remind you that the Admiralty will have a full report of this incident.
Aye, aye, sir. Bosun, tell the men that if there's one more minute's delay in manning the boat, they will all be tried for mutiny and hanged.
They say they prefer the gallows to the crawling fox death, sir.
I'll tell them...
Wait. I'm going along with the boarding party myself. Tell the men that.
You? But, sir...
All right,
Captain Clark. We're sending a boat to you. We're coming aboard.
As you wish, sir. I warned you of the smallpox. Will you send the surgeon and some medicine?
This was exactly what he should have said. A sick pang of doubt shot through me. But it would have been quite impossible to turn back now. My own orders.
Man the weather. The Commodore's coming along. Look alive, The Commodore's going with us. I'm with him for one. How about you, Tom? Lower away. Come on, mate. Over we go.
She'll be ready for you to board in a moment. Thank you, Connors. Would you summon Surgeon Choke, please? We'll take him along. Aye, aye, sir.
Look, sir. Look at the captain over there on the Maggie.
He's thrown down his trumpet and he's stamping about like a crazy man.
Seems to be shouting some kind of an order.
Yes, we'll soon find out what all that racket's about.
It does seem strange, sir.
At any rate, she's had a good view now of our 74 guns. She'll hardly try to run for it.
Ahoy, the Maggie! Pots or no pots, we're on the way. And take this word of warning. Stay home, too, or I'll sink you.
Commodore Hornblower, British Navy. Where is Captain Clark?
We wish to surrender, sir.
What's this?
We wish to surrender. We are helpless against your guns. We did not expect to meet the British Navy.
Who are you?
I speak for the French crew put aboard to take the Maggie into port.
As I thought, a pirate crew. This ship is a prize.
Yes, sir. A French prize taken 2 days ago.
By what ship was she captured? By what ship? Answer me.
By the Blanche Fleur, sir. We are of the Blanche Fleur's crew.
The Blanche Fleur. Did you hear that, Connors? We're hot on her trail, finally. The Maggie's no plague ship. She's a great piece of luck. That yellow flag was hoisted to keep us from boarding her. A clever trick, I suppose you thought, eh, sir? I think so myself. Here, take this man prisoner and round up the others, Connors. Aye, sir. Get him, lads. Get the Frenchies. And find this Captain Clark. I'm most curious. You up there, what have you done with Captain Clark? Speak up.
He's on the voyage, sir.
What's that?
He shot himself, sir.
The captain shot. Oh, confound it, Connors. If one of your men did that, I'll have his head. I'll break him, court-martial him, ruin him, and have him begging bread in the gutters. Oh, that's
Oh, no, sir. Beg pardon, sir. But it wasn't any of us. He done it himself, sir. He shot himself. The gun's still smoking in his hand.
Is he dead?
No, sir. He's still alive.
Well, fetch the surgeon immediately.
The surgeon's with him now, sir. They're over there,
All
sir.
right, come on. This looks pretty bad. What's his condition, surgeon?
He's dying, sir. Can't last long.
Want to do something for him?
Not very much, sir, I'm afraid.
We've just released the English crew, sir. They were shut up in the forecastle. It was them making all that noise.
Oh, fuck me eyes! His Majesty's
Stop that infernal racket. Aye, aye, sir. Here comes the real skipper of the Maggie. Captain Elsby, his name is, sir. Oh, then Clark... An English renegade, sir, working for the French.
Commodore Hornblower?
Captain Elsby, how do you do, sir?
Thank heaven you came. How we yelled and hoping you'd hear us. Almost blew our lungs out, sir.
Good work, Captain. We heard you.
We were afraid this Clark fellow had fooled you. He was a devilish clever imposter. We heard the shot.
I'd like to find out something more about him. Clark. Clark. Can you hear me, Surgeon?
I don't know, sir. He is sinking fast.
Why should an Englishman betray his own country like this? Did he choose? Was he forced? Oh, we'll never know.
He's trying to speak, sir.
Bonaparte will rule the world. Long live Bonaparte.
Apparently, that is my answer.
Swine. Traitor. Quiet.
I tried.
Yes, you did indeed. How is he, Surgeon?
Losing consciousness, sir, but there's still a pulse. He may linger for a while. Perhaps an hour, perhaps not. We must hang him, sir, before he dies.
What did you say, Captain Elsby?
We can convene a court-martial, try him on the spot, and have done with it at short order. He's committed high treason, sir. He should be executed for it.
He's incapable of defending himself.
What defense could he possibly offer, sir? You have scores of witnesses against him. Myself, the English crew, the captured pirates. What more could you ask, Commodore?
A fair trial, Captain, and that will be impossible under the circumstances.
He'll slip through our fingers, sir, if you delay.
Let him.
But treason is no light matter, sir.
The Lords of the Admiralty might very well agree with you, Elsby, but I can't do it. I will not hang a man who is already so near death.
But the example to the men, sir. We must always think of that. It discourages desertion.
What sort of an example would it be to hang a dying man? If I can't hold men's loyalty without that sort of thing, I'm not fit to command them, that's certain. No, my mind is made up, Captain. I'll hear no more of it.
As you say, Commodore.
Come, Captain. Let him die in peace.
Peace? He deserves no peace.
I said we'll leave him with the surgeon, Captain Elsby. As we walked away from the dying man, it was horrible to see the look on Elsby's face. The man still lusted for revenge against that helpless, wretched Englishman. Elsby didn't know and probably would never learn that mere revenge is always stale and unprofitable. However, this was no time to compare moralities. Now, tell me more about this pirate ship, the Blanche Fleur. She's our real target.
She's a ship-rigged, flush-deck 20-gunner, what the French call a corvette, sir. She's to be reckoned.
Yes, I know. Where were you when she attacked?
Just off the island of Rügen on the Swedish coast.
Oh, the island of Rügen, eh? Yes. That would make an effective base. She could lie in wait there, then pounce on our trading ships as they come down from Finland and Russia.
The worst part of it is, sir, in order to get safely by the island, you must pass through a narrows. There's a 2-fathom shoal.
Yes, I remember that shoal from the charts. So she hemmed you in between the shoal and the land, eh?
Exactly, sir. And we were at her mercy. But what could we do against her 20 guns with all our escape cut off?
Well, you did what you could, Captain. At any rate, your shouts rescued the Maggie. The rest is up to us. The Blanche Fleur must be punished before she finds more victims in the Baltic. We set the Maggie to rights again and saw her off for home. Then we patrolled the coast, hoping for a glimpse of the Blanche Fleur. There was almost constant fog. broken by fitful intervals of chilly sunshine. I took what advantage I could of one such interval. A bath at sea is a fine thing, under a splashing pump on the wash deck, where you can stand up straight and prance around, too, if that's your fancy. Far cry from being cramped up into one of those little infernal sitting tubs on land. But Brown, my faithful coxswain, who stood by with a big towel, was shivering and looking thoroughly miserable.
Well, what's the matter with you, Brown? You look positively blue.
Oh, it's the water, sir. It's icy.
Well, you're not in it. I am.
I know, sir, but right out of the freezing 40. Why, I can't persuade myself it's at all helpful for you,
Rubbish,
sir.
of course it is. Best tonic in the world. Freshens the blood, sharpens the wits. Yes, you ought to try it, Brown.
Oh, if you please, sir, I'd much rather not. Gives me the aching just to watch you, sir. Commodore Hornblower, sir.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. But Captain Bush sent me.
Oh, what is it? Can't you see I'm...
Oh, here, turn off this jet, will you? Turn off this jet, I say. Is everybody deaf?
That's better. Well, now, what is it, Mr. Hurst? Hand me a towel, Brown. No, come on, the big one. Come on.
Oh, shall I get your robe too, sir? This breeze...
Said my towel, didn't you hear?
Yes, sir. Oh, but really, sir, you...
All right, young man, what's your errand? Now, speak up there. There's a sail been sighted to leeward.
What? Why the deuce didn't you say so? I'll come to the quarterdeck immediately. It might be the Blanche Fleur.
But, sir, your clothes, you can't...
Don't bother me, Brown. This is important.
Give me the glass, Captain Bush. Now, where is she?
She's gone. We've lost her, I'm afraid, sir. It's misting up over there again. She's disappeared into the fog.
And this blasted fog is coming our way, too. Oh, confound the weather. Could you tell what her course was, Bush?
North by northeast to half north, sir. She may have seen us. I'm not sure.
We'll have to take a chance. Pursue her on that course, Captain.
Aye, aye, sir.
Now to wait till this scurvy fog lifts. Oh, I'll stand watch with you.
Aye, sir. Excuse me, sir, but there's a north wind. And, well, that is, I mean to say, sir, aren't you cold in that towel?
What? Oh, good heavens, I've forgotten all about it. Where are my clothes, anyway? Here, Brown.
Where are you, Brown? Here I am, sir.
Oh, Brown, what do you mean by letting me charge off that way without a stitch of clothes on? This whole ship has gone mad. Quite mad, I tell you. We followed our chase through the increasing fog, the other ships of the squadron keeping course as best they could. The next day, about noon, the wind freshened and the mist began to clear. She was nowhere in view.
She's probably sighted us and tacked, sir. I'm afraid she's got away.
Hold to your course, Captain.
Aye, aye, sir.
Oh, come, don't look so dreary, Bush. This sea is not as wide as the Atlantic, you know.
Well, sir, almost 3 days without a sign. Don't you suppose...
You hear that, Bush? Let me have the glass.
Aye, aye, sir. Can you see her?
What is she? These glasses certainly aren't as good as they were once. I can't see one confounded thing.
Masthead there. What's her position? Call it.
3 points abaft the port beam, sir.
Ah, there she is. And she's our chase, all right. A flush-decked 20-gunner, and the French colors must be the Blanche Fleur. Set all sail, Captain, at once.
She's sighted us now, sir. No doubt about it. She's making off on the full speed.
And if I'm not mistaken, she's heading straight for those narrows off Rugen Island. Good.
Why, that's exactly where she trapped the Maggie, isn't it?
Yes.
Then why is the Blanche Fleur allowing us
Those are neutral Swedish waters, Bush. The Blanche Fleur knows that we know that. She's counting on our fear of offending Sweden's neutrality. It's not unclever of her, I'll admit.
Cowardly trick. Look at her in there, almost leering at us. What can we do, sir? We can't
Well, you'll keep the Nonsuch here this side of the channel. We'll post the Lotus at the other end. The Blanche Fleur's bottled herself up. We'd better make the most of it.
Then you intend...
I think I'll go aboard one of the bomb catches. Why not the Moth? She's got a good range. She's easy to maneuver. Besides, her Captain Duncan's just a youngster. About time he saw some action, don't you think?
You're going to throw bombs, sir? But Sweden. Our orders were to maintain Sweden's friendliness, if possible.
If possible. I know. But who can have their cake and eat it, too, eh?
Oh, I only meant, you told me yourself, sir, our greatest hope is to bring Sweden and the Russians in as allies.
Bush, I wish you'd stop sounding like the voice of my conscience. I wonder if... No, it can't be helped. We can't hold off. Sweden wants the best of both worlds, to make both France and England happy. But No, Bush, our first concern must be the Blanche Fleur and her finish. I hope you're right, sir. I hope I'm right, too, Bush. I'd better be. If I'm not, the Admiralty will have my hide. Captain Duncan, just because your Commodore's aboard the Moth, you needn't change your habits, man. For heaven's sake, relax. Put your hands in your pockets if you must and leave off fidgeting.
Thank you, sir. How much longer do you think we'll have to wait?
I know you're eager for action, Duncan, but do have a little patience. Your mortars are quite accurate, I suppose?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, indeed. And I cut the fuses myself, sir. If you'll excuse me, sir, I'll go forward.
We're in range now. Yes, I'll go with you. There she is, riding at anchor over there, feeling snug and smug and sound, eh, Duncan? Right where she's pounced on other prey besides. Ah, poetic justice.
Weather's still a little sticky, sir. I'll cut the fuses 1 and 11/16.
How do you figure that?
I found during practice maneuvers that the fuse burns at different speeds according to the weather. This seems about right for today. We wouldn't want the shell to burst in air.
Quite so. This must be a surprise. Well, proceed when ready, Duncan.
Aye, sir. 1,100 yards. We'll try 1 3/4 pounds of powder, Mr. Johns.
Aye, sir. 1 3/4.
Now the linstock.
Yes, sir.
To the fuse. Let it catch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
She's caught, sir.
Ready? Fire! There, sir. You can see the shell rising over the masthead. Oh, it's not a hit. The shell burst in the air. My fuses are at fault.
Not necessarily. Try a little more powder.
We'll try 2 more pinches of powder this time, Mr. Johns.
Aye, sir.
Now, ready? Fire! I think we've hit her, sir.
Wait till the smoke clears. Then we can... Yes. A square hit on her bow. Our men are taking to the boats. Another shell into our fast.
Aye, sir. Jump to it, men. Both mortars together. Be lively.
It wasn't long before the Blanche Fleur lay a smoking, helpless wreck. Her raiding days were over. I must say, though, I found myself feeling a little chilled and empty. This had been a brutal business. We had destroyed a ship which had no chance of firing back effectively. Oh, of course. It would read well in my report, and brother officers would tell each other in the clubs of Hornblower's newest success. Then, why this feeling of inglorious dissatisfaction? But naturally, I couldn't speak of this to anyone, especially since that very night aboard my flagship we celebrated. And now, gentlemen, I would like to give you all a toast to a young officer whose careful attention to duty and whose marked professional ability resulted in the destruction of the enemy. Captain Duncan of the Moth.
Well, aren't you going to reply, Mr. Duncan?
It wasn't I at all. It was the Commodore who... Well, after all, I mean...
Captain Duncan, if you wish to advance in His Majesty's Navy, never try to offset commendation when it's due. I suggest you might show off your vocal powers to greater advantage by favoring us with one of your songs. Oh, yes, I've heard about them, never fear.
Come on. Why, thank you, sir. Well, let me see. Come on.
She was a prize. She was a prize. The lovely lass with the sea green eyes. The lovely lass with the sea green eyes. So tall and fair. So tall and fair. The lovely lass with the golden hair. The lovely lass with golden hair. I expect each man there was thinking of someone left behind at home. I know I was. I thought of Barbara.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Unload the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Strange how hard life can be while at sea, and yet how much a man can approve of it, even welcome it. Only several months ago, I'd been a country squire, Sir Horatio Hornblower, in residence with my lovely wife, Lady Barbara. Wearing fashionable clothes, sitting down each mealtime to choice foods, and yet, though my conscience troubles me in saying it, I'd left it all with no trace of regret. And once aboard the Nonsuch, a commodore now, in command of a squadron of 6 vessels, I felt really alive. Not until Brown, my orderly, reminded me that evening off Bornholm, did I realize I hadn't so much as touched the delicacies that Lady Barbara had so thoughtfully provided when we sailed.
There's cheese, sir, and there's wine, and there's butter in crocks. Her ladyship made a special point that the butter would turn rancid unless it was used soon.
Well, time for supper already, Brown?
4 bells, sir. And Captain Bush is dining with you as usual.
Mm-hmm.
I should think a bit of cheese instead of ship's biscuit and salt beef would be a welcome change.
There's nothing wrong with biscuits and beef, Brown. Good Navy fare, both of them.
Oh, yes, sir. But begging your pardon, sir,
A signal from the Raven, sir.
The Raven? What is it?
She sighted a Swedish vessel that wants to speak with the Commodore.
I see. Must have someone of importance aboard. Right, I'll come on deck. Ask Captain Bush if he'll be kind enough to join me.
Aye, aye, sir.
Sir? What, Brown? Oh, what we shall have for supper? Oh, suit yourself, Brown. Suit yourself. Poor Brown. No sooner had I snapped at him than I regretted being so brusque. Yet how could I bother with food with my mind full of so many concerns? We'd been a month already in the Baltic, with express orders from the Admiralty to make it as uncomfortable as possible for Bonaparte. A show of British strength was needed, definitely. Russia was neutral, but with all Europe in Boney's grasp, Russia's help was desperately important. And what strength had we shown? A few small engagements. It would take more than that to bring the Tsar to side with us against Napoleon. As I stood on the quarterdeck beside Captain Bush, waiting for the Swedish vessel to come alongside, I came near to telling him my doubts and worries. I decided against it, at least for now.
There's two of them coming aboard, sir. Caught a glimpse of that first one. I'd say a Swede.
I hope he brings some news, whoever he is. How long has it been since we've had any, Bush?
I'd say weeks, sir.
So should I. For all we know, Bonaparte may have already attacked Russia. Or Russia may have given up without a struggle.
Yes, sir. Sir, the second one aboard. If that isn't a British uniform, I'm a starfish.
It is, a guard's uniform. A colonel, Bush. A colonel of the guards here in the middle of the Baltic. Ah, well, at least he knows enough of ceremonial to make sure he salutes our quarterdeck.
Good evening, sir. You are Captain Sir Horatio Hornblower?
Yes, Commodore commanding this squadron.
I'm Colonel Lord Wychwood. I've dispatched this view from our ambassador at Stockholm, sir, and I've also several of the latest newspapers.
Newspapers? Oh, good. We've been quite short on news, of course.
Yes, I'm sure you have. Have you made the acquaintance of Baron Basse?
Honored.
He's a representative of Sweden. He also has some messages.
Well, gentlemen, forgive me. Perhaps the best place for this discussion would be in my cabin. Captain Bush and I were just about to dine. If you'd be good enough to join us.
Well,
Our table can still boast a few small delicacies. There's cheese, Stilton, I believe, and, O'Brien.
Yes, sir. There's cheddar also, and there's smoked mutton ham and jam, sir.
Well, break it out at once, Brown. Lord Wychwood, I notice that these newspapers are in German and Polish.
Quite so.
You can translate?
Aye. Barbarous tongues like that, sir. English good enough for me, sir.
And you, Baron?
Beg pardon. German I can to some extent, but the Polish, no.
Oh, well, we'll manage, Baron. Bush, will you pass the word to my clerk, Sorger, to come to my cabin at 6 bells? He's a Finn, but he's told me that he speaks all the Baltic languages.
This one is the Königsberger Hartenschen Zeitung, Sir Horatio, published under French censorship, of course. It reports on a meeting at Dresden. Bonaparte is there.
At Dresden?
Yes, Baron.
Oh, go ahead, Sorger, go ahead.
There are 9 army corps. At Dresden, at Warsaw, at Danzig.
All aimed at Russia, it appears, Hornblower. How many men would you say that meant altogether?
Well, you'll be able to calculate that better than I, Colonel.
Oh, yes, army men, of course. Well, I'd say it might come to 500,000.
But here is something, Sir Horatio. The Warsaw Gazette has a long article about Russia.
Well, read it, Sorger, read it.
It calls Alexander the barbarian ruler of a barbarian people.
Thank you, Sorger. Yes, I think that will do for now.
Yes, sir. Good night, gentlemen.
A strange one, that one, Commodore. He has hate in his eyes.
Possibly, Baron Basse. However, it grows late, and if you and Colonel Wychwood intend going back ashore, we'd best...
Commodore Hornblower, I don't think we are going ashore.
What's that?
To put it another way, Baron Basse and I wish to stay on board the Nonsuch.
This is a ship of war, Colonel. I'm afraid I must insist...
Quite so. Allow me to present this dispatch, sir. You will notice it's from His Britannic Majesty's ambassador to the court of Stockholm.
Let's see. Bonaparte has invaded Swedish Pomerania. Now, this is news. Baron Basse, is Sweden then no longer neutral?
There has been no formal declaration of war,
Yes,
sir.
but you have been invaded. I understand, yes. Much still depends on Russia, is that it?
Everything depends on Russia. We scarcely could move alone.
Well, Baron, that's one reason we are here, to prove to you that you are not alone.
The balance of the dispatch explains more fully, Sir Horatio.
Yes, thank you. I am directed and required to enable Lord Wychwood to open communication with the Russian government so as to assure His Imperial Majesty the Tsar of the full support by land and sea of British forces in the event of war between Russia and France. I am further directed to make use of any opportunity that may present itself to further better relations with the Russians.
Better relations? What's that mean, sir?
Diplomatic language, Bush. It means bring young Tsar Alexander into our camp as an ally.
Exactly. And by whatever means.
It had better be soon. 600,000 of Napoleon's troops massed on our borders. A show of strength that Sweden cannot match.
We've got our own strength, Baron.
Strength, Captain Bush? 6 British ships.
No. Don't look down your noses, Ambassador. Besides, Alexander's a curious fellow. Has a mind of his own, highly emotional. Never know what might influence him one way or the other. Might be anything. Oh, no disrespect to his great eminence, of course. Well, Commodore?
Colonel Whichwood, this dispatch employs the words directed and required.
Yes?
May I point out that the wording should have been request and advise. An ambassador cannot give orders to a naval officer.
Well, I say now...
Furthermore, my orders from the Admiralty said nothing about taking part in politics.
Politics, sir? Important politics?
Sir, what could be more important than to convert Alexander to your cause?
I am a naval officer, not a politician. Still...
Sir, if I may point out something
yes,
to you...
Yes, no need to point it out, Bush. I know what you're going to say. The very presence of a British squadron well to eastward in the Baltic could have a sizable effect on Alexander.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I offer you the hospitality of my ship. Captain Bush, will you give orders to alter our course, if you please? Our destination is the Russian port of Kronstadt. We had arrived in Kronstadt harbor. Not all night long, we lay under the guns of Russian fortresses. I tried to show much more assurance about this whole queer project than I felt. But at least the Russians had returned our entering salute. The following morning, we had only one visitor, the harbor doctor, to give us pratique. I accompanied him to the sick bay and between decks.
No sickness, no plague, no pestilence?
None.
Yes, I have seen for myself. Only the wounded man. His name?
Lieutenant Mound.
Yes, he does very well. After you, sir.
Later that morning, the wind began to flaw. It was very light, changing first from one quarter to another. I had requested Whichwood and the Baron and Bush and one or two of my senior officers to meet me in my cabin. There was much to decide. And one of them, I think it was Lieutenant Adams, gave voice to what we all had on our minds.
Changeable, sir. That's what these Russians are, just like the wind.
Exactly why we're here, Mr. Adams. We can do nothing about the weather. We must do something about the Russians.
When does His Majesty arrive on board, exactly?
Incognito, Baron. Remember, incognito. The Comte de North.
His party will arrive at 7 bells.
Sir, we'll be taking on water and firewood then.
Yes, so we will, Bush.
I can give orders to have it put off till tomorrow.
You will have to serve an elaborate luncheon, Sir Horatio.
What, in mid-afternoon?
Oh, absolute. With Russians, there must always be something to eat.
The Baron's right, Hornblower. It's their custom always.
Oh, very well. We'll offer him something to eat. Why not?
Oh, pity that butter of yours has turned rancid. You know what I'd suggest, Hornblower? Send a party ashore, dig up some of that caviar stuff. And sturgeon or whatever it is, fish. These Ruskies positively dote on fish.
Colonel, this is a British ship.
Oh, my dear fellow, what's that got to do with it? When in Rome, well, you know the rest of that one.
Yes, you must make a considerable impression.
Politic, my dear Hornblower. It would be most politic.
Shall I put off the water and firewood, sir?
No, Bush.
No? But how can we take in water and be in a fit state for the Tsar to come aboard, sir? Unless we water the flotilla first?
From what I've heard of the Tsar, he's a man of sense. We'll show him the hands at work, that's all. Ship's routine.
At work? But, Commodore...
Yes, in every quarter of the ship, exactly, Colonel. Between decks, in the rigging, in the sick bay. And as for food, we'll give him what we always have. Ship's biscuit, pea soup, boiled beef.
Oh, my dear fellow, but Hornblower, I do believe you must be mad. Offend the Tsar in that manner, and he'll go over to Bonaparte quick as a wink. I beg of you, Tsar.
Ship's biscuit, pea soup, and boiled beef, Lord Whichwood. Now, you've all been recommending that we put on unnatural airs. I don't believe in that kind of dissembling. He wants to see a British ship of war, does he? Very well, then. He shall.
Good afternoon, Commodore Hornblower. Permit me to present the Comte du Nord.
Good afternoon, Commodore.
I hope our little visit does not discommode you greatly. Not in any way to compare to the honor done to the ship, sir. May I present Colonel Lord Whitwood?
Honored, your man, sir.
Baron Bassett?
Honored, sir.
Captain Bush, master of the Nonsuch.
Your servant, sir.
Captain Bush, will you give orders to prepare the ship for taking on water and firewood? Monsieur Leconte, if you'd care to see more of the ship.
I would indeed.
The gun deck, sir. Watch your head, sir. There's very little clearance for a man of your height. So I observe. We've opened the gun ports to give you a demonstration, sir. Mr. Carlin, if you please.
Aye, aye, sir. Battle stations! Hold to the flag!
You'll notice the guns are loaded blank. Cannonballs are precious, not easy to come by when long at sea, sir.
I think blank will suffice.
Out truncheons! Starboard battery! Fire!
Interesting. Most interesting.
The midshipman's berth, Monsieur Leconte.
This tiny space?
Yes, sir.
Commodore, you were once a midshipman yourself?
For 4 years, sir. In the British Navy, everyone starts at the bottom.
4 years? You lived 4 years in a berth like this?
Well, not quite as comfortable as this, sir. I was in a frigate. This is a battleship. It's not as crowded.
Yeah, I suppose it is necessary. How long have you served?
I've been in the Navy 19 years, sir.
How long at your present rank?
As Commodore, only 2 months. 9 years before that as captain, 6 years lieutenant, and 4 years as a midshipman.
19 years. And yet you seem none the worse for it.
Sir, they've been the happiest days of my life. Monsieur Leconte, it grows late. May I suggest luncheon? Now that we were seated in my cabin around the table, a wave of doubt swept over me. Real doubt. And then I was certain that what I'd done was utterly wrong. I cursed myself for a headstrong fool. What did an imperial monarch care about life on board a man of war? All he said was incredible, amazing. And then Lieutenant Adams reached for a ship's biscuit. He wrapped it on the table, and I wished with all my soul that I were dead.
Why do you do that, sir?
This? Well, I was just,
Pray continue, Mr. Adams. We do that, sir, to get rid of the weevils.
The weevils?
Insect family, sir. He's knocking them out.
Yes, that's right, sir. If you tap gently, they come out of their own accord. Well, this way. Do you see, sir?
Yes, I see.
Captain Bush, will you pass Monsieur Leconte the biscuit tray?
No, thank you. I think not, thank you.
Brown, will you serve the soup?
Yes, sir.
Pea soup, Monsieur Leconte. In the British Navy, pea soup is a tradition.
Pea soup? Why, this is extremely good soup. Yes, extremely. I commend it to your excellency.
Well, I... Come, Brown, serve us all. His Excellency the Minister, Baron Bassett.
I'm hungry as a bear.
Rum is very good. Quite strong, however.
Yes, British rum, Your Excellency. The lifeblood of the Navy. Sir, does Bonaparte need a reason for invasion? He's a tyrant. Tyrants make up any excuse or none at all. Now he controls the entire Baltic coast as far as the frontiers of his Imperial Majesty's domain. And now that...
Pray continue.
Well, I know little of politics, sir.
What little you know seems to be most important. Bonaparte has threatened Russia. There are great decisions to be made. I understand that the Prince Bernadotte is meeting with the Tsar at Peterhof. At any moment.
Yes, I've heard that too. Sir, Bonaparte's threats are always serious. His methods are always the same. A demand and then another demand. A concession and then another concession. And finally, when the last concession has made his foe too weak by then to resist fully, he marches in and makes an easy conquest. He wishes every nation in bondage to him.
You are very eloquent, Commodore.
I speak from the heart, sir. I speak for Lord Wychwood and Captain Bush and Lieutenant Adams and Lieutenant Carlin. I speak for every British soul who's fought against this monstrous power.
And to what effect have you fought?
Britain is still free. Britain is striking back. Portugal is free at last. Sicily, too, thanks to England. There is only one way left for Bonaparte to turn. We've closed him in on the south and the west and the north. And all that is left to him is the east. Imperial Russia. You hear, sir? The hour strikes. Gentlemen, may I propose a toast? To the Emperor of all the Russians. Vive l'Empereur! Vive l'Empereur!
Gentlemen, another toast. The King of Great Britain.
King.
If you please, pray, my dear Colonel, will you refill the glasses? Gentlemen, I give you Commodore Horatio Hornblower and the British Royal Navy. May they join with Mother Russia to defeat the French tyrant.
Join with... Oh, sir, to that we all drink. Oh, yes, sir, most heartily.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Sailing brazenly into a Russian port had been a gamble. Yet my orders from the Admiralty had stated two objectives. Impress the Russians and the Swedes with Britain's naval strength and ingenuity, and at the same time,
Bring them into the war on our side, if you can. Orders which might, of course, prove somewhat contradictory on occasion. Still, once we'd entered Kronstadt harbor, the Tsar himself had come aboard incognito. Even though he hadn't once admitted his identity, I'd hoped he'd been impressed with the fine show we'd staged for him. My old comrade, Captain Bush, was still puzzling about all this the next morning on our quarterdeck.
Sir, was it actually the Tsar himself? Are you quite sure?
Why, yes, of course I'm sure.
But all that talk about the Comte du Nord, they themselves call the visitor that, sir. And he...
Merely a name he uses when he's traveling. Oh, Bush, what an old skeptic you've become. Hmm? I say, look shoreward, Bush. That smart little lugger with the insignia. Now, perhaps our answer's on the way. Mr. Hurst, sail bearing towards us from the shore.
Aye, sir, I noticed.
Well, let me know the moment she's alongside, Mr. Hurst. If she carries a messenger, make him welcome.
Aye, sir. See you with the bump, sir.
Your clerk seems interested, too, sir. Over there, at the starboard rail. He's just come from below.
Oh, Sorga, you mean? He's a peculiar fellow, that. Did you know he was a Finn? He calls himself a man without a country now because of what the Russians did to Finland.
Do you like him, sir?
What do you mean? Oh, you don't, huh?
Well, sir,
It's a bit shifty. You're right. It amuses me, the Admiralty posting him to help me win the Russians over. Oh, well. Well, at least he speaks all these weird Baltic tongues. Yes, Mr. Hurst?
Lugger alongside, sir. There's our officer aboard, bringing you this letter, sir. He'll wait for your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Give him a drink of rum or something.
Aye, sir.
What did I tell you, Bush? Look at that coat of arms, will you? Imperial Palace of Peterhof. Oh, yes, in French. I am bidden to dine with His Imperial Majesty and His Royal Highness, the Prince of Sweden, this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Oh. Accompanied by my staff. The officer who conveys this letter will serve as guide. Mr. Mond. Oh, tell me, would you care to dine with the Tsar this afternoon?
What, sir?
His Imperial Majesty, the Tsar of all the Russias, Mond. At Peterhof, his palace on the Iranian-bound shore over there, at 4 o'clock.
Sir, naturally I'd... But I'm a mere lieutenant, sir.
Now, I think you need a little change. You still look a bit seedy. This preposterous Oriental document mentions a staff. Well, we must create one, since Captain Bush will stay here with the squadron. Now, who do you suggest besides yourself?
Well, sir, I'm deeply honored and excited. You'll need Mr. Sorga, I expect.
Sorga?
The clerk, sir. Wasn't he posted as your interpreter?
Yes, he was. Now, just why they saddled me with that glum fellow... Oh, yes, we must have him along, of course. Then Hurst must go as first lieutenant, protocol, and one midshipman. Which one, Mount?
Sir, Summers is the brightest, if I may say so.
Well, the fat one? Well, very good. Summers it is. Well, please pass the word to him as you return to change your clothes. Dress uniforms, of course. We must be off in, half an hour.
I shall be ready, sir. And thank you, sir.
Peterhof Palace definitely was not near the water. We docked amid saluting grenadiers in monstrous bearskins, and then were ushered into carriages in which we drove for what seemed miles and miles, past parks and terraced lawns and marble fountains. I couldn't help thinking how much my dear wife Barbara would enjoy all this. And at every turn there were sentries on guard, stiffly presenting arms as we whirled by.
Oh, there now at last. The Peterhof. Just round the next curve, you see?
Richwood's casual remark about assassination had turned my thoughts uneasily back to Sorga and that pistol. I remembered the man's brooding hatred of Russia, his bitter sense of oppression. And suddenly, great heavens, why hadn't it occurred to me before? Could it be? Could he intend it? Here I grew cold. As we drew up before the palace and were met by swarms of liveried footmen, I contrived to have a word alone with Mound, who, with Sorga and the others, had occupied another carriage. Of all my company, I felt Mound was the most reliable. So you see what I mean, eh, Mound?
I do see, sir. Of course. Quite shocking, sir.
Member of my own ship's company, my own clerk. So it's inconceivable, and yet... Oh, well, perhaps I'm imagining the whole thing.
I hope so, sir.
Well, help me keep an eye on him. It looks as if there'll be a crush of people. Now, watch out. Here he comes now. Who's this with him, with all the gold lace?
Please, you have the kindness to accompany me, Sir Hornblower.
I trust that I see you in good health, Sir Commodore Hornblower.
Thank you. I'm in the best of health, Your Excellency.
And your squadron, which I had the pleasure of visiting but yesterday, in company with the Comte Junot.
My squadron's in the best of health, too, Excellency.
Yesterday, aboard your flagship, we discussed very briefly this man Bonaparte, his policies.
Yes?
It was, I believe, your opinion that his troops might constitute a real threat to Russia.
Might, sir? I fear it's less conditional than that. Bonaparte overran Swedish Pomerania the other day. Sent 50,000 troops in the moment he got news of our appearance in the Baltic.
Yes. Prince Bernhard of Sweden is here even now. This evening he'll be conferring with His Imperial Majesty.
Yes, I had heard so. Now, sir, Bonaparte now controls the entire Baltic coast, right to the Russian frontiers. That would be most convenient to him in one particular event, in the event of his deciding to attack you.
Perhaps you are right. And yet, you know, we've had a treaty with him.
Oh, Bonaparte respects no treaties, Excellency. And now he's taken Pomerania, there's no base for an attack on his rear. He can march an army against St. Petersburg with no fear of it being cut off anywhere.
Perhaps. There are so many considerations, pro and con. For us, it promises to be a very difficult decision.
Then what Your Excellency is saying to me is that...
Commodore, I am merely advising patience. Since there is no decision yet by those responsible for higher policies, I did not wish you to draw premature conclusions, nor to be over-hasty in communicating with your government. That was why I asked to see you privately. We must not seek to hasten the slow steps of history. And now, if I detain you longer, you'll be late for the imperial reception. There are lovely ladies waiting to meet you. They will soon erase that troubled frown of yours, I am certain. Countess, your dinner partner, sir, is all arranged. Most charming lady. The Countess Kanyerin. Countess, may I present Commodore Sir Horatio Hornblower of His Britannic Majesty's Royal Navy.
It is the greatest of pleasures, sir.
Delighted.
As a distinguished stranger, Commodore, you will take precedence immediately after the Persian ambassador, His Excellency Gorza Khan. And now, if you'll excuse me, there are other guests I have to welcome at this reception.
Sir, closely, my friend, and you will see the Prince of Sweden enter with His Imperial Majesty, our Tsar.
Then suddenly I did see Sorga. He stood quite unobtrusively at one end of the gallery beside a pillar. But there was something in his attitude, fierce inner intensity that froze my blood. Alexander had conquered Finland. Prince Bernadotte had condoned the act, and there stood Sorga, hating both of them. I turned abruptly from the Countess and found the gallery stairs. I had to push my way through a dense crowd. Where was Mound? I might need help.
Oh, there you are, sir. Well, nothing's gone amiss. I've kept him in sight pretty steadily.
Don't be a fool, Mound. Look at him now. Come, follow me. Hurry. I felt an agony in suspense now. It was almost impossible to move through the packed onlookers, all standing there gaping at the celebrities below. Excuse me. Your pardon, madam. I'm sorry, madam, please. Your pardon, sir. Come on, hurry. There stood Sorga by his pillar, so absorbed he didn't even notice our approach. His hand went to his waistband beneath his coat. He was drawing my pistol. Shall I shoot, sir? No, don't. Can't cause a commotion. There's just one way, one silent way. My sword. Stand back. I whipped my sword out of its scabbard. I couldn't afford to miss my mark at the first stroke. Slashed quickly at the wrist that held the pistol. With tendon severed, the man's fingers opened nervelessly. The gun fell heavily to the carpet, and Sorga turned in open-mouthed surprise, staring first at the spurting blood, then at me, venomously. All right, Sorga, that does it. Make one more move, and you'll feel the blade somewhere else. Observe, it's pointed at your heart. Well, is there anything to say, Sorga?
No, Commodore. I have nothing to say.
Now, take the pistol, man. Look after him. Tie that wrist up. Get him out somehow. Nobody's noticed yet. They're all much too absorbed in their precious royalties down there.
I'll find Summers and Hurst. I expect we can stow him somewhere.
Good lad, good lad. Sorry, but I've got to get back down below. Act the untroubled emissary from old England.
Don't worry, sir. I'll see he causes no more trouble if I have to sit on his thick head all the afternoon.
Welcome back, Sir Commodore.
I'm extremely sorry, Countess. I had no intention.
Such a great haste you showed in leaving me, monsieur. I couldn't help but think I had offended you.
Oh, no, nothing like that. You see, well...
Ah, never mind. I have forgiven you already. And please do not look so austere. But see, here come the royal party. They make the tour of the great company, speaking a word to each. The Grand Marshal will soon present you to His Imperial Majesty.
I've already met... No, my mistake. I wonder, is the Comte du Nord not to be here, too, this afternoon?
The Comte du Nord? I do not know him.
Your Imperial Majesty, this is Commodore Sir Horatio Hornblower.
Your Imperial Majesty?
His Royal Highness, the Prince of Sweden.
Your Royal Highness?
Imperial Majesty, Your Royal Highness.
It is a privilege to meet Commodore Hornblower, of whom I have heard so much. Indeed, we have all heard of his exploits.
Oh, Your Majesty is much too kind.
We appreciate your dining here with us today, Commodore.
It struck me as odd, everyone standing up to dine. But then one shouldn't question others' customs. The long tables literally groaned with food of all descriptions. Though it was quite odd, too. Perhaps I appeared a trifle mystified, especially when some grey, unappetizing-looking stuff was handed us by a footman. So the Countess came to my rescue.
That is caviar. Try. You will approve, I think.
And what's this in the glass? It looks like water.
No. It is not water. You'll discover. Vodka, Commodore. Vodka, the drink of the people.
That's very interesting. And this other stuff, this caviar. Delicious. It's truly delicious. You know, it seems a bit unusual to a stranger to eat standing up, but you know, this is one of the jolliest parties I ever attended, Countess. Laughter, bright lights, beautiful women, music. Oh, you know, I'm feeling quite exhilarated. Now, that innocuous-looking transparent stuff, what did you call it?
Vodka, Commodore.
Yes, everyone here seems to toss it down in quantity, most casually, I must say. Yes, I've been some time at sea, you know. It's a different kind of life, and then all this sort of thing. Well, you know, a bit harsh compared with this.
I'm sure.
Well, I think I'll have some more of that salad and some cheese. It's extremely good. Thank you.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served.
Oh, by all the... How many courses, Countess?
Don't be concerned. At least you've now discovered you like Russian preliminaries. I shall gladly advise you on which courses to neglect.
You have a kind heart, madame.
Oh, yes. Do pictures interest Monsieur very much?
Pictures?
Yes. Painting.
Oh, yes, certainly.
The picture gallery of this palace is considered very fine. This evening after dinner, I could show it to you. Unless, of course, you would prefer to join the card players.
Oh, no, I'd much prefer to see pictures, Countess.
After the royal party has withdrawn, if you are by the door on the far side, I shall show you the way.
That would be delightful, madame.
My husband, the Count, used to be quite interested in pictures. I married him as a mere child. But after all, he is now quite elderly. He has lost interest in them, I'm afraid.
Just as we rose and left the dining hall, Mann slipped up to outside the doors.
I thought you'd want to know, sir. We had him in a side room up aloft.
Good. Knew I could trust you, Mann.
He fainted with the loss of blood. We had to use a tourniquet, half of my shirt. Summers and Hurst are guarding him.
Anyone find out about it, Mann?
No, sir. Nobody saw us go.
Good.
I poured some liquor on his coat, and from the smell of him, anyone will think he's drunk. We'll smuggle him out somehow. But, sir, the sooner we get him away, the better, sir.
Yes, you're right. Except that, no, I don't think we can hurry off at once. No, hold the fort, Mann. We'll have to stay here another hour at least. Courtesy demands it.
But, sir, I thought...
just as you say.
Here you are, Commodore. I've waited, as you see.
I said you had a kind heart, Countess Canieri.
The Italian pictures of the Cinquecento are in the farthest gallery. But perhaps you'd care to see the more modern ones first. Their gallery isn't quite so well lighted.
Unfortunately, it's just come to me that, well, I must return to my ship with the others. Yes, I'm afraid in times like these, there are so many duties weighing heavily.
Indeed? And it is only now that you remember them?
Well, I must. Thank you so very much for your great kindness to an awkward guest, and also for your friendliness. For me today, the Russians are the most delightful people in the world, but I must be getting back aboard my ship. My dearest Barbara, dearest wife, I've only just returned from a rather extraordinary day at the Tsar's court. You would have been amused, I think, to see me determined to uphold the dignity of Britain amid all that gold lace and pomp and circumstance. A most amazing people, these Russians. Highly ambiguous as to their intentions in this war, yet going some lengths today to show me friendliness and sympathy. Oh, yes, there was a rather attractive little countess. I forget her exact name, who for a time made herself especially amiable in showing courtesy to us strangers. None of them here, however, can begin to compare with our English women, either in appearance or deportment. Just when we shall move out of Kronstadt Harbor, I'm not quite sure yet. I miss you so very much tonight. I send you all my love. Remember that. Your most obedient husband, Horatio.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Starboard battery. One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush. Pointers on target. Flintstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
I can think of nothing more galling than the sense of inactivity, unless it's the sense of some task left unresolved. And that morning, when I awakened in my cabin aboard the Nonsucher, I was possessed by both. So much so that no sooner had Captain Bush presented himself, Baltic charts in hand, than I vented my ill temper on him. But I asked for charts, and you bring me these. Captain Bush, what good are charts in 3 different languages? Now, look here. French charts, one in German, another Swedish. How can we possibly decide where or how to strike against Bonaparte when even the charts don't agree with one another?
They're the best we've got aboard the Nonsucher.
Look, even their soundings. Look, this one's in Swedish feet, and the French use their new metric system, and right, for those confounded Germans, oh, Lord knows what they use.
I know, it's very annoying. Of course, we could have your clerk Sorger translate them for us.
Sorger? How is he now?
He's lost a deal of blood. He'll never use that right hand of his again, not after you were forced to slash his wrist with your sword, sir. But we can make use of him until we hang him.
Hang him, yes. Yes, I'm afraid we'll have to. Humorless idiot. Attempting to assassinate Tsar Alexander himself.
He came within a hair's breadth of succeeding.
Yes. A cocked pistol in his hand, hiding behind a pillar in the Tsar's palace. Well, what could I do but slash his wrist? I should never have let him accompany us to the palace. The man's a Finn. It was Russia that despoiled his country. I should have realized he was dangerous.
It's over and done with, sir. Thanks to you, the Russians are now ready to defy Bonaparte.
Defy him? Possibly. They've taken up no arms against him yet, as you'll notice. And meanwhile, we are idle. And surely there's some place in the Baltic we can strike a blow against Bonaparte. For example, there.
The Fish's Haft, sir?
Now, why not? As you see, it's a long, narrow lagoon between Elbing and Königsberg in East Prussia. Now, Boney has a tremendous force in East Prussia, and how else can he supply them except by water? The Fisher's Haft runs from the Polish River straight eastward, 50 miles long and a dozen miles wide. Communications and supply, Bush. It'll be a shrewd blow.
Yes, sir, but... Well, sir...
Come on, out with it, Bush.
Well, beg your pardon, sir. It's impossible.
Impossible?
The Haft is separated from the Baltic Sea by that long sand spit. There's but one entrance from the Baltic.
No need to tell me what I already know. One entrance, yes, and that one directly under the guns of the French. Oh, I suppose you consider it impossible for this squadron to attack French shipping in the Haft.
I hesitate to say, sir, but...
Then don't, if you'll oblige me. Set course for the Fisher's Haft, Captain Bush. It's much too good a target to be impossible.
Yes, sir.
Come, Bush. There's more ways than one to skin a cat. And we will have Sorger translate these charts for us. That was a good suggestion of yours. Sorger lay in sickbay, pale and wan from loss of blood. He presented another problem, one that made me angry and faintly sympathetic, both at once. Well, Sorger, better?
I believe so.
You're an idiot. You realize what you're in for. By the Articles of War and the laws of England, you're going to die for your foolishness.
I am not English. I am a Finn.
You fled from Finland. You took service in the British Navy.
I would do it all over again.
Our enemy is Bonaparte, not Russia.
I repeat, I would do it all over again. I am homeless. What is my country now? A slave, helpless under the heel of Russia. One day I am the richest man in Finland, and the next the poorest man in England.
There's but one question here, Sorger, whether you can legally face court-martial here at sea or whether you must be sent back to England for it.
In either case, I am as good as dead.
Yes. Bush, I'll trouble you for those charts now.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sorger, I want these charts checked with particular attention to the Fisher's Haft.
The Haft? Sir Horatio, that's impregnable to attack from the boat.
It would be good enough to leave the decisions to me, Mr. Sorger. Where's the ship's doctor? Your wound must trouble you very much. Perhaps he can ease the pain.
Oh, no, it is nothing. According to the Swedish map, the Fisher's Haft is 3 or 4 fathoms deep at most. And here is Fort Pillar above the entrance.
The more we studied the problem, the more impossible it seemed. I was a fool.
And yet, so stubborn a fool that several nights later I found myself tossing up and down in the starn of a cutter. With Lieutenant Vickery of our sloop, Lotus, I was being rowed in to inspect the single entrance to the Frisch's hut under the guns of Fort Pillau.
Stroke there, easy.
Warm night, a dark night, Mr. Vickery.
Praise God. You think the Frenchies know we're about, sir?
No. We came up after dark and hove to. The entrance will be blocked with floating logs, chained together, Mr. Vickery. Keep a sharp eye out for them.
Aye, sir.
For gunboats also. They'll be patrolling the blockade.
White water, sir. White water. The blockade, sir.
West oars will drift onto it.
West oars. There it is, sir.
Down first, if you please, Mr. Vickery.
Aye, sir. Helmsman, bring her about.
Out it is, sir. Good. Now, it will hold my cape, Mr. Vickery.
Sir, you're not going for those logs, sir.
Why not?
The waves are washing off over them, sir. You'll get soaked to the skin and the logs are slippery. With your grip, you may go under.
Take my cape, Mr. Vickery.
Aye, sir.
Good morning, sir. We've been standing off and on, out of sight of the Frenchies, since you came aboard last night, sir. It went poorly, sir.
No worse than I expected, Bush.
Could the Nonsuch ram through that blockade, sir?
But logs the size of tree trunks and all connected by heavy cable. Impossible, Bush.
Horatio, you've thought of a way out, haven't you?
I'd be obliged if you'd make signal to the squadron, Captain Bush. All commanding officers are to report to my cabin this afternoon at 6 bells.
You've solved the problem, sir.
Well, gentlemen, that's the plan of action. It's going to be difficult, but with luck, we might just pull it off.
It's an incredible plan, sir. There's no one can think of this except you.
Yeah, I presume it's clear. 4 boats will go in past the blockade tonight. There's open water at the sandspit side. Make a record, Mr. Montgomery. The Nonsuch launch and cutter, the cutters from Lotus and Raven.
Aye, sir.
A 4-pounder in the eye of the launch, 3-pounders in the cutters. Food, water, ammunition, combustibles for setting captured vessels on fire.
Aye, sir.
Now, as to who shall command the raiding party... Yes, Mr. Cole?
If it's to be by order of seniority, I am the senior officer, sir.
You are, Mr. Cole, but the first task shall be to penetrate the lagoon, and since Mr. Vickery went in with me to inspect it, he's certain to know more about the situation. It shall be Mr. Vickery. Sorry, Mr. Cole. With difficulty that I looked at Cole during the rest of the conference. There had been no harm in soothing his feelings with an excuse like that. Yet the fact of the matter was, I dared not trust him with any command out of my sight. He was old, gray-haired, bowed, almost too old for the work he already had. Oh, well, no war can be fought without hurting someone's feelings. At nightfall, the squadron stood in toward the land.
There's no moon, sir. There's every chance they'll slip through the blockade unobserved.
Yes, Bush.
Let's pray the rest of it will be as easy.
I am praying. I've risked the lives of 150 men, sent them into the jaws of a trap. And if I'm wrong about how to fetch them out again safely...
It's bound to work, sir. It's risky, but it'll work.
I was certain before, but now I have serious doubts.
The mist has cleared, Horatio. Oh, are those our cutters?
No. Gunboats putting out from the Fort Pillau to stand a guard over the entrance.
Must have given them a turn to open their eyes and see British ships standing off just beyond cannon range.
They may already have known about us. They may have captured the raiding party, and all our plans are for naught.
Ahoy! Look out!
Any sign?
No sign, sir.
Here's Lieutenant Mound come aboard, off his bomb kit, sir.
Bush, I have eyes. Oh, I wish mine were as good as our lookout.
Lieutenant Mound reporting, sir.
Morning, Mound. Were your bomb kits ready for your part in this venture?
Yes, sir.
You understand what must be done?
My bomb ketch will proceed out of sight of the Frenches and go wide of that long sand spit that separates the Fisher's House from the sea proper. Then I'm to turn in on the seaward side of it.
At a point 12 miles to westward, Mr. Mound.
Yes, sir.
And there will be there at precisely 2 a.m., 4 bells. The water is shallow. There may be surf. Look, Mr. Mound, I think I shall go with you.
You, sir?
Yes, I enjoyed my last outing on a bomb ketch, and I might find this extremely...
Ahoy the deck!
He's spotted something.
Ahoy the masthead. What do you see?
If you please, sir, there's a bit of smoke in sight now. It's well up in the bay.
Smoke, by heaven, Bush.
There's more smoke, sir. 2 ships on fire. Sir, I can see our cutters.
Victory. He's got out of Fisher's Hut. Well, Captain Bush, so far so good, eh? The day wore on. As far as lookouts eye could see, pillars of smoke were rising in the Fisher's Hut, marking the destruction wrought by Vickery and his cutters. Towards the middle of the afternoon, before it came time to go aboard the bomb ketch with Mound, I ordered a diversionary attack. I wanted the defenders to think twice before they put all their efforts against Vickery.
We're dropping down within range of Fort Pillau now, sir.
So long as we draw their fire, Captain Bush.
They're opening up.
We shall do the same, if you please, Captain.
Gun deck, fire when ready.
Aye, sir. Ready. Port battery, fire! Mr. Mound?
Yes, sir.
Been waiting all day, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, so have I. We'll put off for the bomb ketch now, if you please. All hands present, Mr. Vickery?
Yes, sir. 2 wounded, but not badly. We destroyed and burnt a number of crafts, sir, coasters and barges. Good 1,000 tons of shipping altogether.
What are those fires? Have you burned your own cutters?
We had to abandon them on the far side of the spit of sand.
Why?
I hated to have them fall into enemy hands.
What do you mean?
We may not get away scot-free, sir. When we came up on the other side of the sand spit, we flushed a patrol, 3 men. We took care of 2 of them, but 1 got away. By now, he's probably spread the alarm.
I see. I knew there must be some good reason why you burned the boats.
That's it, sir. With an alarm already spread, the fire could warn them no faster.
Mr. Mound?
Yes, sir.
It's imperative that the men be passed on board as quickly as possible. In a matter of minutes, the enemy will go down on us like hornets, possibly a full company. And have them watch the undertow. If they must get rid of cutlasses and anything else that might weigh them down, have them do so. All must be taken aboard. I'll not have 1 man lost. It was well organized. The blaze from the burning cutters began to die down, but still it lit the tumbling surf with orange and scarlet. Mound had gone back on board the ketch to supervise matters. The thing went well. The men clambered aboard or were dragged, helter-skelter, and finally the beach was clear, except for Vickery and me.
We're just in time, sir. Aren't those torches over there in the direction of the fort?
I doubt if they're fireflies, Mr. Vickery. Into a surf, if you please.
After you, sir.
Thank you, Vickery, but the senior officer is always allowed the last to leave a post of danger.
Aye, aye, sir.
Oh, it was a most welcome relief when the ketch loomed up ahead and strong arms dragged me aboard, with no more ceremony than if I were a waterlogged castaway instead of a Lord Commodore.
Up you come, sir. Steady there. Now, there you are, sir. Are you all right, sir?
Oh, of course I'm all right.
Oh, that's the Commodore for you. And why shouldn't he be? Him that bathes in salt water most every morning.
Silence, sir. Sir, we're fast aground.
What's that?
In the sand, sir. We've taken aboard 150 men. The ketch must have gone down a full foot.
Good Lord, Mountain. These men will be on us in a matter of minutes. We'll be sitting down.
If you please, Mr. Vickery. Mr. Mound, have you tried to catch us off with the anchor?
2 anchors, sir. They're out astern, and we've bent to the windlass till the cable sings, but we're still fast.
Sir, if half the men would go over the side and hang on to ropes, it would lighten ship.
Have 1 or more of them miss his grip and drown? No, Vickery, I said I wouldn't lose a man, and I won't. At least not that way. They've spotted us.
A full company, at least.
It came to me then. One possible way to shake ourselves loose from the deadly grip of the sand that held us prisoned. Yet I hesitated for a moment, hoping that Mound himself would see the solution, not have it come from me. And even while I hesitated, he'd found it.
Sir, we can rock the boat. 150 men. We can have them run from port to starboard and back again.
Exactly, Mound, by all means.
All hands to starboard! All hands! All hands to
They're firing random shots at us. If you could tell off 10 men here in the bow with small arms to answer their fire.
Yes, sir.
Crew of launch, none touch. Crew of launch, none touch.
This way to the bow. Small arms. We'll keep the Frenchies busy while we rock the ship.
All hands now! When I give the command, over you go to the port rail. Now! All hands, when I give the command, to the starboard rail. Now run!
He trembled that time, Mr. Mine. All should do it.
Stand by to cut the anchor cables. Helmsman, stand by to bring all sails aback.
Now, the Frenchies are getting impatient. They're walking into the surf towards us.
Yes, sir.
All hands now. When I give the command, back to the port rail. And run, heavy lads. Pound that deck hard. Now! Sir, the ocean is ready. We're free! Bring her around. Marching out.
Mr. Vickery, you can cease firing. We're off the sand. We are free.
The sand spit dropped abeam. There were no casualties, and Mound set his course for the Nonsuch. The sky turned grey with the coming of dawn, and Vickery's face, too, was grey with fatigue as he gave me his full report there on the deck of the bomb ketch. I felt a tremendous wave of affection burst over me as I regarded him and Lieutenant Mound. I wanted to tell them that, had they been my own sons, I could want no two better ones. And yet I couldn't bring myself to express a thought so frankly sentimental. I shall call the particular attention of the Admiralty to the conduct of both you officers. I consider it excellent. I shall, of course, require reports from you immediately in writing.
Aye, sir. It's the Nonsuch, sir.
Yes. Captain Bush must be worried. Make the proper signal, if you please, Mr. Mond. Commodore on board. All is well.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Long lagoon on the coast of Poland, known as the Fisher's Hat, we'd made havoc with Bonaparte's communications. And this had, I hoped, delayed French preparations for a possible assault on Russia. And yet we still lacked news as to what Russia herself intended. Would she finally resist Napoleon, come openly into the war as our ally, or would she play for time and try to appease him as she had done before? I had my old friend Captain Bush to dinner in my cabin on the Nonsuch, because I knew he liked sea pie, and my man Brown had prepared one for me with special care. And then, regrettably, I couldn't talk of anything but my impatience. Well, there must be some news after all. Why don't we hear? I simply can't understand it, Bush.
We will. It's scarcely a month, you know, since we left Russia.
A month? If I'd known it would be that long, do you think I'd have let Witchwood keep the cutter Clam at Kronstadt?
Excellent sea pie, Horatio. Excellent.
You see, Bush, it's
good as the first I ever ate. Aboard the old Renown, remember? Brown prepared it himself, eh?
Stop trying to distract me, will you, Bush? It isn't clever. I tell you this. If we're to sit here in the Baltic twiddling our thumbs, we'll have to organize something to keep the men's minds busy. A hornpipe competition, or, well, even theatricals, perhaps.
Theatricals? You can't be serious, Horatio.
Well, why not? This lack of action is extremely bad for morale, Bush. And what's wrong with theatricals, anyway? Don't forget you were young yourself once. Well, you know, I can remember when... Yes? Come in. Midshipman Gerard. Well, Mr. Gerard?
Our cutter Clam in sight of windward, sir.
No.
Yes, sir. At least Mr. Holt has told me to report her, sir.
Don't let me dissuade you, Gerard. Your news is excellent. How far off is she?
How up to windward, sir? We're running down to her. And let me see. Clam signals have dispatches for Commodore, sir.
Are you sure?
Why, yes, sir. At least that's what I...
All right. Don't stammer. Always make sure you know your own mind, Mr. Gerard. Now, tell Mr. Hurst to make Commodore to Clam send dispatches on board as soon as practicable. And, well, bring the dispatches here immediately they come on board. All understood, Mr. Gerard?
Yes, sir. Aye, sir.
Not going up yourself, sir?
No, I shall sit right down again and have some more sea pie. Help yourself, Bush, help yourself. No, I am not going to run up there and stand gawking over the side like some midshipman.
They must be feeling some suspense about Russia back home these days.
It's no more than in his cabin at the moment. Bush, if Bonaparte's main strength could be tied up here in the east this summer, give Wellington the chance to strike hard in the south. It's our great opportunity, perhaps our last. Oh, well. We'll know soon enough now, won't we, Bush?
Stop worrying. After all, Tsar Alexander did send that stiff reply to Boney's demands. At least that's what Lord Wychwood said the day we left Kronstadt. You tell me so yourself.
Stiff reply one day may mean soft words the next, with Alexander. Oh, hopelessly unpredictable, these Russians. Come in. Well, Mr. Gerard, what's the latest? Wychwood. Oh, by all of... You came yourself, did you?
I did indeed, Sir Horatio. By your ship Clam. Wait till you hear the news. You will agree my trip was warranted.
Well, come on, then.
Well, Captain Bush, quite like old times aboard the Nanset,
Well, Witchwood, don't keep us waiting for your news.
Commodore, it's war.
War. It's settled, then. No more procrastination?
We're no longer alone, Hornblower. Now, wait till you've plowed through this dispatch case. 10 days ago, Bonaparte crossed the Niemen with 15 army corps. He's committed to invasion now. He can't turn back.
Invasion. And can Russia hold out, Witchwood?
I wish I knew. But at least he'll have his summer's work cut out for him, which means that we can push ahead in Spain.
Yes.
Well, good news,
Oh, it's the finest news I've heard in years, Witchwood. Sit down here. Here, give me that dispatch case and your cloak. Here. Have some sea pie. Have some wine. Yours is a welcome face, Bush. You can forget the theatricals. Now we can get on with the war. Witchwood, of course, had much to tell that afternoon. But I must say, for once, the man made highly satisfactory listening. Then there was the dispatch addressed to me by Lord Cathcart, our British ambassador in Russia. A few polite formalities, and then... Listen to this, Bush. You will, of course, render all the assistance in your power to our new ally, Russia. The main body of Bonaparte's army is already marching on Moscow, but I am informed that some 60,000 men under the Duke of Tarentum are now on the northern route to St. Petersburg. The Russian Imperial Staff urgently requires your squadron's assistance at Riga, which, of course, the French must capture before they can move on towards St. Petersburg.
Riga? There's a fine harbor there, sir.
Yeah.
The city's only a short distance up the river from the Gulf.
Yes, I know, Bush, yes. The ambassador's tone is urgent, to say the least, Witchwood.
With reason, Commodore. Frankly, there's a panic at the Russian court, and Riga is a vital spot, as well as vulnerable.
Cathcart goes on to ask that I detach the cutter Clam, dispatch her back to England with the news. Yes, I don't like losing her. Oh, well, we mustn't delay. Well, no doubt you wish to go with her, Lord Witchwood.
Oh, naturally. When duty calls and all that, you know, Hornblower.
I must ask you to wait while I complete my own dispatches for the Admiralty and a brief letter to my wife. Yes, they won't take long.
Of course.
Captain Bush, I suggest to tell the men that this is their chance to ride home, too. Oh, and one other thing, Witchwood. I shall send my secretary, Mr. Sorger, back to England in your charge to be tried by court-martial. I'll give you all the papers relating to his case.
Very good, Commodore.
I envy you, you know, Witchwood. Oh, yes, a glimpse of England at this time. Ha! Heaven alone knows when the rest of us will see it. Summer had come suddenly. Day by day, as we bore on, the brassy sun blazed hotter, and the breezes almost died. Barely enough wind stirred to carry us, even with all our canvas set. It was a full 8 days before we finally crept into the Bay of Riga, and night was falling as I stared out through my glass at this new shore. That's no man's land between the two forces, I imagine. Well, if the Russians weren't still holding the village, there'd be no fires. Our puzzle so far solved at all events.
2 fathoms, sir.
2 fathoms. I'd like to bear up. Very good. Carry on. Oh, well, the moon's rising.
Boat ahead. On the port bow, sir. She's pulling off.
We have to catch that boat if we can, Mount.
Eyes up. Starboard, 2 flanks. Clear away the gate.
Don't shout, please, Mount. Perhaps they haven't seen us yet.
Right, sir. Boat's crew, stand by.
Whoever they are, Mount, they've not much skill. They should have headed for shoal water. Oars against sail win no races. We need prisoners for information. I'm hoping that boat holds the proper answers.
Ahoy there, boat. Ease oars.
Here's your pistol. I don't suppose I need to shoot again. I wonder if those fellows have... Well, rather a noisy night for our first visit, huh?
We got them, sir.
Excellent.
They're Frenches, sir. We got them all. 2 officers, 3 men.
As the 5 prisoners were thrust up over the Harvey's side, I saw the star of the Legion of Honor glittering on the chest of one young officer. He would be their leader, I concluded. I would like to know Monsieur's name and rank, please.
You see, Chef de Bataillon du Corps du Génie des Armées de l'Empereur.
Major of Engineers, a good catch, Mount. You understand some English, I gather, sir.
Oui, un peu.
My mind was busy with the problem of how I could induce him to supply me with some facts that I sorely needed. And I had an idea. I much regret the necessity of taking you prisoners, sir, especially at the start of such a promising campaign, but possibly I can arrange an exchange at an early date. In case Monsieur has friends with whom he might like me to communicate, I shall do so at my first opportunity.
Marshal Medon Duke of Tarentum would be very glad to hear. I am on his staff.
Well, Commander-in-Chief's staff. Then you must be chief engineer. Yes, you are important. Oh, that's too bad. After all, you had no reason to suspect a British squadron in this bay.
None whatever. We had been told the contrary. That these Russian villages are blockaded.
They've been supplying you with information, then. Oh, well, all Russians are quite useless, are they not? I suppose your emperor has met with very little opposition from the Russians.
We have taken Smolensk, and the emperor himself marches on Moscow. Our divisions will soon occupy St. Petersburg.
Indeed. But possibly the Dwina River may become an obstacle. Riga, too, stands in your path.
Not for long. Just one bold push across the river mouth, and the Russians will dissolve the moment we have turned their flank.
So that's what he'd been up to when we nabbed him, reconnoitering for a good place to land French forces across the mouth of the Dwina. A daring move, sir, worthy of all the great traditions of the French army. Of course, you have to cross the river before your operations can proceed. No doubt you have sufficient landing craft for your forces.
Problems like that do not hold us, monsieur. We have barges, a score of them. Seize that Mitau before these stupid Russians could destroy them.
Oh, indeed. But, of course, the Russians still hold both sides of the river.
Well, for the moment. They hold on to our side, the western side, by nothing but their fingernails, however. But do not think me fool enough to reveal military information, sir.
No chance of wheedling anything more from the cocky young major for the present. But at least I'd learned about those captured barges, and that they planned an attack soon, directly across the river's mouth. Oh, well, Russians are always incompetent, isn't it so, Major? A prompt assault on your part is, of course, it's a clever plan, allowing them no chance of digging in. But you'll pardon me now, sir, if I attend to my duties? We'll return to the squadron, Mr. Bond, if you please. Armed with that tidy bit of information, I slept better than I'd hoped that night in an alien harbor. No doubt the Russians here at Riga were all confirmed landlubbers, but I could be counted on, I felt, to cope with this type of problem. I was even gratified, in fact, that the French were not discounting good sea water in their plans. The next morning, in my cabin, I had a conference with all 6 captains of my squadron. Well, it's quite clear then, gentlemen. The Russians still hold both river banks, the western one precariously. The French must cross that river if they're to surround Riga. When they try it, we shall bag as many barges as we can.
Yes, we will.
We'll carry out the patrol I've outlined each evening at sundown. The French will scarcely attempt such a barefaced plan by daylight. Now, are there any questions?
You said, I think, sir, that my sloop Raven would hold one end of the defense line.
Quite correct, Mr. Cole. You'll anchor each night on the very edge of the shoals to westward, the French side. It's your light draft that dictates that position. Mr. Vickery and Lotus guard the other river bank.
All right, sir.
The rest of us hold stations in between, and armed small boats will row guard at the mouth. Are your stations understood?
All right, sir.
And that will be all for the moment, gentlemen. Oh, one last word, please. Captain Cole spoke of our defense line, yet it's not so much a defense as a trap. Let them thrust their heads well into the noose before any alarm is given. Otherwise, we'll simply scare them off. Very well, gentlemen. Thank you for your attendance. At dusk, my gig conveyed me up the yellow Dwina River, past the village at the mouth, to the bustling wharves of Riga. There the governor met me, amid a crowd of other dignitaries. By their demeanor, you would never guess they lived in a besieged city. My coxswain Brown was in charge of my boat's crew, and I told him to wait there for my return. But I soon realized it would be difficult to have a private talk with General Ernest.
Commodore, may I present the Intendant of Livonia, Count Canerin, and the Countess. They, too, are recently arrived at Riga.
Why, well, yes, I know the Countess. We met at the Tsar's court.
Another Russian dinner, Commodore? Do you feel you are equal to it this time?
Well, I'm learning, Countess. At least I shan't give my whole attention to the hors d'oeuvres.
Commodore! Sir.
Brown, is that you? What's that racket?
Must be French barges at the river, sir, and our patrol's resisting them.
Is our gig's crew at the wharf?
Ready and waiting for you, sir.
Oh, come on then, Brown. What are we waiting for? Is that you, Cole? Come alongside, please.
Aye, aye, sir. Oh, quite an eventful night. But their barges didn't get across, sir. Most of them put back.
Put back? What caused them to?
I was the one set up the alarm rocket, sir. What? Just as you planned. Then all hands fell in. Small boats pulled for the river here. The French...
Mr. Cole, you sent up that rocket the moment you saw them?
Why, yes, sir, certainly. Cole, you're...
Oh, well, it's too late now.
An enemy of our boats approaching, sir. Lotus is cutter, I believe.
At you, Lotus.
Aye, aye, sir. Bring her alongside the Commodore, men. I thought I saw you, sir. Things aren't as bad as they might be. All right, you, Mr. Cole? We backed 5 barges on our side, sir. Cut them off before they could get back to their own shore.
5, Vickery. That's more like it. How many prisoners?
Well, I should say nearly 1,000, sir. Roughly 200 Frenchmen to a barge. The rest turned back at the alarm.
Couldn't help but feel some disappointment. I'd hoped for a catch of at least a dozen barges, perhaps 2,500 men. And yet, it was my own fault, too. Who else placed Cole in his key position? At all events, thanks to young Vickery, we'd headed off the crossing for that night. Strange people, Russians. That interminable ballet was still going on as I entered the opera house.
May I speak to you, please? Shh. Oh, see you, Commodore. Will you come outside the box a moment, please? Commodore, where have you been? The ballet has been beautiful.
There was a slight distraction, sir. The Navy's job, of course. I regret I had to leave without advising you. The French were attempting to cross the river mouth in barges. We managed...
How can we thank you enough, sir? You have struck a valiant blow for Mother Russia.
Thank you, General. I feel I ought to warn you, though. They're sure to try this plan again, and if they do, we'll...
Of course. We must talk of all these. But now you must come back into the box. You miss so much of this gala night.
Well, sir, look, it's late, you know, and
But I insist. Oh, Commodore, the ballet has been so beautiful. Come.
Thank you. Oh, you first, General. No doubt the war can wait another evening.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Thank you for listening to Albion Press Radio.